Yeah, that's what I think.
Creates the gap, and this is Fnatic trying to bridge it with the black hole for the Morphling. They've caught him out, and Crystallis is down. Huge kill for Fnatic. On to left track we go, but he's got himself an Aghanim Scepter. Turning on the Nihilism, trying to get away, but Raven with his BKB is the answer to that play. Team Secret lose 2 cores. Puppy's Eyes both on the run. And Fnatic, what a beautiful setup, going even deeper for more. DJ with the opening. He'll get a lot of damage of the jabs, but it's not enough to kill off the Enigma. Zayat slowed down to a crawl by Raven Scardy slow, and Nisha Heavenly Jump not gonna work. Closed in on by Fnatic. 4 down on Secret. And the Southeast Asian squad striking back incredibly hard.
Durable elbow. They're going with a duel here. They're trying to pull up Pure to the damage, and they do okay. Thunder finds something, and now they look for more. Katomi doing so much damage on Pakas here. Takes down 2. Now running away. BKB is gone. So must he, though. He's going to try and turn around and take down the Tempest double, because if he doesn't, it's just going to kill him. So they'll deal with that as well. Meanwhile, on the sidelines of the fight, Spear out on Stormstormer and Fishman. They actually need to get out here, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do so. They're stuck inside the arena. Dart go getting off the damage. They're targeting down Fishman. They want to bring down that Jakiro. Toby in around the sidelines trying to bring down Pakas. Pakas with the extra armor. They're just kind of trying to turn around and fight up into this one, but cannot do so.
Oh no, he's a sheep, so they're going to get rid of Maposhka instantly. It's going to be the buyback. Now Makoto pinned over to the wall with the black hole set up from KP. It's beautiful. It's going to be able to put a decent amount of damage, but it's just not going to be quite enough. Like you said, they have the Satanic. They've got the BKB. They kill Makoto, kill high, KP, and Q to pull to Yatro. 23 Savage. He's trying to stay alive. The swap comes out from Mira, perhaps trying to close the gap, maybe trying to cancel out a TP or something, but still alive, but it doesn't look like he's going to be alive for much longer. It's a triple kill now for Yatro.
Started muttering about pepperoni sauce. It's like, all right, he's
how on earth can they defend this? They're going in. Dubu is about to lose his life. No buyback for him. Right clicks onto Moonbian. Almost gets that kill, but instead they're going to be focusing on the cores. Saberlight and Brawl. One is dead. Brawl is corralled inside the fountain, and GG is called TSM. They know they cannot do it. They know they cannot beat Team Aster.
I think he just walked around the corner. I don't know that if the Morphling, if the SF had his Shadow Blade already.
Yeah, they have a save for him. They're going to try the false promises up for Terrorblade pop in the Sunder as well. Going to stay alive for the time being. K1 though, he's feeling confident. He's feeling pretty good. The Satanic, the God straight, the BKB. Now the beatdown up to Terrorblade. They kill Enigma already. The Global Science now comes out, and Terrorblade's just going to be too much damage to handle. He's out for 70 seconds. K1 getting low, but he's got a Mages. So at this point, he doesn't care. He's coming right back up, full life, full mana. So yes, a kill for Tundra, but can they kill him a second time without the Terrorblade and the Enigma? That seems like a near impossible task.
GD, they want to charge in here.
Man, nothing to say. Breaks up the high ground, spots out Misha. Does get the toss back, and a blink ravage from Mamar, not connecting on anything. Faith Biana's aggressively blinked in on towards Tiger, getting the fear on Miracle. Pango trying to slow down Uragi's retreat. Needs the BKB Requiem to fear them up, but he's been caught out, stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, and finished off. GG call. A tremendous victory, 2-0 in fact for LGD over OG. I thought this series would be a close one.
Look at this wrap though from EG. They want to try and break this up. They've smoked up all the way behind. They really want to find the Enigma or any other bigger target first. RTZ still has access to the bubble. Who's he going to commit it on? He hasn't used it just yet. They've already blown up the Enchantress, and now the Chrono comes out. But in the freezing field, RTZ can't put in the damage. They eventually do end up creating Crystal Maiden. Now Matu trying to get himself out of dodge here. He's in danger, losing his life slowly but surely. Does still have an Aegis though. The fear preventing RTZ from getting the final kill. As Boxy somehow still alive, will eventually end up going down. But RTZ getting turned around upon by Mickey and Matu. And they're able to get the kill. They don't even burn the first life of the Lone Druid.
You don't want
on the low ground. Ooh, Mirror.
Smoke's gonna pop. They're all grouped up. Mirror gets a jump at the follow-up. Pronto Tokyo. He's in, crashing them left, right, and center. But Yatoro is hesitant to be able to fall up as well. They've got control with the Ravage coming out, clipping onto 3, but collapse in with the black hole. What an ultimate as they don't have a response. The damage is racking up too fast as Thunder. Some buybacks coming out for them, but can they be able to revive the team fight? Because he's been able to veer his attention over towards the Enigma, but they do not have an answer. Yatoro just freely right-clicking throughout the team fights, and Toronto Tokyo as well, looking for the rampage, looking for the final kill to give him the fight, man. He won't be able to find it. Onto Picard's the finishing blow, and they'll give it to him. Rampage for the Pangolier, and now they can go for Sacred as well. That Hunter just brought back prior, and he'll be sent to the grave for another time. Nothing will stop them. No tier 3 tower will hold them back as Toronto Tokyo gets a double rampage.
Ward is set up though just in time to scout this one from happening, but it's going to be Fata caught by the Scythe of Vice. BZM is all in with Pulverize, but Amar's falling low, and Yower's in with the BKB. Oh, the false promise at the last second for Amar. He's got 2 HP. Taiga got that false promise out on, and he's going to come out full HP. Taiga looks like he's going to die as a result as Yuragi sicks the bear here onto MSS. Down he will go.
He's gonna jump in. He's got the black hole as well to play around with. Let's see if they can get the kill with the fall, but the Orca prevents Nisha's spell casting. They'll be able to deal with the Aegis, but that is an incredibly heavy commitment just to get rid of the advantage that Tundra were playing with. A song's gonna hold them in their tracks. No retreat will come out. Aurora as well to hold Chrysalis into place. What's looking like an insurmountable lead as Secret lose all 5 in the high ground, soon to be besieged.
Hello and welcome to today's action of the TI-11 group stages, whether it's the early morning, the late evening, or the middle of the day. Welcome to the D-Stream. We are getting started into today's action. We have some incredible games on the scoreline. Basically, how's it going, man?
Yeah, doing well. Got a good night's rest. Tried to cram in as many games as I possibly could this morning. There's more action than anyone can possibly keep track of, but you got to go watch the highlights and do what you can.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we've got 2 awesome groups which have just been battling it out so close here at TI-11. Neither group really has any super big forerunners. I think in Group A, maybe RNG 9-1, looking pretty fresh and funky, but at the same time, they haven't had their hardest matchups yet, have they?
No, they've still got to play some of those higher ranked teams, so it's going to be tested a little bit today. And still everything to play for a lot of these Group A teams. We were even talking about off camera, like Sonic's. The record's looking pretty bad, but they're kind of in the reverse spot of RNG. They had all of the hard matchups up front, so still definitely a chance that they avoid elimination. Just important matches across the board, and we get to do Liquid versus Gaimin, which should be great as well.
Yeah, we're still halfway through, so very literally,
yeah,
there is nothing set in stone yet. Absolutely nothing at all. Like Sonics could beat RNG and be at the top of the group, and RNG could be at the bottom of the group by the end of it. It's all possible because that's what the halfway point is all about. So yeah, don't make your predictions just yet. Don't lock yourselves into this. This is not gospel, but it is showing us who has been doing well, and RNG and EG have certainly been the prime candidates of Group A so far. These guys looking very, very good. Any other surprise here before we move on to Group B?
Maybe a little bit disappointing for Boom. I think that's the other thing to talk about, that a lot of expectation coming in for this team. They haven't looked the best at the international LAN events this year, and unfortunately that trend seems to be continuing for now. I think they can still avoid elimination, but this is certainly not what they were hoping for coming into TI.
Yeah, and their remaining matches are EG, LGD, Liquid and Sonic. So there are some hard matches in store for them. Boom have got a trial by fire to get through, but if they do make it out the other side, then I'm sure they will restore a lot of confidence, which people are maybe lacking in them at the moment. Meanwhile, on the side of Group B, we've got Aster leading the charts, so a double header for China at the moment.
Yeah, Aster also looking fantastic. Everybody probably coming in thinking like, oh yeah, PSG LGD gonna dominate, but how are the other Chinese teams gonna do? Well, they've both been on a roll, doing fantastically. Tundra also looking good. I wasn't sure what kind of form they were going to be on. They didn't look so hot at the major. I think they even got eliminated in groups, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, they're looking good. And this group across the board just a little bit closer than Group A currently in terms of the standings.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, after day one, it was like almost even across the board. Things were looking very, very close, and things have started to kind of separate out a little bit, but still, absolutely, anybody could make it through. I have to say that the bottom three teams, kind of a bit of a separation between Fnatic and Entity, is TSM, Beast Coast, and Talon starting to struggle a little bit. Any surprises on those bottom three?
I thought that maybe TSM or Beast Coast would do a little bit better. I didn't have super high expectations for Talon coming in. A little disappointing to see the Australian representative not doing great, but you know, Talon, they had a really long road to get here, even starting in Division 2. So it was tricky. And
all right, let's get into today's action. Yeah, absolutely. The schedule here for the D stream. We're going to start things off with Game and Gladiators versus Team Liquid, which is a really important matchup for both these teams as they are currently just one place behind each other. So Game and 1 behind Liquid, so they could really use the win. Then we move into Fnatic versus Aster for our second matchup. Following that, we've got Evil Geniuses versus Game and Gladiators as the middle match. Fourth match of the day is going to be Beast Coast versus TSM FTX. And then finally, to end off the day, it is Bet Boom versus OG. So a ton of crazy matches up and down the board. Any highlights here for you, Basic?
Beast Coast TSM FTX looks pretty important, and I always like these sort of regional battles. So that should be exciting.
Yeah, it's fun seeing the teams who have played against each other all year in the DPC. You know, maybe some casual series in the DPC or fighting for qualification, and now you're in the group stages. You have to play each other for your TI playoff seeding. Very, very important, extremely important matches here. And you see all of that culmination of this mini meta which has been coming into play here. And, well, none of that for our first series. It is an interregional one. We've got the European Giants of Team Liquid battling up against the European Giants of Game and Gladiators. So very excited for this one. The two European teams smashing heads.
Yeah, should be a good one. Liquid has been looking fantastic. I think Gaiman's still trying to find their drafts a little bit and find where their comfort zone is. It doesn't seem like their meta is 100% lining up with the TI meta currently. So Liquid probably coming in as the favorites here.
Yeah, I would say so. Liquid have looked, I would say, a little bit cleaner across the board. You know, these guys have a very solid strategy. They've had a lot of practice as well as they've come through the LCQs. And I think, for me, I just favor the team which comes through the LCQs because, man, that is such a trial by fire. You know, what a way to get into TI battling through those giants. Sitting down in the LCQs, it was brutal, and I'm a little bit surprised Liquid did make it through because there were so many big teams there, but they managed to show that they made of stern stuff and they made it through. Meanwhile, we got the side of Game and Gladiators. These guys, you know, probably one of the lesser known European teams, but they can bring a fight.
Yeah, I think they earned a lot of fans for themselves at the beginning of the season and had some really important placements. In the regional finals, I think they were first in the regional finals at the beginning of the year, and then did well in the first major. But it's been a little bit quiet for them since then. This is a team that has only one, TI attending a player that's attended TI more than once. It's a first time for everybody other than Ace,
right?
So. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I think they're still finding their feet on the big stage here.
Yeah, Gaiman definitely getting the important TI experience right now, but at the same time, There's been so many Royal Roaders, so many people who have turned up to TI and then the very first one made it all the way through and won the tournament. So that's got to give them some kind of hope as we move into the first series of the day, and we have a draft on our hands. You won't be raiding around long, folks. Let's get into it. Nothing particularly exciting coming out from the first phase here. Just Shadow Fiend picked up from Gaiman.
Yeah, important to take that one away from Liquid. And okay, they're going to go for the Lesh and snag the Tiny. So we will not be seeing ranged support for Boxy this time around. Just gonna get some of his comfort. He has looked, I would say, at least in the last chance qualifiers, he looked a little stronger on like the Tusk, the Marcy. The Tiny was maybe a slightly lower priority, but I think he's been playing fantastically so far in the groups. I was really impressed with his Primal Beast game yesterday, even though they did end up losing that series against LGD.
Yeah, and we're grabbing two of the really high win rate heroes here as well. Shadow Fiend out of 38 matches has got a win rate of 60%. And that's nothing compared to Tiny, who's sitting at 71% over 31 matches. So these two heroes looking very hot at the moment.
Yeah, and so Gaiman, they've been playing this Enchantress a lot. Like we said, they haven't been winning that much, so their record with the hero is not amazing, but Celery certainly plays it fantastically. And just going to stick to their guns here. Keep on picking it up whenever they're offered it.
Yeah, which I think is good. I think it's offers them a lot of stability, a lot of heroes, which can kind of give them comfort in that regard. So Enchantress definitely does that.
Yeah, and the Ench can be kind of flexible even within her own role. Like some games we see you don't get any impetus, you're just going to be there to kind of run in at the beginning of the team fight, sort of puppy style, right, with the heals and just be a vision provider. And then some games you're never under any threat of dying, so you can just max impetus, buy a Dragonlance, and become a damage dealer. So I think they like that, and then they also like the just kind of the guaranteed push that it gives them. Gaiman do like to play pretty push-oriented lineups, right? A lot of what's going on in the offlane for them with Ace is like Beastmaster, Visage, these kinds of heroes. So they do like that group up and push style.
No, absolutely. That is very much in their wheelhouse. And something they can kind of offer, something which both teams can offer, to be honest.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Liquid have not shied away from grabbing push strats when they think that they're appropriate. They've looked good in the 60-plus minute games, and they've also had some incredibly fast, like 25 or sub 25 minute victories. So can still go either way in this draft.
So in terms of bans, we have the Drow, we have the Pudge, and we have the Morphling taken out from Gaming Gladiators. Nothing particularly targeted here, just things which are strong at the moment and things they don't want to play against. Meanwhile, Liquid, they're going to get rid of Pangolier, the Beastmaster, one more ban to go. I have a feeling it's going to be the Brew. I have a feeling they don't want to play against that.
Yeah, maybe put some more pressure onto Ace. I think they could ban I think the Visage is also a possible ban, but I don't know if Liquid are going to be playing the Brew. So if they're considering taking the Visage themselves, then they could maybe just ban Brewmaster here.
There's also Nyx Assassin scuttling around as well, which kind of scares me. That hero's also had a very high win rate, and I think it's been one of my favorite heroes of the of TI so far. I think that guy's looked great. I think he's criminally underpicked.
Yeah, Nyx has looked amazing. We've just had some huge performances from some pretty top teams here in the groups. I do wonder what Tofu's going to end up playing, because he does have a slightly different support hero pool from some of the other position 4s at this event. He does play a lot more ranged 4 than the melee 4s, but Tusk is one that he has played. They picked 2 games of Shaker yesterday in their series against RNG. There's been conversations going around, I think, that Shaker is just not looking good. I don't know if you've seen the Kips tweet, which is like players like Earthshaker more than they like winning. I'm kind of on that hype train as well. So hopefully not going to see it from Gaming Gladiators here.
Yeah, seems unlikely. It's only really a good answer to like a hard counter pick when none of these heroes are kind of super popular right now. I do like it as an answer to a spirit hero or someone you just want to catch out in lane. That stun from fog is something I can get behind, but that's about it. Those are the only 2 situations where I like the hero, and that's not super needed at the moment. As a Lich comes out from Liquid, this has been something they've been trying a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been testing it out. I think Witch Doctor was kind of their support of the last chance qualifiers. for Insania, but yeah, the Lich has been coming in. I love any kind of buffs on this Leshrac, right? The attempted answer to this Leshrac has been get one of these big long-range physical damage heroes and just click him down before he can get on top of you, and the Frost Shield going to be very useful for that. I do wonder what Liquid's carry pickup is going to be. Like the Tusk and the Beastmaster bands kind of suggest maybe it isn't going to be a carry that has like an easy escape or all that much mobility, and they're going to end up going for the Underlord. Has this hero even been picked?
I was literally just scrolling down.
Yeah,
to
check it out. This could be our like. Maybe he's been banned. I don't remember seeing him on the uncontested list off the top of my head.
One game, Beast Coast picked it versus Tundra, and they lost.
Okay, yeah, this style of offlaner has just completely gone out of favor, and I find it kind of interesting that they pick it in a spot where they don't know what the carry is just yet for Liquid,
Yeah.
so they're a little blind. I don't know if there's any world where they're like thinking of running an Underlord mid or something. That's maybe way too out there.
They're just gonna get Aster now. I'm fairly certain Aster just looks incredible for Liquid.
Yeah. Yeah, Ursa seems really good. They don't really have tools to deal with it. The Disruptor can be a little bit annoying. And any of the like build up the stacks carries seem totally fine. So your Slorks, your Ursas, your Monkey Kings.
Yep.
I
mean, Liquid might even feel the luxury not to pick it here because they know there's so many heroes which can deal with this Underlord that you can't ban all three of those heroes, right?
Yeah, I think they've still got a lot of flexibility. Maybe Gaiman, they can look at like some kind of aggro try with the Underlord trying to go for a 1v1 in the safe lane. I don't know, but picking the Disruptor is not doesn't immediately scream to me tri-lane versus tri-lane. So they're just gonna have to deal with whatever matchup they get here, and yeah, Liquid quite happily just go for their Lifestealer.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
This isn't a hero they've been playing a ton, to be fair, but as we've seen from Liquid in this tournament especially, you know, they've been super focused on trying to expand their hero pool as much as possible, win with everything. That's been the gameplay plan for them from the start, and that honestly has been a super big buff. So I'm not surprised to see them giving it a try after seeing LGD success with it.
Yeah, they did play it 4 times in the last chance qualifier, I think. Though I don't know if we've seen it that much in groups. So something that has
groups yet.
Yeah, something that's kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit for them, but looking like a pretty good game for it. Yeah, seems all right here.
Yeah, I still would have preferred something which absolutely owns the Underlord, you know, just get him out of the game. But if they don't see it as a threat, then they just want to pick whatever's going to work best in their lineup.
I do think that this matchup is still pretty tough. Like we saw against we saw against the Mars, like Lifestealer against some of these heroes. Once you just get 2 or 3 points in Ghoul Frenzy and you pick up your Orb of Corrosion, if that's going to be the choice, like the offlaners just cannot get away. And they don't have a support to really peel the Lifestealer or like create space. Again, they kind of have 2 position 5s because Tofu does play a lot of these ranged supports more than anything.
Yeah, and even the supports were Lifestealers are going to chew through them as well. Like the Rage versus Disruptor is very annoying. The Rage versus Enchantress means you can just chew through the Untouchable. Like it's a feast for this guy.
Yeah. Okay, so we're still looking for... Well, both teams think that the other team is looking for a mid, despite the Leshrac and the Shadow Fiend already being picked up. I kind of agree with Liquid's read. I think that we are probably going to see something else for Boom, and Duracho is going to be playing the Shadow Fiend, but for Liquid, I have to imagine that it's just Mickey playing the Leshrac.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's going to be the case this time around. So, final pick for Gaiman here. They need their mid laner. So many mids have just been banned out.
I feel like they need some catch. Like, they've got team fight, but it's just not easy to to walk up and lock anybody down. There's no BKB piercing disables for the lifestealer, so it's one of these things that you always have to look for with like lifestealer and Jug. If there isn't a way to punish them being on the lane, they are just going to run down your lanes.
Yeah, they've got Boom, so they will be playing a Shadow Fiend at mid and take the Aster in the safe lane instead.
Okay.
Good matchup versus the Lifestealer. Good matchup versus the Leshrac somewhat, provided you can burst him in time. So
They're just gonna get Veno'd here.
behind this pick.
Is Liquid just gonna pick
possible.
Veno for Zai? It's like I think that's supposed to be the unplayable matchup for Ursa.
Yeah, that could be really interesting. I can definitely see them doing that.
Yeah, seems tough.
Yeah, and they even have other options as well. They could go for a Viper or something like that. But nope, there you go. Good call. Venomancer comes out from Liquid. Oh, and that is going to make their draft very, very difficult to play into for this Ursa. Final pick. Venomancer coming out from the side of Liquid. You got to be expecting it if you pick up Aster in this last phase here on Gaming Gladiators. So let's hope that they have a plan.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm super leaning Liquid here. I think they've got a lot of comfort. We've seen all of their players on these heroes over the course of the LCQs and the groups, and I don't believe in Underlord for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, all these lanes are looking so difficult. Maybe Boom can do something magical at mid, but you look towards the side lanes, and it's going to be Ursa versus Venomancer, which sounds awful, and it's going to be Lifestealer versus Underlord, which also sounds awful. So I reckon we're going to have some issues in the side lanes here for gaming.
And they can't really swap their way out of it either. Like, what are they going to do? They're going to stick the Underlord against the Venomancer instead. That might be marginally better than what they've got, but then still might not be great necessarily. Yeah, I think Boom's going to pop off this game. If they...
Yeah, it's all on him, isn't it? It's all on him. But we've seen Shadow Fiends pop off. They can absolutely carry games by themselves if you give them the right opportunity to do so. So it's within the realms of possibility, but is it in the realms of likelihood? I'm not sure. We've seen Leshrac versus Shadow Fiend before. Generally, it's been pretty okay for the Shadow Fiend, but I don't think I would say there's a huge advantage there.
Yeah, it's a little volatile. You got to be careful about when you commit. Leshrac can probably kill him if he cracks level 6 first. We've seen that a few times. The one thing that I'm looking at is just what kind of rotations can we get to mid. I think it's kind of boxy against Celery. I can't imagine that the Disruptor is going to be too involved in that, but both mid laners fairly immobile, so fairly susceptible to ganks, and that's where we could see these roaming supports get stuff done.
Yep, and I have to say, when it comes down to players, Boxy has just been so good on these rotations. He has been moving into the middle lane and getting stuff done every single time, so definitely feeling like that could be a really strong boon for the side of Liquid. Let's get into it. Game number 1, it is Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators EU Showdown here at the D-Stream and TI11 group stages. Just to remind you guys, Gaming Gladiators are currently sitting one place behind Liquid on the scoreboard, so if they want to break into that top 4 and maybe look at securing themselves an upper bracket at 2-0 here would be instrumental in doing that.
Yeah, very important series for both teams. Liquid, if they want to be secure upper bracket, this is also going to be the kind of series that they might even need to 2-0. They were on an absolute tear yesterday, but LGD did slow their roll a little bit. And the top 4 in Group A is pretty hotly contested right now.
So how important is adaptability in your draft when it comes to playing in TI?
I think we've seen it be quite important, right? These teams that are getting away with we get the SF and we've got it flex across 2 lanes. Liquid's looked really good because they've been willing to stick Matu mid occasionally. And they do have a little bit of overlap between him and Mickey. So I think it can matter, but at the same time, it's not the most important thing necessarily. We have also seen other teams where exactly who's going to be playing what. There's no flex, and yet they still look just fine.
Good option to have for sure. I think, again, that's why heroes like Shadow Fiend end up being so popular. If they're really powerful and you can play them across 2 roles, that is the Mwah, that's a sweet spot.
Yeah, and then you've got the additional flex of like, oh, maybe you can play Magic Shadow Fiends as well. Hasn't been that popular. It's mostly just been like a casual Arcane Blink gets picked up at some point and opens up a whole new option for the hero. But yeah, I think we in last chance qualifiers we saw 1 or 2 like Yule's Blink kind of a deal.
Ooh, big miss on the range creep there for Boom, so that's going to start things off a little bit sadly for him in the middle lane, but overall, we do expect a pretty even trade here in mid. Maybe Boom can catch him out, but it's all going to be about the rear support rotations.
We do have lane swaps already happening, by the way, so that they didn't want to play the Ursa into the Venomancer, but Liquid are just walking to try and force these lanes, so we might see some TPs. Could be one of those laning stages.
Yeah, but whoever TP's first, you know, is just going to end up on the on their sad side. So you need to try and get a kill onto a core, and that could be very difficult as we see all 3 lanes here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Liquid with quite a lot of kill threat down bottom here.
Yeah, they do. They do. If they get a toss back into a Gale, it's going to be really, really hard to fight. But Boxy has started with the first point in tree throw just to try and get some denies and get themselves a little bit of XP advantage where possible. So it's almost always what we see the pos for Tiny's been doing recently.
Yeah, I think it depends on your laning partner a little bit, like when your timing is going to be. If you both have a level 2 timing, then we do sometimes see the Avatos as the play, but Venomancer doesn't have necessarily huge power spikes, so I think you can get away with just grabbing the Get the toss back.
We see it. Yeah, they do indeed. Celery trying to TP out. That's not going to happen, though. He's now dead without a TP. Boxy getting first blood down in the bottom lane. Enchantress trying to play in the trees, but just gets caught with her pants down. Sania's being beaten up as well. Tofu going to drag him back with a glimpse, and that'll be the second kill of the game. This one grabbed by Tofu.
If Enchantress wore pants, how do you think she would wear them?
The greatest questions of our time.
Yeah. Daracho tried to jump away and gets immediately tossed by Boxy. This is going to be a lot of damage. He's trying to TP top. He cancels it.
Oh, no.
Wait. Did you think it was too long of a TP? They don't have Avalanche.
Oh, God. And now the top lane aces to... All right.
Okay, well, they're getting bopped in these lanes.
So, game 2, what do gaming like? No, okay.
No, come on.
Too early for that conversation.
Yeah. So, okay, to get back in, got to get some levels on the Enchantress. Got to try and find a good creep. This is so painful. They're having to walk the Ursa to top. Ace, anticipating that there might be some more lane swaps again, is also trying to save his TP so that they can try and get the matchups again. But
gosh, I can't believe that just happened to Daracho. Like, I feel like you just commit to the TP there as well, right? If you start the TP, you might as well just see if you can make it. The worst case scenario is just to cancel and just
if you cancel it, you're dead for sure. So maybe just try with the TP and see what happens. Looking a little nervy. Oh, and Boxy, the rotations.
This is huge. He's got the mangoes as well to go for the toss back here. Boom, no chance of surviving through this one. The wand is there, but the right click's coming through from Mickey and Boxy, and they will be able to finish the job there as Gaiman will now lose their mid laner. The one piece of hope they have is thrown into the shredder as well, so all 3 lanes now looking like it's going to be a little bit Liquid favored.
Boxy even mangoed Mickey in the middle of that to give him the mana to potentially finish the kill with Lightning Storm, and then Mickey just auto-attacked him to death anyway, so
yeah.
Thanks for the mana, buddy.
Yeah, you've been scammed.
Yep.
Oh, dude, I really need mango. You got to give me a mango for Lightning Storm. Just kidding. Thanks for the mana, idiot. Got him again.
He's still got 3 more mangoes. I don't think he's too unhappy. Boxy getting a ton done. And Insania TPing down bottom does get scouted out by this hill troll, but
is it gonna matter?
Angry neutral creeps getting involved.
Oh my god, that's a traitor neutral creep right there. She's supposed to be a friend of the forest, but they're moving across to Ace. They want the big kills. Boxy's gonna deal with Celery, and now they move over towards the Underlord. Ace trying to get under his tower. The blocks coming out for a Boxy, or Bloxy as you could call him there, as they take down Ace and Celery. Domination through this laning phase from Liquid right here. 6 kills in 5 minutes.
This is a bit of a steamrolling. So the recent results for this do favor Liquid. I think they've 2-0'd Gaming in the last couple of series they've played.
No. He's not just going to die again, is he? Oh my god, he just TP'd back to the lane and Matu just eats him. Mickey does die in the middle lane, so we have a rotation coming in as they will get that kill, but they also kill off Boom, so it's just entirely... Alright, some actual good news. The Venomancer managed to die down the bottom.
Yeah, they got the Veno in the end, or at least get the gold for it, and they did get a turnaround kill at mid, and Boxy's dead at top now. Okay, Duracho able to chase him down there, recovering his game just a little bit. Very important couple of minutes for Gaming. Yeah, this is much needed for them.
Yeah.
Arms for the dead.
Still having a very difficult game on the Underlord. Ace is still only level 3. He's going to crack level 4 soon-ish, but I still just don't really understand what this pick was supposed to do for them.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. It feels awkward. It feels like it's just so easily answered by so
Looking
many
for Zai,
heroes, which is
just
so
running
strong
at
at the
him.
moment. Yeah, there should be a kill. Tofu's got the glimpse, so Zai will be thrown back. Duracho going to be able to land with the Earth Shock, and Zai will get brought down. So Gaming Gladiators grouping up and making some important plays to kind of stabilize this game for them.
Getting some kind of bizarre rotations from both sides, right? Sticking the offlaner and the carry suddenly appearing together at 5-6 minutes. Nobody's quite sure where anybody is on the map. The vision's kind of all just along the rivers currently. Nothing scouting any TPs onto towers or anything like that. Tofu with the sneaky observer up here at top. Maybe he was looking for a glimpse, but Zai's not going to fall for that one this time around.
He's been around these parts long enough to know about that. Let's back onto Boxy. It's Tofu trying to keep himself alive. Boxy does not have the avalanche available anymore, so that's going to be Tofu getting himself out. Nice plays from the Disruptor. Man, look at this mid lane. 2 points in Edict, starting to get busy on the tower. Fortification is going to be used, so we'll keep it alive, but that's about it. Mickey still whacking away at it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So what's
bottom lane? Gaming trying to make the trade on the buildings.
I got the Dark Troll Summoner. It's doing something. Definitely not the most value trade, and hurts this kind of thing happening to you when you've got an Underlord on your team. As the Tumba Man is just going to force Boom to TP away here.
My god. It's all the way back to Fountain as well. He's taking a long
just
journey
not done.
home as a middle lane's gonna... Yep, there's a Rage countering out Tofu. Tofu just trying to run away, but there is nowhere to go. Mikko's going to be able to bring him down with Pulse Nova, and just makes absolutely sure that no one is going to contest them as they finish off his middle tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I don't know how Gaming Gladiators fight them. Again, we said during the draft that the catch is really not there, and it's a bit of a big problem. Seller's gonna do his usual thing, make some space on the map by just spamming out the enchant creeps.
Yeah, just floods the middle tier 1 tower.
Matoma is just walking at them. They can't do anything about this lifestealer.
It's just like, alright, well, guess I'm dead. Now the next tower for Liquid, they are just not letting up the pressure right now. Gaming Gladiators just suffocating here. They are, like, as I said, flooding the middle lane with creeps, just trying to put on pressure where they can. They did take bottom tower as well, so it's not like it's an entirely one-sided game, but Liquid are just uncontestable on the map at the moment.
I don't know how you find any kills, especially with this support duo. Like, the only way that you have to lead anything off is walk up and glimpse somebody back. And they got a kill on Zai doing that, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
nothing
attack.
to stop Matu just really doing whatever he wants, unless you somehow static storm him from the trees. But that don't even have the level 6 on the Disruptor just yet.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
So for Gaming, I think the one comeback mechanic is maybe they can chip down this mid tower. That might open up the Roshan a little bit. Maybe they can sneak it with just the Enchantress and the Ursa. Just rushing a BKB on the Shadow Fiend. I think he knows that they can't just sit back and farm.
Yeah, and like
another saving grace they have on Gaming Gladiators as well is that they always have an Ursa versus a Venomancer. So whilst it is really bad in the lane,
killing Celery.
oh my god,
Runs.
run, Celery! Oh no!
He got the courier.
Worth.
Where are you going?
Where are you going? Yeah, slow him before you die. Good luck walking back to lane, Mickey.
Mickey showing him who's the superior weird centaur creature in this situation.
There's so many centaurs in Dota. Like, we have 3 in this game already.
True. Oh, you're counting Underlord as a... Yeah, I guess he counts.
Yeah, absolutely he is.
Yeah,
I'll fist fight anyone who says otherwise.
1v1 me in Singapore. Let's go.
Yep.
I'll meet you outside the arena.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just very difficult to exert themselves on the map. It's, Boom is chilling in the trees by his tier 1 at bottom because there isn't really anywhere else to be. The Lifestealer being able to just be up here by himself at top is a real problem. Like Liquid feel very confident to just have a core in each lane and kind of go from there.
Yeah, like the one thing they can really do is kind of blow up the Venomancer. They have Ursa, so that tier is somewhat killable, but at the same time, the likelihood of you killing him before he gets the poison over is pretty slim, and then once he's done that, the rest of the team are just going to come and kill you. So it's really not a realistic option.
Smoke from Liquid.
Yeah, they're looking in here. They're going to find Ace. They got the Yules. They've got the Stomp to follow up as well, and now the damage is going to start coming through onto the Underlord, and Ace is going to fall.
I love this Yules build from Mickey, actually. Like, it's just...
throwback.
Yeah, but it's just the item against Ursa, right? So... And even if he gets caught in the Static Storm kinetic field as well, it's a good defensive tool there. It did fall super out of favor because the mana cost is just ridiculous to the amount of mana regen it gives you these days, but very useful this game for them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yule's definitely going to be a very value pickup this time around. I'm still a big fan of Wind Waker. I wish when they made Wind Waker cheap, but it is really strong.
It's really powerful. Yeah, it's cool when it does come out, but it would be a little ridiculous if it was too cheap. Especially if Yules was a better item. Like if Yules was really good, and then the marginal cost to Wind Waker wasn't that much, I think we would just see like 4 Wind Wakers every game. Gaiman trying to make a play. Zai breaks it.
To Zai here, then the ultimate comes out from Tofu to make sure there is no Poison Nova from Zai. Doesn't even have it leveled yet, actually, so that proves that the kind of game which Liquid are playing. They want to skirmish. They're not really anticipating the 5v5 team fights at the moment, but that will mean that Zai goes down without a word.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
we're
attack.
still pretty close. Nothing too ridiculous. Both teams trying to find what farm they can on the map. I mean, Celery's doing a pretty good job of just setting himself up in the Radiant jungle. He's going to get scouted out by Boxy here. But there's nobody else in the neighborhood. Anyone want to TP for this Enchantress?
Yeah, and also Boxy can like never hit him as well. Like with the untouchable level 1, it's go on Boxy, come and slap him. Okay, he's just gonna throw the tree at him.
Yeah, they don't want to use the avalanche in case he can TP out. He's low enough now.
Okay, so you're gonna toss him into the air, kill him off with the magic spells. Absolutely fine.
Tofu's dead on the other side of the map.
All right, Liquid feasting on supports at the moment, absolutely decimating the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Protect the ward, Duracho. Kill the sentry again. The overpower's too strong. Ursa support. It's the new meta. You can't deward against him. It's too fast.
Yeah, too quick. What can you do?
Well, they just Liquid they'll store that one in the brain bank and come back and deward it later. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they'll deal with it. 14 minutes into this game, 14 kills on the side of Liquid. I'll be honest, I expected a little bit more of a net worth advantage following on from this laning phase and this kind of map pressure which Liquid have been able to put down, but Gaiman They do have these heroes which can farm very well. They have Boom on the Shadow Fiend, you know, such good bounce back mechanics on this hero. Aster as well has been able to pick himself up a couple of value kills, and he hasn't even died that much in the laning phase. So all in all, Gaming, I would say, have done much better than they should have out of this lane. And now they're looking to Mickey. Mickey could be in some trouble here. He's got the Yules though. Just gonna buy himself a bit of time. The ultimate's there from the S. They've got the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field coming out onto Mickey. They need to finish him off. He's getting off way too much damage here. Duracho's gonna be the one to fall. Chain Frost doing hella work in this fight as well. Matu's going to rip through with the triple kill. They'll look towards Celery as well. Boxy's going to watch him TP out because he can't actually hit the guy, but still, 3 big heroes down inside of Gaming Gladiators. Yes, they do get Mickey, but it just took way too long to bring him down. Yules, one item.
Yeah, doing work. I'm loving the itemization coming out from Liquid as we get to see this again. Yeah, so he lives a little longer. They didn't quite get the toss that they were hoping for, sending Matu into the Static Storm, but didn't matter too much. Didn't mind finding himself on top of the Ursa, and this Chain Frost just did so much work.
Yeah, he did 1,400 damage there in that fight on Sonya.
Pretty darn
As
good.
a hero with boots and windlace, that is pretty good.
Yeah. You were saying that like you thought Liquid might be able to put on a little bit more pressure, but they also had some catch problems until they picked up this blink on the Tiny, and Boxy did take a slightly longer route to get there, picking up the arcane boots first, but I think we should just see more of them continuing to pressure from here. And the fights are hard to play for Gaimin as well because of the Plague Wards. There's just always kind of going to be some vision. Makes it easy for Boxy to do this.
Unleashing it on to the Shadow Fiend, but he's got the BKB. Needs to pop the Requiem. No, maybe he doesn't actually. The team are here to back him up, and they'll turn around and they'll just bring down Boxy. So in comes the Fiend's Gate. We're starting to see a little bit of use coming out of this Underlord.
Did Celery just force staff his Centaur to get that stomp? That was pretty sick.
Oh, cute.
Nice little play.
Love to see it.
Still, I think that's not bad for Liquid, right? Boom, all of his net worth is in this BKB currently, and having that on cooldown does mean that Liquid should just be able to dust themselves off and go again as soon as they've got their Tiny back alive.
Yeah, great position to be in.
Mickey he thought about getting a Heaven's Halberd, but deciding that the Bloodstone is just too good on Lesh, and is going to be going for that instead.
Yeah, it's so nice. The mana. Oh, delicious. Healing. Oh, don't even get me started. One item.
But only on Leshrac. Nobody else buy it. It's only for Lesh. It's his special item.
Or if you're running a core Skywrath mage who's 70 minutes into the game.
Oh, right.
That very popular scenario, which we see all the time. Liquid running into the pit. They've got a meeting to keep with Roshan. 18 minutes in the pit. You and me, baby. And your entire team. He's into that kind of thing, Rosh. Ada's going to be dropped here unless Gaming can do anything about it. But at the moment, you know, they're still very respectful of this Liquid draft. They're still very aware that these guys have the early game advantage with the heroes they've picked, but it's actually Gaming able to pick up a net worth advantage now. So I don't know how they've managed it. This is illegal. They're breaking the rules here a little bit.
Yeah, all of their cores are farming okay, and Celery, as we've been saying, has been taking space on the other side of the map. His scoreline's not great, but Liquid don't really want to be killing him, right? And he's providing vision, providing information. So it makes some sense to me that this is kind of the situation that they find themselves in. Zai's put his body on the line a couple of times as well. He's not really farming all that much. But taking the Aegis away is really tough in the Ursa lineup.
Yeah, it is. But I think, honestly, Celery's been my MVP of the game so far. He's just been able to make so much space just by being annoying, existing on the other side of the map, and forcing Liquid to kind of slow the game down, which they really didn't want to do after this laning phase.
You can absolutely see why they believe in this hero so much for Celery. He really makes it look super good, even when hardly anybody else is playing it.
You can see here as well from the positioning from Liquid, like Mickey's the only one on their side of the map, on the enemy side of the map at the moment, which is where they really want to be.
Yeah, big cross-map smoke from Gaimin. Gonna see if they can find anyone up here.
This could be huge. This could be absolutely huge. Don't forget this Lifetrack is not the Aegis carrier. They gave it to the Lifestealer so they can find Mickey here, and they're going to Fiend's Gate in on top of him as well. Mickey realizing that he could be in some trouble, but is it too little too late? The team is coming over on the side of Liquid. Gaming, they're respecting this guy a lot. Yules comes out on Tim at the same time as the Kinetic Field and the Static Storm does it. Mickey is gone. The Requiem is there, and they will find the kill. A huge movement out from Gaming Gladiators. Absolutely outmaneuvering Liquid in this mid game.
Yeah, there's a ward on this high ground that Liquid actually didn't deal with earlier, so...
Matu getting onto Celery. Celery just going to force stuff himself away. Dracho getting in onto Boxy here. Boxy's going to be the next target. He's going to get eaten up as well. Gaming playing defensively so well as they move it. Zai needs to leave. He has got himself a Poison Over, but really doesn't want to use it just yet, especially when he's one level away from 12, so... They'll back themselves out. Hitting the reset button a little bit here, Liquid. They do still have the Aegis on Lifestealer, but... Yeah, what a position to be in.
Yeah, in fact, Gaimin just easily walk up there, take the kill onto the Leshrac, and carry on with their day. They are playing pretty grouped up, but they're getting these big auras online for Ace. Really going to cut down the damage on the Lesh especially. He's already got the pipe. He's going for the Wraith Pact. And Matu looking at Celery, but notice that he's got this Force Staff, so doesn't want to commit. That was great.
He's such...
Get the Satyr out of there.
Yeah, steals the Satyr, healing up to full, Force-staffing it away. He's just like, my creep! Like taking candy from a baby.
Matu's just like, yeah, whatever, I'll take your tier 1 tower. What are you gonna do about that? Force staff this.
Force-staff this, casual. Boxy and Matu currently moving across the map together. If anyone shows, they will load them up, but Gaming Gladiators seems to be pretty aware of them. They're moving up top, though.
I want the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that's going to be a really big pickup here, but the BKB available from Boom. He's got a BKB TP away. He wants absolutely nothing to do with this gank and outmaneuvers them once again. Liquid, though, doing a good job of putting some pressure on, but at the same time, they're not really finding the fights they want. I mean, sure, they've taken the tier 1 towers, but again, you know, like, Gaming are just farming. They're just getting money.
They're doing a great job of avoiding them. And just managing to kind of keep some of their wards sticking on the map as well. This one in the Dire Jungle's kind of cute. It's very, very difficult to get rid of. And just provides that little sliver of vision coming through. Liquid still have a minute on the Aegis, and it does seem like they'll just muscle down this top tier 2. Take some more control.
Yep, there it goes. The Desolator, Lifestealer, absolutely obliterating the buildings. But again, like it seems very patient and well considered from Gaming. Like there's no panic here. There's no overreactions. You know, they're just not taking fights unless they really know they can defend it. Now there is a bit of damage coming through onto their top tier 3. This is maybe something you've got to do something about.
They've got a timing coming up though. They've got a DD bottled and only 20 seconds left on this Aegis for the Lifestealer. So Matu does need to be a little bit careful, but he's not really playing with fire. The Rage, like we said, is very safe. They're hoping for a cross-map play, finding somebody in the Radiant jungle, though. Gaming are not being greedy. They're actually smoked up themselves, looking for Mickey again, perhaps.
Yeah, they're going to find Zai here. Zai actually going to pop down the Poison Nova, and they've got the Chain Frost bouncing off with the Ice Spire here as well, so that is going to get up a lot of damage, but Zai will fall. They'll kill off the Ice Spire as they go around the backline to kill off Tofu, but boom, pop the DD, and the BKB are just turning around and wailing on Liquid. They have to back themselves away. So now the BKB is over. Is there a possibility of re-engaging? Nah, I don't think so, especially with Boxy being killed off on the sidelines here. Celery just running him down with the impetuses, and that'll be another kill going the way of Gaming. They win the fight in the mid lane.
It's too much damage from the Shadow Fiend. They wanted to man up on him, but SF showing his power here. Zai, he got his mana burn, so he couldn't get the Force Staff off initially, but even if he had, he would have gotten glimpsed back, so not a huge deal. And yeah, the Lifestealer is showing some difficulty. They do have the picks to kind of deal with them in the man fight, right? The Ursa's there, big physical damage from the Shadow Fiend as well. So it's not like Matu can just go toe-to-toe in these team fights. They're really relying on the Venomancer controlling the Ursa and then bringing him down a little bit later on. You know, same story with the Yules as well.
Yeah, I mean, with the DD there on Boom, I think that was a bit of a difference maker and something which they weren't quite prepared for in Liquid. But yeah, I mean, for the next fight, Boom might even have this Daedalus finished, so that's essentially a double damage rune anyway.
Yeah, pretty big. And this Wraith Pact is super hard for Liquid to deal with. Like, it's only really Matu who can hit it, and he doesn't want to spend his rage duration just sitting there and dealing with the Wraith Pact totem.
No.
So, we doubted this. We doubted this Underlord pick a little bit, but yeah, Ace starting to have some impact, and even with the slow start, quite a bit ahead of Zai in terms of the net worth, just the natural farming prowess of the Underlord.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I was behind the Underlord pick from the beginning. Never a doubt from me. You're making things up.
Retcon.
Radiant's top tower is
Gaslighting.
under attack. Radiant are scanning.
You're gonna go dub over the VOD.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Matu actually backing away from the Bangle area here is Duracho. Making a statement, just rolling down into the lane. Giving Gladiators saying, hey, we know we're strong now. We're going to start taking a bit of the map for ourselves.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Both teams going to be thinking about the Roshan, potential respawn in 30 seconds. And nice for Gaming Gladiators that they've got this Underlord. He can kind of always deal with any pressure on the lanes, be ready to join the team with the Fiend's Gate. And for Liquid, what is the timing really? Mickey just trying to tank up a little bit more. See if there's ways to deal with this right click coming in from the Ursa and the Shadow Fiend. So got the BKB, going to be going for the Shivas next, and Liquid with a smoke of their own, but not really any vision to go and play to. Probably trying to set some more up over in the Dire jungle. Maybe take the outpost for themselves. Outpost control going to be really crucial for this next Roshan fight.
Sania actually hands his wards over towards Boxy, so yeah, they really want Boxy to be the one on the front lines, placing the vision down and then making the jump, because he is heavily pregnant at the moment. Congratulations, the beautiful baby Matu sitting inside him, ready to pop out. And any given moment, the Gaming Gladiators, they're going for the wraparound as well.
They see Zai.
Yeah.
Sitting right on top of a
target
ward.
to jump as well, and they're going to try and take him down immediately. Zai, though, forced stuff away as Tofu's the one who gets picked off first on the back lines here, and Zai's still alive as he's able to get himself out. They'll focus on the Ice Fight to try and get rid of that as Ace
Chain
and
Frost.
Celery having a bit of a cuddle here. Not really doing a whole lot, to be fair, especially with the Nature's Attendants healing them through it. Mickey on the front here, trying to find the target, but Duracho jumps in again and finds offside the back lines. Boxy also gets taken down by Boom. Mickey trying to fight up into this. He does deal a lot of damage. Boom, no BKB. He's going to get taken down on the Shadow Fiend and Ace as well. Going to get eaten alive by Matu. 2 kills going the way of the Life Stealer. Gaming Gladiators thinking about re-engaging here, but there is not really an option to do so. Duracho and Celery will probably just have to back themselves away. They're thinking about it, aren't they? There's a part of them which wants to try and do something about this Roshan, but there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, someone going to be able to get it. They kited the BKBs too well on Liquid. Duracho, popped the dishes. Going on to Mickey now. Trying to get them on the other side.
Yeah, a little bit more damage will be required, and Celery's going to find it. Oh my goodness, this Enchantress, what a Chad. So look forward for more. Glimpse back onto Matu. Oh no, Matu, he's going to lose the Aegis here unless he can keep healing up. Boxy's going to actually try and come in. They'll turn it around onto Duracho. He's the one who's dead instead, and now they'll move over towards Tofu. Tofu going to hold back Matumba Man, but Boxy's just taking chunks out of him. One more punch will do the trick, says, get inside me, my boy. We're going for a ride, and the Infest will get the kill.
Oh, it was a nice pick off on Mickey, but Matumba Man proved to be a little bit trickier of a target to go for.
Good lord, it was close though, right? It came in.
Yeah, it was close. Just the initial fight didn't go well enough for them, right? The Zai gets like double 4-staffed away. So Duracho commits his BKB without even really getting the kill. Matu managed to run it Boom, so he also popped his BKB pretty defensively. And all of this is happening before Mickey has even really had to enter the fight. And the Lesh can do so much work if he comes in after both of the BKBs have already been popped, as we saw. He can die, as we've also spotted, but yeah, they need to kill him and the Veno in the duration of their BKBs, and that's going to get harder and harder as these BKBs start to dwindle down.
Yeah, it's seeming like their days are numbered. I don't know, what other defensive items can they go for to make themselves last through these engagements?
On Gaimin, That they can't. It's actually just, I think it's like just offensive items for them. They got to get this Daedalus, they got to get the Basher. They have to, when they jump onto their targets, they have to die. That's kind of it. He can, I mean, he's going to go for a Satanic to have another Dispel, but I think he still gets kited even with the Satanic.
Yeah, I mean, the Satanic kind of just allows him to fight into the Lifestealer, get rid of the open wounds, and keep rolling into him.
Dire's bottom tower
But what a game. Like, no one feels immortal in this game, that's for sure. Like, everyone feels killable. And that's why it's so scary for Liquid as well, you know. Like, they've had the advantage so many times, and they do just feel like their draft is stronger. And it does feel like their draft is stronger, in my opinion. But if you just make one misstep, this Ursa, all this Shadow Fiend is just going to tear you apart.
Yeah, Game is certainly making them work for it. And every single time that we kind of, things calm down for a second, they are kind of continuously taking the net worth lead back. So very slightly in Liquid's favor now. 2 minutes on the Aegis, and Matu does use the Rage. Just wants some more chip. They chipped top quite a bit already, but deciding to go bottom this time around. Just have the lanes in a better position for this one.
You've got to be careful as well. Boxy looking to get the toss back as well. He's got the 4-staff, so toss out, then jump back out, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do here to Boom. Boxy's still hanging around though. He's holding the 4-staff for now. Not really immediately getting himself out. He's trying to bait here. This is really, really cheeky for Boxy. He can get out anytime he wants, just to be clear. Well, not 4-staff down to low ground, but there's a glitch. Okay, that might have been what he was looking out for. As Matu now coming into the fight, but I mean, he's very, very deep in at the moment, and so is Mickey. Mickey not really finding the targets here. Pulse Nova kind of off the mark. He's got a BKB should he need to use it. As he has it into the backlines. What are you doing, Durachia? That's a deep, deep dive for you. He'll try and get himself outside, trying to chase him with the Poison Nova. The Cold Scepter's going to keep him alive, but will fall eventually to the Firestorm. Matsuma getting so low as well. He's got the Aegis, of course, but Mickey glimpsed back in. Loads of damage, but the Yules comes out. Boom might be the one going down instead. Requiem comes down, stops the Lifestealer from getting the final hit onto him, and he's actually going to be able to make it back to the Founders. Durachio gets on top of the Lifestealer and starts tearing him apart. The Ursa mauling away at the Lifestealer. They're going to kill him off. 4 dead on the side of Liquid. Gaming Gladiators making a huge hold here in the bottom lane.
Big gamble from Durachio making the backstab and coming in and killing off Insania, but he gets away with it. He manages to walk back through. Yeah, and you just see it's like Ursa coming up from the bottom of your screen, and we're like, what the heck is he doing here? They double 4-staff him. Zai can't manage to hit him with the Poison Nova. And the whole time, Celery is just sitting there right-clicking with the impetus shots as well. Liquid, they couldn't quite seem to decide if they wanted to hard commit or if they wanted to back away. And it is one of these things that's tricky against the Disruptor. You know, as we saw from Boxy, once you're up onto the high ground, Tofu is not going to let you leave easily.
Yeah, that's it. The Glimpse just being such a counter. I mean, if Boxy's super quick and like jumps in, tosses back, 4-staffs away, then it's likely that the Glimpse will probably just glimpse him in place and he won't be caught in the high ground. But at the same time, if you wait a little bit on the Disruptor or you get the timing a little bit wrong, then you're just dead.
I think Enchantress was the #1 damage dealer in that last fight. He did 5.6k damage.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that was... So Ursa 3.8k, Underlord 4.1. Celery is becoming the true cat. I mean, look at his net worth. He's only 4k behind the Underlord. He's overtaken Zai. Celery putting in some work.
Goddamn. Might be named after a gross vegetable, but playing like a super fruit. It works, okay. Shut up.
Okay, well, they're smoked up. Look, I mean, Gaming Gladiators feeling confident. That was a huge blow to Liquid's momentum.
Yep.
They're probably thinking that Aegis was going to secure the Mirax, but slightly misexecuted team fight.
Oh, Boxy will be a great target here, and they're immediately going to jump on him, but quick reactions from Boxy. Avalanche 4-staff when he has got a Lifestealer inside of him. Matu's going to jump out and start hitting on Durachio. Durachio trying to trade into the Lifestealer, but with his spells running out, he's used both the Enrage and the BKB here, so Durachio now needs to leave.
but I'm not sure he's going to be able to. Mimole's caught inside the blast range of Mickey. Salary just blasting from the high ground, though, getting off that DPS as Tofu trying to control them up. They only get off the lifesteal as Celery and Dratcho get it done. Dratcho going in for more. He knows he's going to die, but he wants to make as much use of his death as possible. Celery just tearing away at Mickey. Mickey can't survive through the blasts of the Celery. Ace is going to be able to get a couple of kills inside this fight as well. Just a Firestorm doing work onto Zai. 4 heroes dead on Liquid. What is happening?
Absolute destruction from the Gaming Gladiators supports. Tofu chilling on that high ground this entire time, just waiting. He's standing by the ward. He's waiting for Matamba Man's rage to run out. And then Matu, in a second, you're going to see him trying to reset on the fight. And suddenly there's just a static storm on his head. Yeah, here we go. And then Celery running in with the BKB. The support's totally carrying that one for Gaming Gladiators. And now they're up onto the high ground.
For real. God damn. This is getting ridiculous. Like, how much more can Liquid take is starting to be the question. Like, every single fight, they're just kind of getting blasted, and they can't get on the back lines. They can't seem to keep their Venomancer alive. They can't get off a good Poison Nova. Like, how are these team fights so difficult to execute for Liquid?
I think it's just because it's really hard for them to kind of commit as well if the supports don't die. As we've seen, once you're in the fight against the Disruptor, if he doesn't die immediately, you can't really disengage. You're forced to just man fight it out. Multiple fights now, both of these last 2 fights, they've tried to kill the Ursa. It's looked like he's used all of his defensive buttons, and then he gets double Force-staffed and like Earth Shocks away, and suddenly it's actually Matu's in a pretty compromised position. So yeah, the teamfight execution just looking a little bit crisper for Gaming Gladiators in these last 2.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Shivas is even the right call for Mickey. I wonder if he could have gone for like a... The Ags is weird because it's not very friendly for your lifestealer, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still kind of getting shredded by the right clicks. Though not even just the Shadow Fiend and the Ursa, it's also the Enchantress who's just giving him a really hard time.
Yeah, it is. He can't seem to like back away from the fights. And I mean, having to use your Yules to just get rid of those impetuses actually really hurts Mickey because, as we mentioned, it's a great Ursa answer. So if you run into the fight without that available, the Ursa can just jump you and start smashing away, and there's not much you can do. That is a tool he needs to keep hold of. So
yeah, it's not going to save him as a defensive option. Oh, Liquid smoked up again. Roshan is up. Are they just once again going to force this one? Centaur Courser not scouting it.
Yep, this does force Gaming Gladiators to be the aggressor in this fight, and half health already. It's going down pretty quick, but Liquid, they see Gaming approaching, and they need to be cautious about this. Observer on the high ground. In goes Boxy. 3-man avalanche. Tossing back one of them as Dratcho getting deep into the fight. Popping the enrage early on. Not the BKB though, so holding on to that secondary item. He almost rips through Matu. In the backlines, Boxy is finally going to fall, but a buyback from him as the BKB runs out from Dratcho. He needs to get away from Mickey, who finds a 2-man stun. Tries to follow up here. He's got the BKB as well, getting off a lot of damage in this fight, but it's going to be enough as part of the man jumps out and just getting shredded. The Lifestealer is dead. Mickey's gonna follow. He's so close to death. He's surviving through it. Oh my god, finally drops. Does get brought down by the side of Gaming Gladiators. Boxy as well, barely surviving with the dive back here. Celery trying to catch him. Will Force Staff down to the low ground. Starts taking some hits, and the Force Staff is there, and the big crit comes out from the Shadow Fiend. Liquid sent scattering once again.
Insanely expensive teamfight for Liquid. They put 3 buybacks into that. It just took them everything to kill the Ursa, who just does not seem like he cares about the Venomancer at all anymore. And yeah, Game going to be the ones to come clean up the Roche. Boom picking up the Aegis, and Game very firmly looking like it's in Gaming Gladiators' hands now. Yeah, this fight. Matu just didn't want to pop out. He was waiting it out. They got a nice stun. He comes out, just immediately gets feared by the right click from Boom, and just dies. Yeah, it almost seemed like Mickey was going to be able to survive a little bit of spell lifesteal, but
and this is the Ursa versus lifestealer matchup. You know, we mentioned it is a factor in the mid game. Oh my god, look at the focus here from Dratcho here, just wide-eyed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That smile.
Yeah, with this kind of network deficit, I don't know.
Radiant's top tower is under
I
attack.
don't know what you're gonna be able to do in these in these team fights.
Radiant's top
Shadowfiend's an
tower
absolute monster now. Ursa, as we've also seen, really struggling to deal with him.
As you mentioned, this is Liquid in full comfort mode. You know, these are heroes
Yeah.
they're very happy playing with, but gaming, I mean, this is what happens when you have the full season playing against each other, playing in the same region, scrimming against each other. Like, these teams just know each other so well.
Yeah, I do think Liquid have to be kicking themselves a little bit for how that that bottom fight went, but huge credit to Gaimin in terms of how they were able to. They were getting sieged by the Aegis, and still Duracho with all the confidence in the world to just backstab the team fight, force Liquid to take it, and they got caught between a rock and a hard place a little bit.
Yeah, I almost feel like Liquid kind of, I don't know, outpaced themselves in that bottom fight where they were kind of just trying to go in, go out, you know, play some really high tempo, high execution team fight there, but with the Enchantress just throwing spears at them, you know, it's almost like sometimes you're just trying to play all these like different mechanics in the game, and there's just Celery throwing spears at you the entire time.
Yeah,
Getting
pretty
off, like,
much.
so much damage, you know.
Yeah,
It sounds stupid, but
the way that they've played these fights and the way that it was working for them, like especially in that first fight around the Roshan pit, was being able to reset after the BKBs. But as the game has gone on, it's proved to be really, really difficult against the Pit of Malice and the Glimpse and everything else for Liquid to make these plays where they're forcing BKBs and then kind of still getting out intact, right? Boxy's succeeded in forcing BKBs, but every single time he's paying for it with his life. And
yeah,
Liquid do need that additional stun to kind of keep the team fight going afterwards.
And in your opinion, how much impact is the Underlord having in these team fights?
I think it's a lot, but it's hard to see. He's just kind of one of those heroes where like the atrophy aura is very difficult to actually feel the impact of when you're just looking at it. But all of this aura stacking that he's doing, I think, is a big reason why Nikkei just doesn't look that scary. Like the Leshrac is running into the middle of all of these heroes, but they've got the pipe aura, they've got the Wraith Pack down, and so Boom and Duracho are able to just stand their ground and deliver the damage.
I think it's especially hard for Marty, right? Because does Rage get rid of the atrophy aura?
It's a good question.
Pretty sure it stays on.
Yeah,
through
yeah.
BKB.
Pierce the spell immunity, yes. So yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does work.
Yeah,
the Wraith Pack
because-
doesn't. So the Rage is still, the Rage is still useful, but the atrophy aura is kind of a pain.
Yeah, that's what's proving, like, giving Marty big problems in these fights, I feel like, because he's got it looks like he's got so much damage, but you see him in the fights, he's just like a kitten with no claws.
It is only base damage reduction, so you know all of his itemization, it's not too much of a problem against. But yes, they are making the lifesteal look not very scary in these fights between their force stabs and all the survivability that they've managed to pick up.
Yeah. Gaming. 28k gold advantage, 29k gold advantage, 28k gold advantage over Liquid at the moment as they control the map. They're going to farm up this whole thing. Liquid, is it go time?
20 seconds on Aegis. But maybe they try and make a move then. I don't know if they're close to any other items. The progression has kind of stalled out. They're once again trying to make this Matu and Boxy save the world, infest, gank play, seeing if they can spot anything up here. Just get the waves out a little bit longer.
Yeah, just utilizing the ninja gear, the movement speed, the smoke. But alas, there is no one to be found, so Boxy's just going to take these creeps and probably TP on home.
Yeah, the lane pressure shouldn't amount to too much against the... If they really need to, they can just send the Underlord back. Or they can gate anybody to top, and then they can clear it and come back. So it's just buying a little bit more time. I really like the way that they're playing. They're not being too greedy. They're not splitting up on the map. They're just keeping everybody all together. They know that they've got a huge lead and can probably just continue to nurse it from here. It does start to feel like they're just outscaling the side of Liquid We're kind of desperate to find a pick-off to start one of these fights.
Yeah, Hex just picked up by Ace here. They might not be expecting this. The Underlord, he's going to have some fight impact beyond just laying down auras.
Dude,
Which
this
again,
Enchantress is so farmed. He's got 18.8k net worth. He's going to give him a little longer. He's going to overtake Matu if Zai dies.
yeah, Zai just gets mauled to death. And that's just going to be it. Just the one pickoff, but still a pretty important one.
Boxy and Matu have to be getting so frustrated. Like, can you just split up and farm, please? Where? What is going on here? There's nobody to be seen on the map. Matu just gonna pop out and try and hit some ancients for himself.
Yeah, well, Gaiman just best friends, you know. We saw this in a few series now. When you're this far ahead, just stick together, hold each other's hands, you know, feel the love. There's no reason to be out alone, Rambo, power gaming, you know, just enjoy each other's company. Connect with one another.
There's been plenty of games that we've seen where, like, a huge lead, one guy gets picked off, and suddenly it just snowballs into a turnaround. So I'm loving the discipline here from Game. I do wonder what they're thinking of as, like, their condition to go high
They're just
ground.
thinking of how much they love each other, you know. That's all that's on their minds. They're just throwing out. That's all it is.
Just more items. We're not even going to see the Arcane Blink from Boom. He's actually just going full right click, looking at the Swift Blink. Oh, they found Matu.
Okay, Rage out, trying to get away from this one. Doesn't TP though, because he can't. There's a Basher Ursa behind him. Matu's got to have to play his way out of this one and does make his way over towards the trees. They don't keep an eye on him too fast with the Rage movement bonus speed, so he gets himself away.
Boxy makes a sneaky play. They're going to have the outpost for like all of 5 seconds, but it's something.
Or are they?
Game anyone, any outpost enjoyers? Okay. hit the camp first. Ace is on the case. And Celery just waiting for the Roche. Only an 18-second respawn, so pretty quick. Seems like that's what Game is waiting for. This might be good for Liquid because they're likely going to try for a smoke right as the Roshan window starts.
Yeah, seems likely, but it's super quick. Oh my god, Insania. He has got to go Scepter, so he's going to survive through the right clicks of Boom, but Boom, he's tempted to go for more here. They do actually catch out Tofu on the stun, but that's not the target you really want to initiate upon here, especially not up to the high ground, so they will concede this area of the map to Gaiman for now. They want to come back. They got to do it under the guise of a smoke. Meanwhile, their lanes are just constantly being hammered in, so they'll need to deal with that one.
Yes, they do have one smoke left. Gaiman have already scouted out the fact that Roshan's respawned. So Liquid kind of do or die play for them, but the Roshan's going to just drop so quickly. I don't think they're not even going to make it anywhere close. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Ace and Boom making very quick work of this. Diracho not
like, guys, don't worry, your Roche taker's here.
Yeah.
Don't worry, everyone, I'm here.
Cheese, Refresher Shard, anybody? Any takers? Okay. Tofu's going to grab those. Hold on to them for the team. I am a little surprised that they chose to give the Ags to the Ursa over the Disruptor, but
yeah,
maybe less important
all, but
this game.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way. I think Disruptor Ags is always just go. He's got Nocturne Core as well.
Yeah, it's like if Diracho really wanted an Ags, he could have just bought it for himself, right? He's got plenty of net worth.
You can farm it. Tofu cannot. He's got one little lightning orb to try and get himself 4,200 gold. I mean, to be fair, he is close, but he's actually. Jump in. Shadow Fiend been thrown deep into enemy base, but he has got the Aegis, so maybe not the target they want to go on, but they will be able to take him down. So no more raids on the side of Game and Gladiators. Dratio as well. He's got the BKB, so he's not going to be able to get much magic resistance going in this fight, but Boom's going to be able to blow up Boxy with the Requiem. Nice poison never coming out from Zai as well, but he might get eaten up here as Dratio looking for targets, but now he's running out. He needs to be forced off away from this one, trying to use second and raids. Matu's looking for a target, going to start eating away at Ace here. Ace, though, so damn tanky, and also Tofu, he's managing to land a Static Storm out onto the Lifestealer. It's going to be a Wind Waker there. I think so. Tossed back onto Matu to keep him safe as Liquid. They make this fight work for them. Only Boxy going down and buying back and immediately looking for more, using this Ninja Gear to try and find someone who's split off from the pack.
Gaiman, gotta be careful. They're not here.
Boom.
Everyone's
see
going
Boom.
through the
They're going
gate.
to try and go for him. Do they have the damage, though? The Shadow Fiend, he is very tanky, and he's got a Satanic as well, so he's going to start pounding into Boxy to heal himself back up again. They'll jet over top towards the Tiny. Tiny is gone. Leshrac as well, out for the count. I think Martu might be in similar trouble here as he gets eaten up by the side of Gaming Gladiators. 3 heroes dead without buyback on the side of Liquid. Make it 4, and there it is. Your GG's come through. Wow. Gaming Gladiators. I mean, I didn't believe at all, but I'm completely wrong. What a game from them.
I was a huge doubter of the Underlord, but there you go. Gaming Gladiators make it work. They get the farm. Yeah, look that.
Sorry,
Liquid
Ace.
were never.
Should have
They,
trusted you. Sorry,
yeah,
Model
look,
Faith.
they were never that far ahead, but they did really. Like it looked really difficult when they went for that bottom fight. Maybe they were feeling under the pressure. Maybe they were looking at this, the Ursa and the Shadow Fiend heading into the later stages of the game and just feeling like they were not going to have the tools to deal with them. Dyrachia kind of itemizing his way out of some problems this game. The Venomancer was supposed to be the counter, but eventually they were just jumping on top of Zai, killing him, or just not really caring about him in later fights. And Celery doing so much work. What's his final damage count? Let's see. Yeah, 25k hero damage dealt was very good.
Celery just absolutely bossing this game. But yeah, talking about those final moments again, like I like Liquid's play. I honestly did. I think it was really nice. The only problem was that they were playing against an Underlord, so he was able to portal them back to base. So the heroes which they were going on, I don't know if he still had the buff. I don't think Boom still had the portal buff on him. I could be wrong. It'd be nice if we could check on the replay, but I think it's going to be hard to catch.
I don't think he went through, but
30% damage reduction, yeah. But either way, you know, like the team is still coming back fresh as daisies from the fountains. So really, really hard for Liquid to actually fight into that in the end. So, you know, it felt like they were going to catch stragglers, but instead they just kind of catch a fresh team who've just, you know, they're freshly showered. They've just hit the baths and they're feeling fresh and funky and ready to go.
Yeah, it was an all-in from Liquid. You know, they were 40k behind. It was kind of the Hail Mary. Didn't work out. I don't think they'll be too rattled here. Maybe some slight draft adjustments to make for game number 2, but a very important win for Gaming Gladiators, like we were saying. Right? These two teams are right next to each other in the group. It's 6-4, 4-6, kind of right in the middle of the pack. And Gaming Gladiators, if they want to have an upper bracket berth, going to need a few more wins like this. And very cool to see them doing it with just their style in terms of the draft. They've got the double range supports, Tofu kind of becoming the position 5 at the end there, and Celery absolutely putting the game on his back.
Yeah, he did. He did a huge amount of work. And, I mean, they all did, though. Like, Dracho, Boom, Celery, all doing a huge amount of damage inside the fights. Ace offering the lockdown, Tofu able to just make Lifestealer's life really, really hard. Like, he was such an answer to the Lifestealer. I was very, very impressed by that, and it was proving quite difficult. You know, they had to use... was it a Wind Waker? Yeah, it was a Wind Waker from Leshrac in the end just to keep the Lifestealer alive. So, you know, like, on one hand, you can say, like, oh, yeah, you know, like, really nice play from Mickey, but on the other hand, that's a 7k gold item in the Wind Waker, which you've just used to counter out just a spell coming out from Tofu on the position 5. Like, it's not ideal.
Yeah, I think Mickey had a hard time deciding exactly what the itemization was going to be this game. It's tricky. As we saw, the big physical damage from the Ursa and the Shadow Fiend really does seem to address the Leshrac, and he can kind of fall off a little bit. And the Venomancer counter against the Ursa looked good in the initial stages, but Dyrachia kind of shrugged it off later on. And yeah, we're going to give this MVP to Celery. Getting them back into the game after a bad early start, just with the constant annoying split push and stuff on the other side of the map, and then absolute turret mode in some of these team fights.
Even picking up the Ags at the end? What?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
not one we see very often.
Yeah, I saw a couple of Sproinks.
couple of sporings from the backlines, yeah, throwing out the 3 spears towards the enemy targets. Very cute, very nice, and yeah, great game from Saturday. Great game from Gaming Gladiators as they take game number 1 in a very convincing fashion in the end. I mean, the laning phase looked good for Liquid, but when Gaming Gladiators started getting a stranglehold in the game, there was just no way back in for Liquid. So game number 1 will go their way. We're going to throw it over to a short break, then we'll be back with the second game of the series. We'll see you soon.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
An absolutely fascinating game number one between these two teams as Gaming Gladiators and Liquid battle it out for those group stage points, as Gaming kind of showing us that the concept is sometimes more important than the matchups, as this Underlord and this Enchantress, this draft just working absolute wonders for them.
Yeah, the team fight strength really showing itself for me in the later stages. Like it looked a little questionable in the first 10 minutes having the Disruptor and the Enchantress as your support duo, but then when it came to those late game 5-on-5 team fights, that's where they really started bringing the pain. And the laning stage, the first 5 minutes for Liquid looked incredible, and yet they just could not kind of close out the game. The farm was looking good. The pipe pickup on the Underlord doing some huge work. And like I say, a bit of a battle of some of the concepts. We've seen this big physical damage, the long range from the SF work really nicely against the Lesh. And we kind of saw that again in this last game. As this time around, Liquid not going to let them have the Shadow Fiend.
10 seconds remaining.
No, that one gets banned out as expected. Boom, just too good on that hero. He's loved it since the beginning of time. You know, when Dota was released, Boom was born and he said, "Give me Shadow Fiend," and since then, the rest is history. But Gaming Gladiators will get their hands on the Primal Beast because Team Liquid did, of course, ban out the Shadow Fiend. So that's going to be an interesting one. Who do you reckon is going to be playing on this team, or do you think it's just an entirely a flex pick at the moment?
I think they have a little bit of flex on it. So I've seen one game of it from Tofu. I don't actually know where. Oh, then there's been one game from Boom. So yeah, so they do have a mid-4 flex, at least a little bit. And Liquid still going to be going back to the Leshrac here. So changing things up and feeling confident in it again.
Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I can see why they stick with the Leshrac. To be fair, that hero is very good for them. But one thing it does mean is that Gaming don't have to go super hard on the initiation, because any fight you take on Team Liquid, you kind of have to hard commit. And that is one issue we've seen with Leshrac, is that once he's in, and it's very difficult to reset the fight afterwards.
Yeah, you can't really kite away. I think the Lesh, where we've seen him look absolutely the best is when the enemy team has to play a really clumped up fight, and he's just in the midst of everything, shredding everyone. And Primal Beast certainly not somebody that can afford to play on the edges. So just have to make sure that they don't give them too many long range options and too spread out of a fight for Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, we're going to continue to see these ranged cores banned out.
Yeah, we do get the Enchantress on the side of Gaming Gladiators, which I am delighted about, because Celery put on a hell of a performance for it at game number 1. And Liquid, let him have it again.
I think the Pudge ban's a little weird. I don't know if Liquid have actually run these two together, the Lesh and the Pudge, because to me, in a lot of ways, they're kind of the same hero, where they're not exactly the same, but they are countered by a lot of the same stuff. I think Liquid's kind of two of their best strategies have been Mickey playing the SF, and then we've got like the SF or Lina or something like that, and then Matu's on more of the frontline carry with the Lifestealer or the Pudge, and then there's sort of this other setup, which is the Leshrac, and then Matu kind of ends up playing whatever is good for the particular game. In the last game, it did still end up being one of these frontline carries since the Underlord was picked up and they wanted the Lifestealer, but I don't know if they would have necessarily picked Pudge, but maybe I'm wrong there.
Yeah, and regardless, want to get rid of that hooking potential, I suppose. Maybe they're just worried about getting 420 MLG hooked.
Yeah, it could be something about one of the lanes that they're thinking about as well. There's some matchup that they're concerned about. We have seen the Pudge be pretty decent against stuff like the Slark, though. I mean, the Lash is already good against that, so I don't know if it's really on the cards. It has been good. Like, the Pudge has also looked okay against the offlane Primal Beast, but like we said, that's not somewhere that Gaming have run it just yet, as Shadow Demon is also banned out. Okay, it is something that Liquid have played, but I feel like Gaming have to have something particular in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems like they're moving in a direction here, but what the direction is,
10 seconds
who knows?
remaining.
Yeah, what could they be looking at? So it's like,
5 seconds remaining.
so they want a Faceless Void, they don't want there to be save against that. I'm gonna go look at the Jiracho hero pool. He's played some Morph, he's played some SF, and then he's played one game each of Faceless Void, TA, Troll, and Luna. So maybe the Luna is what they're kind of angling towards. So it would certainly fit their style, and fit the draft that they've got so far. You are kind of low range, and you know, Luna does do more AoE damage than single target damage, so it doesn't exactly fit the bill that we've been talking about in dealing with the Leshrac, but maybe just playing the pace is going to be the way to go.
Yeah, I still like to see something like Sniper coming out for Gaming for this game. I feel like it's such a nice answer to the Leshrac, but against Clockwork, I guess it's a little tricky.
Yeah, it's like the one option that Liquid are going to leave them with here. If you want long range physical damage dealer, it's Sniper or nothing, friends.
10 seconds remaining.
But if you want to talk about a long range pure damage dealer, well, we got this Enchantress here. That's
5 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, the real Sniper.
yeah.
Diamond Gladiators turn Witch Doctor.
Okay, Liquid just gonna go back to their Witch Doctor. Nice against the Primal Beasts. Played this a lot in the LCQs. Not very much team fight coming in from the two supports this game. Does need to be said. But okay, it is just gonna end up being the Void. That makes sense.
Yep, Void and Snapfire. There we go. That'll be the Gaming Gladiators Classic. They've enjoyed picking up these two heroes together as a little combo. So yep, they'll grab these two as a duo through the middle phase, and this gives them a ton of damage. It gives them a ton of team fight control, and yeah, pretty much anyone can die here.
Yeah, I think that's the press 2 buttons and kill Lesh is the idea here. And Liquid, it's now very difficult for them to draft any save because they've already taken both of their supports, unless they want to do something weird and run Clockwork as a core. And okay, so Centaur is going to be what they look at here. Lane should be okay. You got a ton of sustain. You don't really care about getting clicked a little bit by Enchantress. Are we going to see the cart? Are we loading up Leshrac into the cart to save him? Is that the strat?
There's two things I want to see at TI. One of them is Enchantration mid from Stormstormer, or from anyone could do it, but Stormstormer should. The other one I want to see is a cart. Dude, give me the Witch Doctor cart. That one's the best.
Driving Roy from the Death Ward. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so what is the Matu hero? This Naga ban is making a lot of sense. So yeah, what have the carry matchups been against the Void? The Morphs looked good. The Nagas looked really good. What else has Matu been playing? So I guess the other option is to pick another hero that you think can sort of do the Doom solution, right? Where it's like, okay, there's two different heroes that I want to Doom, and if one of them gets doomed, then the other one wins the fight for us. So maybe Liquid just have to sit here and think, okay, what's another kind of 1v5 hero? But it's tricky to get something that might survive the Chrono in this spot.
Yeah, my mind keeps going to Slug, but it's so bad versus Void.
Yeah, that matchup is not good. And there's like a ton of AoE, incidental AoE damage. We've even seen Slarks just like dying to Mortimer's Kisses. So, no, I don't think that's on the cards. I wonder if Liquid are feeling a little snookered here in terms of the draft. They do have the last overall pick. They're going to get to see everything. They'll figure out where this Primal Beast is headed. Their read currently seems to be that it's headed mid for Boom, and that they're still looking for an ace hero to round out the draft. Which I think he's still got good options here. Yeah, still his Brewmaster. What else have they played?
I do really like Brewmaster versus Leshrac, I will say. I think that's a really good matchup because you can just throw the Lesh into the air and he's just like, well, can't get off my damage.
Yeah, I think that could be pretty good. It's not like it doesn't give them more damage to put into the Chronosphere, but I think the supports kind of have that on lockdown.
Yeah, you're good on that regard.
Yeah, it's just a question of if they. So we haven't seen Ace play it, but if he's willing to take the Primal Beast, then they can do something kind of different for mid. There's still a Visage in the pool as well, which like doesn't look phenomenal here, but it's not terrible. And with 4 seconds left. Okay, Pango, sure, made it all the way through to the end. I guess that I would guess that we're getting is this Ace playing the Primal, and they're taking the Boom Pangolier. We've seen this matchup be rough for Pango, but we've also seen Pango just not care at all about getting countered in the lane.
We saw the incredibly wholesome hands in the middle from Gaming Gladiators they do before every game. Love to see it. The camaraderie, the strength, the team, the prowess. These guys do look like a cool team.
Do you just Bloodseeker here if you're Liquid? I mean, you might die in the Chrono, but
strong option.
Other than that, it looks pretty good. All 3 of their cores do not like being ruptured.
Yeah. Also, have you ever seen a Leshrac beam Blood Rage with Bloodstone?
I haven't seen that, but it sounds pretty spooky.
Absolutely lit. It's really, really strong. It's one of those things where I'm like, if you do that and then you just get an IO as well, like Leshrac gets plus 50% spell damage, it's pretty bunks. But anyway, that's my head canon. That's my theory crafting. If any teams need mad scientists, hit me up for playoffs. You can come up with some insane strategies so that you can lose TI in style.
He'll even pay you $50 to let him just sit in.
Let me talk.
Sniper. Okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, they have the catch for it, so I'm not super jazzed about this sniper pick. But then, Matu Sniper is something to be feared. So I'm hot and cold.
It's good, but yeah, there are 3 cores that are going to be running at him, and it seems like they've kind of gone for this plan of, okay, someone's getting chronoed. We're just going to have to hope that the other core is able to clean up the team fight. It does look like a much better Leshrac game this game than it did in the previous. Like, if he doesn't just die to the Chrono plus Mortimer's Kisses, I think he can kind of turn around, and the itemization is a whole lot more straightforward for him here. He doesn't need to think about the Yules and whatever else. You can just kind of get the Bloodstone first. And maybe we can see the cart. Show me the cart.
Yeah, you need a cart to get your sniper out of here and maybe into another game. I mean, the problem I have is just like, even if you do drop the Chrono on the Leshrac and the Mortimer's Kiss on the front lines, like, what are Pangolier and Primal Beast expected to be doing then? Like, they're not going to be watching. They're going to be trying to go around the back lines and find the sniper whilst the Leshrac is otherwise indisposed. And I think the only saving grace here they have on Team Liquid is that they have a Centaur to try and get the sniper out of there with Stampede. And that's about it. Otherwise, I think the sniper could be in a lot of trouble. He's going to have a lot of heroes on him at all times. I'm very worried.
Yeah, I am kind of favoring the Gaming Gladiators draft here. There's just there's not too many things that have been addressed, it feels like, for them. It's even like, it's kind of hard to kill this Void, right? The lockdown from their side it's okay, but not amazing, right? You gotta maybe Clockwork hook in, push back, have to then land a Centaur stun or a Leshrac stun off of that, and that's about it. What other dynamics do we need to mention here? It's like, I guess Sniper, if he does find a good spot in these fights, he can potentially, if he gets enough damage, just kill the Pango in the Rolling Thunder.
Yep, and kill the Primal Beast whilst he's trying to trample people down. Those are 2 possible scenarios. And then, of course, late game, there is a possibility of Tofu to go for the Aghanim Scepter, so he can also throw heroes in, which is another scary aspect. So there's a lot of things that can happen in this game, and a lot of items which can be picked up, which are going to change the pace of the game a lot. I think the main thing to look out for is obviously, you know, the fat Chronos with the Monomus Kisses combination, and probably just how the Stampedes are used to get the sniper to safety. Like every fight, I feel like it's going to break out into 2 fights, where Matu's going to have his own little skirmish going on with either the Primal Beast or the Pangolier. So good luck, Observer, basically.
Yeah, they are. It looks like they're running Matu mid. So even though the matchup against the Pango has looked really good for the Lesh, I think they just don't want the sniper playing into the primal. So
yeah,
that does mean that they're going to stick. Yeah, they're going to stick Mickey in the side lane. Much more useful to have a secondary stun against the primal beast if he's going to go on you. So I think they've got probably better kill potential with this setup, having the Witch Doctor and the Lesh, and then sniper should also kind of dominate the Pango mid in the exact same way that the Lesh would have been able to.
Alrighty, the horns of war will sound in game number 1. It did go to game in game number 2. Which way will it fall? Well, we're going to start off with Ace actually walking up the high ground and tanking a Maledict to the face. That's going to be quite a lot of damage coming out of Ace. Not going to be too happy about that one, but...
The Maledict was after the stun, so it's not quite as much damage as it could have been, but still. Take some damage, get some bounties. Time for some good luck, have fun. As we head back to the lane.
C+, could be better, Liquid.
Nice try. Oh, and Celery just... Alright, walks straight in here. Not a care in the world, gets that immediate D ward. May have seen it on the obs that he planted, actually. Alright, well, Boxy gonna try and punish him for that one.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, interestingly, RNG forfeited a game versus LGD due to medical issues, so just hope everyone's okay.
Oh, dang. Yeah, I know that someone said that they were looking a little sniffly on some of the cams yesterday, so yeah, fingers crossed everything's okay.
RNG, so...
Boom is very low at mid. He's going to get forced to Fairy Fire.
Oof. Yeah. Sniper not particularly healthy either, as they just kind of trade up here, but Matu is getting a bunch of free CS during this as well, so he'll be the happy one. Ranged hero is always doing better when you make these kind of trades happen. Yeah, we'll see what Boom's able to do, but...
I think Boom might be thinking about forcing it, but
yeah,
at the same time...
Say, if you either have to go or don't go here, but he's just going to get himself zoned back out again, so... Yeah. I mean, Marty still has a Fairy Fire and Boom doesn't, so that's the big difference maker in that little engagement.
Yeah, and he's still a couple CS away from his bottle. This is not a fun situation to be in.
And again, Matu just pewing him down, just constantly tapping on his shoulder. Ooh. A rough start for the Pangolier in the middle lane. Really needs to try and finish off this bottle here, otherwise lane's just going to get worse and worse, so we will keep an eye on that one. Oh,
I'm still on this
naked water rune.
I'm still on this hype train of Pangolier doesn't care about this happening to him in mid lane, really. I think he's mostly here to just get all the experience. He's getting gone on a top. It's pretty big Maledict. Don't know if it's enough to kill him. He's not stressed. He's not even pressing his stick charges.
He's even dropping items. Just min-max it.
That's going to show you what this Witch Doctor plus the Leshrac can do in lane. Pretty difficult for Gaming Gladiators. Normally you'd be looking at the Primal Beast and the Snapfire, and like they're pretty darn tanky, but yeah, not so against the Maledict from the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, and very interesting to me that Ace actually went for the Uproar. This is something which we've seen most Primal Beasts ignoring now. The meta has shifted where teams have been going for the Onslaught early points for the Primal Beast and not taking the point in Uproar early on. So Ace decides that he still wants it.
Yeah, it might just because he's against double ranged here. So he's taken a lot of clicks, and maybe they don't feel confident in their ability to get kills until they've kind of got level 3 on both of them. So I think that's maybe the concept.
Bottom lane we have Duraccio on his Faces Void, laning up with Celery on his lovely Enchantress against Boxy on the clock and Zion the Centaur. Zai Centaur feels like a classic. I don't know, it's not like one of his big wowzer heroes, but it's still a good one to watch him play.
Yeah, he's got a lot of classic heroes for sure. Does Ace not have Dota Plus, or is this his first game on Primal Beast on this account?
That's a question, isn't it? I can't remember back to last game. I can't remember if he did have a rating on it.
Has been killed.
I'm not trying to flame him. I'm really just wondering.
No, he doesn't have Dota Plus.
Oh, okay.
Didn't have any. Didn't have a rank on the Primal on the Underlord either. So.
Gotcha.
Keeping things hidden, try harding. You know, doesn't want anyone to know what his experience on the hero is. He wants everyone to think, this guy doesn't know what he's doing at all.
It just gets you flamed anyway. Oh, level 30 Leshrac, huh? Like,
yeah.
That's that I think that's been the experience for a lot of people.
My highest is platinum.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any higher than plat. I think I might be highest gold actually. I'm.
Oh wow, a true variance enjoyer.
Yeah. Versatility enjoyer. Okay, so mid lane's a win, but not too bad for Boom.
Top lane, a bit of a kerfuffle taking place. Insania's the one taking a ton of damage with the trample coming through. I think they've got enough damage to bring down the Witch Doctor, but Ace, is he taking a step too far forward for this one? Probably, but is a first blood worth it? Actually, with the uproar, he's going to be absolutely fine. Maldic runs out, no one dies.
Yeah, I think even if Mickey had managed to land that stun, I don't know if they would have gotten the kill. Primal Beast's pretty darn tanky.
Bottom lane as
Zaya
well.
bottom actually pretty low. Yeah, just going to take one bash to bring him down. Get the turnaround now.
Dracho not finding the bashes when he needs them. Didn't make his daily sacrifice to the bash gods.
Radiant's middle.
Just have 2 points in the time lock, but yeah, not lucky this time. Ace, okay, can you survive this one? I don't know that you can.
Yeah, it's a bit too much DPS coming out from Insania this time around, so sticks around a little too long, and then maybe trying to hope that this Ring of Health is going to heal him up, but Insania not going to let that happen. Knows the game he's trying to play, knows that he's trying to greed it out, and punish him for it.
It's a double damage at bottom. Sniper not exactly the best hero to go and contest these runes, so with the rotations from Gaimin, they are just going to secure that one for Boom.
Yep. Sniper done very well out of this mid lane, but we will see if Boom's able to find some big rotations and kind of nullify that advantage by creating an advantage for his team by being active on the map. That'll be the aim of the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he's got pretty susceptible side lanes to go and gank. Like, Liquid not the most mobile in these necessarily, so it should be pretty straightforward for him.
Oh no, Zaya bottom. The traitor Centaur stomps him. And he's got the stomp, but he used it, and Dracho immediately jumps in and finishes the job. So that'll be a nice little kill there for Gaimin down at bottom as they bring down Zai.
I thought the Centaur would be able to do a little bit better in this lane
as well. Nikkei getting stomped down. Ace going to be able to get the kill here. Gaming Gladiators, man, they are kicking it up a notch.
Yeah, the Lush is farming nicely up here, but they need to keep him and the Witch Doctor together to be able to turn around, or at least find a trade when they're making these goes from Gaimin.
Radiant's courier has been
doing a bit of dewarding, much to Celery's dismay, and I'll try to do something about it, but it's just going to jump into the battery assault, but Celery's got a Centaur to help out as well. You see Boxy really trying to get around and get the battery assault off from a different direction.
Chrono used rotation from
Boom. They go onto Zai, yeah, they've got the Rolling Thunder on Boom as well, and that's going to get them the kill onto Zai. Another death for him, and Celery's also able to run down Boxy.
Very different look for Gaming Gladiators here in the laning stage of game number 2.
Absolutely. Last game, it was a pretty terrible laning phase, which turned into a pretty amazing mid-game. This time around, they're starting off on the front foot. Does it mean the opposite's going to happen? We shall see, but Insania might be taking another full player. No, nice Coconut and a nice Maledict as well. Aces, his days are numbered. Trying to finish the job on Insania, cannot do so. And that is just going to be a straight-up dead hero as Matu comes roaming around as well, looking for Tofu, popping the 8-take aim to finish off the kill here with those headshots, and will be able to do exactly that. Tofu and Primal Beast both dead up on the top side.
Nicely done from Boxy, making it worth Matu's while to make that rotation. He does get the last hit, and they're looking for a little more bottom. Matu rotating down here, double kill across the map.
Peep, peep.
Boom has something to say about this. Still no Rolling Thunder for 15.
Yeah, this is a bit of a dive. He does have only 20% on the shield crash here. And quick little pause out from the Snapfire.
Got a second to consider his life choices. He needs to live for 3 seconds to get another Swashbuckle, 10 seconds to get the Rolling Thunder. Void doesn't even have time dilation to help him. I think he might just be dead. I think there's just Coconut into Hoofstomp.
All right, chat, what do you think? What if you think he's going to die too? If you think he's going to live? Vote now, vote now, vote now. Coconut connects. Assassinator's there. Oh, Maledict does just about connect, but he gets the Swashbuckle away. TP back to base.
Right,
and based 2 presses. Looking. I think that's one.
They knew.
They knew. The genius is in the chat. Congratulations.
Coconut is too slow, as it turns out.
Yep.
Okay.
Message.
Well, he's got another Rolling Thunder, so time to go.
Yep. Next play should be a big one. Let's see what gaming can do with this. Looking at mid. Not really a very tempting target there, Boxy, but I say that. Boom's still interested. Rolling Thunder not being used just yet, though, as Insania's going to commit onto Tofu here, and they will just straight up take down the poor old Snapfire. So Liquid will get themselves a kill at mid as they start to even things out here and level out this laning phase.
Yeah, quite even. 5-5 as we head past 10 minutes. Side lanes, everybody's just grabbing a whole lot of farm. Zai's got his Vanguard up, so he's pretty difficult to take down. I don't think Ace wants to be sitting and farming too much. I think Mickey's a lot happier with this dynamic up at top. He's been getting the waves, and he's been getting the big camp. As Boxy with a haste rune. I think he's just trying to draw some TPs, perhaps. Yeah, there's no kill here, but he's just seeing if anyone on Gaming Gladiator is just going to freak out seeing a hasted Clockwork running in.
Just being annoying.
Oh, they want this sniper. They've got Kisses plus Chrono that they want to use. Oh, Matu, if you show at mid.
Yeah, I think he might be a little bit dead. Duracho gets upon it. Wait, it uses the Mask of Madness, so no Chrono Spear. Okay, well, does it gonna matter? Let's see. Boom, magic to finish the job. Oh,
he's living. Matu's still alive.
No way! Oh my god, that Mask of Madness usage from Duracho.
They didn't think about the Stampede.
Criminal.
They didn't think about the Stampede at all.
Top lane Pulverize coming out onto Mickey, but it is a disco Mickey, but Duracho is going to be able to slide in and get a Retribution kill, but I cannot believe that Matuma Man lived through that Accelerator fall down on the bottom side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Absolutely got away with murder there. Rolling Thunder and the Mortimer's Kiss is used and they didn't get the kill. Hot dang. So Celery died meanwhile in the bottom. That's sort of just the Witch Doctor against the Enchantress. Not a whole lot that you can do. And Boom TP down here to try and hold into the tower. Ace is coming as well.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's going to get on top of... Oh no, the Pulverize comes down. That's going to stop Zai getting away. Nice little movement there, but Boxy coming in from the side, and Sania's going to follow up as well. He's got the Maledict to throw down onto Boom. Meanwhile, Ace trying to get under the tower. Boxy stopping him for now, but he's got the Uproar, but it's going to give him the armor stacks to survive through this. Meanwhile, the Angler is absolutely fine as well. In fact, he's cocking up a Rolling Thunder. Got to be careful though, because Marty still does a lot of damage, even if you are magic immune. But it looks like Liquid will back themselves away.
I think he was seeing if anyone is going to come down and help, but not really anywhere for people to connect into with the TPs. Duracho's more intent on just grabbing some farm, keeping his net worth up. And Mickey hitting this first big timing as gets in towards the Bloodstone. I don't know if anybody is buying any tools to deal with it. Get Chrono on him.
Chronosphere down at bottom. Do they have the follow-up though? They need more damage and they're not going to find it. No damage inside this Chronosphere whatsoever. Celery couldn't get across in time. Another look for the turnaround here. Duracho getting beaten around. He does have the time walk in 1 second. Will not get it off though as they bring him down. Huge miscalculation from Duracho here up on the top side of the map, and that will be punished.
Dang. They had one more stun if they needed it from the Clockwork, but that hurts. Use the Chrono, don't get the kill. Die instead.
And Tofu has Kisses as well. Like just make the easier play.
Yeah, I thought that they could get it. Well, that's just handing Mickey his Bloodstone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, he says thank you very much. Appreciate it. Your kind donation to the Mickey Bloodstone Foundation.
Spot out Celery as well. Foxy just being a menace.
Yeah. No points in Nature's attendance here, so he is just straight up gonna die, and Insania comes in and assists with the kill. Very important.
Yeah, and Gaiman even like TP up Boom. Dracho wanted to come over here anyway, but find themselves in kind of a weird position on the map and just haven't been able to link all these ultimates together. Tofu still really wants to use the Mortimer's Kisses, but way harder without the Chrono.
Boom, there it goes.
And why do you have Chrono, basically?
Incidents that happened. in
Things have happened.
Yeah.
Very diplomatic.
Circumstances.
Oh. Boxy getting siege shot. Yeah, that's right. I know the names. Zai continuing to just live his life down in the bottom side of the map. He is just unperturbed to be this deep down in the lane.
What's the most obscure spell or effect name that you know?
Ooh, there's some very weird ones.
Hold that thought. Matu might be dead here. Stampede again?
Oh yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. Pulverize is there to stop him from getting away, and with those kisses coming through as well, though, Mickey actually manages to cancel that out as he finds Tofu on the backlands box. He gets them both inside of his cogs, but he might pay the price for it. Boom gonna run him through. Gonna be able to pick up this kill. Although, is he? Boxy, very nicely positioned, and Boom has to back away. Oh my goodness, 12 HP.
Oh, doesn't have the rocket flare? No, not quite.
Ooh. Oh, off the mark.
I think if Insania had switched his Death Ward to the Pango just a little bit earlier, they would have got that one for sure.
Yeah, very possibly, as Tofu getting destroyed under the tower here. Liquid finding the momentum and running over Gaming Gladiators. Now, they did still lose their sniper during this, but they were able to get 2 kills and a tower, so...
Yeah, they had this ward on the high ground. But... yeah, with the Mortimer's Kisses on cooldown, I think Liquid can feel pretty confident. It's really a key element of Gaming Gladiators team fight. Good that the Primal Beast is getting involved. Does kind of need to be active.
Yeah, Ace is gaming. He's having fun. He's joining the fights, making the most out of this hero. That's exactly what we wanted to see. And like, sure, he doesn't have a BKB yet, but who really needs one? You're only playing against a ton of stuns on the last round.
Yeah, doesn't want to get it right away.
It's just better to join the fights as Primal Beast. Like, if you can get your BKB through fighting, then that's always better.
Like the itemization from Matu here, just picking up the Hurricane Pike.
We'll see Zai down at bottom here. Pulverize coming through as well. Smash that man into the floor. Does turn around with a stun, but Boom just gonna very early end the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't matter though. Celery's able to track him down with a lovely little impetus. Mickey coming across as well as Insania here. They're looking to get a little bit of shenanigans. Oh, beautiful little hook shot across our Boxy here, catching out the Primal Beast. But there's a lot of damage coming through onto Boxy, so they're going to be able to get that kill instead. As Mickey baited by the Illusion Rune very nicely there by Boom on the sidelines. And there's a Chrono Spear coming on down. Duraccio, does he have the damage with the help of Boom? Yes, he does. Mickey is dead. 3 gone on the side of Team Liquid. All they get is a Primal Beast. Great trades coming out from the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Liquid didn't think that was going to turn into a full 5-on-5, but Gaming Gladiators time and time again proving that they are willing to bring the numbers. Dracho just making the TP down. He was even TPing onto the outposts that entire time. And Matu just a little bit too far away to really contribute.
Well. Here we go. 11 and 12. These two teams very even through the mid game here, trading fights, trading kills, trading core kills. And again, it just feels like everyone can die this game, which makes the game so fun and so stressful for the players, which makes it even more fun for us.
Yeah, it does feel very similar to... oh, hook shot misses. Feels pretty similar to game 1 in terms of the way that the net worth lead is getting just passed back and forth. There is a really strong timing for Gaming Gladiators coming up when they get the double BKB on the Primal Beast and the Baseless Void. Because then it feels like suddenly the only real target that they need to find is Matu. they can kind of ignore Mickey for at least a little bit while they still got these fresh BKBs.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the same kind of goes for Liquid as well, right? When they get their BKBs, they can kind of ignore the Pangolier a little bit and just kind of focus on the Faceless Void.
Yeah, I think they're only going for one BKB, right? It's only going to be Mickey who looks to pick it up. And, well, Liquid, we saw these plays work for them in the first series. They're just going to saunter on into the Roshan. Everything's on cooldown still. Well, the Chrono at least, for 50 seconds.
They can still fight this with the Rolling Thunder, but again, they just don't seem to have the information. They're too focused on playing the map. And, yeah, Liquid going to get away with murder as they walk into the pit and play themselves a free Roshan. I don't know, there's a possibility the game would know about this, but I think it's pretty slim.
So who's taking this for Liquid? Is it going to be Matu? That would... Positioning would seem to suggest it. Yeah, okay.
Interesting. I'm a big fan of Leshrac Aegis, but I guess they want to make sure their sniper is safe. As we mentioned, there's a lot of things to get on top of in this game, so the ability to just kind of stand there and peep away, very, very strong.
Yeah, I think I like this a little bit more. Mickey should be fairly safe once he gets to the BKB in the next couple of fights. Though Sniper Aegis is always a little weird, right? He is one of these heroes where if you die under the wrong circumstances, you might just die the second time. We'll see how it works out for Liquid.
True enough.
Ta-da.
Yeah, approaching on 20-minute mark. And again, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did just use a Chrono and the Kisses to just try to kill. They're trying to combo up onto Boom here, the Pangolier. He's healthy, but is he healthy enough? The Chrono Spear comes down, and they will use it to get one kill. Now try and take the Aegis away from Matu. One more hit will be required. They won't find it. Coconut going to connect onto Radrigan. He turns around and deals with Insania instead, but Insania's got the Voodoo Switcheroo to get himself out of danger for now. But when he comes back, it'll be into the face of the Pangolier, and now the Sniper's back for round number 2, but gets picked up and pummeled into the ground by Ace. 4 dead on Liquid. That went just about as bad as it possibly could have.
What was that? They thought they could pop the Pango. Maybe they thought that the Sniper was a little bit closer. He only needed a couple more auto attacks to finish that, but once again, Gaming Gladiators.
Chrono as well.
Yeah, it was a beautiful Chronosphere.
Mickey just pieced out as well. He was watching from the high ground. He was like, yeah, I don't want to mess with that. I got better things to do with my day.
Yeah, as soon as the Clockwork and the Centaur just die instantly. Very difficult fight.
Over.
Yeah.
Complete overextension from those two under the tower. Thought they could kind of lock down Boom and get the kill, but goodness.
I don't know if they saw something on the map where they thought there was like a hero from Gaming Gladiators that couldn't connect, or the response was just immediate from Dracho. Oh, I guess back to farming for a little bit for Liquid. Matu's still just working on this MKB. Mickey picking up his BKB in a second. Voxy and Insane are on the prowl. They've got some vision up here in the enemy Ancients. So if they find a support, could maybe get a kill for themselves.
There you go. Boom. Jumping in onto Mickey. Yeah, can't get away with the inhibit coming out from the Diffusal Blade. BKB pulverized down. Oh, Boom's actually blocking the hook shot for Boxy, but it's still not enough to put an end to Mickey. Mickey's just about going to... Oh, Boom just catches him on the tail end swashbuckle. He is going to die for this, though, as Matu takes him apart. Ace leaves. He's just going to onslaught himself away. Celery getting left behind somewhat, but also Liquid. They don't want to extend again here. They've lost their last track, and they're happy to leave it a 1 casualty.
Illusion.
Yeah, not too bad, 1 for 1. I thought Mickey was going to be able to survive at the end there, but just got sniped by Boom at the last second with that swashbuckle. What else is happening? Void's just going for a Scotty. There's nothing really to force anything to happen for the next few minutes. You know, Roshan's dead for a very long time. So just play the laning game, try and get as much farm as you can, maybe a few more pickoffs here and there. Gaming Gladiators probably looking to make a play with their Chronosphere back off cooldown.
Yeah, and I think someone really handsome and smart was making the point earlier on that Tofu could go in for the Aghanim Scepter this game if he wanted to give them some more catch for the Sniper. And he's halfway to it, so...
Yeah, they can just launch whoever they want at him at that point. It's kind of scary. cool that to see the way that the farm priority shifts between the two Gaming Gladiator supports. I think you can kind of tell that there's some communication going on about, okay, whose item is important here, because in the previous game, Tofu definitely took that position 5 role. They let Celery get a whole lot of farm, and he turned out to be the big damage dealer. This time around, there's a whole lot of utility to be gained from the Snapfire, so they're giving Tofu just that little bit of extra priority. And cool to see teams making double range supports work in a meta that really has a lot of melee fours.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a couple of other teams get away with this as well. You can do it when you're running 2 big initiators, and actually they've got 3 big initiators on the side of
backstab a little bit, Liquid.
Yeah, gaming in the trees there. They've got great vision here, so I don't really fancy... Oh, the cogs, the flare sees absolutely everything as Boom comes rolling on in here. Stampede, I think Liquid are trying to bail on this one because they've already lost Boxy. They will kill Tofu in the backlands. There is a huge backstab maneuver coming in from Liquid. The Chronosphere still available though, as Insania just going to let go with the Death Ward, but Mickey's able to run down Ace on the sidelines here. Chrono just onto the Witch Doctor. Not sure about that. I mean, if it works, I guess, but now the stun's out onto Duraccio. Duraccio, he doesn't have the time for another 1 second, and Matu will beat him good and proper. Oh, Gaming. They drop the soap on this one, and it's Liquid who are able to get the advantage over them in the bottom lane.
Nobody got to do any damage from Gaming. Finding Tofu in the backlines, Mickey secures his own team fight 100% there. It looked a little awkward going on the Enchantress first, since they didn't even kill him off immediately, but they could not find the targets that they were looking for Gaming. And Sniper was just sitting there hitting them the whole time. Like,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Chrono, I mean, and that's the biggest kind of question mark for me in that fight. I feel like he felt like there was someone else in the neighborhood, maybe noticed a couple of right clicks coming through from the Sniper just off screen and hoped he could get him inside it, but didn't happen.
Yeah, he just couldn't get close to anybody. He hasn't got the shard yet, so he doesn't have the extra time walk cast range, so it makes it a bit more difficult to get the jump over onto these targets that he wants. Kind of like to see it get picked up, but he does seem to be committing to just go for the Scotty. Feels like he needs it against the Leshrac, perhaps.
Yeah, he really wants shard from Roche. I know this kind of players.
Yeah, that's true.
Min-maxing to the ends of the earth, but it's such a nice shard. I call it the Control-Z shard because you can just jump in and then Control-Z it and go back out again.
Could see quite a bit with this Observer Wood that they've just popped down.
This is great hook shot from Boxy, just about finding him out. Chain locked down. Is it going to be perfect? You bet it is. Beautiful assassination here from the 3, 4, and 5 of Liquid.
Who needs cores? Insania bringing more than enough damage to the table. And okay, well, this tier 2 was on the chopping block a long time ago. It did kind of get messed up a little bit by Liquid, and looks like they will be able to grab it. Gaming seemingly just looking for a little bit of a trade. Do not want to fight without their Pango.
Sorry, look at Gaming. They're like, you know what, that play worked so well last time. We're going to do the same thing. Let's hide in the trees in the bottom lane again. But I'm sure it won't go bad twice, but I don't think they're committing to this play. They're certainly not.
It's not that easy to go on Insania. He's got the switcheroo and a blink. So, yeah, they just deal with the wave. They don't TP anybody in. Keep themselves nicely positioned on the map. Celery's up to his old tricks again. Gets a sneaky ward down and doing a little bit of farming back here. But Gaming, is the plan to just go for an immediate smoke? They're worried because we're in the Roshan window and they don't have any control in that area. So if it's an instant spawn, Liquid have shown that they are very willing to just walk into the pit. They do see Matumba Man right now, so that's going to give them some peace of mind on this ward, that maybe they have a second to get the lanes out briefly. They also spotted Insania just jungling over here, but he's not the target that they want. Yeah, the pings are onto Matu, but breaking the smoke here.
Yeah, he's really being a rock in the waters right now, a rock in the river, as he's going to get probably taken down here. The pulverizer through. Boxy coming in from the side though, and Insania as well, landing the Maledict onto 2. Voodoo switcheroo to keep him alive from Zeraccio, who tries to get on top of him. Now turns around. They see the sniper. They drop the Chrono, but the full stop is there. He gets away. Chrono completely whiffed as Ace and Boom get taken on down here. The Faceless Void needs to get himself out. He's got another time walk available in 1 second. Should be able to get away. Boxy though, he's still chasing. He's even got a blink dagger on the clockwork actually, so he will be able to close the gap if he wants to. Dracho trying to go aggressively here, but they've got him inside the cogs, and they get him with a death ward. The supports get it done. They absolutely annihilate the Faceless Void. Liquid, they completely outmaneuver Gaming Gladiators in this fight.
Matu sliding away from that Chronosphere.
Slide.
Tower is under attack.
Beautiful
Dracho-
stuff. Beautiful.
Yeah, he got kited in circles that fight.
Read him so damn well as well. Like Matu was just like, oh yeah, he sees me. Like I'll just peek him a few times, get his attention, slide away.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Ah, yes, absolutely perfect.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just onto the high ground. I mean, they pretty much used everything from game. They do have Mortimer's Kisses. They are going to have their Pango back up in 6 seconds time, so maybe they can mount a defense. Roshan's still down. It's a very long respawn, this one.
Yeah, that's definitely a mercy shown by Lord Gaben, who's gracious in his mercy towards Gaming Gladiators. That's my children. You'll get another chance to fight.
Liquid are making this Chronosphere so hard for Dracho. There's a Hurricane Pike and 4 Blink Daggers. everybody is just ready to blink away. Oh, they mess up that initiation pretty badly. Force death me out, Matu, please. Matu
please.
says no.
This is
I
for
need
me.
this.
Yeah, he does as well. If he comes over and does, I'm pretty sure he's just gonna get killed.
Yeah. I think
Still
there was no
Please,
saving
Father.
Foxy there.
Please, Father, save me.
I'll look down and whisper, no.
No. You learn from your mistakes, boy.
Well, Roshan's up.
Radiant's bottom tower is
There's
under
that shard that Dracho really wants.
He's eyeing up. He's like, that looks delicious, but Liquid will not be given up without a fight. And Sniper, one of the strengths of this hero has definitely been his Roshan finding potential. Those shrapnels, super annoying. The range, he can just stay on the high ground and peep you from his cliff. So, yeah, it's going to be a tricky one. No chance I'll get it whilst the clock works down at the very least.
Okay, Tofu's got the Ags now, so maybe we can get a launch on the Faceless Void into the backlines, 5-man Chrono, Game of Gladiators, win the fight, win the group, win TI.
All right, okay,
It all starts here.
Yeah, okay. I like the narrative. Let's go with that. But
We're sowing the
Liquid,
seeds right now.
the train is coming. Oh, beautiful little fast stuff out from the Enchantress. Mickey's on top of him immediately, but Duracho gets thrown in, but gets hook shotted immediately. He needs to get off the Time Walk and will do exactly that. Tries to find Matu. Matu sliding away once again. Good look at Charchuck. He's just getting out of these ones as, well, the lose Boxy. Tofu trying to run away, but Mickey is just being super annoying, even blinking to the other side to dodge out the scatter blast. But Duracho's actually dead on the backlines. Matu and Insania managed to find him. Oh, dearie me. Gaming Gladiators can't find this fight. It just doesn't connect for them. And now Liquid are into the pit.
I can't find this damn sniper. Duracho, it's his one mission in life, but Matumba Man is making it too difficult. And it's just the Hurricane Pike. It's not like he even has Shard or anything just yet.
Yeah.
He's going to be touting that one. Yeah, after this Roshan takedown.
Yeah, Duracho, you wanted the shot, did you? That'd be a shame.
Yeah, Mickey's chasing after Boom. Nice little turnaround, jumps up onto the high ground. Mickey still got him.
Yeah, Boom, he's able to get a blink away and the TP out, and Leshak won't close the gap.
Alrighty then.
It's so hard to play Faceless Void in this game as well. Like, this draft from Liquid, like, none of them are anywhere near each other at any given point. And also, they've got Stampede and they've got 4 staffs up the arse. Like, it's so hard to connect with anyone.
Well, there's only one person that he wants to chrono, right? It's not like he actually needs like a 5-man chronosphere to win. All they need to do is somehow sneak up onto this sniper, but they can't find him. Never able to take a fight near a ward. They deployed the gobble up to just try and get an immediate burst onto Mickey, but I don't know, maybe a little bit of a difference of ideas there. Maybe Tofu thinking that they could just take the Mickey kill first and win the fight from there. And Duracho has just been only looking for the Chronosphere.
Oh wow, Boom. Just using the Rolling Thunder to try and get the creep wave. He's just left the map and now he's dead. Okay. That was...
knockback from the sniper.
Yeah, that was something.
Get out of here. Get out of the map.
Get out of my game, says Matu.
pushing him into the next game over. He's going to slide into like RNG LGD or something. And he's like, oh, this is weird.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Well, bottom barracks falling for Team Liquid. Gaming Gladiators falling apart a little bit. Unable to link together these fights. Unable to land the Chrono Spears. And unable to turn this game in their favor.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay, they're smoking. They've got a buyback available.
Dire's middle
This time.
In we go with the Chrono Spear. They managed to catch him out. Actually, that's a really beautiful one. They're going to be able to take the Aegis away from the sniper and maybe bring down Zai alongside him. But Zai manages to get off the Stampede to get himself away. Mickey coming in as well. Duracho, he needs to leave. He's not going to be able to do so. The moment his BKB ends, he gets obliterated by Mickey. And Mickey now running under the tier 4, takes down Tofu as well. He's trying to get away, but that coconut being goddamn annoying as it bounces between the two of them. Try to turn around to pulverize. Too much damage being dealt by Mickey. Beautiful shot out from Boxy. Stops the Rolling Thunder from connecting. Celery trying to bring down Mickey. Maybe we'll bring down Boxy, so they'll get 2 on Liquid. It costs them a buyback on Gaming Gladiators, though 2, in fact. They buy back on both Boom and Tofu. I'll be honest, it's a blessing they're able to actually keep themselves in the game with that fight, but Matu is still taking your barracks.
Yeah, Matu's no fear. His team's not even that close behind him, but he knows that they can't do anything to him. Everything's on cooldown, and he's just kind of looking to close this one out, it seems, Nomad. No Chrono to be worried about anymore.
So yeah, they want to finish this one as they jump on Celery. Celery does have the BKB, maybe a little unexpected there as he returns a couple of spears the way of Insane. Oh my god.
It's big damage, yep.
Fairly significant DPS.
He's got the Enchanted Quiver as well. Yeah.
Ah, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it won't be Megas today, but it will be an 18k goal advantage in 2 lanes of barracks, thus making the game very, very hard for Gaming Gladiators. They need to land something huge. No Aegis now on the sniper. I feel like if you want to go, you just wait 40 seconds for the Chrono Spear and then try to make the final play of the game. But Liquid, they will be ready and waiting.
Yeah, they're not going to make it easy on you, and Mickey is also kind of reaching raid boss territory here. He's been quietly farming this whole time while Matu's been doing all the big flashy damage. And he's huge. 4,000 health. He's picked up a heart on top of everything else. So we're still in the situation of you can only chrono one of them. Who will you choose, Duracho man?
Yeah, like one of those choose your own adventure mobile games we get spammed with.
Supports again
for
from
a target,
Liquid.
jumps down bottom. Yeah, they're going to move on to Celery here. Celery doesn't have the BKB for another 5 seconds, but does have the tenacious attendance to keep himself alive, so will be okay as they look for a counter initiation here. But Boom's just going to be completely avoided, which means no Rolling Thunder for the next 70 seconds.
He doesn't want to go up that hill. He doesn't know where Matu is.
Yeah.
Very angry sniper. And okay, Liquid gonna come take a little bit of a look at this. Maybe just keep cutting all the waves. Get a bit of a slow siege going with Matu.
Slow siege?
Yeah, Mickey's just jumping up.
Mickey wants to do it his way. I'll throw a creep his way. That's a long cooldown to commit to that. 30 seconds now on Gobble Up.
Yeah, there isn't going to be another wave top for a little bit. It should be able to get mid out as well. They're close to any items. And Mickey is just going to buy another Reaver. He's got a heart and he's getting for the overwhelming blink on top of that. This is probably going to be the tankiest Lash that I've ever seen.
Yep, it's going to be large and in charge as we now have a 2% win probability for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah. Statistically, yes.
2% is a chance.
Celery being eyed up again. Boxy, he's really into this little bit. Has to be said. He's just constantly trying to hook shot in.
They did put some emphasis on it in the draft this game, right? The Clockwork and the Witch Doctor are both pretty annoying for the Enchantress to have to deal with. Celery not having nearly as free of a game this time around to just sit and throw out these impetus shots. Okay, we got
a Timeless Relic, which Mickey says, no, I do not want it.
Yeah, Boxy's going to take it. Okay, that's pretty cool with the... I don't think it's about the damage, it's just more debuff duration for the hook and the cog pushback. Jump onto
Yeah,
Mickey.
sounds pretty annoying as the BKB gets popped from AC. He jumps forward onto Mickey here. They want to try and take him down. The Chronosphere comes down. They do manage to find, well, not the sniper, but they'll bring down Boxy instead. Maybe not the ideal use of the Chronosphere as Mickey is still absolutely healthy and just running down to Ratio. Does get the time walk away to keep himself alive, but Mickey's not done. He's going to keep on chasing, so another time walk away from Ratio. He's going to jump back in, maybe jet on top of Zai. Zai's going to die, but as is Stellar on the side. No, never mind. Force stuff up to the high ground. Mickey will not let him go, though, as he chases him down. Now Ratio looking at the Timberman, but he can't win this fight. Another time walk away, but Mickey, once again, he is everywhere in this fight, just not letting the faceless void catch a break. Is insane. He is just trying to high-five him, and Tracho will return the high-five, but his days are numbered as he gets peeped by the sniper with the faceless void dead. No buyback from him. This might be the end for the side of Gaming Gladiators. I'll throw out the last couple of buybacks I've got left in the tank, but not looking possible.
Matu just thwarting Deracho every time he blinked out of his Chronosphere that time. It looked like it was going to be a 3-man, and Matu said, nope, see ya, I'm in the river. Solo kills the Pangolier. Beautiful team fighting from Matumba Man.
Yeah, really nice stuff. The sniper just absolutely untouched in the backlines. They jump forward for more. They ace. It's just going to get lasered down by the Witch Doctor, by the snipers. There's going to be another couple of kills for them, and there's your GGs. Liquid, huge game 2 for them. Back on form, back on top, showing us what this smooth, buttery Dota can really look like.
They played great. Laning stage was fantastic. The only hiccup at all was really that dive at the tier 2 tower mid where they got 4-0'd. But other than that, really felt like Liquid were just completely in control of this game the whole way through. They executed the team fights beautifully, finding their targets, the support rotations as well from Boxy and Insania. Super impressed me the way that they were off getting core kills, getting support kills without any additional help. Super frustrating for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, these fights were just so split up, and Liquid were just running them around the fights, like, absolutely, like, yeah, it was so frustrating, as you say. Like, you have the Pangolier, you have the Primal Beast, and you have the Faceless Void. You know, all of these guys need at least kind of 2 heroes somewhat close together in order to find maximum usefulness. Never happened. Liquid were always separated out, except when they went for that one fight in mid, but we're going to ignore that one.
Yeah, they clumped up that one time and they did get punished. It was really cool to see the way that Liquid were playing around with their blink daggers as well. People were just picking their spots to come in and join the fights. They had 5 blinks at the end of the game. We didn't get
the end there as well. Mickey was everywhere.
Yeah, this fight was beautiful for them as well. Just getting the immediate jump in. They found Tofu on the back lines, killed him off, and then just kited Deracho and around in circles. My only complaint is that we didn't get to see the cart. Nomad.
No Kasi.
No cart.
Very, very sad.
No credit.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. So I got to step it up. Come on, get yourself a cart for next game. But yeah, no, beautiful stuff from Team Liquid. Gaiman, I feel like, you know, it just kind of... It's that situation where you kind of got 2 heroes doing a very similar job, right? Like the Primal Beast and the Pangolier, they both just wanted to try and run some people down. So again, you just buy all these blink daggers, and this one item suddenly feels like it's countering just like every hero on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Makes it very hard for them to play.
Yeah, it was so hard for them to get on top of people. Ace did eventually buy the blink, and that helped a little bit. But by that point, like Mickey was enormously tanky. And the supports were just such a pain. Boxy and Insania completely bodyguarding Matumba Man the entire game. Insania even ended the game with an 11-3-13 scoreline. It absolutely popped off on this Witch Doctor.
Yeah, he owned even at Nags by the end of the game as well. He saw that one bouncing around at the very last fight of the game. Pretty damn cool. And yeah, pretty damn cool game from Liquid from start to finish. I still just don't understand how they weren't able to get on top of Matu. Like, even after watching the game, my brain's still like, that shouldn't have worked. Like, they have 4 heroes which can get on top of him, and Matu just doesn't care. He looks at your draft and says, I don't care. I'm sniper. He just owns.
Yeah, his positioning was good, and I think Zai, Mickey, and Boxy did a fantastic job of constantly being just just out in front of him, breaking smokes, catching the initiations, not letting anybody get past easily. And that just let Matu position so nicely in the fights. He was always up on some high ground, ready to Hurricane Pike away. Real team effort from Liquid, but Matumba Man certainly shining.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The amount of times we've seen him get MVP on the sniper has been pretty criminal, and I think we're going to see it again. I think he will be our MVP for this this game number 2, since the team did do a lot of job on enabling his game, but he's the one that clicked the heroes, got them peeps, and was able to carry them through here. But yeah, and also like you absolutely cannot just commit Duracho, Ace, and Boom all towards the backlines trying to kill off the sniper. I mean, you can, but it's going to be sticky if you do, because you got a lot of heroes to respond and punish you for that. So you got to kill them quick. I'm just not sure they had the burst damage to really make that happen. Maybe they did. Maybe it just didn't happen. But there we go. Matu, either way, outmaneuvering the entirety of Game and Gladiators and having a fantastic game here in this game number 2. So we're going to move it over to the next series of the day, which is going to be a very exciting match. We got Fnatic versus Aster here on the D stream. So stick around for that one if you like, or jump over to one of the many, many other streams we've got going on here at the TI11 group stages. We're going to throw it over to a break. We'll see you soon.
swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
It's time for our second series of the day as we jump into Fnatic versus Aster. Aster have been at the top of the group and looking so fine. Aster have been looking absolutely tremendous in their games. However, not completely unbeatable. They've taken a couple of draws here and there, most notably against Entity and against Tundra. Meanwhile, we've got the side of Fnatic, who have been not impressing, not completely failing either, but still, kind of hoping that one of these SEA teams could step it up. Do you think Fnatic is going to be that team?
I think they could. It's another one of these matchups where we can talk about the draw that they've had a little bit. I think Aster have had a fairly easy run of it so far. Fnatic maybe a tiny bit more difficult, but like you're saying, they're certainly not going to be happy with a 5-5 record at this point. Just have to see if they can step it up here in day number 3.
Yep, definitely. I mean, these guys, they have the talent, they have the power to make it through and make a deep run here at TI. They're kind of representing the SEA region at this point because Boom don't seem to be having much success in doing so either. But again, why do you think it's been so hard for the SEA teams to kind of get it into gear for this one? You would have thought having the home field advantage, it would be better for them.
Yeah, you would think so. I think the SEA has continued to struggle on the same things as a region kind of the whole time, and all of the SEA squads that I can think of have never really dealt all that well with pressure. I think maybe the one team that's looked okay is when we had Orange back at TI3, but even them, they went on kind of a miracle run, and I think the story for the SEA teams here in the TI groups has been the landing stages looked fantastic, and they're often coming out with an advantage, but it's holding on to that advantage and closing out the game, which is where they've had problems.
And on the other side of the coin, of course, we have Team Aster, the Chinese team who have been doing very well this year, at least inside of the region. Previously, they have had issues when it comes to playing internationally, but they seem to be sorting that out. I mean, maybe not quite to the tier they want, but, second at ESL 1 Malaysia, third at the PGL Arlington Major, it's looking better for them, right?
Yeah, been looking good. There's always a little bit of a question mark with China because this year they haven't really gotten to play internationally all that much. We've only gotten to see glimpses. I think that was where the Extreme storyline was kind of, they've been doing really, really well in China. How well are they going to do on the international stage? But China has turned up this time around, looking very, very good in the groups. It did feel like for a little while, going back a few years, China was super ahead of the game. I think they're just much more disciplined and much more structured about their approach. It was much more regimented, and the teams and the orgs and stuff like that had more support. I think the rest of the world has caught up massively, and that's where we've sort of some of these question marks have emerged.
Yeah, I think that's partially the case. I also think that, I don't know, for me, I still think China do have an edge when it comes to strategy and discipline, but I think they kind of fall a little bit when it comes to the mental game, perhaps. Again, it's really hard to make those kind of claims if you're not inside the team, but judging by true sight and judging by, what goes on inside the teams and what we hear from interviews and stuff, it's so pragmatic that sometimes you wonder if they have that motivation to be like, we are the best team in the world. And that's kind of the thing you need to get into your head if you want to have that confidence to come and play in TI Grand Finals and take the win. So that's always my big question mark. But the pressure is not on here. We're in the group stage. Everyone's feeling reasonably relaxed. So yeah, in we go with this best of two as we have ourselves a draft on the board. Talk me through some of these picks, Mr. Basket.
So we got the Enigma left through. Fnatic gonna snag that. This is an opener that they've done a couple of times, I believe. It's fairly comfortable. Aster picking up the Primal Beast and the Silencer. So the story that we were telling during the last chance qualifier was Silencer not necessarily looking amazing as an Enigma counter, but Aster's still gonna go for it here. I don't know if he's gonna have that much fun getting tossed back into Eidolons and whatnot, but certainly the idea is still there. And the bans are really interesting, right? We've got Snap and Wyvern being banned. A huge amount of stuff making it through into the pool. Like there's still Lesh, Morph, SF.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess I'll say Batrider, but it's very begrudging.
5 seconds remaining.
This is a total change up.
Yeah. Entirely a new change, a new pace.
So, are you gonna ban Broodmother as well if you're Fnatic? Aster they first phased it. They're crazy. They'll do it. They got double first phase brooded against Entity as well. They won one of those games. They lost one, but it does seem like Broodmother is starting to make more and more appearances.
Yep. Yeah, here is definitely viable and not really a cheesy pick. You know, it still gets a lot done. From inside that offlane role, take over the map, and yeah, not really just the same old hero it used to be. Multifaceted.
I do think you want to get rid of these carries that can just ditch the lane and head into the jungle when you're playing the Enigma. You want them to suffer as much as possible at the hands of this Enigma tiny lane, so that's where we see the TA being banned out. I don't think Aster have played any Terrorblade or anything, but I'm sure they're capable of it. Are you also going to let them have the option of the SF? Because I think I've actually seen the SF. It might be trickier here because your support's not going to be helping you that much, but the SF hasn't looked terrible in some of these Enigma lanes, where if you can just like step up to the Eidolons or you can just run down the Enigma and kill him, that's certainly one way to deal with this hero as well. You're denying some of our experience, but we're just going to kill you over and over and take that experience right back.
Yeah. I mean, that's always it's always an option, especially for the SEA teams. But I don't know who's been the most aggressive region. To be fair, there's been a lot of teams playing very aggressively. A lot of the EU teams playing very aggressively. I feel like everyone's capable of just kind of changing pace when required. I don't think we have any teams which are particularly playing much more fast than everyone else.
Not really. I think maybe you would look at like, well, it's not even necessarily fast. I'm just thinking about Entity as like playing all this weird stuff, but yeah, they're not like all in death balling. There isn't really anyone that's all in on those drafts every game, like Chen plus Chen Beastmaster, this kind of thing. Like you're saying, it's very opportunistic.
Yeah,
when that comes out.
Yeah, definitely. So, Queen of Pain ban now. Interesting ban from Team Aster here. What do you think that's representing?
I wonder if they're just trying to keep the option open to keep the Primal Beast mid. That's kind of what I'm looking at for these 3 bans. It's like we don't want to give away where our Primal Beast is going just yet, so we're gonna go for the bans to keep the option open. I would be curious to see who's actually played it for them so far. Go click on a couple of these games, take a quick look. Sorry guys, there's too much Dota. I can't.
There is a lot of data going around right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be spending the day off before main event, maybe watching some group stage games. Okay, so Ori's played it once, and another game for Ori. Okay, so it looks like it's mostly a mid for them, which then does add a whole lot of credence to these bans. Yeah, are they just gonna take the Shadow Friends? What else could they be thinking here?
I mean, they do like their TA as well, but that's been banned out by Fnatic, as I've just spotted. So they're gonna go out the Brewmaster. All right, a Team Aster classic.
Okay, cool. This is very brawly. Just go run at you. But there are 2 very different ways that you could take this, right? Especially with having last pick. Either you can get a carry that's going to come and get involved in the brawl, or all of this fighting is just going to be a springboard for your late game carry to just go off farm, kind of become the 1v5 hero. So I don't mind seeing this. They've got pretty sick team fight now, just between the Silencer and the Brewmaster. It should be nigh on impossible for Fnatic to kill the Brewmaster without the Primal Split going off, which is always kind of a concern. I don't know if they then start thinking, all right, maybe we just need something that's going to kill the Brewlings. You know, one of these Dusa Sven types. Though they have not been very popular as carries.
I mean, the problem with Team Aster, though, is that you can't overreact to the Brewmaster because there's every possibility they can flex it to the +5 as well. They are willing to do that.
True. And we didn't even mention Undying. So here he is. We've seen that be a very difficult lane for the Brewmaster, but this Slark pick is a little interesting for me. Like, I get that you see there's two beefy heroes on the other side. You should be able to steal a whole bunch of stacks. But now Aster just come through with the immediate Naga Siren pick. So just going to leave there. I think it's the last pick of position 4, I suppose. Didn't think that they were going to get the Naga if they left it later.
Yeah, I want to pick it up now, for sure. And again, this one will be one which Mono will be happy to play.
Yeah, it's good here. We've seen it be... I think the laning is fine against the Enigma. It's another one of these heroes that can just... If you're not having a good time, you can just go hit up the jungle. That's totally chill. You're not that worried about Slark, really. And the song going to be super useful against potentially Black Hole, against the Tombstone from the Undying. Makes a lot of sense on paper for me, and we will just have to see what Armel is going to be up to. This is a very Fnatic draft, but their MO for me is normally that they've got jabs on some kind of summon hero or somebody that's going to be off being annoying, split pushing. Armel is also doing something similar, often these days on the puck. You know, previously it was on the Keeper of the Light, stuff like that, and then Raven is just hard farming. I do think that Slark is one of, if not the best late game carries of the patch. So if they can get him to that point, I think things are looking pretty good. But they have given them some opportunity to counterpick it here.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm leaning Aster at the moment, I will say. I do think this is probably an offlane brew and a Primal Beast mid, but yeah, I've just been so impressed by this Naga, and Slark is okay, but I don't really feel like he's got an amazing matchups this game.
Yeah, so that's not the Fnatic read at all. What have Aster been up to? What are we missing here? I'm gonna go digging.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's take a look.
5 seconds remaining.
Who has played Naga on this team? And is it somebody other than Monet?
That's what Fnatic are representing here with the Morph in the Faceless Void bands.
Yeah. That's kind of weird. I mean, I get the Void as the counter to the Slark, but what do they think this Naga is doing then is kind of my question.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I swear this is just a Mono Naga. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Yeah. Okay, so then what does Armel want to play against the Primal Beast, and also maybe you need to be a little bit of a Naga counter? The Lesh is gone. The Pango is gone. So in terms of these AoE damage dealers to clear the illusions...
Ooh, Hoodwink?
Oh, Tiny Mid, then.
Tiny Mid, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Fnatic have had success with the Hoodwink in the past.
Yeah, certainly a really good hero for DJ. I think it doesn't make their offlane too much weaker. The Hoodwink should be able to put more pressure onto the Naga Silencer than the Tiny could, perhaps. So, I don't mind it. Is Tiny Mid good here? It's probably fine against the Primal Beast, right? I can't imagine that you die. You're going to have similar rotating potential and stuff. Maybe you can kill the Brewmaster so long as the global is down or he isn't too tanky.
Yeah.
And
final pick for Team Aster.
Yeah, probably just looking for
Probably the
a
offlane.
Baboka hero, right?
Yeah, actually, if the Silence is 5 and the Brewmaster's offlane, then they could go for a 4 pick, or if they want to run the Brewmaster 5 and the Silencer 4, they can go for an offlane pick, depending on what they want. They're probably talking through their options. And they'll go for the DP. Alright, shows nothing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait and see who's playing
Ori?
what. Okay, so
Yep.
it is a Monet Naga, but it's it's an Ori Death Prophet. So they are going to be playing, what's that? XXS? Yeah, on the Primal Beast.
Okay, it'll be Baboka on the Brew and Siamese on the Silencer. That's pretty awkward because we've been calling him Peaky through the entire season, but he's now Siamese cat, as we've decided the pronunciation is for this tournament, and they did ask them what they want to be called for this tournament, so we will standardize it and we will change our ways to call him Siamese. But yeah, that's a very interesting switch up at the last minute there from Team Aster, so taking it in a direction we weren't expecting. Baboka will be on the Brewmaster, and Primal Beast will be played by XXS. They did play Baboka Brew quite a lot as well through the DPC, but out of the two of them, it was Siamese who was kind of favored for it. And Fnatic doing the predictable thing and grabbing the tiny Armel. It'll be Jabs Enigma, and it'll be Raven being played by Slug, or the other way around, I guess. Which way are you leaning, my friend?
I think I'm leaning Aster. I like this Death Prophet edition at the end here. The team fight looks pretty good. The lane looks pretty good. Having the additional silence. This doesn't look like a free Slark game at all. I can see a ton of situations where, you know, you dispel off one thing and then you just get immediately nailed by the next disable, especially the global, right? You have to be so careful. You're maybe going to get rid of the Death Prophet silence, and then Silencer's willing to just bomb the global to get that kill on Raven. I think there's a ton of... I've said this so many times in the Fnatic games. Huge amount of pressure on Armel this game to perform, I think.
Yeah, he needs to kick off in this tiny, and that's no easy feat. I mean, he's laning mid against the Death Prophet. That's a tricky lane for him. The rotations are going to be quite difficult as well. They've got really easy ways to escape on the side lanes. You've got Song on Naga, and you've got the Onslaught on the Primal Beast. So, yeah, Armel, difficulty. I think we're going to be looking to supports to rotate into mid and secure those power runes, which does look good for Fnatic, to be fair. They have got the Hoodwink, who is pretty much the champ of roaming in this game. Silencer and Brewmaster, pretty underwhelming when it comes to trying to help out in the middle wave and trying to move around the map and help out the team. So, yeah, I think I prefer what Fnatic have on the table, but at the same time, this is a very Aster draft, and they have been winning a lot of games, so that also inspires confidence in me. Close game, I'm going to say. Yeah. That's all I'm going to go through. Because
I don't know if you guys can hear the chat wheeling from Aster, but they loaded in and everybody just dropped their entire chat wheel cooldown right at the start. Yeah, I think Armel and DJ need to just get the rotations going and just be constantly kind of killing the Death Prophet. They do have enough burst there, right? Avatos combo with a sharpshooter coming in is going to be enough to keep Ori on his toes, but it's going to be a matter of finding those combos.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, trying to set up for them is going to be kind of difficult. I guess it's going to come down to a lot to vision this game as well, which, again, I would kind of favor Fnatic for. They have a Hoodwink and a Undying who can both kind of get in deep, find the vision, get down wards, and Hoodwink moving through the trees as well to be able to do that. So, once again, leaning Fnatic's way with that one. Their support duo just looks way more playable.
Yeah, this is a super comfort support duo for Fnatic. It's a little off the wall for Aster, but like you said, we do see them playing support Brewmaster. This is something that they believe in, certainly. And my problem with the team fight is it's just so easy for Aster to reset. Like, Slark's going to have to be so careful with his buttons because it's super possible for him to just press the Shadow Dance and then there's a song that comes out. They don't have the best like stuns or anything to follow up and punish him after that, but
yeah,
easier teamfight execution, I think, for Aster on the whole. Chat was going crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatting coming out. I'm interested to see how these lanes go down there. We've seen Naga Sirens do very well when left in the 1v1 against an Enigma.
The battle begins.
Yeah, another one of these heroes that can kind of make that work. All right, Monet doesn't quite manage to grab that top one.
Yeah, Januel a little quick on the fingers there. So that'll be 50-50 on the runes then. Aster getting 2 and Fnatic getting 2.
Man, really interesting from Genuel. I saw him start with the boots. I thought he was just doing the like ward trick, right? Use the boots to get out a little bit faster and place your initial ward on the map, but he's stuck with it. So there's just one mango to his name here, and they are going to be running the Undying in the off lane. So why do they not want to put Undying into the double? Okay, maybe they thought there was a swap happening or something from Aster.
I'm fairly sure they thought that Aster were going to try and avoid it. Aster didn't. So, yeah, sometimes the path of least resistance is the path best traveled.
It seems sensible to me to just run the Undying into the double melee strength lane, and they will do just
absolutely. That. XXS being annoying early on, of course, getting the point on Onslaught, as we've been seeing more commonly recently, and using that to secure himself a bunch of CS early on in the wave, so we'll see that continue. Mid is the interesting one as well. Ori versus Armel. It's a Tiny versus a Death Prophet. I don't know who turns out better. I feel like this should be a Death Prophet favored lane, but so far so good for Armel, as he's absolutely destroying it on the last hits with that big old tree of his.
Yeah, first few waves should be good, but I think the pressure starts to mount from the Death Prophet. It's just very difficult for these melee heroes to play against the Spirit Siphon. Maybe with some toss plays and stuff, Armel's still going to be okay, but I don't think these first couple of waves are indicative of the lane, especially given that this was the last pick from Aster. So clearly thought that this was going to be at least okay, if not a counter pick this game.
Yeah.
Enigma just doing typical Enigma things up top, but doesn't really seem to be affecting Monet too much. Got their small camp unblocked, which is super nice. I'm a little... Oh, so they didn't... The Radiant were actually the ones that blocked the big camp. This is always worth doing, I think, when you're playing the Enigma lane. It's super annoying when your whole game plan is, revolving around denying and shutting down the enemy carry. And if any creep wave ever ends up in the big camp and it dies, all you're doing is just eroding that advantage that you've been building for yourself, right? If you're splitting that big camp experience 50-50.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You got to be careful. As I'll say, Siamese getting nailed a little bit by DJ. Right clicks coming on through. Yeah, all of these lanes seeming a little bit. I don't know, just a little bit testing each other. Just kind of firing spells. No one's super committing, but Siamese got to be careful. Does get caught here by the bushwhack. Will he have enough damage to bring him down? DJ's got the Acorn shot, and that'll be first blood for the Hoodwink.
Yeah, nicely done. They can't pressure onto the Naga Siren too much just yet, but certainly they can kill the Silencer, stop him getting any pulls, and just let Jabs do exactly what he wants to do up here at top.
Yep, he's gonna have a great time with this Enigma. I mean, every Enigma is a great time. It seems like one of the heroes which you just seem to not be able to lose the lane unless someone can just run at you non-stop, which is pretty hard to do.
Yeah, especially with the lane that Aster have. That is not the plan. It's very much just don't interact with the Enigma all that much. Monet going to be happy to head in the jungle at some point. Loki gets brought down by the tombstone at bottom. Okay.
Yep, Raven and Januel just able to run him down there. They've got the lead, they've got the damage, they've got the slows to catch out old Baboka.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does commit a tombstone, but it's absolutely fine. Get to trade that for a kill every day.
Probably about how we expected this lane to go. It's just the story of Undying. This hero's been very popular and looking very good.
Yeah, and it's like I realize Lark on this lane as well. I don't like the pick because I think it's going to have a tough time, generally speaking. But in the laning phase, at least, it's Raven certainly going to come out okay.
Yeah, he seems to be doing just fine. That's the strength of the Undying, just protecting your lane. Siamese Cat almost died there. If Jabs had been able to get in range for the Malphus, he would have been gone. But fortunately, he was able to just scooch off to the right and be okay. Jabs are ready with a point in the Midnight Pulse. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, 1-2-1. Gonna be the build up from him. As Ori kind of I don't know, he's putting a bit of pressure onto Armel, but Armel is doing absolutely fantastically on last hit, so he's not really feeling the pressure too much at all.
Yeah, seems to be doing fine. Maybe asking for a refill at some point, or just supports to come and contest this 6-minute rune. We're able to pounce at bottoms. Quite a bit of damage onto XXS. But not going to be a kill.
Yeah, not quite, not quite. Janua, set on fire. A little bit of response coming in as in the middle lane. The toss comes through. Armel getting very low though as Ori tries to turn it around. The tiny getting run down. One more right click will be required from Ori. Can he find it? Oh, and they will connect with a Crypt Swarm. And Ori able to walk away. DJ still chasing, has the bushwhack, needs to land it here. He wants to kill off Ori and will not be able to do so. Was hoping that Ori went in towards the jungle, but he did not. He head back towards the river. So no kill for DJ.
Not a regenerate. That's all. That's all DJ wants to. He's gonna go for it.
With the bushwhack coming back in. Oh, DJ, getting it done. We said the hoodwink was good, but this is intense. I mean, he is gonna die for it most likely. Although I say that, he's actually not walking towards Baboka, and Armel's coming back in for this. They might not be done with this one. Avalanche is gonna connect here. Tree throws in. Baboka desperately trying to finish off DJ, but DJ completely outmaneuvers the beautiful plays here in the early game from the hoodwink.
Dang, I think he found the only tree that he could have possibly bushwhacked onto there. Yeah, DJ's a menace on this hero.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, as we mentioned before, it's really hard to punish this Enigma in the 1v1. Like, yeah, Mone's going to be happy with the 1v1, but also Jab's having a great time up here.
Yeah, they're both farming. I don't think he's getting too many Eidolon CS, but not really falling under any pressure. And Ori, despite the death, is just straight bottom with this siege creep and the double damage. Can Fnatic do anything about this? It's only level 4 Slark.
Yeah, XXS unleashing onto Januel there, utilizing that trample. Tries to jump away with the onslaught, but that's not going to work. So we'll just scream a bit, as Primal Beasts tend to do. But DJ is chasing once again, but he does get that Arcane Curse placed upon him. Tries to finish off Ori, can't quite connect, and Ori's going to get some revenge. Although the Fairy Fire comes out from DJ, but the Ghost catches him out, so Ori will get some belated revenge as Armel turns around and just annihilates Ori with the Avatos combo. Well, the tower will stay alive from this.
They were making that play, I think, knowing that it was going to be difficult for Armel to connect, and instead he just walks all the way bottom to make it happen. Drags on a little bit. Big turnaround to prevent that first exorcism from taking your safe lane tier 1. Raven doesn't really want to head into the jungle just yet, so important that they're able to continue to give him a lane to farm in. And it's DJ really holding down the early game for Fnatic so far.
Yeah, absolutely. DJ doing an incredible job on this hoodwink, and well, Ori also trying to put on a bit of pressure, but ultimately getting a little bit outmaneuvered at the moment, I would say.
Black hole at top, trying to solo kill Moda. He's got the Vlad's damage. These Eidolon's going to work.
No way! Oh my God, Jabs! What a play from him, committing the big spells and coming out with the goods.
All right,
love to see it.
So much for your Enigma counter there, Aster. Yeah, Jab's having a good time.
Yep. Now hitting a level 8 after that kill and just having the lane to himself. He's got so many levels.
They don't really have anybody to put up here to stop him taking this tower.
He's the highest level in the game.
Yeah, Silencer can die to Armel, I think is what he can do here.
Armel, a little bit of hesitation, but the toss back there onto the Eidolons. Feed, my pretties, as Jabs will claim yet another kill.
This is a bit worrying for Aster because their supports do kind of suck at making rotations. They're both just teamfight buttons, right? Compared to Fnatic, which much more about the lanes, much more about the early game, way more ganking. You even mentioned it as we came into the game. A little bit of a discrepancy between the supports.
Yeah. They can just make things happen on the side of Fnatic. Meanwhile, Aster kind of just a lot more passive. When it comes to actually fighting in the team fights, then we'll see Aster kind of utilize their sports a bit better. But for now, when it comes to moving around the map and making plays happen, they don't have that. And as I've been saying again and again, like a broken clock, which you've gotten very annoyed of hearing, when you have that throwaway initiation or just some form of catch on your 4, the game feels so much easier to play. And that has been the cornerstones of a lot of these teams, as the bottom tower does fall. XXS going to claim that one. Aster, Monet has a new home.
Yeah, finally opening up some area on the map, but this Jab's Enigma is going to farm out of control. over here in the dire jungle. They've given him 2 observer wards to play around as well, so he should know if there's anybody rotating over towards him, unless it's under cover of smoke, which is exactly what XXS and Baboka are looking to do here, try and punish this Jabs Enigma. Does already have the full Wraith Pact, so pretty tanky, but I don't know if it's tanky enough.
Yeah, with the Pulverize coming through as well, they've got the Thunderclap in. Also, no Black Hole available from Jabs. They do throw down the Tombstone, but Jabs is going to go down. Wraith Pact Totem's there, though, as well as the Tombstone. There's a lot of things they have to deal with here on Aster, but Ori, he doesn't care. He's just running into it. Kills off the Wraith Packs, but so much damage coming out onto Ori. He's got to be a little bit careful. I'm just going to TP himself away from this one as XXS getting caught by DJ Round on the side here. Another kill for DJ on the Hoodwig, just finding them all over the place. All the shots! DJ getting it done! What did this man have for breakfast today?
Oh my god, what a disaster for Team Aster. Just, like, they get the Enigma, sure, but they used Exorcism, they lose 2 cores, putting down the Wraith Pact along with the Tombstone, they just didn't know what to hit. It was like, which one do we deal with first? Time's running out, tick-tock, tick-tock, Armel's coming for the rotation. Alright. Fnatic. Looking good so far. Pressuring even further.
Beautiful. Yep. Yeah, they want to get something from this. Ori's moving in. He does not have an Exorcism, though. I'm not sure Aster what the plan is here, but Januel, he's the one who's just getting beaten in. There comes the Pulverize, cancelled out by Armel, though. They have the split on Baboka, though. That's a powerful spell to work with, as they will be able to take down the Wraith Pact Totem. Januel finally going to fall to the glaive of Siamese as Raven jumps into the fight, manages to find the play onto the silencer, takes him down, does get the silence off just before he dies. Now throw up the slot into the air. Is it possible they can actually catch him out here? That is a question. Baboka trying to get away, but DJ's in with the bushwhack to hold him still and get Armel the kill.
Well, they pressed 2 ultimates, and once again they just get 1 kill. Team Aster, these team fights, I think, not working out the way that they were hoping, and there's a black hole available again for Jabs. Just gonna keep on pressuring with this Vlad's aura.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I like their chances in the late game, but I did not think that Fnatic were gonna come out swinging so quickly. Are they really? Could they really do this? Could you really just Roche with? I guess they've got Tombstone.
Yeah, they do.
Hot diggity damn. They really can, huh?
And just to be clear, that was the fastest Wraith Pact off TI-11 so far, picked up by Jabs.
I believe it. He rushed the Vlad's no boots. He's going. Wait, this man's going back for a Midas. He's going for a victory lap. Jabs. He's looking to set some Enigma GPM records, I think.
Yeah, I think so. He's got the record for the Wraith Pact. He wants more.
Look, I don't know if I love this because I think they have the better late game potentially. So I would prefer him to just like not risk it and just buy better fighting items for now. But who am I to question this man? He is very farmed.
Yeah, he's got that money. Reminds me of the Invokers who go for like Spirit Vessel and go back for Midas afterwards. Usually it's earned to get the charges and then into the Midas, but this is a bit of a bigger investment with the Wraith Pact.
Oh, I might just get away with it. Though I think this item's a bit dead. Blink Dagger reveal from Armel here.
Yeah, moving on to Baboka. They want to try and just lock him down. He doesn't have the Primal Split for another few seconds anyway, so nice timing on the gank there from the side of Fnatic.
Well, Aster not looking entirely comfortable having their Primal Beast at the offlane. Ori is looking very vulnerable, just going for a Witchblade.
Yeah, throw it back on Ori here, and they're able to get another kill. Oh my, I mean, Fnatic just playing at a sensational pace right now.
Yeah, and Monet really the only one that's keeping the farm up. Maybe once he gets his Orchid, he can start joining the team and making some plays, but Aster seemed to, for now, seems to just not be confident in taking a team fight, and that hurts when you're the lineup with all the team fight buttons.
The Vokes. Yeah, taken out. It's just non-stop from Fnatic right now as they move forward on to Siamese. He gets taken down as well. It's just a never-ending supply of kills from Aster. They're just turning the tap on, and Fnatic are more than happy to just keep on drinking away.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, it's like, oh, can we do this? Oh, yeah, I guess we can. Like, they can't stop us making this play. We're going to push this tier 2 at 15 minutes into the game. Why not? I think they're just discovering that they're pretty darn powerful, and Aster just don't seem to be able to put these teamfight buttons together.
Yeah, that's it. It's just not connecting, so... Heading towards the 16-minute mark, and Fnatic looking to really put some pressure onto this tier 2 in the middle lane. DJ leading the charge. Oh, he's got a Maelstrom, by the way. Casual.
Yep.
Queuing up the Gleipnir. Has big aspirations this game.
I'm down. It's going to give him a lot of strength against the Naga illusions. So this is the one aspect where Fnatic, a little bit weak. That's what the Naga pick is about. But if you have an enormously farmed Hoodwink, maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yes, our position 4 Hoodwink is going to counter out your position 1 Naga Siren. Okay, good, Monet.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, well, Monet's answer is just to farm away, and he has taken up residence in the enemy side of the map, farming jungle where they just don't want to be at the moment, and he has a lot of money. Of hopes and dreams of Aster very much relying on this Naga Siren at the moment.
Yeah, there's a little bit of lane cutting and stuff going on at mid, but it's kind of tricky when the tier 1 tower is still up. He's going to start chipping it down a bit more. I think Fnatic might be looking for him. Yeah, the circle is being drawn by Januel. They want to kick him out of their side of the map.
Great read from Mono, though. He's got the ward up, actually, so he noticed it's coming. This wasn't a smoke from Fnatic. They just tried to run him naked, and everyone's going to notice when he comes sprinting towards you like that. Boca might get caught out here by a DJ, charging up the sharpshooter, full duration. The damage is there. Fnatic will be able to eliminate at least the one target, so... smoke up from Aster, though. They want to try and make a play. They know that they're very split across the map right now, and if they can go and find themselves an isolated target, there's a possibility that Aster could get themselves a fight. BKB fresh on XXS as well on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I think the idea is just that they... Oh, they just picked up this gem. Januel, no. This is your only item.
Yeah, there it goes. Straight away. Who picked it up, actually?
The courier snagged it, and then he tried to run the courier away, and then they killed the courier.
Grabbed it.
Yeah, so Ori's got it now. Well, that hurts.
All right, that's a swing.
Yeah, I don't know if I love... I'm normally a huge fan of these like aggressive gem pickups for just completely controlling the map, kind of choke out the enemy team, but you've already got a Slark, so you've already got some vision game. I don't know about this one necessarily.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement. Seems a little getting ahead of themselves. I mean, to be fair, if they had been able to just kind of take over the map with it, it would have felt like really good, but...
Yeah, and even if you'd managed to get the gem away on the courier, we would have been singing his praises, but sometimes it is what it is. Fnatic's still farming way more of the map. Monet takes over the #1 spot on the net worth now, so he's certainly getting something going.
Yeah, non-surprising really to see the Naga kind of moving ahead. A bit like an Alchemist in that regard, where you do expect her to be a little bit ahead because she needs a couple more items to be a real hero.
Yeah.
But going for the Orchid, so Manta Orchid looking to play the game here, Monet. Not going to be a backseat Naga Siren. Definitely joining the crew in the car.
Isn't that...
Januel positioned great here. Where is the gem, by the way? Have they not kept it on Aster? Have they put it back in base? I don't see it anywhere.
I'm not sure.
I have literally no idea where it is. I'm checking the items, I'm checking the base. I'm so confused.
Oh, it's just outside the well.
Got that, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright. Aster. They managed to claim and wrestle back their portion of the map, so, this net worth advantage from Fnatic has kind of just been plateaued for a while, and it's kind of what they expected. I mean, at least what Jabs expected. He did go for this Midas.
Yeah, I would like to see DJ and Armel linking up again a little bit more and trying to find some kills. Instead, they've both been farming for the last little bit. DJ's even like full core mode. He's just picking up Boots of Travel. Armel is going for an Ags, so it seems like they're thinking, okay, we know Naga's farming, but we're just gonna itemize to deal with the split push. We're gonna itemize to deal with the illusions. I think a very clear signal from Fnatic that the only hero that they're now really worried about on the side of Aster is the Naga, which might be okay. I think it could end up being to their detriment a little bit. The Death Prophet and the Primal Beast can still do a lot of damage without having that many items.
Yeah. That's absolutely true. So yeah, this net worth difference might not be as significant as it looks, but at the same time, as the later we get, the more we're looking at this Enigma, the more we're looking at his Midas paying off. The Black Holes are going to be there. Raven absolutely fine with the game going a little bit later as well. So, and also DJ is just absolutely yoked. He's farming the map as well. I'm a little bit surprised they're not gaining more of a net worth advantage on Fnatic, but I guess it's just kind of the Naga Siren who's the counter to all of that. Like, yes, everyone's farming on Fnatic, but also Monet is just guzzling gold right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how the map is being split up right now, it's not that much of an advantage for Fnatic, really.
Yeah, Monet just absolutely drinking. Loves gold. Loves gold. He's like me and curly wellies. You have curly wellies in Australia?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, very
except they'll pull your fillings out. That's the...
It's worth it, though. That's kind of like... all the best things in life come with a cost.
Right. Yeah. No, we do have curly whirlies. I am a curly whirly enjoyer. Anybody who isn't from the UK or Australia is currently like, what on earth are these two talking about?
Curly whirly. Just try it, guys. Just try it. Find a British store. Is that a thing? Do we have that? I don't know, but...
DJ's hiding in these trees. Smoke breaks?
You see? He's got... Wait, what is TP?
Just TP from... I mean, you...
Blink Dagger. Didn't know he had one of those. Wow.
Yeah, turns out. Didn't have any more scurries, so he just wanted one more.
Yeah, I wanted to get over to the next kind of collection of trees. Very interesting from DJ. There's a bit of a mob gathering around the middle lane. Angry Aster on one side and the frantic Fnatic on the other. Ooh, taking shots at each other. I can't believe how much this game has slowed down. And I went from just like slapping Aster all across the map to playing this very slow and considered game. Huge change of pace. They smoke up. Aster staying on the high ground. Tree volley, just give them a bit of vision. Oh my goodness, Baboka. He is just completely annihilated.
Does have a buyback. It's still a little tricky to just walk into the Roshan, but with the BKB on the Enigma, Fnatic feeling that little bit more confident. Jabs is not going to break his smoke here. Wants to make sure that he's completely out of sight. And Aster, are they going to try and go? Seems like it might just be too late.
There you go. Aegis into the hands of the Slug. It's going to be a very nice upgrade for him. He's going to be able to go in very, very deep here. And with this Aghanim Scepter as well, Fnatic should be able to take pretty much any fight they want now.
Yeah, they're playing slow in Fnatic, but I do think they still have... Like, the idea still has to be that they've got the ultra late game. Right? That's what they're telling themselves. Like, look, guys, Slark is the best late game hero here. We've got an absolutely huge Enigma. We don't need to be stressed. We can ride out these Nagasaran timings. I think it looks a little weird because they owned the early game so hard, but yeah, they're showing a lot of restraint to just kind of keep farming, get these items, secure their spot, and keep heading on to the late game. And like we said, it's important series for them, especially if they want to have any hope of landing in the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to make sure they secure this one. So going high ground before you're ready is absolutely not the way to do that. So they will start to pressure, though. They're not absolutely just going to sit in a stalemate. They want to take these buildings. They want to force Aster to come and play an uncomfortable game. I'm not going to need to leave here, though, as Aster do turn up into this little area. Fnatic, they'll be happy with the tier 1 by the looks of it, though, as they back themselves away.
Yeah, just make the map feel a little smaller again. Yeah, take a bit more farm. Exert this Aegis pressure at least somewhat. I like the itemization from Raven. He's not doing anything greedy. We're not seeing a moon shard or anything like that. It's just getting into the BKB next, Gonna go for the Aghanim Shard. If you just live, you'll do plenty of damage.
Yeah, Sluck is in, but Baboka's able to get off a split, so he's going to be okay for the time being, and they'll throw the Tiny up into the air, and now bring him down as over on the side. Jabs, he's maybe going for the black hole, and then Mine cancels it out. Ori is going forward, though. He's got himself the Excisor, but Raven's on top of him, taking some chunks out of the Death Prophet, popping the ulti here to try and help himself survive through these ghosts. Ori's just on a mission, but he is going to get tossed up into the air and killed off. The silence a little too late from the side of Aster as XXS now just pumping down the damage onto Armel. There comes a black hole just onto the Primal Beast, but cancelled out by the song from the Nagasara, and it's TP home time for the side. Oh, so close off Aster.
Needed to let XXS start that TP.
Yeah.
Dang, but after
Nagasara
all said and done, it's just the Death Prophet going down. I'm shocked that Ori can do this.
Always give you like, they always start their TP like they give you like half a second to start TP. Like, sorry, I've waited all I can.
Yep. Yeah, I think they could have. Maybe not the best coordination from Aster. I think maybe they could have canceled the... I think they weren't quite sure whether they were trying to save the global or the song for the black hole. So Tiny got a couple of tree volley shots off. If they had interrupted that, it would have been big. Well, Armel TP gets canceled, but team's here to back him up.
Yeah, they're all TPing across. They've got this tier 1 in the middle lane, which is the real difference maker, and Brewmelter without a primal split available, they're going to be able to bring him down with ease. They're even looking for more here. He's on top of Ori. No exorcism. Like, they just don't have the cooldowns to fight right now in Aster. I'm not sure what they're doing this far out of their base.
Yeah, they definitely can't be there. Fnatic with a big punish, and even thinking about heading towards the high ground now. I don't really see why not.
XXS, all he can do is ask politely if they wouldn't mind leaving, and I don't think Fnatic will be willing to oblige such a request.
Yeah, 1 more minute on the Aegis. I think Raven going to be more than happy to just siege this up a little bit. He's just going in.
Jesus. Goodbye, Siamese.
Give me that stack. I needed to hit this tower.
Yeah, I need an extra edgy, thank you. Well, tier 3 tower going to drop to Raven. That'll give them fortified back at the very least, so maybe something to defend their barracks with. 17 seconds on Exorcism, 4 seconds on Song, 5 seconds on Global. Aster will be fighting fit soon, but do they feel confident enough to fight into this Raven Slark, who still has an Aegis for another 35 seconds? Feels very difficult. It's a game of seconds, and the maths ain't quite working out for Aster at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're just
They do have a lot of respect for this Chinese squad as they back themselves away.
Yeah, Aegis running out in 20 seconds. So. Showing some respect, just gonna go and get a couple more items. And Aster, what can you find? Jump onto Jabs.
Yeah, kind of slamming him into the ground here, but Jabs has a BKB TP out. They don't really have enough damage to really threaten anyone here, and even Januel's just going to be able to TP himself away from this one, but Boca unable to find him for the Cyclone. Nice little spot in the trees he had there. And full escape from Fnatic, losing absolutely no one. So clean, so disciplined. This is just very, very nice stuff from Fnatic. And DJ's actually overtaken Ori in net worth now as well, so this farming hoodwink with the Boots of Travel and the Maelstrom just owning.
Yeah, this has been good. I've been so impressed with the DJ's play, but also just sticking the Tiny mid, I think, turned out to be a great answer for what Aster were going for here. We've just seen the Death Prophet die a whole bunch of times. Brewmaster's just getting absolutely annihilated. The Ags is a nice answer to the Naga Siren as well. I am a little bit sick of Tiny just being viable all the time. Can we have a patch without this hero, please? It feels like you only ever get to slap on the wrist, right? Like last TI, it was, oh, he's viable in pretty much every role. And then they nerf his itemization on carry, and it's like, oh, well, I guess he's only viable, position 4 in mid now.
Yeah. Well, Aster showing up and ousting Fnatic from the area. Fnatic, again, just so respectful of Aster. You know, they're so like not willing to kind of take any fights which they're not absolutely resolutely ready to take themselves. So they won't take anything on Aster's watch, that's for sure.
They've still got the better late game, so they can just chill for all of their cooldowns for every fight. Like, Jabs was just waiting for a couple seconds for his BKB. Spot Monet.
Hello, Mr. Monet. Yeah, the pounce does actually miss here as the BKBs come out. They'll drop the black hole, and with the trees flying into that as well, everything thrown at Monet. No hope of surviving that one. And Baboka's going to get dropped like a rock as well. 2 dead on the side of Aster. As once again, you just see it, Fnatic. They get ousted from the area. They smoke back in on it. Easy pick up onto Monet.
Bit of a
Silence just way too early as well from Siamese as well, has to be said.
Yeah, a bit of a catch-22. If he tried to save the global, I think Monet was just dead, but Jabs was very patient, just BKB'd it off and then went straight in afterwards. And with no Naga, kind of no hope. She holds all of the net worth and all of the hopes and dreams of Aster in this game.
Yeah, Fnatic just playing so cleanly, way too cleanly for Aster to even get a look. And this must be frustrating as well. You know, you want to get on the map, you want to play some games, you want to have some messy fights, you know, especially with Primal Beast, especially with Brewmaster, but Fnatic just don't give it to you. They see you and they just leave. They're not even bothered. They're just like, all right, bye. We'll give up this area of the map, sure. We're going to take it back later.
We'll be back with another black hole and a BKB. You just wait, and Jabs might even have 2 of those if he continues farming with this Midas at this pace. Working on his refresher. Yeah, Naga is not going to be the be-all, end-all carry this game. Monet's already kind of getting close to his peak timing. Sure, he's still got some more inventory slots to fill, but as we've seen, there are 4 heroes on Fnatic that are all itemizing against him. And, you know, Genuel's there for moral support. He's got a Force Staff as well. He can help out a little bit. But really, he's the cheerleader to the other 4 cores of Fnatic at this point. DJ's been promoted, right? Come on, he's got more net worth than the enemy mid. He's entered core territory.
Yep, 4 calls on the side of Fnatic. Cheating, you're only out of 3. Tournament rules.
They're firing on all cylinders. It's a 4-stroke engine for Fnatic.
Your cylinder, gotta look out. Armel, he's getting beaten on down here as Aster looking for the opportunity for the BKB and turn around with the tree volley as they immediately just find their target once again. Monet gonna be jumped on. There is a song. No, actually cancelled out by Monet. Doesn't want to use it right yet, so holding on to that cooldown for the time being. And there is a dead Undying, so they're going to make the trade here as they lose the silencer in response for the Undying, but they have the buyback and global silence possibility here if they do try to go for a black hole on Jabs. They have to be aware of that on the side of Fnatic. Let's see if the temptation is too strong as XXS jumping in onto Armel. There it is. Buyback silence comes in immediately, cancelling out the black hole. And Armel's going to be the one to die. Aster playing it beautifully. It's LPL to interrupt the TP onto Jabs as well. He's going to fall. They won't even look at him as he dies. Maybe you might want to do something about it. Yeah, there you go. Song comes through just to make sure they finish the job. It's an interesting use there from Monet, but it gets the job done.
Everybody thought that that they had that kill. Oh, but still, like, Aster winning that fight, Fnatic, the discipline wavers a little bit. They didn't have every single button ready to go at the start, so even assassinating the silencer in the backlines, just kind of giving Jabs a false sense of security as now Aster grabbed the Roshan for themselves. That's going to give them a refresher as well. So, refresher shard up for the Death Prophet.
Yeah, you see on the replay here as well, like, you know, DJ getting the amazing pickup here, but they weren't ready. They weren't ready for the buyback on the silencer, and it's one of those things which you kind of hope he doesn't have it, but
you don't know for sure. Yeah, you're just like, well, I know his game is miserable, but he also has no net worth, so his buyback costs nothing. It's like
pennies.
Yeah.
Oh, the big smile. The big smile from Baboka.
Okay, so long as Fnatic aren't too rattled, I think they're still fine. Like everything that we've been talking about up until this point, still okay. They are. I don't think they're going to get completely run over by the Naga Siren so long as they keep their farm up. Jabs just has to keep his cool, find this black hole opportunity. You know, DJ going to keep hunting for the silencer in the backlines. Game plan hasn't changed too much, but certainly signs of life for Aster.
Yeah, there is. They're showing that they've still got plenty to offer to this game. Solid game plan, and the silencer pick coming up trumps that in that last fight to turn things around for them. And now, Monet is going to be able to just kind of rock around the map, doing whatever he wants, more so than before.
He's got this full Bloodthorn picked up, so his damage is looking pretty scary. Butterfly as well. No sign of an MKB or anything for Raven. It's not really the Slark. It's meant to be killing the Naga here. I think that the idea is that Armel is supposed to be just lobbing trees into the black hole, and that's how you deal with him.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Really gonna have to give away a lot of the map here, is Fnatic.
Yeah, it's getting small, isn't it? It's getting a bit claustrophobic.
Superwood spots us out. Armel wanting to clear one more wave before he leaves. Gotta be careful. The song! Oh, he blinked to the right.
Oh, Mel just about surviving through that one. Monet trying to sweep through with that Song of the Siren, but yeah, it doesn't quite connect. Wow.
he didn't press his BKB first, so it was pretty stressful.
Yep. No worries at all for Mel. Cool as a cucumber. Winter's day.
You've got Arcane Rune. I think you can just push the BKB. It's a 7-second BKB, so maybe you wanna keep that one extra second available. Got an MKB on Hoodwink. Oh my god, DJ. We were like, oh, how's this last pick gonna deal with the Naga? Well, he's taking that seriously. This Acorn shot, +2 Acorn shot bounces, -4 armor corruption, and the Gleipnir on top of everything else. Just wait and see what's gonna happen to these illusions.
Yeah, tree volley plus this Acorn shot is just gonna be wrecking fools. I can't wait.
He is very squishy, though. Does have to be careful about, Primal Beast ends up on top of him, the Death Prophet ends up on top of him. They don't have a whole lot of net worth, but these heroes are still going to do a ton of damage, and they're getting backstabbed right now.
This is interesting. Ori, smoke's going to pop, sees onto the Undying straight away. Pulverize comes down, no chance getting down to Tombstone for January. They'll move across towards Armel as well, but he's got the BKB TP away, so he's going to be fine. Aster, they'll only catch the one. Exorcism committed here as well, so that's a big commitment there from the side of Fnatic and from the side of Aster, and they don't really get much for it.
Yeah,
they do have a refresher shard on the DP, so I guess not the end of the world.
Yeah, not the end of the world. I just want to see how Fnatic are able to shift gears now, because as soon as the Aegis is out, I think it should shift back to kind of Fnatic being able to exert themselves more on the map and having more of this pick-off threat. They've been struggling on the vision game for the last little bit, which does make life a little bit harder. And that is something that's certainly easier for Aster with the illusions. Even though, Slark's got night vision, so should be able to play around that. Raven rocking the gem, so Januel not going to lose it this time around.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to put your gem on Slark, especially, so you can just see everything and everywhere.
Yep.
Everything.
Yeah, okay, so 15 seconds to go on the Aegis. Fnatic don't have the refresher quite yet for jabs. Maybe they can wait for that. Definitely want to grab all of their neutral items.
Yeah, it's that kind of awkward moment where it's like, well, we want to go and catch the Mossy Aegis down, and there's like that brief moment where Aster just kind of reassessing the game, but at the same time, just get your refresher orb up. Just get those nice right away.
Nobody taking the Witchbane just yet for Fnatic. A little bit surprised at that. It can target... It's normally used on enemies, but it can target allies as well. So...
Yeah.
Pretty sick in this game, especially against all the silences and stuff.
Yeah, breaking out of those would be pretty ideal, especially for someone like the silencer on the backlines. If you can just throw it onto him. What's he got? He's got a telescope. Telescope's very nice as well. Maybe not for a silencer, actually. Pretty sure he's got one job in this game.
Yeah, you're not going to give the telescope order to anyone if you're sitting in the fountain. It's maybe...
Yeah.
maybe a bit tricky. Okay. All right, Fnatic. They know that the Aegis is gone. Time to exert themselves a little bit more. Smoked up, see what they can find. They don't really have any vision to go and play to. There's, it's one ward at top.
I love this as well. They smoke through the secret shop to get their refresher orb on jabs as well, so they have this option.
That does mean he's not going to have a buyback.
That's true. As they move up to Ori, he's actually able to sidestep the tree volley there as he turns around. BKB X's him out as they jump forward onto Armel. Armel does get off the BKB and Ogre Seal away. Fnatic looking like they want to disengage here as they've dropped the Exorcism and they will just back themselves up. But there is a refresher shot on the Prophet, so again, just to reiterate, it's not a huge commitment for the side of Aster. They can still fight. And they've actually been able to catch out Januel here as Baboka runs forward with the Brewlings to catch out the Undying. They have to be careful though, but it doesn't matter. They're able to bring him down regardless. Januel will fall. And now, Armel. XXS. They're able to get themselves out. It's probably the amount of damage that that Undying took. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, he got annihilated. Between the Primal Beast and the Death Prophet, there's a lot of just like incidental damage being done by Aster as they run at you. And even though they ran past that ward, Fnatic just not feeling confident to try and find a turnaround. Like you said, they used both of their BKBs, and so they will just try and step back. Jab's still just looking for this perfect opportunity. They're never going to find the silencer. He's never going to be an option, I don't think.
It's literally getting to the point where I almost feel like you do want to do the Fountain thing. I hate to say it, because I know that Silencer is very useful in fights. You know, like a last word can absolutely catch out a Slark, but at the same time, as long as he's alive, it just feels so difficult for Fnatic to do anything.
He knows that DJ is looking for him, right? So
yeah,
I don't think he can afford to be... Wait, is he... Did he just sell everything to try and get refresher? Okay, yeah, he's embracing his Fountain existence now. He's retiring.
You have a refresher show up. You have a refresher up. I want a refresher up. That's that's what's being said here.
Yep. So he did have did he have a Force Staff and stuff at one point? It's all gone now.
He had.
Is he gonna walk with the back to the well with the tranquil boots and then sell those as well? I'm just the shot.
This is my life now.
Yeah, I know that in some other games there's these characters where they don't actually play a hero, right? They just like oversee everything, and you can kind of jump around and buff your allies. That's sort of what Silencer's becoming here. He's just supervising. He's not managing from the front, that's for sure.
No, he's not. Well. Fnatic versus Aster. This is turning into quite the marathon game. 42 minutes in, no clear advantage for either team. Aster do seem to be getting away with the fights, but at the same time, it's been a long time since we've seen any significant kills. Like, no one's really committing onto anyone. It's turning into a very tense match.
No, Roshan's up again. This is the everything Rosh. Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, Aghatim's Blessing, everything that you could want.
And a sense of pride and accomplishment for killing him as well.
Gold star.
That's the best thing of all. Yeah. You did it.
Nomad will give you a retweet. It's the best of all.
Yeah, I will. If one of these players tweets saying I killed Roche, I'll retweet it. Yeah.
Nice.
You're welcome.
Sounds out of the base. Sammy's cat just wants his refresher. He's so close. He's so close to retiring to the Bahamas. Kick up his feet.
Just live in the Fountain. His new home.
He's got a family portrait.
So stupid.
Yeah.
300 gold. That's all it takes. Come on, one more bounty rune.
Actually, so he needs a little... somebody needs to get him a little gift basket of
Dude, he's doing
fruit,
it. He's doing it. He's going to sell his tranquils. 100%. Watch. He's walking home. Ooh. There it is.
Oh, yeah, he needs a little fruit basket as well. He's just moved in. He actually needs these mangoes to cast 2 globals.
So there you go. That's his fruit basket. It's a lovely selection of mangoes. He's just AFK in the Fountain now. Meanwhile, Raven having some fun.
He's shot calling this team fight, Nomad. I don't know what you're looking at.
He's the eye in the sky. This is unbelievable. I haven't seen this in such a long time, but absolutely the right play, I would say. Enigma is no longer allowed to black hole. Aster into the pit. What can you do, Fnatic? You have to answer this. DJ's still at bottom as well. He's still shoving out the wave. They need him. They need his vision for the pit. He's other than the Undying. He's the the one who's they're just gonna take this. This is unreal. I can't believe they've actually gotten away with this. BKB pop from Armel for no apparent reason. This is just, I don't know, what's the discussion here on Fnatic?
I don't know. Maybe just that. Maybe they just need to take the fight at their high ground. Maybe that's where they're feeling a little bit more confident. Difficult to say. After the way that early game went, I think this is. Yeah, you're probably starting to feel the pressure at the one time that you. The last time you voluntarily took a 5-on-5 was that fight where the buyback black hole cancel happened.
Ooh.
And I think maybe
getting a bit
he's got
ambitious
boots
here,
again.
Silencer. Yeah, he's got himself some brown boots. He's over by the tier 4s. He's a proper little explorer now. You know, he's also buying wards and sentries and sending them out to the poker.
to the soldiers on the front lines. He's the support from home.
Yeah.
He's getting very familiar with the base. Check out your team's effigies. Give him a score out of 10.
Yeah. Commend them if he likes them.
Yeah.
Oh, Ori only has one. He could use them more. They all only have one commend. Maybe that's the
Radiant's
problem.
middle tower is
I know,
under
Boboka has
attack.
0. Get right, Boboka. Well, Fnatic starting to, pardon me, make some moves up to top. This is interesting. I'm not sure what they're aiming to achieve from this. I mean, there's a big wave coming through, so I guess they just want to kind of drag Aster home.
Yeah, I suppose so. Gonna just let the Eidolons go to work.
That's illegal. Sansa comes in, casts an Arcane Curse and immediately pinged out from Jabs. Literally instantly starts pinging him. He's like, guys.
They found Jabs.
They managed to
They
get on
songed
top.
him.
Yep. Monet's on top of him right here. Does he have the Axe? He doesn't, but I'm not sure he needs it. BKB and Black Hole comes down, immediately cancelled out. Going for a second one here. Actually, just blinking himself away. Second Black Hole not being used as they will try to close the gap now onto the side Enigma. He does have the second BKB, just trying to get himself away as Raven closing the gap onto Ori. Ori gets taken out. XXS low as well as Armel deals with him. That's the Aegis. Gonna get gone. And now they'll look for the second follow-up kill onto XXS. The Primal Beast, he has no counterplay. Oh no, Aster, they were too focused on the black holes and not focused on the fact that they were just dealing a ton of damage on the front lines. And now Boboka needs to get himself out of here, but I'm not sure he's got a way out. The tree volley comes through. It's Armel, the Tiny, tearing apart this team fight and tearing apart Aster.
All right, finally it's maybe it's not about the black holes. Maybe we do still have some tools here. What can Monet do? His net worth is insane. He's 48k, but very difficult to approach. They do have a buyback available for the Primal Beast. I don't know if the Death Prophet might be able to respawn here. Is it just going to be Megas, though, is kind of the question.
Yeah, I mean, Monet has buy as well, so I don't think the game ends here, that's for sure, but Megas probably. Again, we'll see how much DJ's able to do to these illusions as the song comes out from Monet. Just trying to hold them back. He's actually moving forwards here to kill off the Wraith Pact. XXS just jumping on through into the whole team here, trying to find Raven. Raven quick on the fingers with the Dark Pact here. XXS taking some heavy hits as now Armel comes in with the tree volley. So much damage onto XXS. He's going to eat the cheese. Sharpshooter's going to miss as the BKB still going. Now XXS jumping forward, finding the target, slamming down the Tiny. Armel in some trouble as Tori comes back into the fight, and they will be able to take down Armel. There we go. 2 kills for Aster. They will defend the final lane of barracks here as Fnatic repelled from the Aster base.
Jab's just piecing out. Slark starting to become this king of the late game. It's just very difficult to lock him down. He's getting the stacks going in the middle of the fights. And there is a bit of a stalemate between the Enigma and the Silencer, but yeah, the cores of Fnatic still able to do a whole lot. And the Naga's got double anybody else's net worth, but is she having double anybody else's impact? I think is kind of the question.
That's the question indeed.
Yeah, Monet even looking at swapping something out for the Hex, just wants a little bit more lockdown. I don't know that the Heart is doing that much for him, really. This was a really nice charge, though they didn't quite catch the Tiny, just got the back lines.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Pulverize just a little bit too late onto Raven. Raven barely healed up inside his ulti though, which is
one of the things which kind of caused him a lot of issues in this one. So, I mean, that is the primal beast factor, especially in the late game. If he's just trampling through you inside that ulti, then he might not kill you, but certainly keeping you low, keeping you humble.
Yeah.
It's still an amazing fight from Aster.
Yeah, his damage scaling off of his attack damage does mean that trample scales better than some other things would into the later stages. But yeah, it does kind of seem like Fnatic. I think that it took that last fight to get a little bit of a confidence boost going, but maybe reaffirming to themselves that okay, look, we've still got the tools. We got 4 heroes that are equipped to kill Naga in an ideal world. We
currently have 1 hero who is level 25, and it is DJ on the Hoodwink, but the Slark's literally just leveled up to join him, so yeah, we're going to have 2 Acorn shot charges on the Hoodwink, so the damage output from DJ is going to be absolutely absurd. Meanwhile, Slark, he's going to get the plus 50 seconds essence shift duration, so these long fights... he jumps forwards here, excuse me. Yeah. Sorry, friends, I do have a little bit of a cough. You have to excuse the occasional one which escapes the mute button.
Yeah, both teams, a little bit of vision. Aster seemingly just gonna go shove waves out. Monet is like fully slotted at this point, right? Surely there is no more left to conquer. He's eaten a moon shard. He's got the Ags. He's got the shard. He's got boots of travel in his backpack. Yeah, he has everything that he could possibly want.
Yep, 5.5k net worth on the Naga Siren. About 1,000 GPM in a 51-minute game. Absolutely ridiculous. And meanwhile, poor old Siamese is just dreaming of arcane boots. He's like, maybe one day I'll get them.
Won't have to buy more mangoes to press my double global. Is he still just chilling with Philosopher's Stone? Yeah, yes. I guess there's not really anything better to have. I wish we could get a heat map for Silencer. This game.
Okay.
That's what you got to do. Are we going to see yet another Roche? Are we going to see tier 5 neutrals?
Now, here's the question, right?
Yeah.
If we have a refresher shard, then are we in a situation where Jabs is able to jump in, Black Hole gets cancelled, refresher, Black Hole gets cancelled, refresher again,
no,
Black Hole.
They share a cooldown now.
Oh, crap. All right.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt the theory craft, but yeah, they changed. They changed specifically that. No more triple BKB, triple Black Hole.
I hate that.
I'm okay with
Why?
it. I'm okay with it. It is a little bit anti-fun, but...
it's very anti-fun. Super lame. All right, well, I guess this game's never ending then, because that's the only way they could have ended the game. So, get comfortable, everyone. I would say get some snacks. Oh, yeah, actually, we've got 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes to get some snacks, get some drink, make sure you hydrate yourselves. Bathroom breaks are allowed if it's only a wee. We'll see you shortly as Roshan respawns. Any other big item timings we're looking at here? Slark looking for a refresher orb. Armel just continuing to... Oh, he actually got himself an Octarine. That's kind of cute for more tree volleys.
Yeah, he's doing a huge amount of damage with these tree volleys. I think the concept for Aster seems to be try and get a few hexes and see if they can just get like a chain hex onto somebody and kill them off that way. They have picked up a Wind Waker on this Death Prophet, so it gives them another potential save against the jump in. Keep somebody alive against the tree volley, even if they're potentially disabled at that point. Yeah, Wind Waker is well picked up for the Primal Beast. Okay, cool. Next, they can just chain a whole bunch of Wind Wakers on this Death Prophet and let the Exorcism with the Timeless Relic and everything go to work. Yeah, it's got the 25 talent coming out eventually as well. Aster seemed to have a plan. Fnatic, it's still just mostly... DJ's buying damage. He's going for a Daedalus. Slark wants a refresher, so Raven's still kind of focusing on the defensive items. Double BKB, double Shadow Dance, double Shard. But nothing's going to be forced here until Roshan respawns. And even then, we're getting to that stage of the game where it's like...
Does it really
how much is Aegis worth? Like, sure, there's still some heroes to pick up. Aghanim's Blessing, for sure. But
I'm counting the Wind Wakers as well. We've got 2 on the side of Aster. Meanwhile, I don't think we've got any on the side of Fnatic, so... Always a really powerful item in these super late game situations, being able to save someone, because everyone is squishy at this point in the game, right? Everyone can just get absolutely blown up.
yeah, the way that scaling works in Dota is that, especially at this kind of late game, survivability items are completely trumped by damage items and, agi heroes getting attack speed and damage. People are just going to pop in seconds.
All right, so we got minus 10 second mirror image cooldown on Naga. That's at 25. Death Prophet goes to a plus Exorcism, 8 spirits. So that's pretty nice. A little bit of extra damage inside the Exorcism. I mean, that one's kind of pretty easy. Oh,
Song forward.
Coming out. Yeah, Monet's catching it. He's going to be finding it as Jab's going to have to pop the BKB and blink across to the sidelines here. Goes to a black hole. It misses. Gets cancelled anyway, because why not? He's got nothing else to do in the fountain. Ori looking forward, trying to find more here. Jabs with the second BKB. Can't really commit those. XXS stomping around in the back lines, but it's over towards the front as XXS slamming away at Armel. Armel going to turn himself into us. He gets hexed right now. Raven looking for XXS. He might have found himself a target. Certainly does, as DJ with Sharpshooter to finish it off. And now they move on to the Death Prophet as well. 2 down on the side of Aster. They don't have buybacks either. Moving for more. Monet! Oh, he gets out just in time as a avalanche comes crashing towards him, but he does escape, and now the black hole comes down onto Baboka. Sansa? Okay, doesn't
I don't think it would have saved him.
I guess he was dead anyway, so...
Okay, so the dynamic of the fight has become Aster all run at Jabs. He runs away as fast as he can, and Raven and Armel just pick people off in the meantime.
Jabs just black holes the ground to put
He's just a distraction.
Cooldown. It's fine, absolutely fine.
You just look at this Raven start just going from hero to hero, picking up stacks, finding the kills. He is the true king of the late game here, and they are going to claim themselves another Roshan. Who's taking what?
It might be the case that Aster get away with not saving buybacks here, by the way.
Yeah, it's possible. But if you're Fnatic, do you want to let them have the chance to get tier 5s? I guess you don't have any black holes currently, which is a little stressful.
Yeah, and Siamese might actually get a chance to use his global silence for something other than the black hole next fight. How exciting!
It's a possibility.
What a luxury! Jump in. Oh, they've tossed back Baboka, but the song is there from the Naga Siren. Going to be able to buy them a little bit of time, at least to get the reset here. 13 seconds still on the Death Prophet. Monet doesn't actually have a refresher orb somehow. That is very surprising. Might as well buy one at this point. As they throw Baboka again, I'm just going to do the exact same play. Baboka, he's going to get run down. Does have to buy back on the Panda, so we'll be able to throw that one out, but their barracks are starting to fall. Raven, he's getting through the building, so Ori's going to come to the front lines along with Monet here, but Raven just starts taking chunks out of the Naga Siren. Naga trying to fight up with Raven here. Raven immediately purges off the ensnare from Monet as he will jump himself out of the base.
30 seconds on Black Hole, 15 seconds on the Refresher. Still haven't managed to take Megas, as Aster do have everybody back up for one last hurrah. There's just one buyback left. That's Monet. He's been...
Yeah. Monet just needs to be on the front lines here. She needs to be in the tower in front of the barracks. But that said, Fnatic, they don't seem to be in a big rush to try and sell this one. Refresher Shard on Raven is available, so he can get himself another BKB charge if he wants it. And don't forget, has that Aegis, so we'll be okay. And it's a smoke out from Aster. They want to make the decisive play. If they want to get out of this game, they want to be on their terms. I do feel like this is a risky fight for them to take, but they're going to go for it regardless. They see Armel on the backlines here. XS has immediately jumping on, Pulverize coming out as they will try and take down Raven, but that's not happening. Black Hole's out, cancelled immediately. Monet struggling to get into the fight, especially with Zatowick taking chunks out of her on the back here. Januel's in pretty deep. They'll turn around, they'll try and deal with Monet. Monet to fall. Buyback from him, though, as he comes back into the fight. Raven, though, he's just on the front lines. He's looking for Ori. Actually going to miss the pounce here as Ori gets a little bit more time to try and take down this Tombstone. Cannot do it, though. Wind Waker away, but Armel Armel's on top of him. Avalanche toss. The damage is there. The Death Prophet is dead. No buyback available for the DP. No buyback from the Panda. And there it is. The GGs are called. Fnatic at 59 minutes and 30 seconds will end this game number 1 between these two teams.
It took them a long time to get there, but Fnatic, it was a fantastic early game. They kept their cool. They stayed disciplined. They got the items and showed that they could deal with the Naga Siren in the late game. Very cool game.
Very cool indeed. Yeah, doing work and absolutely pumping out the damage in the end there, Fnatic, from just about everybody. And I think the damage stats show you all you need to know about Fnatic's game this time around, because they weren't really focused on one hero. Jabs managed to deal 25,000 damage despite not really getting off any black holes towards the later part of the game. DJ, 24,000 damage. Raven, 21,000 damage. Armel, 35,000 damage. It's all very, very even.
Yeah, they did have 4 cores basically in the end there for
pretty much
for Fnatic. And look, I'm shocked at how well Aster were able to kind of stick the landing and make that a game despite their absolutely atrocious early game. Like, neither one of their supports really had any game whatsoever. We were saying that the Primal Beast and Death Prophet were also super behind. Nicely played by Monet, but he could not win this one all by himself, with Fnatic putting like 80k gold worth of items towards just dealing with him, with everything that DJ had and whatnot.
Yeah, Naga, despite all the farm in the world, just couldn't get off the damage in the fights, really. Couldn't find the targets and still was very, vulnerable to the Hoodwink and the Tiny. I mean, it doesn't matter how many items you have, like, still, a Tree Volley plus the Acorn shots, like 3 charges, is just going to take down you and your illusions without too much trouble. And that's exactly what happened in that final fight there. Yeah,
I just love Jabs being like he's just the decoy, basically. It's like, oh, where am I? Find me in the trees. You're losing the fight to the Slark. Hope you don't enjoy having these stats. And super clean game from Raven, right? 7-0 and 13. There wasn't a whole lot to contest him. They tried. They bought some hexes. They picked up all of these silences, but it was just a very, very difficult one. And that late swap, we didn't talk about it too much more, but the late swap on the Tiny to mid, Armel had a fantastic game.
Yeah, he really did. He was owning, and those tree volleys coming in absolutely clutch as well, for dealing with Naga, for dealing with everyone, actually, and also dealing with Baboka before he could get off his ulti off sometimes. Just to get absolutely insane DPS from that was absolutely critical in Fnatic turning around these later game fights and finding the wins. And yeah, overall, a very, very disciplined game from Fnatic. Too disciplined, maybe, I want to ask?
No, I'm okay with this look. It was an important game. I think they had the right read, and they would have been absolutely kicking themselves if they had tried to force it and lost another fight like that one that they lost in the mid river. So I'm fine. I'm fine with how this all went down.
Yep. Easy dub for Fnatic, easy dub for Armel, who is our MVP. Could have been him, could have been DJ, both of them having very impressive performances in this game, number 1 against Team Aster. But what a win for this team as well, taking down the big boys. Fantastic first game here from Fnatic. Can they keep the tempo going and take another game off Team Aster? You'll have to find out after this short break.
and our swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello, and welcome back. We are here on the D-Stream, and we have a very interesting series, which we are now one game into. Fnatic were able to pull off a little bit of an upset here, perhaps, and take a game off Aster. But will they be able to repeat it in game number 2? That's what we're here to find out. My name is Nomad, and joining me is Baseskip as we get into the second game. Baseskip, how you doing? Enjoy the last game?
Yeah, doing good. I had fun. I might have had more fun than Silencer did, but you know, it's, we can't all win. I do think that this next game is going to be a very different look. I think Aster kind of drafted themselves in circles a little bit in that previous game, so shouldn't be too difficult to have a very different game this time around. Maybe they'll ban the Enigma. Maybe they weren't feeling confident about how that went. They really ended up needing a lot of answers, and the Silencer looked okay, but then we saw kind of typical Fnatic, Raven just becoming an absolute monster in the late game, and Armel doing the same.
I haven't asked you yet, but what is your opinion on the Januel mullet?
Oh, I'm a big fan.
You love it?
Yeah. He's
out.
He's an honorary Australian.
I was gonna say that checks out. That's very on brand for you. Love the mullet in Aussie. Meanwhile, all sensible haircuts on the side of Aster. Sensible haircuts for a sensible team that have been playing some sensible Dota and doing very well. But when it comes up against the insanity of Fnatic, they weren't able to hold it back. Although, to be fair, it wasn't really insane from Fnatic. In fact, quite the opposite. It was extremely disciplined. Like, it was so calm, so everything. Like, it felt like they all had a script which they were playing to, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know who was making the calls, but they definitely were telling themselves, like, yep, okay, look, we're not worried about the Naga Siren in the late game. We have the better late game roster here. Maybe we're not going to get to use the Enigma to his fullest extent, but turns out a Tiny with 30k net worth is going to do some work. I don't know if Aster are... sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, it's interesting how on the player cams, like, Fnatic are all, like, stern, serious business mode, and Aster bouncing around, joking, laughing, you know, these guys happy, healthy, having a good time. So, yeah, not what I expected.
Are we gonna? Maybe they're having a chuckle about the eventual fate of Silencer in that last game as well. It's
Hard not to, I think. Hard
yeah,
not to. There was some giggling going on. Yeah, a funny first game and a very interesting matchup. But yeah, very well played from Fnatic to take them through to the first win of this series, and a win which will hopefully, you know, secure them in the middle ground. Maybe even tease towards the top of the standings now.
Yeah, if you were just looking at the standings, I think you would imagine that the series is going to be pretty one-sided, but like we said, coming in, Aster have had a fairly easy draw to start. They haven't played against that many of the teams that are on the upper side of the bracket, other than, say, Tundra, who they went 1-1 against. Meanwhile, for Fnatic, they've had to play a lot of the top dogs in Group B, so I do think it's going to look different with a different draft, but certainly don't count Fnatic out, and everything making it through here. Undying, Enigma, Shadow Fiend. I wonder if Aster are going to go for like a first phase Brood. We've seen that from them earlier in the event. At least Marcy's banned.
Smorgasbord of heroes to select from here. Aster.
Oh god, it's happening again.
Oh, fuck, God's sakes. Alright, same thing. Silence the Primal Beast. That'll be the opening.
Maybe they think that where the draft went wrong was like the Brewmaster pick potentially, or just
I would agree with that, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that, and then like they spent 3 bans making the Primal Beast playable on mid, only to not play him mid, which was kind of strange. So we'll see. All right, I think Aster a bit of a statement game here, perhaps. Like, look, we messed up. We don't feel like you outplayed us. It's time to see what we can do with a slightly different draft, perhaps.
Indeed, yeah. Change things up and see what happens. But yeah, definitely feel like Aster was sorely missing that kind of partner for the Primal Beast to run in with. Like, he was always just running in by himself and not really finding the teammates to kind of help link up.
So is this is identical so far, right? It's exactly the same.
I don't know about the bands, but
no, they're the same. It's also Team Aster on the Dire again, and Fnatic are on first pick. So
okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stay completely silent, and if you want someone, is that production? Can you just get what we said? For
yeah,
the
can we
first
just
just paste it over this one? It's fine. We can save some money here. Yeah, me and basically will grab a beer or something.
Yeah.
Just kidding, it's 7 a.m. I'm not doing that. But we do have very similar stuff. So, I mean, what does that tell you about Aster's mentality, though? Because you would think they would be the ones to be like, oh, well, we lost. We didn't even get a look in at the last game.
It's still the same. We're 13 in, and it's still the same. All right, this is the deviation. The Brewmaster was the problem, apparently. So I guess that means that they're already. Oh wait, no, it deviated when we didn't ban Lesh. That was the point of this is where the two timelines diverged.
I see. This is a multiverse.
Multiverse of madness.
No, don't say it. Oh great, now I've got a lawsuit.
Oh no.
Down, basically. That's coming out your pay.
Oh well. So what are they doing with this Primal Beast then? Is the Primal Beast just playing off lane and Leshrac? It could be position 1 Leshrac. That's a thing. I don't know if it's what you want to do exactly against the Enigma, but it is something that we've seen teams opting for. And Fnatic getting their hands on the Undying again. And this time around, it's going to be a TB for Raven.
Okie dokie. Do you reckon Siamese just has like a really, really cool show he's watching at the moment? And he's just like, guys, I'm just going to pick silence. I'm going to stay in Fountain. You just call me if you need the global. I'm gonna catch up on this this sick series, the sick unbranded series I'm watching.
They're not allowed to have their phones. They get taken away if you've watched.
You can alt tab.
Yeah, I guess. you can head out to the main menu on the game and watch the embedded Twitch stream. Check out. Just yell if you need a global, guys. I got
I'm gonna listen to my favorite casters, Nomad and Basket. Let me know if you need me.
Okay, so Dry Rangers to pick. I don't think they've got pretty decent answers against the Terrorblade already. This does not look like the freest TB game. You know, we sometimes talk about these dynamics with Lesh where it's he's both a squishy hero, so if the Lesh gets on top of him, that's bad, but he is also this long-range physical damage dealing carry who's going to buy a Scotty, so that's good. We'll just have to see which ends up being superior here. The Primal Beast also kind of annoying just to get up in the face of the Terrorblade, give him a hard time, especially in the early game. And Drow going to be piercing right through all of that base armor. Yeah, it could be a little trickier for Fnatic this game if they're not going to have that be-all, end-all late-game hero in the Terrorblade.
Yeah, that kind of X factor which is going to come through and
what is this
bulldoze down the middle lane at the end?
What is this Naga ban? What about maybe they've scrimmed each other. Maybe there's an offlane Naga that Aster have been playing. I'm so confused.
It's gotta be something.
Yeah. There has to be some reason. Like
Yeah, Entity have been playing it, so I'm sure other teams capable as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Final pick from the side of Fnatic. They're looking for the DJ hero by the looks of it.
5 seconds remaining.
What's it gonna be? Could also flex a tiny if they want. I feel like Armel had an amazing game. Ooh!
A sniper.
Sniper coming out for Fnatic. So it's gonna be a DJ Tiny and a Armel sniper, I would guess. It's very greedy. That's a Terrorblade sniper tricore is
10 seconds remaining.
Huh.
Not a whole lot of playmaking potential for Fnatic here. If it's just DJ. Magnus. Interesting.
This is so curious. Okay, so it's going to be XXS on the Magnus, it's going to be Baboka on the Primal Beast, and Ore on the Lesh and Monet on the Drow. So, I don't know, man. Like, this feels so slow from Fnatic. Like, Sniper and TB from them. And, yeah, it is going to be Jabs and Enigma. So this is, like, the slowest draft I've ever seen. Is this punishable by Team Aster?
Yeah, I think so, especially with, like, the Primal Beasts. Primal Beast position 4, like, Sniper's going to have to be really careful at mid about those rotations. I think DJ probably needs to hold up his TP the whole time. DJ is similarly free to come and rotate towards mid. We've talked about it time and time again over the course of TI11 that when you've got this Enigma, you're super freeing up your position 4 to go and do other things on the map. For some teams, that's stacking. For other teams, it's just ganking the mid lane. So we'll just have to see how this one plays out this time.
Yeah, let's see what DJ is able to get done on this Tiny with the freedom he's given, because they're going to need an advantage coming out of this laning phase. I feel like if I don't know, if Fnatic don't have like at least some sort of advantage coming out of the lanes, then they might just get run over. I'm very worried for them in that regard. But maybe I'm underestimating the early power of the Sniper. Maybe he does more than I'm giving credit for.
Yeah, they do have some early timings to just be able to like roll up to buildings and maybe kill them off with a meta. But early team fighting just looks really hard. They don't even really have anyone to send in first. Like maybe the Terrorblade can tank up a little bit and you get your HP talent. But a completely different Sniper game from what we saw from Liquid, for example, right? Where they had 4 heroes all running interference and being the wall for the Sniper. And in this game, it's like just the Undying who's kind of willing to walk in.
Yeah, it feels really hard to initiate these fights. Like you have a Tiny, and that's it. DJ, the world is on your shoulders. He's very good at carrying this team in certain games, but this feels very, very hard. But we'll see what they're able to pull out the bag. We'll see what Armel's able to do on this mid lane Sniper, and we'll see how Aster is able to put on the pressure in this game number 2 as we jump into it. So, what are your expectations for the lanes?
I do think the bottom should be a win for Fnatic, just the typical Undying versus your double melee strength. Maybe they can get a kill on the Terrorblade, but I feel like the Undying should be able to keep them at bay. Mid lane, probably just Leshrac picking up some points in the Lightning Storm. I don't think that this is going to be as dominant for the Sniper as it is against some of these like melee matchups and stuff that we've seen, but should still be pretty good. Fnatic certainly seeming confident about it with the way that they've picked. And Enigma Tiny is also just Enigma Tiny, so I think that should probably be pretty good for Fnatic. I'm just expecting lots of rotations mid.
Yeah, Fnatic collapsing in on this bouncer in here and forcing Ori and Monet away from this one, so they will settle for the... oh, actually, it's 2 for 2 on the bouncer ins with an Observer Ward in the middle. Ruining it all. But still nice for Aster to pick up a bit of extra gold. Januar getting a lot of damage off onto this Silencer, man. He's down to about half HP under his tower. That's not pleasant.
Yeah, glad to have the boots here for Januar. A little bit of a different build from what we've seen from some of these other Undyings where they just get 50 mangoes and go for it that way. Instead, able to make a little bit more happen, especially with the Reflection getting picked up for the Terrorblade. And, okay, Baboka onslaughts in at top, but hits neither of them, and it's just going to end up being securing some CS.
Yeah, it's the pulse for Primal Beast is kind of just a run at you hero. Yep. He does have good stats, so he's pretty good at trading, but in terms of closing the gap, you need those onslaughts to land, otherwise you could be in some trouble. You win the mid lane, it's Ori versus Armel. It's the Leshrac versus the Sniper. And overall, I think Ori's probably going to struggle to close the gap and get off the split up onto the Sniper, especially as the Sniper gets a couple more points and take aim, so yeah, probably going to be a pretty free lane for Armel here. Not going to be too worried about what the Leshrac puts onto him. And again, as we keep saying, with this Leshrac, if he can find a good power rune, namely a haste, or maybe an arcane, he can make some things happen.
Yeah, the Ori certainly has more potential to be able to rotate to the side lanes, but the sniper's going to punish him if he ever does make that play and take a lot of damage on your tower. So it could just end up being a very static mid lane for the first little part, like you're saying, until maybe we get a power rune that breaks things open.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So Silencer's in pretty deep, but he can play pretty aggressively here because there's no stun to cancel his TP. So even if he's getting both of the Fnatic heroes just running at him, he can kind of always TP out so long as he's not too low.
This Siamese Silencer being very, very annoying as he's just spamming out the glaives, popping the mangoes, got the stick as well.
Yeah, he should be, I think, popping the mangoes a little bit earlier. We were talking about this the other day, that like because of the way that Glaives of Wisdom work, when you steal the int, you're going to get a percentage of that mana based on what your current mana pool is. Didn't wait long enough.
All right. Well, that's to the tower, but ends up giving the first blood to Silencer entirely, I mean, almost definitely accidentally, right? There's no way you give up first blood like that otherwise.
Yeah, I guess just didn't track the time well enough. I think you have to, it's like 30 seconds or something that you have to wait before, after the last time you took damage from a hero to die to a building and then have it be credited to the team instead.
It was 30 before, I think after, when there was that patch where we just saw like a balance doing it non-stop, they changed it to like 40 or 45. So.
Okay. Gotcha.
I was one of those guys. I played a bad and then would just spam out miscoils and then count down from when I last got hit and then tempo suicide.
I mean, my favorite was like the null talisman start on disruptor and then just suiciding to neutrals after pressing as many thunder strikes as you could. Baboka trying for this first rotation at mid. Raven.
Yeah, let's see what they can
Armel,
get done.
sorry.
Do you need to connect here? And Ori doesn't really have the mana to help out, so it's got to be all Baboka. He's going to go for it, though. Armel realizing that he's being jumped upon, but not much that they can really do, as Ori doesn't have the mana to help out, so Baboka not getting a whole lot done in this middle lane, has to be said.
And, I mean, coming over is going to secure the water runes, but Sniper doesn't really care about the water runes anyway. So, the end of the world. Double at bottom. Sniper's can't get out of here. He's just going to get clicked down by Raven.
He's gone. The big, terrifying demon takes him out. Sorry, powerful demon. It mentions like 3 times that it's a powerful demon.
Terrorblade's a little insecure. You gotta...
yeah.
You gotta hype him up.
Maybe.
Yeah. He's gonna get bullied by Shadow Demon if...
You getting into lore in a cast-based skip?
Maybe not.
Ooh.
Maybe not. I won't step on
dangerous ground.
I won't step on Slax's toes.
He's gonna turn up to your house in the baseball.
Yeah, he's gonna send an angry tweet at me. So I don't think this Primal Beast not really doing what I was expecting in the early stages. We've seen some fantastic rotations out of the Primal Beast, but hasn't really found anything just yet. And yeah, overall lanes pretty quiet. Everybody just farming up.
Yeah, it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. Baboka unable to really make the rotations happening. DJ hasn't really left top either, surprisingly. I guess doesn't really want to rotate into a silencer into a sniper lane. Sorry, if the sniper's having fun, then leave them to it. Let kids be kids.
That seems fun. The Magnus is getting a lot of CS down here.
Jumping forwards from Baboka. Nicely timed with the multi-shot there, but that's going to be it. In terms of combos, it's not really existing now. Uh-oh, Baboka thrown under the tower. He's just dead. He's got no way out of this. Nice toss back there from DJ, catching out Baboka and getting Fnatic the kill.
The J and DJ lane, very powerful. Okay, 6-minute rune. Ori, he's summoning a haste. It's an illusion at top. He has been forsaken.
He really has, yeah. It's like a double. Lose the 50-50 and
give me the refill
as well. Yeah, I'll take
Sometimes you have to make your own luck.
By Baboka dying.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, DJ hanging around mid, seeing if he can bait anyone out with an illusion rune or something like that, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Oh, this might be smart actually. If he brings a tiny illusion up to top and shows that, then Ori might get an idea, but the problem is this is all happening under an observer of Ori through the entire time. So
Genuel, he saw that there was a party in the mid lane.
Yep, unfortunately he isn't invited, and well, he might get kicked out, but that's how they don't have enough damage with the tombstone on the high ground. It's going to force back the side of Aster. They don't want to get caught out by a sniper under this, so they will respect it. Meanwhile, whilst that was happening, Ori was able to dodge out the gank that Tiny was trying to set up onto him quite nicely.
Yeah, kind of awkward, just everybody looking at each other in the mid lane. They're really getting away with this sniper pick currently. It's like Raven is the next target at bottom.
Yeah, they really need to make one of these connect, so Baboka gets on top of him, throws him down with the tramples, following him into the tree line here. Raven didn't level up the Sunder, so won't have that option available as a save, but Baboka, he's all by his lonesome, and no one is coming in to finish off this kill, so Raven survives, gets the kill. Armel got a peep Siamese on the side as well. Oh, dearie me. Fnatic are owning these guys.
Yeah, that looked really good. The decision from Raven picking up the bracer on top of the treads, keeping him alive. Aster overestimating their damage a little bit. The silencer not really bringing that much to the table here, especially with no point in the last word for that little bit of extra burst. And again, another game of it. The Aster supports doesn't really feel like they're accomplishing a whole lot in the laning stage. This time around, they're looking for jabs.
All right, this is a more attainable kill. They should be able to bring him down. Does have a black hub with the damage coming out from Ori. Not going to happen. Aster, they finally connect something with this Primal Beast, but yeah, Baboka absolutely not having the game he wants.
Oh, and it's a double damage sniper. It's about to come take a look at your mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I think the difference here is that Armel sacrificed like a full-on horse to the rune gods this morning. Meanwhile, you know, or Ori only sacrificed like a hamster or something.
Right.
Not enough. They weren't satisfied, so he gets the illusion rune on the wrong side of the river. Armel gets a DD when the lane is unoccupied and gets to do a chip and damage to the tower.
There's some occult stuff happening at this TI apparently.
Every TI.
Yeah. Oh, and now Jab just rotates in here, you know, given the Vladzor, they got the Eidolons. They're just gonna get this. Aster, the only attempted play is to put some damage onto this offlane tier 1. But who cares if you're a Fnatic? Big success. Getting caught here. Big damage from Raven.
It's a bit too much, isn't it? They might actually be able to get away, and now with Ori looking for the turnaround play onto DJ here. Needs a little bit more to bring him down, but has the Tumbler's Toy to stay on top of him. We will be able to call for Tiny. Meanwhile, over on the side of the map, we have a bit of a kerfuffle with Jabs and Baboka trading it. Oh! Okay. Nevertheless, Monet still likely to die here. Going for the TP away. Do they have to cancel? They do not. Monet survives. Okay. Gets himself to safety.
Make sure that you're all the way out before you hit him with the tip.
I don't know what that tip was about. I didn't see any spells misused there or anything. Don't worry, Jabs. Your secret's safe with us.
It was close. I think it was, you know, some of it is about the camera perspective around that area. Just thought that he could get it, but...
God, I want you as my coach, you know. You sound great. Gonna give me all the big enough I need. You're a silver linings kind of guy, glass half full kind of fella, aren't you, basically?
Yeah, that's me. But yeah, even with that, Fnatic, they don't need too many people making excuses for them. The early game is looking fantastic. They're mowing down these towers. All of the cores are absorbing farm, and Aster just kind of waiting for, I guess, the Blink Dagger on XXS. He's got big net worth, but he's also got a whole bunch of small items so far. So only 400 gold worth of progress towards the Blink Dagger so far, but it'll come up pretty quickly with the Empower. Just have to see if that can be a turning point for them.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, still waiting for their timings before they really start kicking into force. And there will come a point in this game where, you know, they are able to go and take some fights, and I think Fnatic will have to avoid them for a while. We'll see the kind of cat and mouse come out, but as we said, as they've come out of this laning phase with advantage, that point in the game is going to be later and later on than Aster would like.
Do you think these like super high skill mechanical mid 12k players like playing the sniper? Is it just a nice change of pace? So like a little vacation for you to just just right click people, throw out some shrapnels, hoo hoo ha ha. You don't have to phase shift dodge any spells.
Yep.
Just chill.
Go from like
1,000 APM to like 1 APM.
Yeah.
Just A-click jungle.
Is under attack.
Tumblr forward, looking for this
Captain
DJ kill.
Yeah,
Gimme
he's trying to go
in.
for the TP out. And oh, he's got it. Jesus, that was close. Woohoo!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A couple of very close TPs in this game so far. Both the Drow and the Tiny get themselves out of danger, but managing to survive through it. But yeah, this Farm Fest definitely feeling good for Fnatic right now. What timing are we looking for in Aster? That's a question I want to ask.
Yeah, just the blink.
That's it.
Yeah, they've given XXS the primo farm on the map. He's been taking the Ancients, so I think they realize exactly what the timing needs to be. And
yeah, the gourmet creeps, the foie gras of the creep world.
This is premium stuff.
Absolutely.
Michelin star.
Baboka trying to set up onto Jabs here a little bit. Once again, you know, his team's just not with him as Armel gets a kill onto Sansa around the side. And looks like Baboka, his days are numbered. He's running for the tree line here, but Jabs is staying upon him. We'll have a lot of right clicks to offer into this, and with the zombies leading the way as well, they just need to follow it though. Onslaught across, right clicks to follow, TP out from Baboka. All right, he gets away. Meanwhile, Marde's just like, the tombstone. No, never mind.
Daniel makes it back just in time.
Absolutely not. You're not killing my tombstone.
DJ and Armel still running around. The sniper being a whole lot more active than we maybe anticipated coming out of the draft, but he's an absolute menace on the map currently.
Yeah, this tempo sniper is pretty sick as he runs forward here onto Monet. Monet backing away. Shrapnel's coming down. The right clicks are there. Oh, they're throwing in the sniper. My God, that is aggressive, but it's going to pay off as they get the kill. Now, can he get himself out? That is a question. Baboka unleashed onto Januel. As, well, Siamese taking some heavy hits on the front lines. They really want to bring down the sniper. Nice drag back from XXS. He has the RP. Doesn't even want to use it, though. Just go for the budget. They're actually going to toss out Armel. Armel's still surviving. He's turning around. Baboka running through. He's actually going to be able to not get caught by the black hole. They need to finish him off. And a nice little shockwave from XXS does get it done, but at what cost? 3 heroes dead on the side of Aster. Not looking great for them, as XXS will move across towards the tree line, skewer himself down, and will survive. But, whew, that sniper getting off some real deeps before he does drop 2,300 damage inside this early game fight. That's a lot of peeps.
Yeah, we had the full duality of Tiny there. He tossed in sniper, he almost got him killed, and then he somehow finds this toss out. DJ with the perfect positioning to lob him over onto Jabs. And even though they get the sniper killed in the end, comes at a very hefty cost for Aster. They do still have the RP, and there's no black hole now, and no meta either. So it should be Aster just going and making another immediate play somewhere on the map.
I like how the sniper is basically just DJ's volleyball at this point.
Yeah.
He's just throwing him around. He's having fun.
DJ spotting Ori, gonna toss him back.
It's a big pick. Can they do the damage? I think they can. Look at the sniper just blasting away at Ori here. Absolutely taking him down. XXS was nearby. Tried to go for the blink, but it did get cancelled by the shrapnel, so won't be able to help out.
These long-range damage dealers just absolutely destroying the Leshrac. He's having not the worst game, but net worth is suffering a little bit after these last couple of deaths. And they just don't seem to be able to kick Fnatic out of their jungle. They're playing together. And once again, just able to look at this Roshan play with the Undying and the Enigma.
Get in that pit, Fnatic. Take down that Aegis. Aster, they still have the RP, but they're not making any moves over towards this area of the map right now. They're letting Fnatic get away with it.
Okay. Super quiet game from Baboka. Doesn't feel like the Primal Beast has really been able to do all that much. And this was their, this was the priority for them. Now he's getting caught out.
Yeah, he's being thrown back. We'll see what he can do with this onslaught. And he does get himself back to where he was before, but DJ's still waiting for him. Armel peeps him down. Another kill for the sniper. Oh, there we go. Jump in. Hook. In comes Ori as well, following up with a split earth as well. Januel surviving for a slightly long time, but does eventually fall. But DJ, he's going to throw another. Uh-oh, that might not be good. Can they follow up with a split earth? Yes, they can. Gust is there. Not the toss you were looking for, my friend. Armel, is he going to fall? He force-stuffs himself across, but Ori's on top of him, takes him down the once. Can they do it a second time? Is the question. The answer seems to be no, because Fnatic are well behind their sniper at this point, but DJ, he
he's just tossing everything in sight right now. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, it's like amazing toss, questionable toss, amazing toss, questionable toss.
I'm getting whiplash.
Yeah. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not on the sniper. Maybe if you just thrown him onto Enigma, because XXS ends up surviving as well because he just pieces out up that ramp and away he goes. So kind of giving away the Aegis for free. Still Fnatic.
I feel like
holding the
DJ
lead.
has like 2 switches. You know, it's either go, kill everyone, like just get in there and fight, or back, run away, toss out time. So it's one extreme or the other, and you need to be very, very aware of what mode he's in, because if you're the sniper, you're going in. If he wants you to go in, you're in.
I think we are seeing a bit of why Tiny is so popular. The skill ceiling on this hero is just insane, especially with Toss.
Yeah,
Once they changed it to like, oh, it always grabs the closest unit, people have gotten so good at just picking their target. It's almost like it's vector targeted at this point, right? Like we see people getting into the middle of a whole bunch of creeps, but positioning perfectly with phase boots and always getting their man. There's DJ. All right.
Yep.
It's another toss back.
Just another toss back. DJ finding absolutely everybody. This is a brutal performance so far from Fnatic. Aster getting completely shut out of the map. The stuff they're able to find is just kind of very, very small in response to what Fnatic have been able to get. Monet is farming, sure. So is XXS, so is Ori, but Sniper and Raven, Armel and Raven, who are absolutely calling the shots this game.
Yeah, they can still win the team fights. I think that's still possible. Fnatic gonna have to be really careful with their positioning. As we saw in the last game, it's the same dynamic here. You're not going to be able to completely rely on the black hole to win you the fights. Siamese Cat is already preparing himself. He's just skipping straight to the end this time. He does have Tranquil Boots for now, but he's got the Philosopher's Stone, and he's already got the Refresher queued up. So he's planning for retirement to that fountain.
Yeah, it's not even bothering with the 4 stuff this time around for Mr. Siamese. Just heading straight there. He's even got his Philosopher's again, as you say. Run it back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Interestingly, there is an Aether Lens on the Enigma. This is something we've seen a couple of times. It's giving you an extra bit of cast range on Black Hole, can make it really unexpected about what you're able to pull off here, even without the Blink Dagger. And he's going to go for the Aghanim Shard instead, so going for a slightly different build this time around. Just not really wanting to go for the full committal into the Black Hole build with a Silencer in the game.
A little bit of a team fight. DJ can look for the toss back.
Feels very aggressive as they will charge back onto 2, and again, not using the RP, just letting them die naturally, and the Global Silence will come down here as Baboka getting on top of the Sniper. Sniper full staff down to the low ground, TP out. Looks like he is going to make it, as is Jabs. Yep, they're both out safely. Aster, they get themselves a couple of cool little kills, nothing major, but still getting space back on the map for themselves, which is very important.
It's very nonchalant from Fnatic just walking up there. I don't think they were expecting to run straight into 5 Aster heroes. And nicely done by the Primal Beast. Sees that the skewer back has already happened. Gets straight in there, puts some pressure on the Sniper. It makes it very difficult for Armel to just sit there and get the auto attacks down. Sniper's about to grab a DD. Baboka, gotta be careful.
Gotta respect this, but they did not respect it at all.
He didn't even hit the ground.
Caught out in the middle lane. Yeah, he really didn't. It's like clay pigeon shooting for Armel. Pull.
And line up the next one. DJ's got another toss ready. Okay, just the same play. In we go. This time around with a ward on the high ground.
Yeah, that's scarpering. Aster, nowhere near. Definitely not getting caught out this time.
They do still have the RP, and XXS is the legend on this Magnus. He's gonna get him back.
Nice drag back on the Sniper, but again, the 4 stuff to try and get him to safety. Another one as well, but Ori's in deep. He wants to bring him down. The Thunder from Raven. Is it enough to save it? Black Hole comes out for him. Jabs, they've caught them both inside of it. Oh my god, it's beautiful from Fnatic. They will take down 2 and they'll move across some more. Baboka next on the shopping list here, and Raven stays alive. The balls for that Thunder is absolutely ridiculous from Raven. How? And a nice little assassinate on to the Siamese cat to finish off that fight. How does he go for that Sunder, though? That's absolutely insane.
Just a cherry on top. Man, it looked... This was just crazy. The force... so the pike into a second force staff. Yeah, and he was on a sliver of HP when they saved him there. Dragging everything back into jabs. And I guess they didn't have the global, so could not deal with it there.
My goodness, the team fight execution from Fnatic in this game is just looking absolutely crisp, buttery smooth, and XXS, he can't even get off these RP. I don't think we've seen a single RP yet.
There was the one that DJ tossed him on top of the sniper, but yeah, other than that, not too many. Mostly just playing for the horn toss plays. And Aster's still gonna make it go.
DJ throwing them into the black hole as well. Like even that there, like and that was communicated as well. Because the black hole was coming out like immediately as that was happening. So, gosh, these guys have been practicing. The guys have been playing some Dota.
Yeah, they're certainly looking good if they can just keep the sniper alive. Armel's got a BKB now, so after some of the changes from the previous TI, you're not disabled during the horn toss anymore, so you can potentially get the BKB off and be fine. That's probably what he's kind of playing for. Also looking for the BKB on Raven, so same story for him. And Aster just kind of back to the drawing board a little bit. You can see the plan developing, right? Like Ori picking up this Blink Dagger. They just want to get on top of these two big damage dealers in the back lines. But the force staff's proving pretty annoying, and DJ going to be going for yet another one.
Yeah, he's poking forwards here. They are under a ward, though, of Aster, so Aster will have good information of the area and won't get caught out here at all. What's the game plan for us now? I mean, you keep saying it needs to be XXS jumping in and finding the plays, but it seems like every play he makes, there's like 10 coming back his way from Fnatic.
They smoked right on the ward.
Uh-oh. Well, it'll be fairly easy for Fnatic to scout this one out. But in they go, RP onto just skewering back the one. Not sure how that happened, but either way, DJ is going to be losing his life here. But it's a big commitment just for a kill onto DJ, and Armel and Raven are already chasing forwards, trying to get onto Ori here. Ori needs a full staff, he needs something, and there is just nothing there. Assassinate comes through, boom! Ori taken down.
And Aster already scrambling. Even if they'd gotten that second skewer back, if they don't kill one of the big range damage dealers at the start, I think this is just the fate of the Leshrac every single fight.
Yeah.
Like if he's not blinking on top of one of them and mowing them down, I don't know what they can really do.
And this is pre-Scardy as well. Like I thought Scardy was going to be the point where Raven started looking scary, but he's fighting Phil ready. Looks great, and the Leshrac can't approach him.
Yeah, so long as him and the sniper are like close enough to both hit the Lesh, but not close enough together to be RP'd. You don't quite want to be holding hands. It's very, very difficult for Ori to get in here and do his job. Felt like the first couple of days of TI groups, this Lesh was really running out of control, and as we're getting here into day 3 and later in the competition, it does seem like we're starting to see some of these answers develop in the meta, and maybe Lesh can stop being such a high priority for some of these teams.
Yeah, maybe it does seem to be answered, and that's the thing about these groups, right? Like things get picked, things get discovered, things get answered. You need to adapt, you need to change priorities, and all the time you're playing like 2 or 3 series a day, best of 2s, scrimming. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, the meta develops super quickly. And Fnatic, all right, back on this ward that did not get dewarded earlier, spotted the smoke. Got a BKB on their Drow Ranger, so maybe Monet can commit in, take a duel to the death against the Terrorblade, perhaps. Just see how many marksmanship procs he gets.
Will he get lucky? It's tricky. It's tricky, especially when there's 2 of them. There's 2 snipers in this game, really. Raven and Armel both playing these ranged right clickers as XXS going to jump out, grab the arcane rune. He's on a cliff. They place a ward here, or a shrapnel, or a tombstone. Uh-oh, XXS has been seen as DJ jumps on top of him, tosses him back over towards the illusion. Ball staff out from XXS though. He's going to be okay. They'll look towards DJ, and DJ should be brought down, but Armel on the cliff doing a lot of damage, or he needs to back himself away, and he will do exactly that. I kind of feel like this Leshrac needs like a wait, Baboka! Oh dear, he tried to get in the back lines of the fight, but unfortunately the fight was over, so he just ends up doing a bit of a feed, so that'll make it a 1-for-1.
Success.
XSS finds a big snipe onto Raven. Raven popping the BKB. Monet, does he get the procs? Gets a couple, but he needs more. And there is a Sunder available from Raven. Going to use it onto Januel. So Monet turns around, changes target, but needs to stay away from Raven here. Has the gusto. Raven, I'm not sure he's going to survive this fight as Monet takes him down. Assassinate out onto Monet. Not going to be enough damage to finish the job, though. 50 HP. Drow walks away. Oh man, that was a very close fight between both these teams. But Roshan is now wide open as Armel waddles into the pit, but not sure he's able to take it, especially not with Aster still hanging around.
Yeah, the fight kind of split in two. They did get the blink from the Lesh on top of Sniper, and Armel just popped his BKB and shredded him. It was absolutely no problem whatsoever. It's only the Edict damage going through. But yeah, being able to kill Raven, they do get kind of the reset. Both teams vying for the vision control of this high ground. Eidolon's going to snipe the courier. Okay. Roshan fight number 2. This time, RP's actually back in 20 seconds. XXS did have the arcane rune, so this might be a little bit unexpected if you're a Fnatic.
Let's see if they have that one clocked. That'll be very interesting to see how they position themselves for this next fight. Look at the scribbles coming out as well. They know exactly where Aster are hanging out. They are gathered around this ward because the other cliff, it belongs to Fnatic at the moment, and DJ is defending it as well. So anyone that comes to try and be warded, like Baboka, is just going to get tossed back into his team. Goodbye, my friend.
They managed to get rid of the ward,
but
okay.
Yeah, just going to get replaced.
Yeah, and another one. And more Roshan standoff. A little bit of illusion split pushing on the side. Alright, Armel just poking at it. They don't have to take any damage to slowly bring this one down, forcing the hand of Aster. They do have a smoke. Success in position. He's got the Aether Lens, so he can reach all the way into the pit here.
Ooh, doesn't catch anyone. And DJ looking to throw him back, but also doesn't catch anyone. This poor Eidolon's been around the world in 30 days. It's been tossed around everywhere. But Roshan is getting low without the Blink Dagger available to Magnus. They won't be able to stop it. Aegis now into the hands of Armel. Aster, they cannot fight this one.
I think there was a brief thought about some of them, blinking in to try and swipe the Aegis, but they thought better of it. Not that desperate just yet, but the game does feel like it's kind of getting out of Aster's hands. The Leshrac not really feeling like he's going to be scaling too much, and the Sniper and this Terrorblade just getting huge.
We kind of have to look towards Baboka a little bit there as well, because twice now he's got caught out on that ward. I understand the want to try and de-ward it, and like it's better you die than the sniper, than the silencer, sorry, but I'm not sure you can go for that. I'm just really not sure you can challenge that cliff. Whoever call that was to try and take that area. I mean, I guess it has to be the Magnuses. He must be saying, if you go, I'll come.
Yep.
But
yeah, I'll
just a bit too quick on Baboka.
I'll cover you. What do they spot? I see jabs across the river. Double damage sniper.
But they're going to go for it anyway. They drag back the Enigma, and with the Gust there to make sure there's no black hole, they will be able to take him down. Monet is actually going to start fighting with DJ. DJ tries to bring him down, but this double damage sniper is just going to absolutely shred Ori. So Aster, they realize it's time to go.
It's a 4-staff game, and Monet's got another one in a second. Is it going to be too much damage?
Yeah, let's see. XXS, can he do anything about this? 4-staff up to the high ground. The misses are there, and Monet will survive. Awfully close, though. Getting sweaty for the side of Aster now.
Yeah, it's tough. Every time they get even a little bit... It's never the sniper, right? Armel is never getting caught. And even if he does it at the moment, it's got the Aegis. So you might just be risking all getting black holed. And Sansa, he's given up on the refresher orb plan for now. He's just going to pick up a Glimmer Cape. He's back in active duty. He's going to be on the front lines.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
No Fountain hanging for him today, especially with this Enigma not really going for the Refresher Orb build this time around. Doesn't even have a Blink Bag yet, he's just got Octarine. Octarine Shard.
Yeah, if I don't get to press Black Hole, I'm going to get to press a whole bunch of Malefice. What are you going to do about it? It is pretty strong, this new upgrade with the stun duration as well. Very, very annoying for these Aster heroes in fights. We saw Baboka get hit by one, and that was the end of him, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to try and escape from that. It's like goes from being a kind of 10% stun uptime maybe on normal Malefice to being about like 40%, I think.
It's pretty nasty. These 4 stabs, the Ogre Seal Totem, they just can't keep DJ locked down.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Bouncing himself away to safety.
Do you think Ogre Seal Totem's getting nerfed? It feels maybe a little too good. A free self 4 staff is...
Then again, I said the same thing about Tumblr's toy, and everyone seems happy with it, so.
Yeah. I think Tumblr's toy less egregious. And the sound effect is too good. That's the problem.
True. It is adorable.
Not an easy high ground to hold against the long-range siege of the sniper.
What a noxious tombstone.
Yeah. We said there wasn't that much frontline for him, but turns out he doesn't really need it when he's got this BKB and an Aegis. XXS just can't get through the wall of shrapnels.
Yeah, pretty annoying. Monet trying to get rid of the illusions. I mean, maybe XXS has an opportunity now, but look at the pings coming out onto him. The moment he shows himself, they're just like, ping, ping. This guy's here. Oh, they got a sniper. That's a big target. Can they bring him down? They'll throw him back really, really far here, and Armel is going to lose his first life. The rest of the team, they need to push in and bring him down. They'll try and deal with Baboka on the sidelines here as they push to try and help him out, but the RP is there, but the BKB comes out from Armel just in time. Monet still trying to stand and fight. They have lost Baboka. Buyback from him. Fnatic, what can they do? They are going to try and leave the base right now. I don't think they're sticking around too long. They were saying that Armel's still in the neighborhood. Baboka's going to try and grab him, but he's going to immediately die again. Baboka not having much of a gain here as DJ's in on the back lines and he's going to get finished off, so they lose the Tiny. Now it's time to leave. Fnatic, they take the barracks though and they get themselves away. XXS, he wants to find for more here, but it's so damn difficult. Fnatic are keeping a very solid line. They've got the vision down as well, so XXS likely won't be able to make the catch. They do have a ward though. Just over here, they see the sniper. XXS, he's going to try and go for Jabs instead, but Jabs manages to get a Malefice upon him instead. XXS is going to fall. Black Hole comes down, but cancelled out immediately by the Silencer as Ori runs in. He's got the Nihilism to try and deal the damage to the Enigma, but not quite enough in the up. Now, my Monarch snipes from the low ground. Very nicely done by the Drow. An interesting fight split across the map here.
Yeah, the action is non-stop. We didn't get to watch any of that replay. Jabs thought that he could finally get the Black Hole off there, but very quickly thwarted by Silencer, fulfilling his one mission in life. And that whole high ground push, not the cleanest execution from Fnatic, but they got exactly what they came for, right? It was all just about getting that lane of racks. The sniper didn't end up dying the second time. There was a nice little play from Baboka, or you could frame it as DJ messing up a little bit. He blinked right on top of the Drow, trying to toss her out, and just happened to be right on top of the Onslaught. So, a few things not quite going Fnatic's way, but overall, still a totally fine high ground push, and can just reset, wait for heroes, and potentially go again. They've got the meta off cooldown in 30 seconds.
Yeah, very possible they just want to play off their cooldowns at the moment. They feel strong, that's for sure. I mean, no Aegis on the sniper. Actually, probably going to prevent them. I reckon with the way Fnatic's been playing this series, they're going to respect Aster and just try and hold the line.
Yeah, the tricky thing for Ori in these fights is he can do a lot with the Nihilism, but there's no reason for anybody on Fnatic to press BKB other than the Leshrac being on top of them, right? Like, there's nothing that really threatens them. Maybe if they get gusted or something, but, the Raven's already got a Manta, so it's like... I don't know how you find these kills, unless it's a really prolonged team fight like we've seen, right? And they somehow get the BKBs out of Fnatic and then they choose to still stick around. But they've been pretty disciplined about knowing what their win conditions are in these fights.
Yeah, they have. Sure. Discipline is absolutely the word I would use to describe Fnatic in this series so far. Very clean Dota, not like a lot of the other teams we've been watching who have been kind of letting the TI nerves get to them and playing some very frantic, crazy games. This one is just by the book for Fnatic, and it looks very, very crisp.
Good big wraparound line being drawn here to go and take a little bit of control over the enemy Ancients. Jab's just pushing out bottom.
Has to see it. They have a sentry in range.
But now they don't have the vision, so they're going to go and try and take a high ground of their own. Maybe try and get all the way behind them. Yeah, but both getting pretty deep.
I mean, that is where they want to be. If they can catch out Armel and maybe Raven, that would be massive. But Armel
they spot the sniper for a second. They caught a glimpse of him on the edge of this ward.
Armel staying though. Fnatic, they seem to have an idea of where they are as well. Look at these pings coming out.
This is mega suspicious. This is creeps in the base. Mid lane's getting pushed in. Nobody's dealing with this. I think Fnatic very clearly know what's going on. And as these TB illusions head up onto the tier 3, it becomes crystal clear that Aster trying to make a play.
Not very subtle in the end from Aster as things took a little bit too long for them to get going. Now, that high ground being pewed by these illusions. That's a lot of damage onto a tier 3 considering there's not a single hero hitting it.
Yep, very easy for Fnatic to just keep throwing stuff at it. And we do have Roshan up. So Refresher Shard ready to be claimed. Maybe Jab's finally seeing a glimmer of, can I get a black hole off?
I'm not sure Raven's okay with that. I think he might want
he doesn't have a BKB is kind of the problem, so... So wait, Jabs has a refresher queued up, but no BKB.
Alright, well, guess this is better for Chad. Januel goes into a bit of danger, but gets forced, tossed, and all of a sudden he's right on the team's backlines. Roshan does get finished up, and they will pick up absolutely everything. Aegis, refresher, handed over to... Oh, it is on Jabs. Okay.
Yeah, give me that. I can finally, guys, I can do it. This is my moment.
I'll make you proud.
Don't make me regret this. Yeah, don't make me regret not having 2 BKBs. I think is maybe the messaging from Armel or Raven.
Fnatic just going to control up the map now. Absolutely keep Aster stuck inside their base. And no one ever won a game of Dota by staying on their high ground. So Aster eventually going to get drained out. Or maybe Fnatic will go for the high ground push. Maybe they feel confident enough. I think they should. They certainly look very big, but of course the only way they can really lose this game is due to some Magnus shenanigans.
I think they just go for the non-committal push, right? Round of Eidolons, round of Illusions, maybe the sniper hits it a little bit. Yeah. There's not really a whole lot forcing anybody to go step onto the high ground. Even could drop the Wraith Pact on top of Armel. Just give him everything.
He wants to feel nice and snuggly. Just doesn't want to feel worried at all. A nice Zen push for Armel. That's what they want.
Success is looking. He's looking.
Yeah, pretty tricky, but the Observer has been spotted. It's in the range of the sentry. Oh, they actually can't see the sentry, which killed off their Observer, which is kind of awkward. Oh, maybe they can, actually.
It's not very easy to hit either way.
Yeah.
Okay, they glimmer the Magnus. He really wishes he had a Shadow Blade, maybe. Just anything for XXS to get a little closer. These Shard Split Earths are doing something, but...
Are they?
Yeah, the only problem is that Armel is out of shrapnel, so I gotta give him something.
Okay,
Jabs came forward.
Finds himself a target. Yeah, it is the Enigma, which is going to get cancelled out. Props a refresher. Not sure he's got this health to survive through this one, though. Raven, meanwhile, he's just in, blasting away at Monet. Monet has to back himself way under the tier 4, so they'll turn around and they'll do a Baboka, who is overextended to try and finish off the kill onto this Enigma. Doesn't get it. And now the barracks are right exposed.
What did he RP?
Great question. I don't know. Smoke up from the side of Aster. They're going to try and do this without RP. Now, that seems very, very difficult indeed. Aster, the last hope here is they'll jump in on the Leshrac, who immediately gets hexed up, and Armel just dealing with the silencer. Now turns attention towards Ori. Ori can't do diddly squat. He gets taken on down here. Monet trying to fight into this one, but Jabs is there with the black hole. Takes down Monet. He's going to fall as well as Army taking through everyone right now. Buybacks coming out from Aster thick and fast, but Fnatic holding a very solid line here. They're looking for the final lane of barracks. They want to get the mega creeps here, and the sniper is going to be able to do it. And there we go. Mega creeps for Fnatic. They'll go for the tier 4s as well. Another nice little toss back here onto the Magnus. Not very far, but far enough for the sniper to start blasting him as XXS will get back into the fountain. Meanwhile, Papoka, he's in deep, just trying to mess shit up and see what he can do. But Papoka's going to get taken down here as well. Armel just fighting up. Monet versus the world. Can he win this fight? He can back himself out to the other side of the Ancient. They'll actually get the skewer back onto Armel. Armel's going to drop for the first time here. Aster, do they have the damage to try and follow up with this one? Fnatic, the entire team are behind him, and the blink out is there from the Armel. He's got himself the swift blink. Another jump in from Ori. Gets hexed up immediately once again. He will be able to take down one as they jump forward. Might be able to take down two. Armel going to fall as well. Monet running forward, looking for the final kill here as Raven will die as well. They will keep their base intact, but so many buybacks, so much cost. Mega creeps on the doorstep. Aster, it's feeling like a hollow win for them as they do defend their Ancient for now.
Yeah, a lot of damage being done by the Drow. Finally getting to stand and deliver is Monet, but I think Fnatic not too beat up about that one. They've got the mega creeps. Not. They can just reset. Could even wait for a Roshan if they wanted. I think another one of these like 50-50 tosses, like DJ tossed Ori on top of Raven after his BKB was down, which he was maybe not very happy about. They were just trying to fight with their mega creeps. Yeah, so there's that toss. And Raven just like, why? So what is this Leshrac doing on top of me?
We're looking at DJ here. Aster looked like they were able to pick out another one as the Tiny's going to get brought down. DJ unable to survive through this one. Looked like he was reaching out for a rune or something. I'm not too sure, but oh, tier 1 at mid. Finally, Aster are going to be able to take it down. Let's go.
Okay, so how many glyphs do they have to go through here? They don't get a reset, but they do get. They've got one glyph now. Then they take the tier 2. That's another glyph, and then if they take the tier 3, that's one more glyph. Not easy for Aster to push in this situation. If you're Fnatic, I think you can all just stand on your high ground until you have 5 heroes alive if you really want to.
And it's the old chestnut of, oh, just defend pos 5, it'll be fine. And Silence is like, guys? Monet will come back and save the day.
Time to pause and ask for a water break. That was the team spirit move yesterday.
It was, yeah.
Back up against the wall in this kind of situation, preparing yourself to drag it out for another 20 minutes. Yeah, they have hit the refresher on the silencer. This Philosopher's Stone that he's had for the last 20-something minutes has paid dividends, but not a very peaceful retirement to the fountain for him this game. It's going to be enlisted to help deal with the creep waves.
Yeah, he's got a lot of guests to his fountain, which he didn't have last game. Not too happy about that. Bit of an introvert, Silence. You wouldn't have guessed.
How many double damage runes has the sniper had? He's got another one bottled currently. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think at least 5, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely been a high number. Fnatic, are they just gonna go for it? Are there any reasons not to just wait for the Roche? I guess maybe feeling like they can just take it, maybe go and get a pick off on the high ground. There's not any buybacks really left for Aster, so what you see is what you get. Anybody dies, that's going to be the end of their game and the end of their series.
Armel and Raven both have the buybacks as well, so yeah, looking like they want to kind of close the door on this one. Anyone showing is going to get dropped on Ori. He's walking too close to him. Nice blink away, though. Good reactions on Ori. And immediately Baboka charging the jump in as XXS going to throw back the sniper. That's a big kill, and they might be able to bring him down. Monet does finish the job, but Ori also getting slammed. Has a nihilism to keep himself alive. But Baboka gets on top of Jabs. Is going to be able to get off a decent amount of damage onto him. They buy back on the sniper here. They really want to try and end the game right now in Fnatic, so they're enlisting the help off the second life of the sniper. Aster just taking a quick dip in the fountain as Baboka will be brought down once again, and now that makes it a 4v5. Black Hole comes out, silence is there. They're going to be able to take down the Enigma. Not sure that was a play you want to make before the sniper's back in the fight. They're going to be able to lose 2 on the side of Fnatic. Aster making the defense once again. It's not over yet, folks.
I think after they didn't get the Blink Hex on the Leshrac, that probably just needs to be where you call it. You go and reset. Kind of scary now with no buyback on the sniper. At least Raven is going to get himself an Aegis, it looks like. But yeah, really forcing it there is Fnatic.
They are, absolutely. And like you could tell, Jabs, he saw the opportunity to go for the Hoggy Woggy's big black hole, but unfortunately doesn't quite land it out there and ends up getting himself killed out. But
what do you mean there's a silencer? I haven't seen him for 30 minutes.
Yeah. But Roshan is up, so that'll be taken by Fnatic. Aegis in the hands of the sniper. And we'll get some other cool goodies from Roche as well, including a Terror Wave available on the Terror Blade. Don't get those confused.
Okay, and Raven's just kind of looking for the solo pickoff with the ninja gear. He's got a Hex. He can easily lock somebody down. Blink Hex, hit him a little bit. Maybe pick up the Demon Zeal as well, and then hit him with a Terror Wave. They do have to be a little scared, right? I wonder if they just use this Aegis to try and like wait out the buyback on Armel, or if they are actually feeling confident to go and take it to Aster. I guess they don't want to let Aster get their buybacks back up. That was probably the main reason to try for this play in the enemy base. But
yeah, I think that was it, right? Wanted to just put the final nail on the coffin, utilize the buyback advantage. That's why they buyback on the sniper as well, but not quite in the end. XXS keeping them in the game with the Horn Toss.
They do have a glyph as well, so I don't think they can just go for the end. They've put the Refresher Shard on the Undying, so multi-tombstones, I suppose. They're trying to sneak in here and see what they see. XXS is the jump.
They managed to find him. That's going to be the Magnus getting brought down. As you say, has the buyback. Black Hole comes out. Silence is there. We've heard this story many times before. Ori trying to get away as the 2 tombstones just getting gunned down by Monet. They're not defending them at all. And the Refresher going to absolute waste here. Fnatic, another plan just gets scrapped as Aster just annoyingly holding on to this game for Fnatic. They just want it to be over with. They're like, stop fighting us. But Monet says no, and another glimpse back from the XXS. Magnus catching Armel. They'll take him down for the first time. DJ, they want to keep his Blink Dagger on cooldown as Monet just takes chunks out of him. Global Science comes down, cuts out of the black lines here. Baboka doing so much work as they just annihilating the Fnatic hero. Sniper dead again. No buyback. Are you kidding me? Baboka still surviving through this. He stomps all over Januel. Mullet God looking like he's going to fall as well. See you later, buddy, as a rock gets thrown his way to finish him off. How are they making these defenses happen on the side of Aster? This is amazing.
The damage output from Monet is ridiculous. The sniper is just getting skewered back. Ori is somehow dealing with the Terror Blade all by himself, getting on top of him with the Shivas. And like we said, there's a whole lot of glyphs that you got to deal with, but you have to imagine Aster can get some damage done. Boots of Travel on Monet. Yeah, we'll watch this back. So they tried to toss back Monet. He starts hitting the sniper. XXS with the big skewers once again, and they just can't manfat this Drow.
Yeah, DJ just like, he just really wants to come in and try and help out the sniper, but can't do so. Gets his Blink Dagger kept on cooldown whilst Ori's in the back just dealing with the TB. Like, his BKB is so low that they can actually last through the nihilism to come out the other side. Okay, so that's a massive aspect of how this matchup's been playing out. And once the nihilism's over, Ori can fight. And now
there's this glyph. Okay, they've got another glyph. I think they can get pretty much everybody alive.
Win.
But oh man, Fnatic.
It's just a little bit of acupuncture from Aster to relieve the pressure on their base, but yeah, they're going to be so sweaty right now, Fnatic. You know, their gaming chairs are going to be dripping as they worry they might be throwing the game, but they're holding on for now. Still, I mean, still a huge advantage for them. Still have mega creeps, still have map control because of that. But how do you end this at this point? It's just, it's feeling very difficult.
Why does Jebs have Refresher and no BKB? I don't quite understand. Like, there was even the previous fight where he had the shard, and then like he blinked in, he black holed, he got canceled, he pressed the shard immediately, and he was still global silence. He got both black holes off in that last fight, but I don't know. Fnatic just gonna have to take stock for a second. Maybe try and get this sniper buyback back up. It's still 2 minutes down. If they can kill XXS, that's probably game over. But they have had so many game over conditions up until this point. There's been like multiple buybacks down. They haven't even gotten Aster to press this glyph. Like they have not been worried about their buildings on any of these high ground defenses.
No, I mean, Sniper can't exactly hit the buildings when he's being skewered across the map by XXS every time. Maybe you gotta do it at night? I mean...
yeah, maybe.
I kind of think the last one... Was the last one at night? I don't really know. It's not really something you keep track of, but... Like, XXS needs to have the vision to make these plays, so... I don't know. I don't know what to suggest anymore. If Fnatic haven't been able to figure it out, then we're certainly not going to be able to. It's so difficult to break these guys at the moment.
So Raven getting a Shadow Blade, sorry, Armel getting a Shadow Blade to try and help his positioning. Maybe he can just wait out XXS in these fights, get the opportunity. Raven's picked up a Nullifier, so everything that he's gone for item-wise has just been like, I want to get on top of one guy and just kill them. No Force Staff saves, no BKBs, no nothing. And I think you have to imagine that that's the Leshrac that he's looking for, but Ori seems to constantly have the luxury of not being the one getting gone on first in these last couple of fights at least. Crazy that the Leshrac went from like the mid game where he was just getting right-clicked to death by TB and Sniper every fight and wasn't able to do anything, and suddenly just picking up this Aghanim Scepter, and once the BKBs wear down, suddenly it feels like he has a game. And the net worth lead's almost been completely eroded. We're heading back down to 0.
That's insane.
Yeah. Just get this buyback back on the Sniper. Armel does need to farm a bit for it, and he's continuing to buy Silver Edge components. So he's just completely taking up the Radiant side of the map. Fnatic keeping tabs on Aster, making sure nobody's leaving the base, which I don't think they can really do against wave after wave of Mega Creeps. And an interesting plot twist for Silencer, we have him picking up a Maelstrom to try and defend his fountain. He's going for Mjolnir after that. So that'll give...
Why not?
Sorry, go.
Is a shard not just better?
I mean, no, the shard is just the silence. It's like gives you like a Baden passive.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they got rid of that kind of carry-ish thing.
Yeah, where he like randomly had
25 now.
Yeah. But if he gets there and he's got the
if
Mjolnir,
he gets there,
he can hold the base by himself. The rest of the team, they can leave, go and try and get.
That'll be his moment. Out of the culmination of these 2 games, where he's like, where Siamese Cat's like, go my team, I can defend by myself for the first time in 2 hours of gameplay.
Ori's got a Hex now, as well. Once your BKB runs out against this Leshrac, he is going to murder you. Really, I think the battle of these next couple of fights is going to be, does Raven get the Blink Hex Nullifier onto Ori, or is it going to be Ori getting the Blink Hex Split Earth onto Raven? And then, of course, we've got this XXS dynamic.
You know,
they're smoked.
I almost want to see the Arcane Blink on Ori just to try and give them some sort of catch other than XXS. It would be really interesting with the how it works with Split Earth.
True, it comes out super fast. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super hard to answer to. It's basically like Requiem. So, Aster out on the map. They want to try and catch this Roshan
respawning in 3 seconds. Oh, they're just a tiny bit too early.
Stay in the pit, Ori! Oh, no. They don't have the information, but they know it's going to be up soon. So.
All right, it's another everything Roche. We might be heading to 60 minutes. We might be heading to tier 5 neutral items. I think all of this.
Every time you say this, our game's end.
Yeah, well, it's the only way that I have to cast or curse it.
You just want to go and get a drink, don't you?
Yeah, I just want to go have a cuppa. Yeah, exactly. We're going to have every buyback. We are preparing for the 20-man team fight, potentially.
All right, folks. If you haven't relieved yourselves, gotten your drinks, gotten your snacks already,
It's too late.
Then it's too late now because Roshan's getting taken. The game ends here. Fnatic taking the next Roshan. And just in case you forgot, it's an Aegis, it's a Cheese, it's a Refresher, it's an Aghanims. Does anyone even have an Aghanim? Oh, great, sniping good Aghanims. Huge. Or Enigma. Or Tiny. Actually, they don't really have many Aghs at all on this team.
Yeah.
Jabs is going to be able to grab it. Okay, that's interesting.
All right.
The non-existent black hole's going to be stronger.
All right. It's just going to suck everybody in.
Mjolnir complete. Let's
Mjolnir's
go, baby.
online, baby.
Woo!
2 static charges. This is what it's all about.
When he hits 25 at 80 minutes into the game, shit's going to get what?
Raven pressed everything. Hello?
Yeah,
I mean, it is just a terror
there, buddy.
wave, but... Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, not the real meta.
Yeah, but still, he was trying to execute this full combo onto Ori, and flubs it a little bit. Okay. Not the biggest deal. 70 seconds that they're going to have everything back up.
Yeah.
DJ?
It was a free terror wave anyway. Not the real boy.
Dang.
Aster able to bait them out a little bit, keeping them very, very... I mean, that does just show how high-strung Fnatic really are, though, doesn't it? Like, they are on tender hooks.
You've lost your safety net after the last couple of attempts. I think the previous one, you're like, look, we have 3 glyphs if we lose this fight. What can they, what can possibly happen? We can't lose the game. But now, with, you've got 1 glyph, but pushing up into the enemy high ground with all of their buybacks is a scary proposition. The crotchety old man of Silencer, he's not going to be happy with you being on his lawn.
Yeah, that Mjolnir going to chase you away. Let's see, who's actually got 25s? Because it's so hard to hit 25 in Dota at the moment. It's actually ridiculous. So we have a Drow 25.
Yeah, half the team.
Which is actually huge, yeah. And Ori has
been toss out Hex.
As well, they jump in. Yeah, they're able to throw out the Baboka. He's gone. Primal Beast out for the count. Raven committing hard, but they managed to find the Sniper XXS doing it again. You cannot stop this man, but the Black Hole comes in. Immediate silence. Refresher up used from Jabs as they try to jump forward here. Ori trying to bring him down and will just be able to run down the Enigma. Monet getting pretty low to Raven, but gets grabbed up by Baboka, who slams him into the ground. Meanwhile, Monet just trying to hold under the tier 4s, and he is going to be able to bring down Raven. Another kill for Monet as he holds no prisoners. Looking over towards Januel as well, but the Nihilism going to stop the Drought, getting the kill. Doesn't matter. Ori gets it done. Another 3 kills for Aster as they just cannot break this high ground.
They do get the dieback onto Baboka. There's still RP on XXS. They haven't even used their glyph here on Aster. Oh, the Silencer dies to the Assassinate! He's got a buyback. Assassinate
yeah,
plus those creeps to bring him down. Okay, pause 5 buybacks traded.
Ancient exposed. Damage coming in. Monet trying his best. Are they going to buy back on TV as well? I mean, it's so scary. They have so many buybacks on the side of Aster. Not on the supports. Neither of the supports have the buys.
Yeah, but
the Enigma. I mean, this whole series as well has just been so funny with the Silencer versus the Enigma. You know,
the neutral items,
been matching each
the
other.
neutral items, the mirror shields. I don't know if Aster are going to get any. They want to get out on the map. Does somebody have Midas money? Can we?
Yeah, it might be an idea.
Can we get if they can just get out there? But do they have a? Here's the strat.
Do they have a shovel?
Yeah, do they have a trusty shovel and a Midas?
They have no shovel.
this is what you have to do at this point of the game.
Yeah, the shovel Midas.
They don't have it. They don't have the shovel.
Nope.
Shovel's too powerful.
It really is. The best 60-minute item. The best 60-minute neutral item.
Ori's trying to get out on the map. They really need to try and find something here, but their engines have already been taken. Their bangle's been cleared. Their entire jungle has been swept through. And Ori, he's very far forward here. He's going to be thrown back into Armel, but Armel, he might not want this guy on top of him right now. There is a Yules to interrupt the combo.
Monet's coming in as well.
Get the distance here, but yeah, yes, he is. The Drow on the sidelines trying to bring down Januel. Januel has a Ghost Scepter though to keep himself alive, but Ori's going to be able to run down DJ regardless. Now they look over towards the sniper. Armel getting very low, but Raven commits, but XXS commits on top of him with the RP. Monet trying to fight up into the sniper. They're both just taking chunks out of each other. Who's going to drop? It's going to be Armel. The Satanic is there from Monet as he continues to fight up into this one. Undying getting so very low as Monet tries to fight into it. The Black Hole is there, instantly cancelled out by the silencers. In jumps a TB on top of the Monet. Monet just trying to turn around and fight. Monet, how is he not died through all of this? He's going to be able to take that. No, he's not. He's dead. He's dead. He actually drops, and Raven, he's going to live through it all, but they have the buybacks available on the side of Aster. Meanwhile,
Ori's on
Black
the cliff.
Hole on Ori, who is for some reason on a cliff. I don't know how he got there. Don't ask me questions. Just accept that this goat is dead at last. Fnatic, it takes so much, but they finally find a fight outside of their base.
It's not over though. They used the buyback on the sniper. There's still buybacks on both of these cores for Aster. Yeah, Ori's coming back in. Have they managed to? I don't think did they have any of their neutral items yet? Did anyone manage to sneak out? No, they did. They haven't
I don't
managed
think
it.
so. No, that's what they were trying to do. They're trying to get the midways pushed out, and a pirate hat. That's a biggie. But Armel wants the Book of Shadows. He wants to be able to keep himself alive.
So TB doesn't have the real meta for 90, but he does have the Terror Wave shortly.
Oh,
DJ?
They managed to find DJ. Yeah, that's a kill. That is a kill. They've got the range of that one.
This game, no man.
Neutral creeps. Neutrals. Get the neutrals, Ori. There we go. Apex. Oh, Apex on Drow.
Oh god.
No way.
Oh god. 380. Wait, how much? Marksmanship is granting 118 bonus agility. Oh my god.
Of all the items, they find one neutral item.
We'll just be glad that Ballista's not in the game anymore.
True.
Imagine Ballista on both sides this game. Oh god.
Oh, this is just absolute carnage. 63 minutes into the game. Fnatic versus Aster putting on an absolute marathon of a game. If in case anyone needed reminding of why they love this game, by the way, this is this is the match for it.
Silence just got his sights set on a moon shard. He's just been hitting creeps this whole time. He's only up to 140 CS so far, but it's going to keep growing. Okay, so buyback situation, it's just XXS and the Terrorblade that have it. Everybody else has used theirs, and it's at least 3 minutes away, but Aster are out on the map.
They should be careful. Yeah. I don't think Aster have ever won a fight outside of their map, by the way. That's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, their high ground has been their
going
sanctuary.
For this. What?
Whoa, they're just forcing up with the high ground. Jabs and Armel are okay, they're coming back.
This is like Giga all in from Aster. I can't believe they're trying to make this play
Jabs,
right now.
Jabs is trying to kill the silencer. He's trying to fight him in the base.
No way. Is this how the epic saga of Silencer and Enigma ends?
He's got the Eidolon talent.
It can't be, but they go for the high ground here. Yeah, they got fortification. They got the Hex out onto the Drow. If they can kill off the Drow before she gets anything, that's going to be huge. But the RP comes out from the Magnus onto the Terrorblade, holding him still where it's a sniper. He's nowhere to be seen because Ori's on top of him. And Raven, he's going to be the one to drop immediate buyback out from him, though, as Ori in the front line's got to be a little bit careful. Top of the BKB and getting himself back away.
They have to stop
Silence comes out. It's inside the base. What? He's ending the game all by himself. Is it going to be enough damage? There's no way. There's no way. Ori clears through them. The TP's coming out from the side of Aster. They got to defend their Ancient right now. Meanwhile, the entirety of Fnatic running down the middle lane. Jams almost gets it done by himself. Ancient down to 600 HP. Aster, can they hold any longer?
The Eidolons, Aster responding. There's no Enigma. There's one buyback. It's only on XXS. He doesn't have an RP.
Oh god, I can't believe there were 2 games as well. I don't even want to speculate. I just want to watch.
My heart is beating out of my chest. I can't imagine what the players are going through. Januel, he's dead.
Yep, he's going to get dropped. No, full stuff up to the high ground. Exodus is going to find him, though. They will be able to kill him off. The tombstone gets dropped on his death. They need to be careful, though. They can't let anyone into this base right now. The throne is so low. They're running in.
Armel's just in the base. Monet, can he stop him?
DJ, is this going to be enough? Aster, they're there.
Raven
ready
from the
to
other
defend.
side.
They're looking for the sniper on the back lines. They're dragging it back over towards the Ancient as Raven on the other side. The pincer maneuver. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is! Fnatic! Oh my god, if that didn't work, they were done. They were done. They were out of the game if that didn't work. But my god, they go for the all-in and they finally get the win.
They couldn't win the team fight, but it's Defense of the Ancient, baby.
In the end, that's what it comes down to. Don't fight the heroes, just fight the buildings. They can't punch back, and boy, did Aster punch back in this series.
The Eidolons, the team fights, the RPs, the Drow Ranger surviving, just shredding the Terrorblade.
What an ending. What an absolute ending from the side of Fnatic there. Just going for the pincer maneuver. Like, you hear that phrase being used a ton, and usually it means absolutely nothing, but in this game it was everything. The sniper, DJ and Armel coming in from one side, Raven coming in from the other, and just everybody committing all in for the Ancient, and all because of what Jabs did earlier, forcing out the fortification with the Eidolons. Oh, what a way for it to end. The only way for it to end. Absolutely epic.
The Silencer saga. This series. Oh my god. Fnatic, they take the 2-0. That's what matters at the end of the day. It was a super important series for them. So much fun to watch. Fnatic maybe living up to the SCA reputation a little bit of not knowing how to end games, but I'm not complaining. What a game we got to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And like some of the storylines rising out, especially I think Jabs versus Siamese versus the Silencer and the Enigma, that whole saga between the two of them for the entire time, just going toe for toe. You get a refresher up, I get a refresher up, you get a refresher shard. All right, I got a refresher up anyway. You know, for some reason he's got a Mjolnir by the end of the game. Jabs almost ends the game by just going for the 1v1 on Silencer as well, just knowing that he's the only guy he can black hole, almost in the fountain nonetheless. Like, that's what, absolutely mad, absolute insanity.
I just hope we get more games like that. That was.
Give me one of those in the playoffs, and yeah, I'll be a happy man. I can die happy, but I guess we got to look at what's like MVPs and that kind of things. But how do you even call that in a 1 hour and 5 minute absolute smasher of a game? I don't know.
Yeah. I guess Raven is the MVP. Whoever made the call to pincer while no glyph. Maybe it's even Jabs because he forced them to glyph by just ratting by himself with this Eidolon talent. Yeah.
Maybe even Januel from throwing it from the sidelines. DJ maybe.
It could be anyone. I mean, yeah. Look, DJ played a sick game.
Yeah.
So.
Production, you decide. Production, you can go for it, but yeah. Why?
Flip a coin. Who cares?
It's fine. Doesn't matter. I think everybody knows that this is a team effort from both teams here. But yeah, Fnatic absolutely smashing Aster over the 2 games here eventually, and worth saying they were in charge the entire game. They were able to eventually close it out, but Aster put up such a good fight, and man, this Aster team is scary. Even when they're losing, they're able to just fight back like this. Like, absolutely ridiculous.
Both games, I think if Aster's looking back on this one to try and put on the like actual analysis hat for a second, both games they did not get enough out of their supports in the laning stage. Like, the Primal Beast this game, the rotations didn't really work. The Silencer is a relatively weak laner both games. It was kind of to be expected with what they picked, but they put themselves on the back foot in both of these games, and Fnatic really kind of taking advantage of that.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Yeah, and I think Baboka was definitely the weak point in the Aster draft. Like, I don't really think he got much done. A couple of good pulverizers at the very end, but throughout the game, not much impact. But there's your MVP. Raven will get it. I mean, he is the man who put the final dagger into the heart of Team Aster. He was the one that came through in the end, and such a cool way to play the Terrorblade as well. Going for this very utility-focused game, Blink Dagger, Scythe of Vice, Nullifier, all this stuff which, you might see one-off, but not all. A very, very interesting build from Raven in the end.
Yeah, he got what he needed. We had that 6 underplay as well on Armel when he got skewered back. They double 4-staffed. They sundered. That looked like at that point it was like, oh, how do you stop Fnatic? And Aster really made them sweat at the end there. At least they've got a break. They get to go and take a minute to calm down. And I think we might need to do the same.
I think we do, yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this series. It was absolutely epic. Fnatic versus Aster does go 2-0 to Fnatic. Very well earned in that one indeed. And hope we did the game's justice. Hope you enjoyed it. Next up on the stream, we've got EG versus Gaming Gladiators. A massive, massive series coming up here on Stream D. So stick around for that one. Or jump over to one of the many other streams we've got going on here at the TI11 group stages. Thanks for watching and enjoy the next series.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome one and all. We have returned here into TI11 as we continue the group stage action in group number A with an epic matchup. We have ourselves Evil Geniuses taking on the side of the Gaming Gladiators. This one is going to be a cracker, but instead of trying to break it down for you, I know who really wants to talk about this. My man Fluke here, the God King, the Emperor of Aussie Dota. Good sir, I know you bleed blue down to your core. Tell us what to expect from this epic matchup between these two squads.
I think this is going to be a really, really interesting matchup because we touched on it a little bit when we were having a chat in between the series, is the fact that Gaming Gladiators are starting to get on the come up. EG, they had a little bit of a faulty yesterday going down to Liquid 2-0, but now moving in towards this next game, EG are definitely starting to bounce back. They had their warm-up game this morning. They played up against Bet Boom. They got through those guys in 17 minutes and 50 seconds, by the way, Snare, in one of those games. It was the GG out before Tier 2 towers even fell. So EG, they're feeling good about themselves. I know this team is a team that can play up confidence really, really well, and especially when we've been able to see what these guys have been able to do throughout the entirety of TI. I think EG are going to come into this one feeling like they are the ones that should be able to take this series 2-0, but I think underestimating Gaming Gladiators could potentially be their downfall. We already see them earlier this morning being able to take down Liquid in a 1-to-1, but EG, the way they've been playing here, man, like they have looked so, so good, and Gaming Gladiators, they're still going to have to play towards their 100% here if they want to try and take down EG. They've been showing us some good stuff with the way that they want to play around a few of their heroes and the way they want to play around players like Boom, and players like Duratio being able to pick up a few more of these different carries. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators are sitting a little bit more in towards the middle part of the group, and they really want to try and get themselves a map or two here up against EG.
Absolutely. Right now, they are in the smack bang in the middle of their group, just outside of the top 4 placement slots. If they can miraculously find themselves a 2-0 victory here, then suddenly they'll be tied with OG and Team Liquid at 7-5 and just be going into the next series of games with still hope of getting themselves into an upper bracket slot. As it stands right now, though, they know that this is probably going to be the toughest challenge that they've undergone just yet. I think it's one thing going up against these very highly rated squads on day number 1 when things haven't really been figured out. The meta's not settled just yet. But on day 3, where more and more of your ideas have been proven, they've been tested, the meta is shifting in a certain direction, EG have often been one of the squads able to cotton onto that meta extremely quickly. So let's see what they've got. We've got a game on our hands here, Fluke. Game number 1, Evil Geniuses and Gaming Gladiators. If EG wins this, they are already immune from being eliminated from TI with a 10-2 finish. But if they win this one, it becomes extremely likely that they end up topping the group at the end of this particular stage of the tournament. I love the fact that they ban out this first Enchantress. I know you haven't been that much of a fan of this hero in general, but for Celery, it is one of his most played heroes by far. So I can understand why EG is like, you know what? Don't give them their comfort and absolutely remove Enigma. No one should be allowed to play Enigma. And the reason why is, you know, Enigma's super strong, but I don't want my boy Fluke to get sad when he sees a silencer pick in response.
Yeah, I mean, in that previous series with Fnatic going up against Team Aster, we saw Siamese Cat saying, hey boys, why don't I just pick a refresher orb and I'm going to sit in the fountain for 40 minutes and that's going to feel pretty good. So I don't want to see that anymore, and I feel like Silencer is only going to be picked in response to the Enigma. So if we don't see that anymore throughout the tournament, I'm definitely not going to be sad. But EG now, interesting enough, when we saw the priorities, Gaming Gladiators decided they wanted to go for Dire first, and then EG were able to pick first pick. So now that the fact that there's Marcy that's been left open, we've seen a whole lot of things like Drows that have been floating around. EG have really been enjoying a whole lot of these other off-lane heroes. I'm surprised that they went for the Primal Beast first, a little bit of flexibility in that lane, but Crit looks so strong on the Marcy. So now they're giving up Marcy to Gaming Gladiators. They can try and maybe go for a combination of maybe like Marcy Visage here, and then EG are going to have the response with most likely maybe something along the lines of one of their hard carries for Arteezy. You've seen him play a bit of Nagasara most recently, and they can cover that with a few of their bans. So I wouldn't hate to see Gaming Gladiators go for a combination hero here with the Marcy. We've seen a lot of heroes like Visage be in combination for them. They can try and play things along the lines of, they've played a bit of Ursa most recently. They can try and pick up Boom's hero, maybe the Shadow Fiend. Actually, I believe Shadow Fiend, yeah, Shadow Fiend got banned. So.
First ban. We're not seeing that hero today, fam. We should stop seeing that hero. It's after game on game on game. I feel like you should just give up the idea of seeing this hero emerge. Like you said, they did play Ursa earlier today. They played a lot of Snapfire as well, and they've looked quite decent when they do have that hero. So that could be an option. And I like maybe they have some flex possibility of playing the Pangolier. We've seen that Pangolier can be effective just in general with the Mossy. And just having some degree of team fight into a squad that's going to have Primal Beast, you know they're going to be coming at you. So having some kind of way to counter initiate could be useful. Maybe they go for the Clockwork as well, but you know, as much as Clockwork can be this counter to the Primal Beast or Nyx Assassin, at the same time, they can just shift Primal Beast to a support, and now you've picked an entire hero just to counter a support, or they just end up in a situation where the rest of the draft goes poorly because they open with the dual supports. But instead, they go back for the Celery Disruptor. He played this earlier today in their winning game against the side of Team Liquid, so certainly he knows how to play this hero. And Primal Beast, now suddenly Onslaught not as strong of a spot as it used to be just beforehand, that you can reposition this hero with the Glimpse.
Yeah, I was trying to think of some of the core heroes that we could see here for Gaming Gladiators, because it feels kind of weak when you have this second pick and then you pick your first two supports going into it, because a lot of the cores are going to get banned in this second phase, and now EG are able to kind of understand what the support pairings are going to be like. Yeah, they might not be able to see what some of the lanes are going to be with the core matchups, but now you can just pick one of the cores yourself. Broodmother here for Nightfall has been one of his standout heroes. They had that 65-minute banger with Liquid where Nightfall was playing the Broodmother. Now it means that you're able to cover this hero with 3 extra bans. You just cover all the cores because they've already picked up 2 of their supports, so you don't have to worry about things like Clockwork coming through, all these kind of other weird supports that we've been seeing throughout the day, like Witch Doctors and all that kind of stuff. So you just ban out the cores that are going to do well up against the Broodmother. You give Nightfall a really, really strong lane, and then you just pick, you know, your Fly hero to go through into this second phase. You can combine it up with Arbetti or Arteezy, depending who you want to, you know, kind of enable this time around, and then Liquid and, EG are going to be in a very, very good spot, whereas Gaming Gladiators, they've got a few more things they have to worry about now. Still cores they have to ban, and there's still supports they have to ban, and that's why it makes these next couple of bans feeling a little bit, kind of awkward for them, because we've only seen Ace play a very few amount of heroes throughout the entirety of this of TI. His Brewmaster and his Beastmaster have been the 2 kind of standout heroes that I've seen so far coming in from Gaming Gladiators. So wouldn't hate to see them try and, you know, EG ban out one of those 2 there, so they can at least try and enable their own safe lane to have a good time here.
I'm kind of wondering whether or not EG will decide to ban out the Pudge here, because if not, Gaming Gladiators do have the option for like maybe an 18th pick Pudge, and we've seen that be one of the biggest counters to the Broodmother just in general overall. I think if we get to the 3rd phase and they haven't picked a safe laner just yet for GGE, that's probably the ban EG makes, but for now they're fearing the Boom Ember Spirit a little bit more. They've seen how dynamic he can be from this mid lane. And I would like to always see him play a tempo controller. Whenever you have like Mossy, Disruptor, these are heroes that can make things happen on the map. So having a mid hero that can join them in that endeavor could certainly help out. And GG just tends to be a team that does better when they're able to get very active on the map, playing these Ursas in the safe lanes, these like mid SFs, mid Pangos, anything that just creates havoc and chaos on the map. I mean, we could see mid Pangos still for Boom, right, emerging in the situation.
Yeah. I think Pango would be a pretty good hero up against the Broodmother. I think a lot of people are really starting to get bogged down on the idea of the babies. Like when we see these mid-game Broodmothers, you go for like this aura build, you get things like the pipe, and we've seen a whole lot of stuff like the pipe and the Wraith Pack coming in from Broodmother, and you kind of just team fight that way. And a lot of people get kind of bogged down on the idea of trying to kill the baby as fast as possible. Yes, they are going to be an issue, but I think the biggest thing for me is trying to shut down the Broodmother in lane. So they're going to get rid of the Bloodseeker, go directly into the Pangolier. Good shout on that one, Snare. And I think now they've just put themselves in a good spot that they can kind of have these heroes that are able to deal with the Broodmother come mid-game, and even kind of just have a pretty strong lane. I haven't seen all too many lanes that the Pangolier loses mid. He has had a few issues in the off lane in the past, but I think in a lot of these mid matchups, you know, even going in towards the Primal Beast, Arbed's been able to play that a few times as well. Crit has been able to pick it up, so depending on where EG want to send their cores, this Pangolier should have a relatively fine time. He has got good combinations with the heroes he's got as well, in combination with the Marcy and the Disruptor, so Yeah, I like this Pangolier pick. It doesn't reveal all too much from them either. And now it puts EG in this spot where they have to try and get this 1-2 punch for themselves. So they kind of need the fly hero. I wouldn't hate to see him pick something along the lines of like maybe like a Crystal Maiden or even a Lich, as we've seen in response to the Marcy quite a lot. It gives you the Chain Frost possibilities when Gaming Gladiators try and get in on top of you. Crystal Maiden, we've seen a whole lot more to have these ultra aggressive lanes. It's a good combination with the Primal Beast, a hero that likes to have as much mana as possible. Then you can combine it up with, you know, some of Arteezy's heroes that have been ultra aggressive in the lane and have a really strong lane between Fly and Arteezy. It's a Rasta.
Bring up the Shadow Shaman. The Rasta comes out, so they want some additional push potential for themselves. Not content with just being able to push with the Broodmother, want to be able to take additional objectives. So now you have Mass Open Wards. You have the Insta-Hex as well. This might have something to do with it too on this hero. So I guess it also does furnish you with some lane prowess too. Get some damage in that regard, a little bit of extra control. If this is I'm just wondering, where do they put this? Is this Fly, Shadow Shaman, or for crit instead? I'm hoping it is for crit, so they can get a Blink Deck a little bit faster, so they have that Blink initiation, but at the same time, Fly, the profile of this kind of hero does seem to suggest more Fly to me, as crit wants to go in, man. Wants a hero that can make things happen. I'm now starting to actually lean towards this idea of crit being the one to play the Primal Beast. And they go for the Sven. Well, that actually might be the Fly hero, or it could be the Arteezy hero. Both of them have played it at this tournament. You liked it a lot more when it was on Fly rather than Arteezy. So let's assume it is the Fly Sven. How do you see them stacking up the rest of their draft?
I think it just kind of allows you to have this kind of armor mitigation, right? Now they're going to go back for the Drow Ranger themselves here on Gaming Gladiators. I like this in response to something along the lines of like the Rasa. You can kind of outrange the Shadow Shaman Snakes. You can try and defend your tower. You can really get in on top of the Rasta. You do have a few issues against the Broodmother in lane. I think, you know, if you make one rotation with the Primal Beast, you can really get on top of this Drow Ranger early on and really cause her a few issues. They do have the Glimpse to at least mitigate a bit of that damage, but yeah, I really do prefer this Sven being a position 5, but I like it picking in the position they have right now because they can kind of force Gaming Gladiators into trying to figure out whether or not this actually is a support or whether or not Arteezy's hero still is to come. So right now, these last couple of bans of Gaming Gladiators is going to be a little bit rough. I like this Underlord ban, though. Very, very good against a lot of the heroes that they have right now because the Drow babies really don't do all too much. A lot of these heroes really can't deal with the Pit of Malice either. Primal Beast hates playing against these area denial kind of roots and stuff like that pre-BKB. And it has been one of the heroes that Ace actually looks really good on. I believe that was also the Team Liquid game that they won was when he was playing the Underlords. So like that ban coming in from them, Gaming Gladiators, I think they just need to get rid of these heroes that can kind of deal with the Drow Ranger early on and try and get on top of her. So what's some of the carries that we've seen a decent amount of that are good into the Drow Ranger? I mean, there's still Sniper that's floating around. Probably wouldn't be the worst shout here for EG. They've got heroes that can go in the front. They've got this dual core kind of idea. They're able to take towers really fast. The only thing they really have to worry about is like the Pangolier and maybe the Marcy.
Yeah, there's some degree of reach, like Pango Marcy can get to you, and we still don't know what the last pick is actually going to be from the side of Gaming Gladiators. I'm kind of surprised that they're the ones that banned this Pudge, given that the Broodmother is still in the game. I think some BKB piercing disable would be very beneficial for their lineup. Right now, once the Sven, if he is going to be for Arteezy or even the Broodmother or the Primal Beast, once anybody gets BKB, you just headline and beeline directly for the Drow Ranger without having to worry about too much. But with this Timbersaw ban as well, they're just trying to make sure that this Brood will have freedom on the map and trying to deny them some degree of reach as well. So it feels like EG are cottoning on to the fact that this has to be the Boom Pango. I think the only team right now that plays offlane Pango is OG. Not many teams do it. And maybe Boom Esports on FBZ sometimes they'll do it, but in general it does seem like everybody's playing this Pangolier from the mid lane. So probably going to be seeing the hero for Ace at the end. His Brewmaster is still in the pool. We don't know exactly if he wants to be playing the Brew in this game, but I could see it.
There's a sniper.
There's a sniper ban. Yep. They're like, well, we don't want to take the risk. Y'all are banning out some degree of reach. We don't have any of it right now that we want to be utilizing that far back into the fight because we do kind of want Marcy Pango closer to the Drow Ranger. So no sniper for you. What is going to be left here? Feels like they need a hero for Abed if he's not going to play the Primal Beast. So what do you envision coming out here for the side of EG?
I think you're pretty happy going Primal Beast into Pangolier. We already saw what happened today with PSG versus RNG. Somnus had a very, very rough time against nothing to say. I think Arteezy is still looking towards this Sven. The fact that the Pudge has been banned, that was one of his biggest issues they had in that Team Liquid draft, was the fact that the PKB piercing bite came through. They're just going to go with the Terrorblade here. So another one of these high range, high damage carries that can really do a whole lot of work into the Pangolier as well as the Drow Ranger. We've seen what Disruptor's been able to do though, and it has been one of those heroes that can really delete a Terrorblade. So I'm excited to see what they can get done right now. And it seems like Gaming Gladiators, they've made the idea, they're getting in the huddle, they're getting hyped up, figuring out how this is going to go. So what do they got here for the final pick? It is just going to be the Ace Panda. Exactly what you said.
This is actually perfect.
Yeah,
it's even better than it was beforehand, right? Now they know they're playing this into the Terrorblade. They have the cleanse onto these illusions from the TB. They have a way to just chain stun him, disrupt him in the midst of this team fight. They're going to have an Aura carrier as well, somebody they can buy a Wraith Pact, which Terrorblade hates playing into. And we just saw on the stream here, Fluke, this matchup between the Terrorblade and the Drow Ranger when Fnatic was taking on Team Aster. There were a lot of other different heroes, but there was a time you do eventually get to the point as the Drow where you can sort of eliminate the TB. Marksmanship is no joke to deal with, but you do need help. Gaming Gladiators has a lot of help to hold heroes in position to dish out this damage. Is it enough for you to put some red back in your blood, or are you still bleeding blue, my friend, in favor of EG?
It's hard for me to try and pull these two teams apart, right? Because single core versus single core, there's a lot of team fight for both of them. Crit can have a really good game. I've seen him really pop off on Shadow Shaman in the past. I think Arbed's going to have a good time. This Broodmother hero for me has been very, very strong, though. I think this Brood might be what kind of tips me over the edge here for Evil Geniuses. They can put a lot of pressure onto the Ace Brewmaster. We've seen in the past how sometimes he can have a very, very weak lane. Yes, you know, once he starts getting towards level 6 and the team fights start coming out, that's when he can show a lot of his prowess. But I think before that, they're going to have a lot of issues with, you know, if Crit ever makes a rotation, they just give Nightfall these first couple of levels. He's going to have a pretty straightforward time up against the Disruptor and the Drow. Shouldn't have too many issues in that lane. And as soon as Crit starts making his rotations towards bottom, it's going to be very, very rough here. So I am still going to bleed blue, obviously, here for this game up against Evil Geniuses. But I like what Gaming Gladiators have. They've given themselves a lot of tools. They've given themselves some really good heroes and some really good comfortable heroes as well for them. I think they just need to have a mid-game where they're not, you know, like 9,000, 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, it is one of those games where they just get rolled super early and you get like this super early Aghanim shot, especially out of Fly.
Yeah.
Then suddenly not only is this team advancing into you, but your main damage dealer Drow is doing a lot less in those team fights, just given the additional armor everybody gets. I'm excited for this one. Gaming Gladiators has already shown us that they are not to be trifled with. This is a team that has made comebacks happen, that has made upsets happen, and we'll be seeing if they can make it happen again today. Day 3 of TI-11 group stages, GG versus EG. Let's go. I'm trying to get into this game. Quick question for you, though. Quick question. Are we going to be seeing Tofu do like big disruptive things? This is one of those games where once he gets Aghanim Scepter, everything starts to turn around for EG. How quickly do they have to end the game, basically, before they start to feel a little bit uncomfortable by the direction the game is going?
Well, I think this is an interesting thing for us is the fact that Tofu is the one that's playing the Disruptor. So I think this is going to be a relatively fast Aghanim Scepter. And from what we've seen from a lot of these Ag Scepters, it can be very, very scary. I think the biggest thing for me making the switch between the Disruptor as well as the Marcy is they're much more focused on getting this early Aghanim Scepter and playing around these static storms and being much more active, whereas Celery is just going to be a bit of a sacrificial lamb. I feel like it's going to be very, very hard for him to get a BKB unless they have an amazing lane and they start to get a roll on early on. Being a position 5 Marcy feels pretty bad because you really want to have your BKB and you really want to have your Basher. So if Celery doesn't go on the, you know, the podium for trying to get the Malk Award here, then maybe he might have a good time. But I like the change, but also I feel like it's going to be pretty rough to be position 5 Marcy in this game because you're going to jump in onto like a Terrorblade or jump in onto a Primal Beast and you're just going to die pre-BKB.
My keyboard is not working.
They'll be like, well, you're just dead, friend. You don't have BKB, no Basher. Might not even have the early level 6 for the Unleash shield. But we'll see how this game actually does pan out as we have gotten underway. EG did manage to snag the double runes. GG got the same. And let's talk about how these lanes are going to pan out. We saw this lane earlier today, the Pangolier versus Primal Beast lane. And Primal Beast was, by and large, able to dominate. Didn't dominate to the degree where Pango got nothing, but still put a lot of pressure onto the Pangolier in general. Will we see that repeated here, despite having different players in this particular matchup?
Yeah, I feel like Primal just has a whole lot of good spells up against the Pangolier. He does really well against melee heroes. Obviously, Pango has 2 mobility spells, so he should be relatively okay, but it's more about the fact that I think Primal will always have kill threat on him. And we even saw in that game with LGD versus RNG that between these 2 heroes, it's about who makes the first good rotation. And we've seen what EG have been able to do with his Primal Beast in the past, whereas Pangolier, I think he needs to do a little bit more and kind of needs to wait a little bit longer for him to actually make these rotations, whereas the Primal Beast, you just onslaught in, and as soon as you get on top of anybody with the Pulverize, like they're going to be dead. You're going to have plenty of damage to kill some of these squishy heroes, whereas for Gaming Gladiators, the Rolling Thunder is going to be a little bit harder for him to actually hit. Also, one other thing that I wanted to have a talk about with this Sven into the Drow matchup. The best thing about this Sven matchup for the Drow is the fact that Warcry is plus armor. So the thing is with Drow is the marksmanship only pierces natural armor. Yes, up against the Terrorblade, he has a lot of natural armor, but when you combine this with the Sven, who's going to give, what, at some point give almost plus 20 bonus armor, everybody gets a plate mail for free.
Top lane, well, Crit's going to be probably delayed in being able to afford a plate mill for himself because Duracho kills him more for the first blood up in this top lane. So good way to start the matchup. One thing about this lane as well, you know, you've been reminding us people all the time about the fact that the Broodmother doesn't play with the Spiderlings as much, given that this is the ultimate now. This is not the main hook of the hero in the laning phase anymore. But that also means that heroes like the Drow Ranger don't feel as threatened as early. She might be threatened now though, because she's been left all alone, and she does end up getting eaten alive. Celery left the lane. He got scouted leaving the lane because they came up and Crit saw him, and he's like, hey, they don't have support here. Let's just go on the Drow. Cool, great.
Yeah, I mean, plus 35 damage at level 1. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good ability you got there, Broodmother, and that's why I think that this hero started to rise in prominence a lot, is just her abilities early on are so strong. Yeah, you don't have the babies to play around, and you're not this kind of gimmicky hero. Oh, I fall though. Okay, he's going to be okay. You're not this kind of like gimmicky hero where it's like you just lose the lane because you can't deal with the babies. It's more the fact that this hero is a very, very strong laner herself, and then the babies just kind of counteract, I mean, go over the top of that, right? Where you hit that level 6, you've already kicked them out because you've got things like Insatiable Hunger. It's hard to play around the web. She's so tanky, so hard to kill her early on. And then she just takes over the lane with the babies and takes your tower. So I think we're going to see a whole lot more of this Broodmother, but these heroes who have at least ways to play against her.
See, they're actually going to put more aggression back onto Celery. They're going to try for a kill here, but there is access to the Dispose, tossing back the Brood, and that's where most of the damage was coming from. So Celery is A-okay. Speaking of safe lanes, let's take a quick gander, a quick look at this bottom side of the map where Fly and RTZ going against Tofu and Ace. The interesting thing about how Fly has been playing this lane, he can just post up as the Sven. He's so damn tanky early on. A solitary point into Warcry. Most of the harass from this lane, he can just eat it up. And he knows he's never in really any proper danger of dying, provided he has enough mana for a Stormhammer. Just toss it back onto these heroes, bail yourself out of trouble, and just literally walk away in front of their faces.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why I like this Sven as a position 5 much more than I do as a carry, just because you're able to do so much work in these lanes. It just provides so much for your carry. Doing a good job at pressuring Ace here, but that's all they're really going to be able to do. They haven't been able to get a kill just yet, and they really need a rotation coming in from Arbed or either Crit if they want to try and get a kill here onto Ace on the bottom side.
Speaking of Arbed, here in this mid lane, him versus Broom. So far, Broom is actually the primary beneficiary of this. He's gonna, as I say that, just eat a young onslaught into the trample. My bad. As bottom, Ace and the crew actually managed to pressure Fly and get the kill onto the Sven. He was falling very, very low, but I don't even think they needed to wait out that long before they were like, wait a second, he's very far forward. We have Glimpse, we have Thunderclap. Let's just get this kill. Very nicely done.
Just being able to just take down the Sven, and that's some of the issues with you know, playing some of these melee supports. Is sometimes you do feel unkillable, right? And you just like, you're walking forward, you're like, I'm a Giga Chad, and nobody can touch me at all. Nobody can do any damage to me. And then you just get caught out by a lot of this magic damage, and you go, oh, okay, I actually do have to be careful. And nice little pick there for Nightfall. And And this is the power of the Broodmother, right? Like, you know, Silken Bowler is a very, very strong spell. If you ever get caught out in any of these situations where you're having to stand and fight Insatiable Hunger a Broodmother, you just lose so much HP. And that's why I like this Shadow Shaman as well.
Shackles. Yep. He just set up for the Brood to continually put out this kind of pressure with Shackles. And as soon as Celery is dead, Diracho has to be backing off a little bit. Can't play that aggressively into it. You know, bottom, you were clamoring for a rotation. It is coming, good sir, as Abed is making his way over. Onslaught will come through, connects first onto Tofu. They are going to be able to get the kill before the glimpse comes back in. But because of that glimpse, they can't use the pulverize onto Ace, so the Brewmaster will end up living. However, it also repositions Abed, so he's a little bit closer back to where he was going anyway. Doesn't feel that bad, but very nicely done still. He gets his first rotation, gets a kill out of it as well. So a little bit of bonus gold in the back pocket as well.
Yeah, and I think this is the reason why that I'm favoring Primal Beast in this Primal Beast versus Pango matchup. It's just so much easier for Primal Beast to make these rotations in comparison with Pango. You can see usually these Pangoliers, they go for, you know, a lot more levels in the shield crash. But speaking of the Pango, he's coming towards the top side.
And he has a double damage rune, Fluke, so he's going to get the immediate damage out onto Nightfall. And they are going to be able to claim the kill off of him. He's the one that snags it too. So double damage, it works well. On the other side of the map, they did manage to get the kill onto Fly as well. So Gaming Gladiators punching back in a hurry. Not going to allow EG to just dictate the entirety of this early game. They're going to try and make this a competitive affair. And the best part about it, he didn't need to commit the Rolling Thunder for that one. So it is still available if he wants to use it elsewhere. But he's being pulverized right now by Abed. We have seen that this Primal Beast can actually 100-0 solo kill a Pango. So he needs to be careful.
Yeah, it's pretty scary when you see that the Pulverize comes out and how much damage Boom actually takes. So, Nightfall once again. This is the scary part about this lane, right? All they really have to stop the Shackles is the rebound. So if the Shackles comes out onto the Marcy, the Nightfall gets the free hit, or if, you know, they go forward onto Diracho, they have to try and hit the rebound, and as long as the rebound's on cooldown, there's not much that they can really do. Yeah, you can maybe dispose him out of the area, but that's about it.
Starting to become problematic as these levels accrue for Nightfall. The Brood only gets stronger from this point onwards.
Yep.
On the bright side, for the side of Gaming Gladiators, they're not getting completely shut out and forced out of this lane down bottom. Ace is still getting something, but not as much by any stretch of the imagination as the Nightfall Broodmother, so their auras for EG will come way faster. They're going to try and secure a rune here for Boo. This is a very usable rune. It's an Invis. Invis rune on a Pango with Rolling Thunder available. Surely you have to go try and make something happen on the map, but they are walking underneath some vision, so if they go top, Nightfall knows this move is coming, and yep, he is playing much more carefully in the trees. They know exactly what's up. He's not going to get caught out by this.
Oh, crit free courier. Thank you very much for that one. Could be okay with that. Oh, they're going to kill... Okay, I was going to say, if they kill Diracho here, then the rotation coming in from Boom is going to be all for naught, and you can see that they understand they kind of just have to make this lane switch. Nightfall is now level 6, got access to the spawn Spiderlings, makes it very, very hard for this Drow Ranger to play the lane, and now they're going to give it towards the mid lane, but that's when you can see what happens here with Fly and Abed. They get the onslaught going in, they're going to try and get a kill here on Diracho.
Going with the onslaught, Diracho is going to be the primary target, and he is already brought down. Fly, too tanky on this fan, so he doesn't die. And immediately afterwards, they're not done just yet. They might try to go onto Tofu if they can catch the vision. But here come Ace and Celery. They're looking for revenge as well. Tofu gets pulverized. Will Fly be there with the Stormhammer in time? He's not just yet. Two heroes, though, caught in right after the Shackles connect from Crit. The trample from Abed. Not enough to kill off Celery, as Ace does go in with the Primal Split. First one of the game. Really wants to get Crit at least, so they find some degree of reprisal. But it doesn't seem like that's an option for them. As with RTZ being nearby, the life of these Brewlings is also in question. So he has to escape. Ace comes back, but hits immediately. Do they have the Shackles just yet? Can they hold him down? No, they can't. The Stormhammer will be there. As Celery, he went in to stop this aggression, but the rebound ends up putting him in a dangerous position. Abed tramples forward with the onslaught onto Ace, kills him, and Tofu sends him right back into a safe position. Yet again, shout out Tofu, says Abed.
Abed played that extremely well. Oh, now RTZ. I think they should be okay. They don't have the glimpse for another couple of seconds, so... Yep, RTZ fancy feet. Oh, they have
really
the
far
back,
for this.
though.
They actually glimpse back RTZ, but now he can just try and TP out. Do they have enough damage to stop him? Celery comes with this rebound literally 1 second too late. As he arrives, RTZ is gone. And they do manage to bring down Fly, but this is 4 heroes now playing in the bottom side of the map, all for the sake of trying to get the Fly kill on the Sphere. And they absolutely have to put the pressure on the tower now. This tower has to fall immediately to make this movement worthwhile.
Yeah, I think they need to just try and do their best to get stuff out of the map right now. You can just see that EG are constantly getting this tempo going. They found Ace towards the mid lane, but Drunken Brawl is pretty strong, especially the Wind Panda. 15% evasion at level 1 feels goddamn good, especially when you're going up against a lot of these heroes that do a lot of physical damage early. But they're going to transition towards bottom. DD Rune on Arbed. Oh my god, the damage.
Oh my god. DD Rune on Arbed. Diraicho's gone. Wow, that was well, that was something. They get a tier 1 middle, they get to defend their own tier 1 bottom, and they kill the Drow Ranger here. Everything coming up EG. And Arbed, he's glowing blue as he bleeds blue. Feeling like one of the most dangerous heroes on the map right now. Very close towards having his BKB as well. And the immediate response from GG, we don't see it just yet. We still don't have the Diffusal Blade from Boom. And slowly but surely, they're also losing the map control necessary to farm up these items to come back into the situation with.
Yeah, and I think this is the reason why that you can't be letting this Primal Beast through, right? You can just see how good of a tempo setter this hero is, can just transition onto some heroes like the Drow, heroes like the Pangolier, and just have solo kill potential. You know, you're giving up this Marcy who hasn't really been able to get the solo kill potential just yet because he is a position 5, so he needs to wait until he gets that unleashed. He needs to wait until he starts getting towards those scarier parts of having like the BKB +1. But this Primal Beast hero, man, like it has shown us time and time again that when you have these mid players who are just constantly playing it as this tempo setter, you're sprinting across the map, you're onslaughting things, you're killing stuff, you're solo killing people, that it just opens up the map for you. Nightfall literally has been not even a thought in my mind for like the last 5 minutes. I couldn't imagine what Gaming Gladiators are even thinking about this Broodmother right now, but you just open up the map for Arteezy as well as Nightfall to just kind of play these greedier kind of heroes, and Arbed's doing everything, and they've got the combination with Crit as well, and maybe they get to kill on the Boom.
What? Did you see that read that came in from these players? Down bottom, they will kill Fly on the side of EG, but Arbed literally knew exactly where the Pango was going to be. Catches him with the Onslaught, they pulverize him to oblivion, and boom. That's his first death of the game. Won't be able to finish off the Diffusal Blade. And Arbed making sure to check in the trees so that they can go very freely onto this push. Mass Serpent Wards drop down. They use the Spider to make sure that they get this tower. And yeah, they're going to lose the tier 1 tower bottom, but who the hell cares? When at 13 minutes into the game here, Fluke, you're pushing the tier 2 successfully in the top lane. And now I've opened up an outpost already. GG, just not prepared for this kind of pace that EG is setting at the moment.
Yeah, EG are really setting a bit of a breakneck pace right now. They're getting very, very close towards the BKB for Arbed. You know, Nightfall almost has the Wraith Pack flying out to him as well. Arteezy has already come up on the Dragonlance, getting close towards the Yasha. I think there might be a few shining lights here for Gaming Gladiators. They're getting close towards the Diffusal here for Boom, but if he goes down once again, oh no.
Oh no, that's not supposed to happen. Boom. Oh, gets caught in top. Nightfall gets yet another kill. Yet again, Diffusal Blade delayed. That also put some gold on the coffers of Crit, who's getting closer towards having a Blink Dagger. But GG have had enough. They're smoked up en masse. They're coming to the top lane. I think they were maybe trying to bait earlier on with Boom, but they really want some revenge. But sadly, they just don't have the vision here. They can't even find the adequate glimpse. But as I say that, they finally get it out. Glimpse into the Static Storm. They will commit as many resources as possible to bring down Nightfall. So they do get the kill. This will also enable them to reclaim their outposts, get some positive vision back in their own jungle. But man, we just see the resource committal required for GG to make those kind of moves happen versus what EG has to do. And EG just happy to keep farming elsewhere on the map while all this is happening. They're like, alright, sucks to be you, Nightfall, but we're still winning right now, so it's okay. And Nightfall just respawns with the Wraith Pack already completed 14 minutes into this game.
Yeah, there's just a whole lot of resources that are just very, very hard for Gaming Gladiators to try and get out on top. They had to, as you said, kind of overcommit for a lot of these kills. I think using the Static Storm this early on to kill somebody like Nightfall, who was at the top of the network, is definitely worth for them. They didn't have to split on Ace either, so they can still at least get another team fight going. They've got Boom to respawn. They can try and fight with the Rolling Thunder as well as the Primal Split. But the hardest thing for me is they still need to start hitting some of these item timings, right? They can't really force a tier 1 tower. You don't want to walk in towards Arbed, who I'd imagine is very, very close to his BKB. Yeah, he's only a couple hundred gold away from BKB. So if you overforce into something like a Primal Beast with an early BKB, you literally have no answers outside of the Drow Ranger. So if he's the one that's getting gone on, if he's the one that gets onslaughted, if he's the one that gets pulverized, then you don't really have an answer to this BKB Primal Beast, and kind of just going to lose the fight. I like the smoke up here as Fort. He's trying to utilize this this Primal Split as well as the Rolling Thunder. If they can catch Crit, if they can catch Nightfall again, they can take out this this Broodmother twice in as many minutes, then they're definitely going to start to feel good with how this game is going. But there's 4 EG members here as well.
Oh, Crit breaks the smoke onto 2. They know this move is coming. Also got the Hex out onto Boom, so no early Rolling Thunder. They've gotten the 1. Onslaught comes in onto Tofu. Hasn't been able to activate the Static Storm just yet. Flies, the one that gets slowed down by the Diffusal Blade. Glimpse back onto Nightfall. They really want to find that kill. Cycloned up into the air, and they force a buyback from the Nyx Assassin. Will they drop the Static Storm? They have to. They got it on down onto the Nightfall Brood, but unfortunately Abed has BKB. He can just trample onto Derecho, bring down the Drow, and RTZ goes into the Metamorphosis, right-clicks down the Disruptor. Really wants to add another kill to his list to make it a triple. Ace doing his best to run away. The Piggy Pole is on. The Onslaught is chasing him. And there's the grab with the Pulverize, setting them up for a double kill on the Nightfall Brood. A full team wipe for the side of EG, and opening the path to the big man as they'll be rewarded with an Aegis.
Yeah, I really like that buyback that came out from Crit as well, right? He understood that if they just have that little bit of extra save, that little bit of extra, you know, stuns and all that kind of stuff, they can continue this fight. I like what EG did in this replay as well. You can see that they separate 4 back. They get the BKB completed onto Abed, and then they instantly engage. They get the buyback coming in from Crit, and they just walk in. The only one that gets caught by the Static Storm is going to be Nightfall here on the Broodmother, but with Arteezy coming in on the Terrorblade, I like seeing these Terrorblades get nice and active early on. Feel very, very strong when it comes to that Metamorphosis. And with 4 heroes going down nice and fast, they make it a 5th by taking down Ace with the Pulverize. And EG setting the tempo and really just kind of forcing Gaming Gladiators to play some of these team fights perfectly. They did a really, really good job at just kiting them around, and I think this goes to show why this EG squad looks so dominant in these group stages so far, is they understand the perfect moments when to go in and when to go out.
Yeah. Speaking of knowing exactly when to go in and out, this Nightfall Broodmother, quick stat on the Broodmother, right? So you know when you got his Wraith Pact, I was interested because I was like, that seems abnormally fast. So, in all of history, to be fair, Wraith Pact is a relatively new item, but there have been a total of 28 of these pickups on the hero. Only 6 times has it ever been picked up faster than this, and of those 6 times, 5 of them are Nightfall.
I feel like that happens more often than not when you see somebody who has like this obscenely fast item on a very specific hero. You look back at the stats and you're like, yeah, it's that one guy. Oh, Boon's been found out again, the Pulverize.
Yeah, he's been caught in the spot yet again. He got found last time, but they don't have the additional catch. This time around, Shadow Shaman is not there to lay down the shackles, so he gets out. All right, a little bit of a boon coming in from Boom, and now they know that there are some heroes that are not located towards other parts of the map. Do you think they try to exploit this timing and maybe go for a move towards middle?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's the next kind of set of affairs, right? You know, going towards middle, trying to take this tier 2 tower. They are at least trying to get something going here, Gaming Gladiators. They understand that this half of the map is the best pass for them to be in. It's the best place. They have a little bit of control. They've taken the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. They've got their own tier 1 tower in their offlane as well, so they can try and at least push Arteezy out, but Arteezy's had a relatively free time, getting closer and closer to his own BKB, and Abed comes in once again on the Celery.
Yep, catches him. There's going to be a Stormhammer to hold him in position. Super easy kill. And they're not done just yet, as they now will look to take over the entire triangle, deny Gaming Gladiators the ability to farm here. They still haven't taken the tier 1 tower, so they really want it, but they actually smoke up here. They want to keep this aggression going. They want to give them any piece of safety across the map. I mean, they're about to have access to the Pulverize once again, up in 4 seconds. They have BKB at the ready. And this time, Celery is nowhere nearby. Crit is here with the shackles, and he has Blink Dagger as well. I think our boy Boom is dead. Boom, get out. Let's see if he's got the Spidey Senses Fluke. And he's got the read.
I think he should be okay.
He's in the trees right now. Hasn't TP'd out yet.
TP, fam. TP.
Get out. Get out. Run away.
No.
Run away.
Oh, they don't know?
He has been caught.
Oh,
they got him. Found him. He tried his best. Tried to juke through the trees. But unfortunately, HY was not correct in this one. Don't stay in the trees. Get out of the trees and go home, my friend. He ends up dead instead. And while this was happening, Arteezy and the crew have just been pushing this tier 2 tower down bottom. It's already at half HP right now. It's kind of ridiculous how much space they have on the map to play with on the side of EG.
It's just that I think the biggest thing for me is like they only need these heroes to stay in pairs, right? Like Nightfall can do kind of whatever he wants. He's very, very tanky. It's hard to kill this Brood Mother. Fly and Arteezy are able to just stay together. They make the Terror Blade very, very strong now that they have the Warcry Shard as well. So Fly's just been able to make his boy a little bit more tanky. And then Arbed and Crit, they can just walk around and kind of just kill whoever they want. Blink Pulverize now is up and available for Arbed. Crit is able to blink around and help out with all this damage as well. If they feel like they want to have a team fight going, they can drop some Shadow Shaman Snakes. So EG, they have every tool in their arsenal available to themselves right now. And I think it's all about gaming Gladiators, just trying to find that that next little opening they've got. Dyrachyo has a Shadow Blade now, building towards the BKB. Tofu doesn't even have a whiff of an Aghanim Scepter. But Ace now with his own Wraith Pack, so they can at least try and get these team fights going, but they need to fight well.
Ace needs to actually get some help to get him out of this bind that he's in at the moment. He wanted to get off the Primal Split. The only bright side is that Arbed did commit the BKB and quite a bit of mana.
Oh, they know they're in the trees.
In these trees. Yeah, here comes the Rolling Thunder. Arbed blinks past the Rolling Thunder. They get onto Dyrachyo immediately with the Metamorphosis of the Terror Blade. Meta with the right-click damage melts through Dyrachyo. Tofu will follow him into the grave as well. And that's a triple kill for Arteezy in the midst of this fight. Arbed baits out the Rolling Thunder. They found Celery as well. Didn't even commit the Pulverize during the fight, so it's available to cancel the TP and kill off the young Celery Mossy. Oh my goodness, the dodge that Arbed did on that Rolling Thunder enables his team. And as soon as he goes down, they're like, well, actually, they don't have Rolling Thunder. There's nothing to actually protect the Drow. Go immediately onto Dyrachyo.
Yeah, you can just see here in the replay that Arbed, he got the blink in towards the trees. He onslaughted up on towards Dyrachyo. Beautiful high ground ward. EG being able to commit on towards the end there. Fly place that when they decided to go for that tier 1 tower. It also sets them up for a tier 2 tower push. And it just goes to show that in these games here, when you're playing the best teams in the world, vision is oh so important. If they didn't have that high ground ward there, they wouldn't have known what was going in. I'd imagine they would have got caught out by the Rolling Thunder. And unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators, they get absolutely wiped there. Could have been a good fight for them, but just getting caught out by a bit of vision. I think Arbed has been playing one of the best Primal Beasts we've seen all tournament so far.
Said Primal Beast will find himself getting glimpsed back into Kinetic Field.
Okay.
Cannot save the unfortunate crit Shadow Shaman, and will be forced to pop BKB to get out of here. I mean, GG had to smoke up, pop Primal Split, glimpse back as well, just to kill crit, so the side of EG, they'll definitely take it. But Gaming Gladiators need to get something more out of this. They want the tier 1 tower in this mid lane. Rocks being thrown in by Arbed with the Aghanim shot just to try and delay this push, but they're not brave enough to go and force this fight. And EG are far enough ahead that they don't necessarily need to. However, Gaming Gladiators also demonstrating that they don't have a kind of lineup to be disrespected. At any given time, if you do get caught out, damage can start coming in quite a hurry. So EG doing the right thing by dodging when they're not favorable in the fights.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me that's kind of holding on a bit of hope here for Gaming Gladiators is the fact that their team fight is very, very good. They have Unleash, they have the Primal Split, they've got Rolling Thunder, they've got Static Storm. We've seen what these abilities have been able to do throughout the entirety of the group stages so far. So if they catch some people unawares, especially if Tofu is actually able to build himself towards an Aghanim Scepter, he's actually going to go for a Lotus early on. So if we get into a scenario where we do see like an Aghanim Scepter, it's going to be very, very hard for EG to play around their BKBs, but they're doing a good job right now, just understanding to not feed a little bit too much of this advantage away. Interesting enough, though, Nightfall's actually built an Aghanim Scepter on the Broodmother, so the Spinner's Snare was something that we talked about before the tournament even started. Was the fact that the Spinner's Snare actually stops Primal Beast in his tracks. He does have Primal Beast on his team this time around, but might be something to keep in mind for some of these other heroes, and it means that it's just very, very hard for Gaming Gladiators to get on the other side of the map without getting caught out by the Spinner's Snare, because it does a lot of damage, and it's a very long route, and if Arbed is anywhere in the area, he will definitely jump on top of you, and he will try to kill you.
Sure, right now, although they're not playing Primal Beast on the side of Gaming Gladiators, Boom is sad as hell seeing the Aghanim Scepter being available. He's like, damn it! Roots against Pangolier, such a good option to have. EG firmly in control of this game as they've melted down the tier 2 tower in this mid lane. Probably just waiting out the next Roche, which will be available in another 15 seconds almost at this point. And when the big man is available, EG, they take it so fast with Arteezy. Weirdly enough, he's at the top of the net worth, but the way he's itemized, he doesn't feel like the most uber farmed hero on the map, but he does feel very hard to kill. And GG That's the thing for them, right? Their pretty much only option to win these team fights is to kill off both Arteezy and Abed. Doing one is possible. Doing both with the builds that they've gone for seems next to impossible at this point. So I really like the option as well from Arteezy, being like, who needs burst damage? If I just don't die in these fights. He's even queuing up a Basher. I wonder if he's going to finish that off on this TB.
It seems like EG is starting to have a little bit of fun with this game. The Aghanim Scepter onto Nightfall, and then, you know, the Basher now on Arteezy. Hey, I mean, when you do 12k ahead of 25 minutes into the game, you feel very, very confident with how this game is going. You could try some weird and wacky stuff. Wouldn't hate to see, you know, Abed try and do some different stuff right now. He's going to go for the Hex himself, and the Aghanim Shard is available onto Roshan. But it seems like EG want to try and get a pick first. They've decided to just leave the Roche pit for now. They're going to bring Arteezy over to try and just get a few more of these crit waves going. So now they're going to fully commit to the Roche pit. Aghanim Shard, I'd imagine, is going to go... Maybe you're going to give that to crit. I wouldn't hate to see it. Onto crit. Who else really needs it? Everybody else has theirs. Or maybe even onto the Brood Mother.
Yeah, probably Brood.
Give it a crit, come on.
Brood. Let's see. Who's going to click on it? Arteezy should be the one to pick up the Aegis. But it's the other goodies that we have to ask about. But nope, they give all the goodies to Arteezy. Gets the Demon Zeal, gets the Aegis. And he's changed his mind from the Basher, instead going and opting for this Chrysalis into the Daedalus. So he's survivable enough with the BKB Hurricane Pack that now he wants this raw damage. He wants to hit somebody 2-3 times and they just die during the meta. And Diracho is already struggling to deal with the damage outlay coming in from the side of Game and Gladiators. But speaking of Diracho, him and the crew are top lane right now. They're smoked up. They might come across Nightfall. Nightfall's been scouted. There's an Observer Watch here, Fluke. Oh. They have perfect vision of this Broodmother. The question is, can they kill him? And indeed they can. She is gone. She is dead. 50 seconds in the grave. Does have access to buyback. Unfortunately, they won't have much time to enjoy their success because they have to respond down bottom. There's exposed lane of Rax here. So they drop the mass Serpent Wards. They're coming in with everybody to try and defend this. The range Rax are already destroyed. What can they do to try and stop this fight from happening? Diracho gets hexed up by crit. The Arteezy Terrorblade has too much damage for Diracho to deal with. If he can't get himself away, he's definitely going to die. As Arteezy melts him with the TB, melts the Rax as well in the process. And they're now on the cusp of winning this opening game number 1. And really solidifying themselves as the best team here in group number A.
Yeah, it seems like Ace has been forced to primal split here, but everybody else on EG is back and ready. The Hex comes down, and the Shackle's on top for good measure, just utilizing the last little moments here of the Metamorphosis. So, EG, as you said, looking really strong right now. Looking really, really good. They took the first lane of Rax, and Gaming Gladiators, you can see that they do have damage if they isolate some of these members, but fighting into the BKBs is going to be hard. Fighting into the Aegis is going to be even harder. So EG understand that, and they just try and take whatever they can. They're not here to, it's a famous Australian saying that I can't say on stream right now, but they're not here to muck about with spiders. They are here for getting the dubs, and they're here for the 2-0 up against Gaming Gladiators, because as we said earlier on, if they go to a 12-2 in their current group standings, they haven't confirmed upper bracket because there still are a few results that can go against them, but they put themselves in the best possible position to finish at the top of their group, considering the matches they have left for the group stages here.
Yeah, especially with the unfortunate news regarding their later on opponent today, meaning that the game is probably not going to be as difficult as they imagined it was going to be coming into it. But EG, this game isn't over just yet. They still have to close it out. Many, many times have we seen teams coming back. And in fact, Gaming Gladiators have been one of the teams that has made a habit of coming back from unwinnable situations. So they still have an opportunity here. It's just unfortunate that they're playing Drow instead of like SF, Morphling, these uber hyper carries. But still, Drow is not to be ignored. She's building into the Silver Edge. The big thing is going to be her trying to get access to this Aghanim Shard. Start stacking up those Hypothermia Frost Arrows. Make life a little bit more difficult for Arteezy. But because he is sitting with this Paladin Sword, it's obviously going to start becoming very influential in the midst of these fights. But he's so strong right now. How do you even start a fight on the side of GG to ensure that you can win it, given the relative strength differences between the two squads?
I think you try and blow up Crit. I think you try and blow up Nightfall as well. I think you try and go into the back with the Rolling Thunder. You pummel split on the front line, see if you can toss up Arteezy into the air, just leave him in there for a couple of seconds, and just see if you can kill everybody else. They've already done a good job at getting Arteezy about half HP right now. He still has the Aegis, so it'll be a good time for them to go.
Sunder will come out though from Arteezy. He wants to bring down Tofu. Not going to be able to do so, but Tofu might still die here. And a huge crit from the Terrorblade does end off killing off crit. And now here we go. Arteezy turns his attention back to Celery. Tofu and Celery both buy back, and Arteezy taking a lot of damage from Dyraicho. The Rolling Thunder from Broom creating space on the back end of the fight. And with the second life, can they kill him? There's no BKB available from him. The Static Storm is there. The lockdown is there. The damage is out. And Arteezy is gone. Abed couldn't save him, and Abed, his BKB expired just before his TP completed. He almost died himself. He does escape, but it doesn't seem like Crit will be enabled to do the same. They are able to kill Arteezy, but it's expensive. They lost 2 lanes of racks, both top and bottom. They lost 2 heroes who had to buy back in their supports. And now neither of them have any other options if they die again, and they only have 1 lane of racks remaining.
It was a really good fight that came in there from Gaming Gladiators. They did a good job at just kiting out Arteezy's BKB. They got him to a point there where he's just in a very, very rough scenario. He gets stunned up by the Pangolier. I really like what Ace did as well. He threw the Sven up into the air, so it meant that there wasn't any more of these war cries, wasn't any more of these storm hammers. Would have liked to have seen him maybe try and isolate Nightfall as well a little bit here, or maybe even crit, but EG did a good job at making sure that they didn't lose too many members, because that could have been a scenario where they could have potentially lost more out of that. But Arbed as well as Nightfall getting out of that is always good. And Boom did say to us in the lobby, "Are we ready for another 60-minute game?" So I mean, Gaming Gladiators they're starting to put on a show for us right now. I mean, if they go 60 minutes here against EG, then I feel like Boom has fulfilled his promise to us. So. They definitely need a few more fights like that, though. They definitely need to be able to try and take down Arteezy, who's already seen how relatively straightforward it is for them to kill Arteezy once. Once he gets his Skadi up and running, though, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to take him down as easily. But they at least have shown us that they can do it. And I think that's the biggest thing for me is looking at this single core for both these two teams. They've proven to us that they can take down Arteezy here on the Terrorblade, but also in the same vein, Dyraicho has to be very, very careful with how he's positioning and how he's using his BKB here on the trail.
To be fair, Dota 2 is often a game of confidence, and now that the proof of concept has been displayed that, hey, it's actually possible for us to win team fights, that might buoy the confidence of the side of GG. Like you mentioned, though, Dyraicho has to be very careful with his positioning, but EG, clearly they have to be equally as careful. In the event that Arteezy here gets caught out like he did, he can die. And that was with the Aegis, and he still ended up dying twice. So after the Skadi, he might still decide for another defensive item like a butterfly or something, or a more hybrid item like that. We shall see. But he is the primary win con on the side of EG. By that same token, for Gaming Gladiators, they know that if they can reliably start dealing with Arteezy, then suddenly their path back into this game is very, very clear. This game is a lot closer than the 19k gold lead, 2 lanes of racks down, and 98% win probability would lead you to believe.
Yeah, and I think that is just kind of goes to show the strength of the team fighting heroes that Gaming Gladiators have, right? Like if you misstep a little bit too much when you're going up against the Static Storm and you're going up against the Rolling Thunder, even the Primal Split, we've seen a lot of these good brew players have been able to do a lot of work with the Primal Split. We already saw in that previous fight how long that fly was up in the air for. So if it gets to the point now where Ace is able to abuse this comeback minus that he's had, for the last couple of minutes or so, then Gaming Gladiators can start to wrangle back this game. But it is a very, very large hill that they have to try and overcome right now. And all it really takes is EG walking in, getting their BKBs going, taking down this tier 3 tower, and I think from Mega Creeps it's going to be very, very hard for Gaming to come back.
Gaming Gladiators sort of stuck inside their own base right now, hoping against all hope that they have enough time, but I'm going to start the smoke out. Let's see where they lead themselves into. They've just picked up the Silver Edge here for the Drow Ranger, so they really want to reveal this in the midst of the fight as well.
They also have the Lotus Orb on Tofu, so it means that Arteezy's going to have... Oh, no, they all walked into the Spinner's Snare.
Oh, God. Well, that's why we buy the Aghanim Scepter, baby.
Oh, that is so awkward.
Oh,
no.
Feels bad,
Well,
man.
smoke's over, boys.
Unfortunately,
No,
there's
he went
another
back
one.
into another
Celery
one.
rebounded into it, so they just jump him. Arteezy comes in with the Hurricane Pike, right-clicks him down, insta-kill onto the Celery Mossy. without buyback either. He bought back for the last engagement, so they know for a fact on the side of EG that they'll be dealing with a 4v5 push. And look where the creep wave is. It's already here. They've got a Spiderling army. GG, it's going to be a hard one. If they drop down these mass serpent wards. Boom. Rolling Thunder. Only connects onto the illusion though. Oh no, Fluke. He might be staring at the end of the game. Rock throw coming in from Arbed. It connects onto Tofu, but look at Boom. Just dying to raw right clicks. Can buy back though. Will be forced into it as they're going onto Tofu as well. With these right clicks, he's gone too as a dieback onto him. Diraicho will fare no better as he's caught out by Fly, but gets that bailed out at the very end there. BKBs are being popped by Nightfall and the crew to back off from Diraicho, who's outlaying an absurd amount of damage. But now his BKB is over. They're coming at him with Abed. The Pulverize is ready if they need it, and indeed it comes out. Diraicho is gone. Ace on the Brewmaster is going to follow him as there's no split remaining. And that's 4 heroes dead. All of them without buyback. And EG will throw themselves into a situation where they are now at the top of the group with 11 wins. They end off by killing off Boom. Oh, they don't actually get the kill onto him, but who the hell cares? EG take the victory. GG cannot do it. And they are in a position where they are looking like one of the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, that was a sick game that came in there from EG. My heart broke when they walked past the spinner's stare there. The thing is with the spinner's stare, it actually alerts your team. You get like a mini map ping whenever somebody walks into them as well. So not only did they get caught up in the spinner's stare for 4 seconds, they also alerted the entirety of EG that there was multiple members that were sitting there in the up on the ramp. So, I mean, that's the reason why that you buy an item like this, and I think Nightfall is showing us the reason why that he has been almost undefeated on the Broodmother. I believe he's, what, 3-1 right now, maybe even more with the Broodmother so far in the group stages. And EG, they just play so well around the way that their lanes go. You know, Arteezy had a pretty straightforward game for him. I don't think he had any issues. He only died once on this Terrorblade. Arbed did an amazing job at just setting the pace for EG, right? Like, this is the reason why that Primal Beast has been first pick material for so many of these other teams. You put it in towards the mid lane, doesn't have many bad matchups. You just make that one good rotation, you onslaught, you pulverize someone, and then it just means that your side lanes are doing better. Then you go and kill the carry hero, then you go and kill the enemy mid, and then you just constantly got this snowball where the Primal Beast is just too hard to deal with once he gets to that BKB. And I don't know, man. This fight here was probably the big way where I was like, yeah, okay, this game is definitely curtains here for Gaming Gladiators. It was all too straightforward for EG. It was a sick little ward. It was a sick little play. It came in from Arbed as well. But, I mean, Arbed, I think he played almost a perfect Primal Beast game. I don't think I saw him slip up or mess up once.
That ward gave so much vision, allows him to get multiple kills. This rat trap, man, what a way to play this. Yeah. This was the one fight that maybe looked like a potential turnaround. Arteezy overextends a little bit, but at the same time, his team is getting racks. You win this fight, you kill the Terrorblade, but you're still like, well, most of our base is in shambles, and then next time they pull up, they can still take the base while we're taking them down, so it doesn't feel like a win, even if you get the biggest hero on the map. And that's what it always felt like for Goliath, or for Gaming Gladiators, that they never were in a position where it felt good for them. It was always, well, we get this kill, but we've lost out on the towers in the mid lane. Well, we are able to get this pick off onto Nightfall, but Arteezy is taking over the other side of the map. Every single time it was just bad trade after bad trade after bad trade for them. And it just doesn't end up working out. 31 kills for EG, 13 for Gaming Gladiators. And we just see the power that these drafts that are extremely high tempo. That seems to be the theme the more and more we go into this tournament. The faster you play, the better your outcomes at TI 11. All the best squads are playing some of the fastest games, and I don't think that's a mistake here, Flu.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely feel like a lot of these very fast-paced kind of mid-heroes, I think a lot of these mid-heroes that set the tempo for you definitely feel really good. And I think that we're going to be seeing it a lot more throughout TI 11 has been either getting yourself a carry that is very, very strong in the lane, or a mid-hero that is able to set the tempo for you, or even an offlane hero that's able to set the tempo for you. So we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of Primal Beast. We're going to be seeing a whole lot more of Broodmother. Might not be seeing that much more of the Shadow Shaman. I feel like it did its job, but I don't think it was definitely a massive standout. But we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Primal Beast. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of Pangolier. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of these heroes in the mid lane that are able to just kind of get their levels, get one item, walk around the map, use power runes, abuse power runes, and really kind of take a lot of these carries for a walk. So, I mean, EG, they looked really, really strong in this series. Gaming Gladiators, I didn't hate the draft. I just feel like maybe if you change this Disruptor and the Marcy around, put the Marcy as a position 4, put the Disruptor as a position 5, then maybe you might have a little bit of emphasis in towards the mid lane. But, I mean, it's just one of those things where I think EG are just playing so strong. And, you know, off the back of the Wonder Boy in the carry is kind of hard to take down an EG team like this, and kind of hard to say anything bad about Gaming Gladiators, because I don't think they played particularly bad. I think EG just played really, really good.
I mean, this is EG playing at the highest level we've seen at TI in quite some time, and especially back with the classic TZ Terrorblade. This takes me back into the days, and this is the kind of performance that put him on the map as RTZ. So he gets the MVP vote. I might have quibbled to maybe put our boy Abed here, because he really performed well on that mid-primal beast, but you need somebody to be the win condition and to not falter at any point in the game, and RTZ certainly did that for them. Took down a bunch of buildings, got a lot of very important kills, made one slight overextension, but whatever. Also bought space in the meantime. I also loved how he was itemizing here, understanding exactly what it needs in terms of the items to ensure that he gets success on this Terrorblade hero. So REG and the boys are now one game up in this very entertaining series. If they win 2-0, they are really looking like they're in total command of Group A. So let's see whether or not they can make this a 2-0 after a small break here. When we return, Game 2 between EG and Gaming Gladiators with myself, Snare, and Mr. Man, the Fluke. We'll be right back.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome one and all. We are back here for game number 2 between EG versus Game and Gladiators. Right now, EG is at the top of Group A, and with the 2-0 here, they can solidify that position for themselves. But they need to win the second game up against the side of Game and Gladiators. Game and Gladiators, in the meantime, stuck in the middle of the group. They don't want to start the playoffs in the lower bracket. They don't want that BO1 gauntlet, so they need to win this game in order to try and avoid that fate. Let's find out if they can do it, or if it's going to be EG bleeding blue all over us again for game number 2. I'm Snare, joined by Fluke yet again. Good sir, it's a first pick Shadow Fiend for EG. Most first pick Shadow Fiends have been winning in this particular tournament. What's going to be the response from Game and Gladiators? What do you want to see them do to try and deal with the RTZSF?
There's a lot of things that we've been seeing in response to the Shadow Fiend. We've been seeing this Monkey King hero as a response to the SF, whether it be an offlane one for Fnatic or whether or not we've been seeing a lot of these safe lane Shadow Fiends. I like this Primal Beast response. The first couple of bans, a little bit interesting for me. EG, they have first pick this time around, and Game of Gladiators wanted to go for Dire, but the Broodmother and the Beastmaster ban are kind of interesting for me. It kind of leads me towards them looking for a Drow once again.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe they don't want to get rolled over by EG again. They're like, well, if we're going to lose the game, fine, but these Zoo strats have to stop. You're not going to just beat us within 20 minutes and make the game look impossible for us to play. And here's another one of the responses we've been seeing to the Shadow Fiend. Snapfire, you outrange the SF, pepper him with damage from afar. And we've seen this particular combo do quite a lot of work. The Primal Beast and the Snap, pre-BKBs on these core heroes, and even afterwards, if you get caught by a random onslaught into Pulverize with the Morty's Kisses raining through, sometimes you get to a point where you have to make that awful decision as a carry player. I'm on like 300 HP. Do I pop BKB for the 5% chance of survival, or do I take the chance to maybe try and escape? Do I guarantee the death? It becomes much more difficult to play. So love this opener from Game and Gladiators. But equally, I love that EG remain confident in the Fly Sven. It's looked so good for them, and it's going to help Shadow Fiend in the safe lane as well.
Yeah, I also like that it's a flexible hero. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just hit the Nyx Assassin button. Very good against the Primal Beast, very good against the Snapfire. We talked about the Snapper's response to the Shadow Fiend, throwing that Mortimer's Kisses on his head. If you're a Nyx Assassin, you literally just walk in with Spike Carapace and the Mortimer's Kisses goes bye-bye. So maybe that could have been something that EG are looking towards here, but I do like that they picked this Sven here because when we talk about this first pick, we always say that you come in for that 8th pick, you pick a carry here and you cover it with 3 bans. They already decided to pick their Shadow Fiend, so they pick their Sven here, and that gives them that little bit of flexibility. So it could be the position 1 for Arteezy, or it could just be a fly hero when we get a little bit later on. So I like the way that EG are drafting now, and I think the response from Gaming Gladiators is you kind of have to play a little bit of flex yourself.
Yeah, he has some of it now with this Primal Beast. He can go middle for Boom. Could be the off-lane pick for Ace. I don't think he's played Primal Beast just yet for Ace. And today we've also started to see more and more position for Primal Beasts. So Gaming Gladiators have that quite wide open. For the most part, X-Nova has shown us the way on the Snapfire, shown that you can be a farmer on this hero if really need be. There was that one game where they gave him a little bit more priority than Kaka. So this could also be the Snapfire for Tofu rather than for Celery. So Gaming Gladiators have a lot to think about. Yo, I'm really glad that they banned Disruptor though. Quick bans in the second phase here. And EG removing the Morphling, which we've seen as one of the responses to the Shadow Fiend if the game does get to the stage where Morphling can play a lot. But today, Morphling's like fallen off a cliff. He's only been picked twice today. Yesterday, he was in every other game. Today, everyone's like, meh, who needs the waveform? Who needs the Waterman in this game?
Yeah, I think Morphling is one of those heroes that we talked about it in day one, right? Where this hero is just going to get eventually, I don't want to say figured out. I don't think people have figured out the Morphling just yet, but people have definitely changed their priorities in the way they want to play. That's why we've been seeing a lot more of these Shadow Fiends, a lot more of these Drows being picked up. Things like the Sven has definitely risen in priority, which is very, very weird to me. But, you know, these teams obviously feel like there's stock in it. For this final ban coming in here from EG, I wouldn't hate to see if they just ban the Drow again. They don't really have good heroes to get on top of the Drow. The Shadow Fiend versus the Drow matchup is a bit of a volatile one. Can be a little bit 50-50 here. So wouldn't hate to see, you know, something along the lines of like a Drow ban for EG here, and then Gaming Gladiators want to try and get rid of something that Crit has played a whole boatload of, probably like his Hoodwink, I think is probably another one that has really kind of stood out for me when I look at Crit's heroes that he's played throughout the tournament. Has been his kind of Hoodwink and his Masters have been the two that really stood out for me. So let's get rid of the Bat Rider here, kind of saving their behinds if this is going to be a carry Sven as well.
I've been so glad to see Bat Rider banned in so many games. That hero brings up bad memories whenever I see him play. It's just way too strong sometimes. So they remove that kind of dynamism from the side of Gaming Gladiators. I wouldn't be too upset to see them go for the Pangolier again. As we mentioned in the previous game, they're one of the few squads on the side of OG that play the Pango in the off lane. So Gaming Gladiators don't do that themselves, at least not often for Ace. So it does seem a bit awkward for him, but it would be so much forward momentum. Primal Beast Pango. You just be on the map all the time. Like you put Boom on the mid lane with the Primal Beast, somehow play from the off lane on the Pango. Sure, not going to be dominating the SF in the laning phase as much, but in the early mid game, you'll just be doing everything just non-stop. That's basically what I want to see Gaming Gladiators do here. Pick a non-stop drop that never has to go back, wait for long cooldowns, maximum dynamism. Maybe this is also the slot for the Ember Spirit in the 18th pick. It's a bit unsafe to pick it now, though. So I think they're going to just be giving us some information as to either another support or telling us exactly where the Primal Beast is going.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see the Pangolier. Into the Shadow Fiend, it feels a little bit awkward, though. It is one of those heroes that kind of can just stand and deliver up against the Pangolier, hits the BKB, and has a lot of physical bursts to just get through that Rolling Thunder. If you pick the Pangolier, though, it does also shore up the fact that you can't really play this this carry Sven into it. He really has a lot of issues outside of the BKB timing window for him to deal with the Pangolier, so would kind of lean EG more towards them having to have this as a fly Sven. They're just going to go with the Dirge, though, so a bit more team fight, a bit more kind of area denial for them. Snapfire, Dirge is a pretty strong support combination. You can always get the Fire Snap cookie to get him on top of people, but the fact that they don't have, oh my god, the Enigma has been left this long, I completely forgot about it. I forgot about it.
You know, the assumption, honestly, right, is that this hero is bad. Whenever I see this hero, it's like, oh, it's bad, whatever. Not even going to worry about it. But Enigma comes out here for the side of EG. Oh my gosh. All right, Nightfall Enigma, let's go. This is going to be a difficult game. They've got now oodles of teamfight on the side of EG. They've got late game potential. They've got push potential. They've got laning strength. This is looking like a very well-balanced draw from them. And this game in Gladiators squad, they go back for the Drow Ranger. We saw him have some difficulties in the first game against the Sven. There's a little bit more protection for the Drow in this situation. You got the Primal Beast, Undying's there with Soul Rip as well. And you can just prop the Tombstone down next to you. And that must be something that EG fights through, but... Enigma. How was it allowed this deep in the draft, dude? 17 pick Enigma. That's amazing.
I really don't know. That's why as soon as it came out, I was like, oh, EG actually just won the drafting war. And I think this, the fact that they have no way of dealing with BKB Black Hole is hard enough for them. They're at least able to have like a half decent lane with, you know, the Undying and the Drow Ranger. It's relatively okay. Drow Ranger is good, has a lot of physical damage to deal with the little Eidolons, but I don't know, man. This is a pretty strong Enigma game, and we've seen how good Enigma has been even against his counters. So I think EG are definitely smiling ear to ear with how this is going right now. This also means that we will be seeing a support Sven and an Arteezy Shadow Fiends. We're treated to something a little bit here today. Looking towards the crit hero, though, for the final pick of EG. That's why you see the Tiny and the Tusker. Wouldn't hate to see them just pick up the Hoodwink. It's a hero that can kind of weave and be awkward into the backlines to try and catch out the Drow Ranger. I think that's the biggest thing that's looking nice here for Gaming Gladiators, is they don't really have any of these heroes that can really get on top of the Drow. They have the Ember Spirit, but you have to play that awkward kind of dance where if you get gusted, you can kind of just get bursted and killed. So EG, I'm looking towards them to pick a hero for crit that can get on top of the Drow Ranger. So maybe along the lines of like a Hoodwink or what are the other pods?
Maybe some Clockwork or something.
Yeah, Clock wouldn't be bad.
I think Clock could be decent. Hood, Clock, yeah, but like you say, anything that just gets to the Drow Ranger ASAP, creates a little bit of space as well. And, you know, Crit always feels like he plays his best when he's allowed to be as aggressive as humanly possible. So give him that.
Is a hero?
It's somewhat of a hero. It's not a real hero, but it's like, it's a facsimile of a hero. So if they feel like their draft is strong enough, they could try risk going for the Earth Spirit pick. Has it even been played in CI? Let me check quickly.
I think it's been played like once and it lost. So it's going over the
5 games. Okay. There've been 5 games of this Earth Spirit. 3 of them are Ws. But all 3 of them did come from Zayats as well on the Team Secret lineup. So, you know, Zayats Earth Spirit is something different, to be fair. But Crit, the more reliable option is going to be the Mirana. There is some setup in this game. They have Searing Chain to set up for the arrows, Stormhammer as well to help out in that regard. Follow up onto the Black Hole. If the Black Hole doesn't seem to be enough lockdown to bring the hero down, it's more magic damage eventually when you get the Aghanim Scepter. But more importantly, I think, Moonlight Shadow enables earlier movements and higher tempo on the side of EG, so they can make these big map movements when they feel like they've gotten adequate amounts of strength on the SF and the Enigma.
Also, something that not many people think about or even know about is one of Mirana's talents, where you get the, I believe it's 20% evasion on Moonlight Shadow. So being able to have access to that, I believe it's 15 talent. I think it's a 15 talent. So that's why you see a little bit of this Mirana coming back towards her prominence, is having that evasion on the Moonlight Shadow up against a hero like the Drow Ranger. And once again, Game Gladiators, they have a single core, whereas EG have, now they have the duo core. So with the Ember Spirit as well as the Shadow Fiend, it's going to be hard for them to try and be able to commit to kill both these heroes. Pulverize is only going to be able to go out on one of them, and the Drow's only going to be able to focus on one of them. So what is going to be... I'd imagine Boom probably wants to play the Primal Beast here, and you're looking for an ace hero. The Panda's still around. Yeah. I don't know if that's really what you want to play, though.
Doesn't feel good here. Well, what else is left from him? Unless they go like mid lane. Okay, they're going to go for Visage. Ace Visage. This Visage hero, when we started the group stage, has been looking... What looked awful at the beginning, like genuinely terrible, one of the worst heroes in terms of its overall win rate. As time went on, it's gotten a little bit better. It's still sub 50% win rate, for only 47%, but it is still a useful hero in many respects. They needed some auras, which they didn't really have before this. We saw in game number 1 how much they struggled when Nightfall had the aura advantage over Ace. And in this game, you know, the way Visage plays, he always gets those auras online for himself. And I'm okay with this. It gives them some push potential, so it's not just Drow Ranger doing the entire load of work in that regard. Gives them some laning damage, so if they do ever get a situation where RTZ is stepping out of bounds, you can actually kill him with this hero. Still though, EG, their draft looks pretty scary. Another thing about that last pick on the Mirana is that now suddenly Celery doesn't have safety for the Tombstone. Coming up onto that point of the draft, Tombstone, they didn't really have any ways to approach it, but with Mirana, you can destroy Tombstone pretty quickly with their leap attack speed. This is an entertaining last draft, I think, between EG and the side of Game and Gladiators, but the question is, Master Fluke, which draft do you believe in more between these two squads?
There's a few issues that I've got with Game and Gladiators draft. It's very hard for them to catch this Ember Spirit, I think is the biggest thing for me. So I think Arbed's going to have a relatively okay time. They've got literally nothing to deal with the BKB Black Hole either. So I'm going to be leaning towards Evil Geniuses for this time around. Obviously, they are sitting at the top of their group. They've got really, really good heroes for the patch. Shadow Fiend, Enigma have been standing extremely tall when it comes to the meta. I haven't really been all too impressed with this Drow Visage combination. I understand why it's good and why these teams like to play around with it, but from what we've seen so far from a lot of these Visages, they really haven't been taking over the game, and I think they probably don't even have a positive win rate at this point from what I've seen. So Gaming Gladiators, they at least give themselves a draft that they can group up and they can take towers. So as long as their laning phase goes relatively A-OK, they can at least try and force EG into team fighting them before they want to. But if EG start off to the start they had in that previous game, then yeah, this is going to be EG all day, baby.
To be fair, it's kind of hard to lose a game when you get the start that they got in game number 1. But now we are into game 2. Let's see if EG can replicate that feat, make game number 2 a much easier affair, or if Game and Gladiators will make this a 1-1 series. Let's go. Let's check this out. One thing I must disagree with you on there, Fluke. You say they don't have an answer for BKB Black Hole? Man, didn't you see Team Aster versus Fnatic? Monet showed us the answer. You just right-click the Enigma to death. It's fine. Just don't be in the Black Hole and just kill him. Yeah,
I was going to say, yeah, as long as you're outside of the Black Hole, it feels good, right? That's the only real way of getting around it. So, I mean, as long as Nightfall is in a good little spot here, it should be okay. Oh, Celery. Yikes.
Well, he's not in a good spot. He's down.
It was
and that is not going to be... Well, he died for the sake of blocking a camp. So, hashtag a proper support death. Trying to make the laning phase easier for the Visage. This should be scouted, though. Crit does have a sentry. Hasn't propped it down just yet. And Fly has one as well. So, as soon as they figure out exactly where it is, they should be able to get the D ward. But, you know... Undying, doing what he can. And now, also, because he's died so early, Fluke, he's taken pressure off of his lanes. No one has to worry about messing up and giving away First Blood.
I mean, that is true. First Blood has already been given away. You should just see what Tofu is doing here in the bottom side.
No, this is meta.
Is he just kind of try and mess around with Nightfall? Maybe he's waiting.
I think he was going Scatterblast.
Yeah,
I think that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to like melt half the creep wave. He was hoping that Nightfall would go for the conversion on the high ground, but Nightfall was patient enough to wait. So we will not be having a situation where he can interrupt the early laning of this Enigma.
I was going to say that it would have been a nifty little play coming in there from Tofu to at least put the pressure back onto Nightfall, who they've actually left alone. And I like the way that EG does this as well, right? Because they have this this ward in the lane, so they know that they can try and abuse the fact that early on they have very, very strong heroes. Level 1 for this Sven as well as the Mirana are very, very good. And you can just see Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to show until they see where Crit has been.
Has been killed.
And the vision, once again, is really, really strong. I didn't really talk about it all too much in that previous game, but the way that EG were able to play around their wards, you know, they put them in such good positions that they're able to just take parts of the map and really understand where Gaming Gladiators have been and make it such a very small map for Gaming Gladiators to play in. And now Crit has been spotted out. He's going to go back top.
It did take quite a while. They were really trying to force that kill, but Ace was so patient, prepared to sit all the way far back until he knew that there was safety to emerge from the trees once he sees the Mirana show in the top lane. Will be rewarded by this patience by just not dying. And middle. Let's talk about this lane here. We saw Primal Beast versus Pango in the last game. Now we have the Ember Spirit, who just gets all-slotted into by Boom. It feels like, although Ember can certainly get CS for himself, it feels like he's never really playing underneath the safety of feeling good until he gets level 6. Before that, he's always going to be on his tippy toes, imagining that this Primal Beast might just quickly trample him down and make his life a living hell.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why that you're seeing that Arbed's not going for this Flame Guard either. Feels pretty useless into the trample, right? Like the trample, he's just going to pop Flame Guard, and he's just going to trample it off. So very, very hard for Arbed to actually try and abuse the Flame Guard this time around. That's why I like that he's going for this Max Light build. He's going to have chains as well, so that means if he's going to have early access to this Searing Chains, it means to me that Arbed's going to make some rotations. And you're going to see that on the back of, you know, him getting towards a power rune. Crit's going to make a rotation because he's playing his Mirana. He loves being extremely active on this Mirana as well. So if they're able to secure a power rune towards the mid lane, he can make his first rotation, and we talked about it multiple times. These mid Primal Beasts like to be the first one that rotates and like to have them react to you. But if Arbed's the first one to do it with, you know, multiple levels in these Searing Chains, it'll be very, very hard for Gaming Gladiators to respond themselves.
Down bottom, you see Fly and Celery, they were trading out some high fives, you know, some camaraderie being shown. They're competitors, but we're all friends here as well. Ace just wants a better game than last time out. You were mentioning that recovery Midas, he had to buy it towards the end of the game. It was due to the fact that they applied so much pressure onto him in the early portion. It felt like he wasn't really getting farm. So far, it's not looking uber great, but does get a little bit better as he starts to climb these levels. And without the Mirana coming bottom or the Ember Spirit, it's unlikely they kill him. But Arbed in the mid lane trying to go for a jump onto Boom. He had a lot of damage coming out, but just not enough to kill him. Dude, Arbed is dominating this lane. Like, Boom is very far off the pace here. Gets onslaughted into, but Arbed is not going to care. He's like, cool, mate. It's fine. I'll just keep on winning.
Yeah, you can see what Boom's trying to do now, right? Like, he just... Oh, okay. Ace does get the first kill there onto Crit. Arteezy. Rare miss.
That should be fine.
Yeah,
he destroyed the tombstone. It looks that way, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he did. And this is what we, you know, I was talking about just before with Arbed being able to play fast. you can see that Boom understands that he just kind of needs to push out this wave. He doesn't really want to play up against the max side of Fist Searing Chains combination coming in from Abed. And he's at the point now where he's kind of just had to spam out this lane and then just see if he can make the rotation. Hasn't been able to connect anybody just yet because he's only level 4, so he's wait until he has a bit more of these levels back in, and then he'll kind of, I don't want to say have to make a rotation, but it's going to be very, very hard for him to stay in lane up against the massive amount of damage the Ember Spirit can pump out.
Speaking of difficulty staying in lane, we saw down bottom that Arteezy also pops some regen here. Has access to these infused raindrops, and it's the only thing keeping him alive up against the spam of the soul assumption coming in from Ace. Arteezy also running out of mana as well. Needs to be careful. Celery has finally run out of mangoes, so that's going to offer some brief reprieve from this bottom lane. The constant, unending spam will end for a second. That'll allow Arteezy to finally play Dota a little bit again, but Fly might not be allowed to do so. He's getting ran down on. Good Storm Hammer onto Celery to deny the advance and to prevent Ace from getting clear vision. No kills just yet, at least after Fly has returned to this lane. And Arteezy's cool. He's noticing that finally they're both out of mana. And yes, they have a Ring of Bassi, but they're not going to be able to apply as much pressure as they were like 90 seconds ago.
Yeah, this is the reason why we're seeing a whole lot of usage in towards the Shadow Fiend. Like, I like the lane into the SF just because you have the Soul Assumption spam. You've got the Gravekeeper's Cloak to feel strong, but you get the kill here on Ace is bad.
Might end up dying, but Arteezy is not safe either. Celery, though, doesn't have the mana to finish him off, and Arteezy will happily be denied instead. Celery didn't want to chase him there. Okay. Good move coming in from EG to bring down this Visage. And top lane, though, they really want to try go on to Deraicho. Crit doesn't have the arrow. I think he's already committed it. The Malefice stun is going to be good enough to put Deraicho in an awkward spot, but not good enough to kill him. And now Crit, he realizes that he might have slightly overextended. Still has some leaf charges, though, so he gets himself away from danger. We haven't looked at the top map for a while. So, Enigma, how do you feel like he's doing in this game? Making good progress towards the Wraith Pact. How soon did he go for BKB, do you think, for Nightfall?
I think this game he definitely just wants to get Wraith Pact and then probably just get a Blink BKB after that. Like, yeah, I don't think there's really any other items that he cares all too much about this game, just because, you know, being an Enigma, most of the time you're going to have a relatively okay kind of laning phase. Usually when we saw Enigma, you know, 1 or 2 patches ago, Bristleback was the main kind of issue, and that was when it was pretty hard for Enigma, but these days it's pretty straightforward. You know, you're just constantly denying the range creeps, permanently getting a little bit of farm, and once he gets his Wraith Pact, that's when we'll see the combination of the rest of EG coming in to try and help him out. Now, we see the first rotation that's going to be coming in here from Boom. He's got DD Root, and he's smoked up as well.
Yep. Kill Tofu on the other side of the map, but they might be able to get revenge down bottom. Onslaught is going to connect into Arteezy, the primary target here. He's being pulverized after the trample, and that should net them the kill. Fly is still nearby here. Boom activates the uproar, wants the bonus damage. Will he be able to kill him? Has a DD rune for good measure, but doesn't have a way to catch up to the Sven. It does have boots and will be able to walk away. Nonetheless, successful rotation, like you said, coming in from this Primal Beast. He's so good at being able to just very quickly make his presence known and get a quick kill for himself. And they might try again middle. Onslaught is up there, pulverized in 4 seconds. Will he try go for it? I'm not sure if he spotted Tofu on the high ground. They do have an Observer Watch here, so now Tofu goes in with the Fire Snap Cookie. Do they have the damage? No, they do not. Abed survives at about 100 HP, but he will be able to live and get all the way home. And Tofu realizes, oh, I've been scouted. Gotta get the D-Ward.
Yeah. I like that rotation that came in there from Boom as well. They put a lot of pressure onto Nightfall, so they made sure that Crit couldn't make this rotation towards the middle lane to get this power in either. And they didn't have vision of the power ins either, did EG. They've used a lot of their wards a little bit more defensively here just to try and hold out to see where Boom's going to make this rotation. And speaking of Boom,
he's fine. They have their own Observer Ward that scouted out Fly making this own movement, so he knew that he needs to get out with the Onslaught ASAP. That might put Abed in a bit of danger here. The Celery is making a rotation over as well. Abed caught in. There's the pulverized. Tofu comes in with the Fire Snap Cookie, and this time around, he's still alive. Gets off a regen rune as well. Who is this Abed guy, man? Outplaying Game and Gladiators, and he goes back in for a kill potentially onto Tofu with a maxed out slide. It's back online in 1 second. Should have enough damage to kill, but no. The protection offered by the tier 2 tower enables Tofu to stay alive. He's still gonna go for it though. It's very low cooldown, so he can keep spamming it out. And in the meantime, they also killed Deraicho in the top lane here, Fluke.
Yeah. This is just EG. They've just hit TI form, and the way they're playing around their heroes, the way they're playing around the lane states, they understand that with so many heroes being mid, Arbed saw 3 heroes towards the tier 2 tower. They got the kill on the ace on the bottom side, and they knew that they could just completely dive Jiracho. They knew that there was going to be no response for them. Tofu was in the middle lane, Celery was there as well, and they just take care of all these heroes. And as long as you have information about where people are being, you can play however you want on the map. And EG abused the amount of information they've been able to get out of Arbed here, who's been playing immaculately. And this is what I talked about. It is so hard for them to kill this Ember Spirit. They get the Pulverize into a Fire Snap cookie, and they still don't have the damage to kill him. So they're going to have to try and combine with a few more heroes to try and take down Arbed, who I think, I mean, I don't want to call it early, but I feel like this could be a pretty dominant Ember Spirit performance this game round.
Going on to Tofu, and well, there used to be a Snapfire in the top lane.
Yep.
Arbed really starting to exert himself on the map. They can start with this push now as well, since Nightfall will have access to more of these Eidolons. And sadly, this does mean that Dericho's Drow Ranger has even less space to play on the map, and Arbed is still hunting him. Assuming that he's around here somewhere. Dericho, this is a real catch-22, right? You don't want to leave this lane and just go into the jungle already, but staying around does feel like it could get dangerous and prickly. And now he's been scouted. They have a remnant here as well for this Ember Spirit, so they can come back to find him. Dericho, no black hole, but they still have Malefistan. They still have an arrow, and he's gonna probably end up dead. One more right click from these Eidolons, and Dericho's gone. Arbed shows up to the top lane as well as Boom goes in, trying to find a way to bring down Crit. Not going to be able to do so. They do cancel the TP though, so Nightfall can't leave, but it turns out that he's not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with him as he brings in some allies. They get these kills, and 3 heroes end up falling in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you just start out so far ahead. And the fact that the Ember Spirit has to play relatively freely. If he doesn't get pulverized, they saw where the Snapfire was as well, thanks to the wall that they previously placed behind this tower. So they knew that the Snap wasn't going to come anywhere close towards them. And they just were able to just kind of play around the fact that they know that this Ember Spirit is completely untouched, and having a DD rune as well for Arbed. Actually, pardon me, that ward is a Dire ward, not a Radiant ward. So, they were able to just kind of play around the fact that they know that Ember Spirit is kind of untouchable at this point, right? Like, they have to worry about the Pulverize, and have to worry about the Gust, and have to worry about Fire Snap. Outside of that, they really don't care. So Arbed, I think he's going to play completely unchanged this game, and it looks like he's having a bit of a free one this time around.
Yep. Ember Spirit really putting the screws onto the side of Gaming Gladiators. And unfortunately, even with this mid-Primal Beast, they haven't been able to dominate this early game in the fashion that they really wanted to. Might see them decide to try and smoke up and make a move towards bottom now that they have access to these familiars from the Visage. So that's some much-needed damage, but we've seen what can happen when you make these big moves is that the counter initiation from EG, pretty extreme at this moment in time.
Yep.
And look at this. Look how confident Ortiz is feeling. Does he go for D-Lance? Does he rush Yasha? Nah, Shadow Fiend just buys Midas. He's chilling, man. Playing some PvE Dota. He's like, y'all are winning this without me. You don't need me, right? Let me just get some net worth, please, man. As Boom, he just has to be like, guys, wait, I want to get involved. Nope, can't get involved because Arbed is killing everybody in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah,
Oof.
This is not good. This is not good for Gaming Gladiators. I talked about it in the draft. They really didn't have any answers to this Ember Spirit. And they had to respond with, I believe it was a Drow Ranger, so she has her own stuns, and then their final pick was the Visage as well. But, you know, usually you don't see these Visages go for something like an insane killing build like Ags into Orchid or something along those lines. They just go for Wraith Pack, and they try and play for these auras. And, like Arbed, the fact that he is so far ahead right now, they really don't have anybody who's able to be the aggressor, and don't really have anybody who is scary on the map for them. Dyrachyo.
Speaking of aggression, EG show their own aggression in the mid lane, utilizing the first Moonlight Shadow of the game. They bring down Dyrachyo. And here's what really sucks about their lineup. Because they have this extreme mobility between Ember Spirit, between this Mirana, eventually we'll have Blink Daggers for the Sven and the Enigma as well. All of these heroes, who's actually scared of Morty's Kisses? Morty's Kisses are not actually that fast. And because they don't have that much lockdown on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they can't guarantee that the kisses rain down properly onto you unless the target is pulverized. So if they're not pulverized, can't get the damage out, so they can kill your Drow and walk away, barely suffering any damage in the process. Things are getting rough, fam. It's so rough that EG are feeling confident enough that Arteezy can just spam out Requiems on creeps because he doesn't need them for fights at this moment.
Yeah. I was going to ask, I heard a Requiem go off, but I didn't see any Gaming Gladiators heroes anywhere near him, so I guess he just Requiemed a creep stack at that point. Yeah. Like, I mean, if you're feeling yourself, you're feeling yourself. So, you know, big props to EG. I like what Gaming Gladiators are doing, though. They understand that the Shadow Fiend is probably one of the weaker heroes for them to run into. Oh, no, they're running Arbet again.
Radiant's player has been killed.
And you can see what they're doing, right? Like with their vision. They understand that they want to try and play around this jungle, and this is where the Arteezy Shadow Fiend is going to be, and they're going to see if they can catch him out. They've got him with the Pulverize.
But do they have the damage to kill him is the question, and indeed they do. But now the difficult part, how on earth do we get out of here? Boom, already caught in with the Searing Chains. He's trying to get himself out. Nightfall has access to this black hole, just waiting for the opportunity. Channels it onto 2. Arbet is chasing Boom away, so they have an easy way to stun up both the Visage and the Celery. Dying. Visage is gone from A. Celery dies as well. Arbet cleaned up on the Primal Beast and still able to come back for a double kill. EG, they punish Gaming Gladiators. They say, well, you can take the Shadow Fiend, but not sure if y'all have noticed, Shadow Fiend literally does not matter to us right now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You're looking at the kills that Gaming Gladiators have, and they're all Arteezy. So he's just sitting here with a recovery minus. He's going to whack some creeps for a little bit and just let everybody else do the job for him. We see in this last fight, Nightfall once again just hits a 2-man black hole, and Arbet is literally untouched. They knew that the Snapfire was top because he was killing creeps. They also know that Dyrachyo doesn't want to have any bar of any of these team fights because they just doesn't want to be a part of it. And Arbet, man, like he's going to be untouched. I wouldn't be too. Oh, I was going to say if that arrow hits there for crit, Arbet is going to have a smorgasbord in front of him. But he's even going to go for a BKB. So Arbet is at least respecting the stuns that can come in here for Gaming Gladiators. And I think once he gets that BKB, who actually touches him? I don't think anybody goes anywhere near this Hemisphere once he gets BKB. Oh, they found Tofu.
They have found Tofu, but they don't want Tofu. They would prefer to have Boom, and I think they saw him for a second. Nightfall cottons onto the idea that this is happening. They're going in. Tofu is actually coming in from the background with the Onslaught to buy space and time for Tofu to escape. To be fair to Gaming Gladiators, they do have this Observer Ward just south of the Radiant Outpost, which gave them the vision of the Moonlight Shadow. I think the Enigma was in this area, so they knew that it was coming. They could prepare accordingly. That's the only reason Tofu is allowed to live.
Yep, and so they get away from almost certain death, but once again, it's just Gaming Gladiators just trying to hold out to a point where this Drow Ranger can start to deal damage. I think the one strong night for them is the fact that Arteezy hasn't kind of taken over the game much like Arbet has. They've got a lot of farm on Arteezy, now with the hand of minus and then going in towards the BKB, but this game hasn't completely spiraled out of control just yet. There still is going to be another few team fights left in for Gaming Gladiators, but the question for me is how they're going to deal with the Ember Spirit. Like, what do they really need here to get rid of the Ember? Maybe they just need to try and get BKB onto the move and see if they can get him. I think if they can kill him once, they're going to be pretty happy with how they're going.
Yeah. Boom's BKB, compare and contrast it to the BKB that we saw earlier today. It's taking a lot longer to emerge for him, unfortunately. Once it does give him a lot more options. But they need BKB on more than one hero. Eventually, I think they'll need one on the Drow as well, if she's going to have any hope of sustaining herself and just surviving these team fights into what EG has available. For now, though, it's still them not being able to take tier 2 towers, so not yet at the point where we have to be like, oh god, the game's practically over. They can still play this one out. GG. Is he gonna just jump this? I think Celery might die here. He needs to be very, very careful. Arbet is thinking about going in, but doesn't really want that smoke. He's fine without it. They do have a Blink Dagger now on Nightfall, so this is the perfect time. After clearing out this creep wave, I would not be surprised, Jeff Luke, if they just smoked up immediately, try to reveal this item somewhere on the map, and catch GG off guard.
Yeah, GG, they're doing good to just try and hold out onto their own jungle here. They saw the multi-shot. Okay, looks like they want to try and get Ace instead, though. Yep, Ace.
They have him underneath the vision by the outpost. Much easier kill for this Visage. And Arteezy was already pushing in this top wave. So you get this kill, you get the tier 2 tower, and then you connect onto the outpost, potentially running into the Roshan pit thereafter. or you just do all of these things at the same time. Okay, Roche first. Roche first, at least. I was like, no way they're that cocky, right? They're not that far ahead that they can do all of it. So, I'm glad that instead, they come for the Roshan. They even popped a preemptive Moonlight Shadow in the event that Game and Gladiators were going to try and prevent this right now.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you look at the vision on the map right now, and they know that they have full control of the dire jungle. The only real place that they haven't been able to get control of has been the triangle, but they know that there's at least some members of Gaming Gladiators that are forcing themselves towards the bottom side of the map. They haven't put too much emphasis on that Radiant side of the jungle, and that's where, you know, a lot of their vision is centric towards the top half of the map, right? They got themselves the Roshan. Now they can take this tier 2 tower. Once they get this tier 2 tower, they can take control of the outpost, and then this map gets very, very small for the Drow. They still have control of their own outpost here, so they can walk back in towards their own jungle if they want to take control of that. But the way the EG are just kind of dotting their I's and crossing their T's just goes to show that this is the reason why these guys have only lost 2 games throughout the entirety of their group stage, right? They are so methodical, even though it looks like they might be, you know, trolling a little bit with RTZ, Requiem, creeps and all that kind of stuff. These guys are still here to party. These guys are still here to win TI games. And the way they're doing it is just so regimented. The fact that they understand, hey, if we take this jungle away from Gaming Gladiators, there's no way that this Drow is going to be able to come back into the game. Anybody that gets found by our bed is most likely going to die. And then we just soak up so much of the map, and our 3 cores can do so much work with so much gold, right? Like RTZ, we've seen what Shadow Fiends can do. He's got that BKB coming out on the courier now. Our bed's getting closer and closer to his own. And then once Enigma gets his BKB, they literally have 3 black holes.
Yep. They only cost 1 black hole this entire game. Well, 2 actually. He solo cast a black hole onto Diracho top, and then the one we saw in the jungle. Also, on your points about RTZ, seems like he's trolling a little bit. If the last several TIs have taught me anything, Fluke, is that you have to troll a little bit if you want to lift that Aegis. Can't get there the respectful way. All the respectful teams don't get the W. And now here we go. EG smoked up. They finally feel confident enough to fight with RTZ. He's the strongest hero on the map, net worth-wise, has BKB, Requiem at the ready. Time to make something happen. Boom is the one that scouted first. They might get him with the Blink Black Hole, but they want a bigger target. They get the Stormhammer out. And yeah, you're right. Arbit is just casually pushing bottom. But he's finishing his own BKB. It's up and available for him now as well. So even if they don't get kills from the smoke, the rest of EG can come connect down to the southern part of the map. Meet him on the tier 1 tower and bottom. And then fight here. But GG, they want to stop this. They're smoking. They finally have BKB on Boom. If they don't win this fight, Fluke, I don't know what they're supposed to do for the next phase of this game.
They need to find a good angle here for the onslaught. I think that's the biggest thing for me. They at least know that somebody is up towards this triangle. Who they're going to find first, though? Let's play around. There is a Moonlight Shadow at the ready. They at least have a bit of vision. Enigma's putting his courier in the best spot, and they found Crit.
Got the gust out onto Crit with the multi-shot. They have the damage to bring down the Mirana, but he buys back instantly. And there's RTZ, willing to commit his first life, dies very, very quickly. Erstwhile, we do see Boom activating BKB, going on to fly. So Sven is dead, and now RTZ comes back on the second life, but he got stunned up before he could get off the BKB. Yeah, he triggers out the Requiem, but I'm not sure he'll be allowed to escape. He is indeed. Meantime, Black Hole, though, committed onto Tofu, as Arbed helps to finish him off. Dominating streak for the Enigma, but that's a Black Hole coming in just onto a Snapfire. BKB is also committed from the side of EG, and a loss on the Aegis. If you're Gaming Gladiators, you take that fight every day of the week. It turns out that being brave in these situations does pay off, Fluke, as they find and connect with a successful team fight.
Yeah, it is exactly the way that you need to start getting back into this fight. We see here with the replay as well, they walk in. They had a nice ward on the cliff as well as they walked up and didn't have their smoke being broken. They didn't have vision on the Enigma though, so that you could tell that they were having to just kind of play themselves spaced a little bit. But as soon as they put a Boom in front of his face, it was very, very hard for Nightfall to try and get a commitment there. And you see what happens when a Drow Ranger gets completely untouched in these fights. RTZ has to pop the BKB Requiem to at least get himself out of here so he can TP away. But it just got to a point there where Nightfall wasn't able to commit onto the Blink Black Hole onto the Drow Ranger, and it would have been a rough time for him to at least land any more than 1 or 2 heroes in that Black Hole. So Gaming Gladiators, they fight their way back into this. I think EG just kind of overstaying their welcome in the triangle as well. We're not really having an idea where the rest of Gaming Gladiators were. It was very, very hard for them to try and get that fight going their way. And this is what I'm going to talk about through the entirety of these group stages here, Snap. The aggressive team is usually the team I'm going to favor.
Yep, Pulverize now going out onto Arbed. They came in on the back line here to try go for a pincer maneuver on EG. They succeed in killing Celery, and now now Arteezy with his BKB active wants to chomp down the rest of these heroes. They're chasing Ace. Him and his familiars, though, able to get away onto the low ground. They're still alive for now. Fly, in the meantime, falling a little bit low. Doesn't get caught by these multi-shots from the Drow. Ace resummons the familiars. He's still alive. Fly wants the angle for the Stormhammer. Is able to find it. But now Fly has overextended as an onslaught comes in back from Boom. Loses his life. And EG, they've been rebuffed. They started this fight. They were not able to complete it. And Game and Gladiators, they sense weakness here. They smoke up to try and catch EG on the retreat. But EG already, they have an observer ward plopped down on the high ground. They know that the smoke is incoming. And they are retreating back behind their own tier 1 tower for safety. Even Moonlight Shadow for good measure, just in case the fight starts when they're not ready.
Oh man, that would have been so lovely if Roshan was up here for Game and Gladiators. They're in such a good position after winning a team fight, being able to take control back of this map. You can see it's so hard to try and play around these heroes when you don't have vision of them. Pretty's walking in. Oh no.
Gust.
Wait, is that a dieback on Crit? When was the last? He bought back a while ago, didn't he? Yeah.
He brought back on that fight that they took inside Dire Triangle. So I think he was buying back at the time because they still had Moonlight Shadow, but now he's just gone for 50 seconds. That's a long time at this stage of the game for a Marana to be off the field, so a lot more space for the side of Game and Gladiators.
Yeah, a lot more space now for Game and Gladiators to be able to take these towers, and this is why these teams are starting to fall back on this Visage Drow combination, just because of how much damage it can actually do. Visage, another one of those heroes that is extremely hard to deal with in these team fights if you don't just have the raw kind of damage output, especially with the Gravekeeper's Cloak, and we've just seen what Game and Gladiators are able to do when they win these team fights, when they make them relatively slow. They've got the Wraith Pack for a lot of the damage mitigation. Dracho is doing a fantastic job, though. He had Arbed on his head for the entirety, was able to kite up the BKB. And then as soon as the BKB is down for Arbed, he has to understand that he has to get away from this Drow Ranger. If there ever is a Gust that can come out, they can get the rotation with something like a Fire Snap Cookie, and Arbed could potentially be going down. So Game and Gladiators are playing this game really, really well. They're putting their bodies on the line and playing around their vision really, really well, right? Like they're understanding where they can see evil geniuses are on the opposite side of the map. So they say, okay, let's try and take ourselves a free tier 1 tower, see if we can get ourselves a tier 2 tower. Because if we start getting to the point where we've got a few more items on these scary heroes, then albeit we might be down by 12 kills, but these 12 kills are going to be able to quickly swing back into our own favor. And it is 4,000 net worth lead so far for EG, but I definitely don't feel like they are in control as much as they were, you know, maybe 10 minutes ago.
Win probability reflects that as well, as it's been slowly but surely coming and trending in favor of the side of Game and Gladiators. In these fights, the more they go in their direction, also slows down the possibility from the side of EG. But now they might get their bravery back here, Fluke, because they've gotten the BKB for this Enigma. You were mentioning it in the draft that they don't really have an answer for the BKB Black Hole. The only option they have is literally being right-clicked down by Dyraicho, but that is pretty much it. So if Nightfall can't find an effective Black Hole, they don't have an opportunity to stop him. Still, it all comes down to whether or not he finds that Black Hole. So EG might decide to smoke, but actually they're pinging out bottom. They're just going to go for this. But top lane, Abed is going to distract them. This is so nice. He knows that somebody's going to be nearby to try and maybe potentially catch him out. And the rest of his team just beating down on the buildings. Tier 3 tower already at half HP.
Yeah, it's the Ward in the Radiant Jungle here. Spotted out 4 of the members of Game and Gladiators trying to trend towards Arbed. They understand they're going to force them back here. They almost take the tier 3 tower as well. And you can see that Game and Gladiators, they wanted to try and stick as many heroes as they could towards this top lane to see if they can take down Arbed and punish him for this split push. But as soon as they know that there's 1 or 2 heroes that are gone there, Arbed feels relatively okay with being in that top side of the map. And now, beautiful smoke up here from EG, seeing if they can catch up these split members of Game and Gladiators. But wonderful little scan there. Yep. Understanding what's been going on here, and now the smoke should be in retaliation from Game and Gladiators, and yes, it is indeed.
Man, I love high-level Dota. This is amazing to watch. Both these squads understanding exactly what they need to do when they need to do it in this game. I still would like to see, that could be a potential option, after he finishes his Aghanim Scepter here on the Primal Beast. I want to see him go for this Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger would have been nice on Arbed for the Blink Pulverize. Unfortunately, it will not be there. And Arbed will break the smoke. They're aware of where all these members are. Here in the high ground, Tofu trying to get rid of the vision, forced off away from the arrow. Celery, though, he's in danger as Arteezy wants to kill him. The mech gets proc, though, and ends up keeping alive. But Tofu will still end up dead, forced into buyback. They managed to muscle down the tombstone as well. Arbed wants to go in, able to bring down Celery. who he himself lacks buyback. Erstwhile on the back
Ace
end
is
of the
by
fight.
himself.
Ace, he's caught out. There's going to be a Stormhammer directly onto his face. Black hole onto him, and boom. And it's the BKB variant, so there's no cancel available as 3 heroes have fallen. Last time around, EG were able to just waltz into the Roshan pit after winning such a good fight. Rosh is still on the back burner for 30 seconds, but my goodness, Gaming Gladiators get caught out in a big way on that one. And what a reveal from Nightfall for his black hole with the BKB.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an awkward fight here, as we see in the replay. Arbev was ever so close. If he didn't have that lucky illusion rune, that it could have been a bit of an awkward scenario for him. Was able to eventually get the kill there onto Celery, forced out a bit of the onslaught, and then Ace was just completely disconnected from the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. He gets himself caught out in the back. Spirit Vessel comes in, double black hole, and all she wrote there for EG. And now that they've got themselves Roshan being respawned, they can set their attention towards that. They can take control of this Radiant side of the Dire side of the jungle as well. Once they take down this final tier 2 tower, EG are going to be in prime position. They've already done a whole boatload of damage towards this tier 3 tower on the bottom side of the map. As soon as they start to transition that towards the top side of the map, we've seen a lot of teams go for the top and the bottom side if they can get a lane of racks, just because it allows you to have much more space on the map to play around with once it gets to the latter stages. And now EG well in control once again. It was a bit of a spicy couple of minutes in that middle phase of the game, but EG now with an Aegis in hand on Arteezy. They're feeling pretty good with how this game is going. He also got the shard here on Arbet as well. It's always nice when Arteezy doesn't gobble everything up.
Yep. I mean, Arbet has Aghanims of his own, has the shard now as well, feeling super, super strong. Arteezy picked up an AC, so this is a Shadow Fiend I would not want to be playing next to. If he shows up, man, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of right-click damage. And unfortunately, there's no real armor items on the side of Gaming Gladiators themselves. The only thing they have is this damage mitigation that comes in from the Wraith Pact of Ace, but it's pretty much it. If Arteezy is on top of you, he will be able to kill you very, very damn fast. Alright, so we don't want to fight while they have this Aegis up. Do we just dodge and farm and then hope we just never have to engage them while they still have the Aegis?
Yeah, I think they can do a good job at just kind of playing the bottom half of the map here. There's not really a spot that EG want to be playing. They want to try and play towards the top half of the map. They want to try and take this tier 2 tower, which they really have here with Nightfall. They want to put pressure on this tier 3 tower as well, because if they take this whole lane of racks, then it's going to be relatively easy for them to go through the bottom side. But Gaming Gladiators, they're just in a better macro spot here. They're going to see if they can go for a trade, though. Arbet is ready to respond.
Arbet, that was such a huge slide of fist, and so many procs on the Maelstrom Chain Lightning. Destroyed actually most of this wave by himself. Still has BKB active, so it's actually under no threat. But the main thing is that he's buying space and time, because top, they are able to push onto a tier 3. Can he cancel the Diracho TP? Yes, he can. Diracho was stuck. And the rest of EG, they see that as a signal. They immediately go back in through this mid lane. Arteezy, he's throwing in the right clicks, taking the melee racks. They want the tier 3 in the top lane to finish this one off as well. And GG, they're forced to walk back with Diracho, but without the right-click damage of Diracho, there's nothing to fear here for EG. They can do whatever the hell they want in this. They still have an Aegis available as well, still a BKB on Arteezy. And by the time Diracho gets here, I think we'll have already lost the second lane of racks for himself here, Fluke. But they jump him now, Onslaught comes in. Can they take the first life? They do through the Pulverize. Okay. Diracho has arrived in time as well. They took down the opponent, Wraith Pact. Arbet, though, jumps in. Oh, no! Arrow almost caught Diracho. Is forced into the BKB. EG, though, now that they've lost this Aegis, they will remove themselves from the base. But it is still a full lane of racks that they claim through this mid lane.
Yeah, I liked what Gaming Gladiators were doing, forcing EG to try and make a decision there, but EG stood strong. They understood, hey, we're the ones with the Aegis here. We have a Shadow Fiend with an AC and presence of the Dark Lord effects building. So it's going to be a lot of negative armor that's going to be going towards these towers, so I'm going to take them a lot faster than what a underfarmed Drow Ranger should be able to. And that's why EG just stood strong there, and it always got to a point where Diracho knew that he had to try and TP away and see if he could get away with not BKBing, but the fact that he didn't BKB just made it so easy for Arbet to be able to just Remnant in, and he had a Remnant top as well, so he Remnanted past Diracho. He just hit him with the side of the Searing Chains and said, thanks buddy, I'll see you in your base when you get here in 40 seconds, so. Now they're in a rough spot here, Snare. They're in a very, very rough spot. They've still got their BKB up on Diracho. They haven't really felt the impact of Boom. He went for this Aghanim Scepter. I like it. The break is relatively nice, and a little bit of extra damage is good because he's always going to get right-clicked, but isn't enough for them to win this fight. Oh
Well, it's not if he dies first without being able to get off a BKB.
the black
and there's
hole.
the black hole onto 3 coming in
my
from Nightfall.
God.
They're all gonna die. Requiem on top of it. It's a full 5-hero wipe. Somebody call the referee. This is a TKO as EG knock GG on their backs, destroy them at the end of the game, and secure themselves top of the group with the 2-0 sweep. Evil geniuses. My gosh, they look clean as hell. They faltered yesterday for just a small second against PSG LGD. But that's PSG LGD. If it's not the best in the world, you don't seem to have any chance against evil geniuses right now.
But man, this is what happens when this Enigma hero, who has been basically perma-banned throughout the entirety of today, is let through in the second phase. The end of the second phase as well, Snare. This was... Oh, this is crazy. The fact that I mean, to be fair, if you hit 3 people with a black hole 90% of the time, it's not going to get cancelled anyways, unless you're playing against a silencer. But EG, their second phase drafting, man, was absolutely immaculate. I think the way that they went into that, they set that up really, really well. And unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, this is what I talked about, right? When you have so many of these different ideas that are floating around in your head, sometimes the simplest one just kind of gets away from you. It even got away from me here, and I'm the one that's, you know, doesn't have to have any of the pressure of playing in a TI game or pressing any of the buttons. And I even forgot about the Enigma. And when I saw it, I went, oh, EG, they have an Exodia hand. They have the poker gods right now. They are sitting on an Enigma that is absolutely untouched. You know, Arteezy did a little bit of trolling, obviously, with the hand of Midas on the Shadow Fiend, but I think it was one of those games where EG was so far ahead and they've looked so mechanically good that they could kind of, you know, just go back for an item that was enabling Arteezy to get to this point where he is a very, very scary Shadow Fiend. But, I mean, what are they now? 12-2 in the group. These guys have looked absolutely indomitable, and I think the biggest thing for me is everybody on EG is playing at such a high level that it is going to be so, so hard for these teams to take them down, especially when they have heroes like Enigma, like the Shadow Fiend, like this Arbed, you know, Ember Spirit. Like, these guys look so, so good.
They look beyond amazing right now on the side of EG. Yeah. And the thing about them looking good is that they've looked this way across a bevy of different strategies. We've seen them play the uber hard carry for Arteezy, trying to scale into the late game. We've seen them play some tempo drafts. We've seen them play pushing drafts. We've seen them play this big team fight style. And oh, that's just beauty. Dota's a beautiful game. Honestly, evil geniuses. Maybe the months being spent not looking that hot in the international scene was good for them because they came extremely prepared here. Their drafting is very good as well. Where are all the memes about Bulba Law, boring strats, only one idea? Yeah, those aren't going to be coming out anymore because the form that they're in, the way that they're playing, the way that they're clearly thinking about the game as well is amazing. Evil geniuses walk away with the 2-0 here. Gaming Gladiators, a bit hard done by. Do you think maybe that they might have been able to shift away from this draw idea? It didn't really work for them in game number 1. And in game 2, it felt like this hero just couldn't fight effectively up against what EG was bringing to the table so early on.
Yeah, I just haven't been impressed with this Drow Visage combination, right? I think it has been a few of these times where it's very, very hard for you to try and get in these team fights, especially when your lanes don't go all too well. I think the Visage lane went really well, but Dracho is always going to have a rough time when you're going up against an Ember Spirit that is completely untouched. I think the way that EG play around crit on this Mirana as well, they enable him to just do so much work. Like, they just walk around together as this kind of gank squad, crit and Arbed. They're doing it in game number 1 as well. They are able to abuse a lot of their vision and abuse a lot of the information that they've been given from, you know, players like Arbed, Nightfall, and Arteezy. And they just walk around the map and they just punish a lot of these carry players and a lot of these mid players for being slightly out of position or just not having the same amount of information that they do. And the way these guys are playing, man, like, I mean, it feels good to be an EG fan. I'm telling you that right now. It definitely feels good to be an EG fan, but I think Gaming Gladiators kind of ran into a very top form Evil Geniuses today, and they kind of got outdrafted at the end here. I think the second phase Enigma and the untouched Ember Spirit really kind of was the final nail in the coffin for them.
Literally untouched. Look at how well Arbed played. You know, in the game I was saying how if you're playing in the TI level, you have to be able to troll your opponents a little bit. Arbed also getting in on this action, double buying the BKB, because why the hell not? We're stomping the game. We can do whatever the hell we want. Giga Chad type of stuff. Completely untouched on the Arbed Ember Spirit. Also, not just completely untouched, touching a lot of heroes on the other side. 30,000 damage came out of this Ember Spirit, more than double what anybody in the game was able to outlay. So we certainly know that his Ember, something to watch out for. So each team that they have to play against in the future will have to watch out for the Ember, watch out for the Enigma. Hell, you have to watch out for the Sven from Fly, because the way he's able to secure all of these lanes for Arteezy, a little bit ridiculous. How on earth you beat EG? I'm glad, Fluke, that I don't have to play in this tournament to try and figure that out myself. No. But before we get into this next game, for Game and Gladiators, how do you think they'll perform in the upcoming series that they have remaining? Do you think they have what it takes to go into the upper bracket, or are we looking at a squad that should start preparing for the BO1 gauntlet?
I definitely feel like they have what it takes to get in towards the upper bracket. They're going to have to play some pretty flawless Dota from here on out. They have shown us some really good ideas moving forward. I think the biggest thing for me, the biggest takeaway that we've had from a lot of their Gaming Gladiators series has been put Ace on a comfortable hero and try and make sure Dratcho has a good time. And I think those two things for me are going to be the reason why that these guys should be able to try and get towards the upper bracket if they give Ace a hero that he has a little bit of agency in the game with, and Dratcho on one of these hard carries. Try and get his Morphlings, try and get his Shadow Fiends, try and get these, even in a Drow in a really good game. Looks really good for Gaming Gladiators. But fortunately for them today, they ran into a very, very red-hot Evil Geniuses, and I think for the remainder of the tournament, just kind of feel confident in the games they have won throughout the entirety of these group stages, and just gives themselves a little bit more purchase in these games.
That's the word from Coach Fluke there for Game and Gladiators. Let's hope that they can take that on hold and bring us some more exciting games. But for now, we are witnessing EG with a 2-0 sweep. We still have more Dota to play here on Stream D, so please do not go anywhere as our next series is being loaded up as we speak. This is Snare and Fluke. This is TI11. 3 of the group stages. Things are really heating up, so you don't want to miss a single second. Be back shortly to join us for some more Dota action, so we'll see you now.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the TI-11 group stages. We are deep into day number 3 to try to determine which squads go into the upper bracket, who starts the playoffs in the best of one gauntlet, and who goes home right here in the group stages. We just saw Evil Geniuses demolishing Gaming Gladiators to go top of the group and to be the first squad that is guaranteed a place in the upper bracket. Now we move over to Group B, where it's a much closer group. Everybody still has results that could change everything, and one of the big results is the game coming up right before us, TSM FTX versus Beast Coast. And this is a big deal here, Fluke. Both of these squads are 4-8. The loser is suddenly in relegation territory, and it would be very, very surprising if the team that lost this game wasn't one of the squads that ended up going home.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of crazy, the fact that we have this series that is going to be so determinant between a team going home and a team going in towards the elimination bracket. So it's not going to be all doom and gloom for whoever does lose this series. If this goes 1-1, things can start getting funky and weird once again, and maybe hopefully we have tiebreakers on the final day, who really knows. But this series is oh so important, not only for Beast Coast and TSM, but also important for the other teams that are floating around right now. The fact that we are looking at this Beast Coast roster, these guys have been doing a lot of weird stuff today, I think, is what I'm going to say. These South American teams, they've been really kind of being the pioneers of this Position 1 Sven. I think K1 has played a wide variety of heroes. He's played a lot of Medusa, he's played Sven, he's played a whole lot of this weird and wacky stuff, and he's still got a whole lot of weird and wacky stuff in his back pocket as well. So I think Beast Coast can come into this series with a lot of confidence in themselves, and I think they've done some good work throughout the entirety of today. But it's going to be a pretty hard test for them to go up against TSM. Usually when you see these South American and these North American teams play against each other, they've got a lot of tape on each other. And obviously, you know, Beast Coast and I imagine TSM probably scrim against each other most of the time throughout the entirety of their DPC. And I think, you know, going into this series, there's going to be a lot of overlap with a lot of heroes that they have to be able to play. But the one thing for me, probably giving a little bit of an edge to Beast Coast, is they do play these weird things. They I feel like every single time I look at Beast Coast, they could be a very, very scary team in a best of one, because who knows, it could just be a perfect game for K1 to pull out like his Position 1 Abaddon, or him to go back to the Wraith King and all that kind of stuff. And that's where you look at TSM, where I feel like they're a little bit more structured and straightforward with how they like to play.
It's going to be an interesting contest between these two squads, and the contrast will be there specifically because TSM has been a lot more regimented, a lot more structured with how they approach the game. While Beast Coast generally tends to be the team that brings on the chaos if they're going to win things out. And of course, what's interesting about this matchup is although they are both from the Americas, although this is an NA versus SA matchup, which we often have seen in various other tournaments around the world, this is the first official match between TSM FTX and the side here of Beast Coast. So these squads, although they probably have scrimmed with each other various times in the past, they've never met each other in official competition. So this is going to be where you bring all the aspects of practice into the real world and discover whether or not you've learned enough to be able to deal with the opposing squad. Moon Meander, of course, is going to be helping with the draft with Misery right behind him. The brain trust here of TSM FTX is quite large, but that's also another interesting contrast here, Fluke. TSM FTX primarily going to be operating on brain trust and on high skill, while Beast Coast have that high skill, but this is a squad that stayed together for 3 years. You know how long 3 years is in Dota? Like, how much time, how many tribulations, how many issues you have to go through to stay together? Most Dota squads seem to have an expiry date, but Beast Coast, after all that time, they're still here, they're still competing, and still trying to get closer to the Aegis. So let's see if they can make it happen as we have a draft on our hands. Thank God we don't have Shadow Fiend and Primal Beast.
Yeah, the last 2 games that Beast Coast did play, they did play the Shadow Fiend and the Undying in both of their games as well. So C-Smile's not going to have any access to that this time around. Kind of interesting that Beast Coast are the ones that ban it out. So it seems like they want to have a little bit of a different first pick. They've been playing a lot of Naga Siren for K1 as well. So maybe they might be leaning towards some of these other heroes. Crystal Maiden and Clockwork were the other 2 heroes that they played. So they're just going to open up with the Clock. Now this leaves TSM to be able to pick up a few of these other different heroes. I wouldn't hate to see them maybe pick up, maybe like a Dubu Enchantress and then combine that with maybe something along the lines of like a Broodmother would be pretty good. Clock has a relatively hard time trying to deal with the Brood because we've seen a lot of these Brood players use the babies as vision getters, right? Like you just see them spread out all these tiny little babies throughout the entirety of the map, and Clockwork wants to try and find those angles where you can get a hook shot. But if you hook shot into a spider, you're going to feel really bad. Like you're going to feel really, really bad if you're that Clockwork, and that's why I think, maybe TSM would just go for something along the lines of like an Enchantress into a Broodmother wouldn't be too bad for them.
They have several options for that kind of Zooey strat. They've got Enchantress, they have access to their Broodmother, they have the Beastmaster still in the pool as well for Saberlight. So several things. TSM really considering which is the direction to lead with. Well, they get the Leshrac. I guess they're reading that if Beast Coast opened up with Clockwork, it's unlikely that they go Clockwork and Nyx, since these 2 heroes occupy a very similar role. So since they already have the Clockwork, you can take the risk of going for this early Leshrac. And if they don't pick it, then you can look towards banning it in the second phase of bans. I don't hate this. It's a little bit risky, but you have to be playing without fear, as Moon Meander himself said in their documentary as to how they got here. Snapfire as a lead-in pick as well. We've seen how effective this hero can be. She struggles a little bit when there's no lockdown available, but Leshrac already gives you some of it, and then you still have additional magic damage to throw out on top.
Yeah, this Leshrac Snapfire combination has been exactly what they want. But they're going to go for the Nyx anyways. Okay. Alright, so Beast Coast, they're feeling a little bit of something here. I have a weird feeling in my body that one of these 2 heroes is going to be a core. I feel like core Clockwork feels pretty bad. Core Nyx feels pretty bad as well. So unless Beast Coast want to have this as their 5 and their 4, I wouldn't hate to see it. I feel like it's going to be kind of awkward for them to play around, but I think their jobs in the game are very, very straightforward for them. Obviously, Nyx Assassin, wonderful into the Snapfire as well as the Leshrac, so he's going to have a pretty fun time about whoever picks that up. So I think you're going to be okay with this. It's a little bit of an awkward support duo, but hey, at the end of the day, Nyx Assassin looks good. You want to pick the Nyx Assassin, right? So,
yep.
I don't hate it.
I would rather have the Nyx Assassin. It's good. The Nyx is a pretty good hero, so no reason not to try and play it when it's available to you. I will say that Whisper does have games on both of these heroes in the offlane, but the more recent game is from Clockwork, which he played 2 years ago. Unlikely that either of these heroes will end up being support or the core, but I would like it more because the balance between these 2 supports. We saw yesterday from TSM FTX what can happen when you have 2 supports that pretty much occupy the same role when they played Rubik AA, and it just felt weird. Just didn't feel like they had balance on their lanes. They didn't have balance in the mid game. So TSM FTX certainly know exactly what it feels like to play with a squad that has similar supports, so they should certainly have an idea of how to play against it. Second phase here, Beast Coast. Look what they're scared of now. They're just scared of being run over. They look at these 2 supports and they're like, you know what would suck for us, dude? If they were able to group up as a big ball and just come at us, we would lose this game instantly. So Beastmaster, Visage, Broodmother have to be banned out. There might still be space for the Enchantress for Dubu, maybe even a Chen, but the major pushes that we've been seeing over the last few days have already been removed by Beast Coast. It was necessary banning, it feels like, Fluke.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're going to have some issues playing into a lot of those summons, and that's why I talked about the Broodmother earlier on. The interesting tale for me right now is both these teams have been playing a lot of Naga Siren, so I feel like TSM are kind of tossing up about whether or not they want to ban a hero that's good against Naga right now, pick the Naga for themselves, and have to deal with kind of 2 response picks coming in from Beast Coast, and see if they can kind of pick it up for themselves. Enigma's still in the pool as well, by the way. Going to have some issues against Clockwork Nyx Assassin. Same with the Morphling as well, another hero that has kind of made it all the way through the draft. Sniper's still floating around as well. Okay, Sniper's banned here. We're going to go for the Omni Knight. So this is something that TSM played just before. They played it with the Leshrac, and this is kind of the quote-unquote save for the Leshrac. You just kind of make him tanky with the Heavenly Grace, and you don't really have to worry about any of this physical damage because Guardian Angel is a pretty good spell.
Yep. Very, very good spell. And Leshrac generally these days happy to buy BKB. Even in games where you have some degree of save, so once you have that plus the GA on top of you, you suffer pretty much no damage. But like you mentioned, Enigma's still left in the pool, so is the Morphling. I would not be upset at all to see Beast Coast do just pick Enigma. This hero, right now, yes, they do have some wave clear to deal with the Eidolons and the Leshrac. Yes, indeed, they might have ways to keep whoever gets caught with Black Hole alive. But I have yet to see unless you play the game extremely fast, generally these Enigmas end up coming good anyway. And so far, the laning phase doesn't seem all that problematic for that hero. That might be part of their deliberation. Is Enigma a debate? And also, if we don't pick Enigma, yes, it's kind of difficult to play into Clockwork and Nyx Assassin because you always have a way to cancel Black Hole through BKB, and there's just so many things on the ground that Nyx Assassin can stun you with. But it's still Enigma. Like, TSM could still be talking to themselves about, do we maybe go 18th pick Enigma if they let it through the draft?
Yeah, I think that's the deliberation that Beast Coast are going for right now, because they've got the 1-2 punch, right? So they want to try and have heroes that can kind of figure out what they want for the 18th pick on TSM, and also heroes that do really well right now. I feel like they need to try and pick up one of their physical damage cores right now. They've got 2 supports, technically. As you said, Whisper has played both of these 2 heroes. We have also heard whispers about this mid Clockwork, so see Smile. I know these Beast Coast boys, I know they like to play some really weird stuff, so I don't think that's going to be out of the realm of possibilities. I don't know if it'd be any good. It is a very good Blade Mail hero, so maybe they might try and pick something a little bit different here. So they're just going to go for the Puck, so they've got a little bit of this extra catch. I like the Puck to be able to catch out the Omni Knight, because if you can catch the Omni Knight and not have them be on the front foot, then it feels really, really good. But the question is now, what's going to be the K1 hero? It's hard to try and play in towards this Omni Knight with the guy in Angel. Maybe... A lot of the illusion carries just feel bad now because they have less
5 seconds remaining.
What else has he played?
Can't play TB, no Naga, no PL. I'm not complaining personally that we don't have to see illusion carries in this one. And East Coast, they go for the Brewmaster here. So they get themselves some additional team fight, some AoE control. What I'm really worried about though, Beast Coast just seem to lack damage. To be fair, this has generally been the Beast Coast style that they'll have 4 setup and initiating type of heroes, and then K1 Hector will be the one that plays this uber hard carry, and he's the one that just goes to town, does everything for the squad. Of all the teams that are at TI, you and I have spoken a lot about these squads experimenting with the dual core setups. This is the one team I'd probably have complete and utter faith in playing just with the solitary core of K1. But it's still, I would still like to have a bit more damage from the other heroes. I mean, TSM FTX, they don't have their safe laner just yet unless Leshrac goes there. But just between the Leshrac and the Snapfire, I can see them outlaying quite a bit of damage themselves. But now is the deep part of the draft. Here's the important consideration, Fluke. Do we pick Enigma, or do we pick Morphling, or do we somehow get to the 3rd phase of drafting with both of these heroes completely ignored?
What I would like to see coming out of TSM right now would be a Chaos Knight. We've seen how strong Chaos Knight has been dealing with the Panda. The amount of physical damage burst that he can have early on is very, very hard for the Panda to deal with in lane. Clockwork has troubles with him. Nyx Assassin has troubles with him. The only one that can actually kind of deal with it right now has been the Puck. Yes, you do have the Wind Panda that can deal with the Phantasm illusions and do a lot of damage to them, but I've seen a lot of work coming out of Chaos Knights this time around, so I wouldn't hate to see it here. They're definitely deliberating on what is going to be probably the smarter hero, whether or not they pick Saberlight's hero. We've seen a lot of Dawnbreakers come through. Enigma has been floating around. They're just going to go for the Slark. Okay, I don't hate the Slark here. It is also good into the Nyx Assassin. You don't have to worry about him Spike Carapacing you, because you can always splish bash it off. The Clockwork never really wants to be in the Rage Cage with you, so it is a nice little pick here from TSM, and they can also cover it with 2 more bands, and then they can just pick Saberlight's hero at the end, and you can have a fun little time. Unless Saberlight is the Omni Knight player, but I think that's a Dubu classic.
Yeah, that's. I remember MVP days. Every now and then they would bust out the Omni Knight for Dubu. So this is an outlier go for him. There's no way that he's not going to be playing this one. We still need a hero though for this offlane Saberlight. Somehow Enigma ignored in the draft. Wow. No Enigma, no Morphling. This might be actually one of the first games that both of these heroes get all the way through and then don't get picked. I am actually pretty glad with this Night Stalker ban. We've been seeing TSM FTX have had some difficulties figuring out where to pick the Night Stalker. This team looks incredible when they're allowed to play this hero, but squads have either done a good job of banning it out or just drafting in such a fashion that it makes picking the Night Stalker a little bit untenable. In this game though, that was a very, very well subscribed ban. Imagine Fluke if it was allowed into this game. You being Puck or Brewmaster, you want to do something cool? Nope, Crippling Fear. Just sit down,
Yeah.
guys. Can't do anything.
I think another hero that Beast Coast should be thinking of right now is the Axe. Last time they played the Omni Knight, they played Axe for Saberlight as well. I feel like Axe has been one of those heroes that's been on a bit of the periphery. He has some pretty rough lanes as you go through it, but a lot of the heroes that kind of deal with him right now are starting to get banned out. You know, a lot of these heroes like the Shadow Fiend is next to impossible for the Axe to try and play a lane. Terrorblade is very, very good as well because he just pops the meta and off he pops. You can get rid of the Lycan here. One thing that I will say about TSM's draft is they are lacking lockdown. So that's why I would like to see them try and pick something for Saberlight that gives them that little bit of extra catch. They want to have something that they're unable to get Saberlight to be on the front foot, because so far from what I've seen from this patch is teams that are ones that are playing aggressive, playing around their own vision and being able to be proactive are the ones that generally feel a lot better about the game. So I think they're just going to try and ban another one of these heroes that make Saberlight's life a living misery. He's also been one of those players for me on TSM that I was kind of expecting a little bit more out of him. He's had a little bit of a rough go so far in the TI group stages, and I really hope that if/when they make it towards the playoffs, that he's able to get to the Saber chat of old. And what a
I mean, he needs to win this series, though, right?
That's very true.
They need damage, man. They need damage. Morphling would have been great. TB would have been nice. I mean, even TB into Lash, we've seen it win out before, but I think Morphling would have been probably the best option for them. And with 30 seconds remaining, what other damage dealers have we seen this tournament? We've seen some unsuccessful games of PA. Drow is available. I mean, Drow Puck, not too bad, not too terrible.
Yeah.
Faceless Void, there's not enough damage inside the bubble. We've seen some Spectres, but there's a lot of lockdown for the Spectre. They could actually go for the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see a Bloodseeker here for Beast Coast. They're just going to go for the Luna, so they've got this really nice kind of ball up for Beast Coast. They can kind of just run themselves into towers. They can play relatively fast pace. It also enables the puck there. The beautiful thing about the Luna with the Luna's Blessing is once it hits that 5-minute mark, your mid laner starts to hit like a truck. So they're able to get further out on top. So now TSM, they need the Saberlight hero. They need a hero that has a little bit of extra catch. So something along the lines of like a Centaur, an Axe. What's another classic that we've seen? Just something with a blink stun. Okay, they just all right. They're just gonna go for the Enigma. So we talked about it. Yeah.
So
I thought at this point, Snare, that the fact that it got all the way towards the end of the draft that they just weren't going to pick it. That TSM were just like, no, it's fine. Like this is not that good of an Enigma game. We want something else. But I mean, if you've got 24 pick Enigma. They do have ways of cancelling the BKB Black Hole, but I think it's one of those things where Stinger really has to be in a good spot to cancel it with the hook shot. So, I mean, I'm liking TSM's draft. They are lacking a little bit of lockdown, though. They have the Fire Snap Cookie and the Black Hole, but easy ways of catching this puck are going to be very, very hard until Tomato gets his Aghanim Scepter.
It's going to be all on Tomato here on the slot. And of course, they have a lot of lockdown themselves on the side of Beast Coast to be able to hold the slot in position, even through multiple dog pads. He's going to have a bit of a rough go of things until he has Aghanim Scepter plus BKB. Once he does get to that point, though, things start to look a little bit dicey for the side of Beast Coast. An out-of-control Slok in this game would eat them all alive, Luna included. It's a bit rough for the matchup, because at some point, Luna's going to start feeling like, man, I just don't do enough damage quickly enough, because our lineup doesn't have out-and-out burst, unfortunately. Still, though, I think this draft fits comfortably into both of these squads' wheelhouses. Beast Coast and them, like you mentioned, able to group up at a point around K1 Hector when he's uber strong in the matchup. While TSM FTX can fight, create space on the map, especially utilizing the Saberlight Enigma until Tomato is ready to fight. The contrast in styles, a contrast in play and a strategy, but I wonder if we're going to have a contrast in destinies, because one of these squads will be going home eventually. Well, potentially. We don't know just yet. Still one more day of groups, but losing here makes it very unlikely that you proceed in the TI playoffs. So who do you like more, Fluke? Give me a team and tell me exactly how long it'll take before they win out game number 1.
I feel like every time that I'm put these predictions up against the South American team, they always surprise me. K1 has been one of those carry players that is very, very good and very, very efficient at finding farm. And Luna has also been one of those carries that, if left alone for a little bit too long, she can really kind of come out with 1 to 2 items. TSM, though, I think they have really good heroes at dealing with the Luna. The Shadow Dance is going to be very, very strong this game around. Same with the Depth Shroud. So TSM, they've got really, really good heroes in the meta right now, and they've got their own little spice with the Omni Knight. I feel like this hero is probably going to be able to do a lot of work. The Heavenly Grace is good at just keeping the Slark on the peripheries and able to have him get these multiple resets. They've got enough damage to try and kill through the Guardian Angel with a lot of their heroes. But at this point, I feel like it's going to be TSM. 24 pick Enigma. Feels pretty good, man.
Let's find out if it is indeed going to be this last pick Enigma reigning supreme here for the side of TSM. We did see a pretty late Enigma earlier on today being beaten by OG. So the possibility is there to deal with this hero. To be fair, they had an absurdly high-paced lineup. But Beast Coast lineup is no slouches themselves. Let's see who wins this Ward War in the mid lane. Chrisla got there first. Oh no, I think they scouted him. They know. Yeah, they know. Who's got the sentry? Tubu. Ay. So World War won by the side of TSM FTX in this mid lane. And we've seen in the previous game with EG versus Game and Gladiators how important having this advanced vision can be for your lineup.
Yeah. And especially in the mid lane as well, I think it's going to be so important for both these two teams to try and win that vision battle. Vision has been so important throughout the entirety of today as well. We saw how EG were able to abuse really good vision, and especially in the mid lane is because the way that this patch works now, it's like, I think I said it the other day, it feels like classic Dota, right? It feels like you've got these mid laners who really have to try and play this 1v1. You've got your semi kind of classic off laners, you know, your things like your Enigma, your Centaurs, your Axes, all these heroes starting to come back into the meta, and then you've got your straightforward carries. So I feel like this mid lane is going to be a little bit more where the attention is going to be going for a lot of these teams, and specifically the vision wars throughout the river, because if you are able to come out on top with, you know, taking 2 of the water runes early on at 2 minutes and 4 minutes, and even alright, Tubu is in a rough spot, but especially when it comes to the power runes, the 6-minute power runes, when you have these tempo setters like Puck and like Leshrac, if they get that first power rune and they get that first kill on the side lane, then your game becomes infinitely easier.
Yeah. Nice kill for them to be able to claim. Look what they're doing top lane. They're just trying to grief Tomato. They're like, mate, you're not coming top. Like, make a decision. You're going to TP there, but you're not going to take the easy part. So that was kind of hilarious, honestly. Just trying to make him as frustrated as humanly possible to start with. In this mid lane, this is going to be very entertaining to watch. Puck versus Leshrac. As you mentioned, these tempo controlling. We're back to this old classic style of Dota. What do we anticipate happening in this mid lane? And we've also seen how important moving around the map is for these mid heroes. So who's going to win the matchup, and where does the Puck go when he feels comfortable to leave the side of the map?
I think this matchup is relatively kind of Leshrac favored, right? Like, both these heroes want to try and push out the wave, but I think the Leshrac is just much more happy about accruing that farm early on. And the Puck wants to try and make the rotation, I think, towards the bottom side, right? We've seen what happens when a lot of these offlaners really don't have fun times, and I think that's going to be a big thing for the remainder of TI, right? Is a lot of these offlane players, when you have a rough time, especially on heroes like Enigma, like the Panda, that want to try and get this Wraith Pack super early, if you miss out on that timing for a team, it feels very hard for you to try and win the team fight. So if you're lacking a Wraith Pack for, like, you know, 2 or 3 minutes, that's a couple of team fights where you don't have that extra bit of damage mitigation. So if C-Smile is able to make his way towards bottom with the first Dream Coil, they can kill the Enigma. They've got a lot of damage with the Clockwork as well as the Luna. Whereas Brawl, playing the Leshrac, doesn't really rotate as much as what a Puck does, because he doesn't have the same kind of abilities that Puck does at level 6, and he's more than happy to hit creeps and become the core himself. So, yeah, I really feel like his first power rune going bottom is exactly what Beast Coast did.
Speaking of bottom, we have K1 Hector here, playing with Saberlight, against them rather. Just trying to get as much farm on either side as humanly possible. Of course, because you are dealing with Luna and she's dealing with Enigma, she goes for this point into the young Moonglaves, making sure that Saberlight doesn't feel the full freedom of just positioning his Eidolons cavalierly in the lane. So this should ensure that K1 gets his farm. They can kill him between Moon Meander and Saberlight, but he does have to be very poorly positioned, and Stinger has to be very far away. And that's one of the things that K1 is liable not to do. Mess up while there's still farm available. No. That's not going to happen.
If there's creeps to be hit, K1 Hector is definitely all about that jazz right now. I do like the build that you said, getting a lot of those passes going forward. Tomato's doing a really good job at pressuring Whisper here, but Schofield, once again, just in his face, just doing a lot of good work here on the Nyx Assassin. I said that I didn't really like their 2 supports. I'm going to stand by that statement. I think it's still a little bit awkward playing Clockwork and Nyx Assassin in the same game, but I think their jobs are very straightforward for them, and that's going to alleviate a bit of the pressure. Where we talked about the Rubik and the Ancient Apparition combination from TSM yesterday, it just felt like neither of them really had a solid idea about, you know, what their job was. Whereas in this game, Nyx Assassin, hey, can you cancel Mortimer's kisses? Yes, awesome. Clockwork, can you cancel the black hole? Yes. That's, you know, when you have these defined roles, it feels a lot better to have these supports that might look very similar on surface.
That certainly makes sense. This top lane, it's been very interesting to watch because both squads apply pressure in different ways. Tomato just goes in with hits. Oh, nice cancel on the pounce with the impale. And Schofield was able to read that movement coming in. Not going to get himself caught out there. I think as long as they ensure that this top lane goes well for Whisper, they don't really care how they get there. Like you mentioned, we want the early Wraith Pact, ASAP. But Gojira, now that he doesn't have the impale, it's been used up. I was about to say, if he doesn't get both of them stunned, he's in danger. But he does, like a boss, because that's just what he does. And see some contestation over a water rune here. Fortunately for the Puck, he does have the Illusion Orb. Otherwise, there'd be some damage he has to worry about from Brawl here. His Leshrac is no slouch. Although Puck is doing a pretty good job of keeping pace in this mid lane CS-wise.
Yeah, the Puck's doing a good job. He is getting harassed a decent amount, and Brawl's doing a really good job at trying to pressure him here, but the fact that Seasmile was able to come out on top with the water rune means that Brawl is now at 50% HP and 50% mana, and he gets very, very awkward because I think the Leshrac and the Puck combination is kind of player-based, and if you're able to come out on top with the regen battle, it's pretty easy for the Puck or the Leshrac to be able to kill the other one. So I'm going to look towards mid lane to see who gets this first kill, and especially now with, you know, the power ends coming up, and this is where I like to look at the wards coming in towards this kind of 6-minute vision, because if you get the wards up at the start of the game, they generally have dissolved by the time that the power end comes up. So I'm looking to see who makes this first support rotation to try and secure this power end and try and secure some vision in the river.
We see that this Puck still just doing his thing. I'm also wondering exactly what's going to be the build-up from him. It's usually been the Witchblade build, but as you've mentioned before, Chris Luck, Seasmile can do some weird and wonderful things very often, so doesn't necessarily always play the same template of Dota. Just Beast Coast in general doesn't play the same template as Dota as everybody else does all across the world. So now it's still a nice, slow, early game for them. This is very beneficial when you're playing this greedy Luna. You're playing this Puck, you want to make sure that they don't start moving around until they're absolutely ready to do so. So having a relatively unpressured early game on all three of your lanes, I feel like if you're Beast Coast, you're ecstatic about this. And TSM FTX, yes, they want their farm as well. They're actually going to try go onto Stinger down in this bottom lane. Fire Snap Cookie will connect. The Eidolon army is dishing out damage, but just not enough at the end. And thanks for the Eidolon, says K1. Shout out Saberlight for making my game a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of extra gold here, and this is what I talked about, the fight for the power rune. On Brile, if you're paying attention in the chat, check runes, please. Forced Dubu to come bottom, but it was a nice response there from Gojira, right? Like, he understood that the power rune's going to be so important, and I think that the Puck is always going to win out the fight up against the Leshrac. If they go towards bottom, try and play the 50-50, Puck's going to have the illusion to try and get towards top a lot faster than what the Leshrac can. So Beast Coast are doing a really, really good job right now at just making it annoying for TSM to play. When you play like that,
oh my goodness,
you definitely feel
that
good.
Was so good. Yeah, great patience coming in there from the Nyx Assassin, waiting in the tree line. They had already cut down some of these trees, so he had clearer vision. Finds the impale. He found it during the slog popping a salve as well. So that's not just the kill, but a waste of resources in this top lane too. Amazingly done. And Coast doubled the kill score all across the map. TSM, FTX have yet to be able to mount an adequate response, and sadly, given that they are playing this Leshrac mid, it's a bit more difficult for him to make that response happen unless he gets like a haste rune in this early stage of the game. So TSM, not the laning phase that they absolutely wanted, but it's still not so bad, right? Slog is getting farm. That's the important thing for them. But down bottom, Saberlight's getting farm. Not as much as you want, but the most important thing is that he's getting levels, which will translate into farm a little bit down the line. So they're still okay. Like, it's not a perfect early start to the game, but it's the kind of a start that you can still wash off if you have a couple of key fights in the mid game once it rolls around.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're having the smoke up here from Seasmile. Chris Luck is seeing if he can change the fortunes here of Beast Coast. They're doing a really, really good job right now. They've spotted out some of these stacks as well. Oh no, Moon Meander. Oh, you're running into a DD Park, friend.
Moon Meander. I think Moon Meander was coming to try and add to this particular creep stack you're talking about, as they end up taking him down. At the same time though, Saberlight almost killed Stinger. Came very close to ending up tumbling over. You know, as much as they're very sad about losing the life of Moon Meander and losing the stack overall, it's a damn sight better than losing Saberlight, who was the target of this gank initially. So Moon Meander will hold his head up high and say, boys, I tanked the gank. I made a bit of space. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, tanked a gank and unfortunately did lose an entire creep stack here. So Bryl's going to have to do it the conventional way, which is what these teams really have been kind of relying on a little bit. I don't think we've really seen all too many teams kind of maximum stack and really trying to abuse stacking. I think it has kind of petered out of the meta a little bit too much now. So TSM, they're just trying to hold on to a little bit of this map control they have. You know, Tomato's getting pushed out of the lane here by Whisper because Gojira did a beautiful job in that top lane, just allowing this Panda to get to the point where he's level 7, the Sluck's only level 5. So it's very, very scary for Tomato to stay here. Chris Luck did a really good job at making that rotation, taking the entire stack as well. And now TSM, they're on the back foot. They're looking to try and find ways back into this map. At least they were able to push K1 Hector back all the way towards base, so at least Saberlight is now in a good spot here where he's getting closer and closer towards that Wraith Pact. But Whisper on the other side of things is not even going for the Wraith Pact himself. He's just decided, you know what, Earn is strong. I'm going to go towards an Aghanim Scepter very, very early on here. Okay. See if they can do something on K1.
See that happening from him as we see. Yeah, and guess who it is that he finds? Moon Meander again. Moon happy to die for this one. Rotation is coming in from the Leshrac. Moon not even going to end up tumbling as he stays alive. That was a very long TP coming in from Bryle. But now the turnaround potential is there. Saberlight nowhere near somebody to drop a black hole atop. It might be Chris Luck as Chris Luck goes back in for the quick kill.
Oh,
but
no.
black hole gets whiffed by Saberlight because C-Smile, Chris Luck outplays him. He's trying to outplay Bryle as well. Can he guess right? Yes, he does. Will not be connected upon with the split earth. And now with the young Impale emerging from Gojira, the space has been created. Chris Luck is not going to die for this one. Oh my goodness. Bryle came in convinced he'd be able to find the punish, but instead he's just able to demonstrate just how slippery and elusive the puck hero actually is.
Oh no, NA Dota fans, I can hear the tears from here. That's rough. That's a rough one. I thought Saberlight had the right timing on that black hole, but Chris Luck, man, the fast fingers on this puck, and this is why I don't think you can ever count out this this Beast Coast team. They are sitting towards the middle part of their, or you know, middle bottom part of the groups, but these guys, they have a lot of mechanical skill and they have a lot of outplay potential. Can they at least get the first kill?
They need that potential though. Yeah, they need the outplay potential down bottom, and they have gotten it onto Saberlight. They kill him. Moon Meander not going to be able to escape this time around. He has tanked several ganks, but this time will also tank the counter initiation. Did they just smoke? They've got Dream Coil available again. And they still have Primal Split, so they don't have a smoke available though, so they can't go for that instant play. Very sad for them.
You can see the pace that Beast Coast want to play at right now, right? They understand how strong they are. They've got a level 9 Panda, they've got a level 9 Puck, so I'm more than happy for them to just kind of walk in and try and create space here for K1. Getting close towards that Aghanim Scepter, I would be very, very scared if I was TSM and this was previous Panda. Having double split would have been absolutely insane. But I guess the Spirit Companion, I haven't been all too impressed with it. I think if you're able to use it and abuse it pretty hardcore, you know, being able to abuse the Wind Panda to have this invisible ward walking forward, you know, have the Tornado, have the Rock Throw as something something that can catch out things like the Slark as well as the Leshrac would be nice, but I don't see it being absolutely insane this game. I guess the biggest thing for me is the Wind Panda can purge off GA. So that's probably the reason why that he wants to try and rush for this Aghanim Scepter, and they found Dubu.
They have found Dubu indeed.
Okay.
And well, he's still going to end up living though, because this is a Army Knight. So after he drops down the GA, he's able to stay safe. Erstwhile in the top lane, Stinger, he's going to get brought down by these Morty's Kisses, but Whisper's happy to go for the counterplay here, going immediately into the Primal Split. They want the big target of Tomato. They Cyclone up onto Moon Meander, holding him in position. Tomato is surrounded. Tomato's out of mana. Tomato is going to find himself getting corralled in, but they aren't able to find the final stun. Rock Throw will connect onto him with the Impale, but doesn't seem like there's enough damage here, Fluke. Tomato's going to be okay. And because they expended all of these spells onto him rather than Moon, Moon Meander's okay as well.
Yeah. I thought he'd done Goof there on Tomato, but I realized that I am the wrong one indeed. Thought that potentially he could have just Shadow Danced and TP'd away, but it was a Nyx Assassin that was waiting in the wings. So Impale Obviously doesn't have to be point targeted. Tomato getting out of that, getting themselves a kill onto the clockwork, always feels good here. So whether they've been working so far here for TSM, they're slowly starting to get themselves things back in towards this game, but I still think they have a long road ahead. It's going to be hard for them to try and deal with Whisper once he has this this Primal Companion. At least going to try and make a fight here. Black Hawk's ready.
We do indeed, but he's not going to be able to cast it though, because Stinger, they want the last hook shot onto the Enigma. No black hole just yet. The magic damage from Brow will be able to chew through Stinger though. They have brought 5 heroes. Every single person is in the top lane. There's 9 heroes top, dude. It's only the Luna that's all farming elsewhere on the map. What on earth is happening? Top lane is where all the action is at, and TSM FTX, they want to take this action, but Gojira, he wants to hunt here. They still have access to this Dream Coil from the puck, and Whisper not that far away from having access to the Primal Split. And it seems like TFM FCX, they don't want to take the risk of jumping forward. I suppose they also know for a fact that this Nyx Assassin is nearby, and that Spy Carapace would ruin them if they overextend, so it's not the black hole, it's not the Spy Carapace, it's the threat of the Spy Carapace that forces them to give up on the push.
Yeah, they didn't have any reveals, so they had no sentries to be able to play around in that top lane as well. And they also don't want to try and overextend because they know that K1 is completely untouched right now. He's had a little bit of free farm, a little bit of time to hit these creeps here on the Luna, so he's going to be feeling pretty good with how this is, and at least trying to aggress towards top, but they can't kill just yet because they do not have the Primal Split. Saberlight's getting close towards this Wraith Pact as well, so if they can be able to convert this with a kill with the Black Hole, they're going to feel pretty good about this.
The Black Hole does come out, it goes onto the Nyx Assassin, but C-Smile and Stinger came in on the Assassination Smoke. They're going to be able to bring down this Enigma. I say that, but the GA keeps him alive a little bit longer. Doesn't keep him alive forever, but enables them to, at the very least, bring down the Clockwork as well. Dubu, though, his life is forfeit, brought down by the Thunderclap, and they're now turning their attention towards Moon Meander, who's not going to be able to catch the stun onto C-Smile. Can't find the escape with the Fire Snap Cookie. They will end up losing 3 in the top lane. And for Beast Coast, yeah, they had to commit the Primal Split for this, but they got them to utilize the Black Hole. And the cooldown for the Black Hole is longer than the cooldown for the Primal Split, so they'll have it available first. But like you mentioned, mid lane, they get a catch onto Bryle. Not enough damage to kill him off, though. I don't think K1 Hector wanted to run forward with the Eclipse, given that there was still quite a lot of creeps it could have bounced off to. Had he done so, maybe he gets lucky with the bounces, but maybe he gets unlucky, he gets stunned underneath the tower, and this ends up dead. So probably the right call not to go in for that chase.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit unfortunate if they did lose K1, who's done a good job at just keeping himself away from all the shenanigans that has been happening. There's a whole lot of kills that's been going on across the entirety of the map, and you can just see it starting to get to the point now where they're having troubles dealing with this puck. Yeah, this last pick, Enigma, has kind of gone all the way through the draft, but I don't think it's kind of as untouched as it was in that EG game, right? He still has so many issues that he has to try and play around with. It's very, very hard for him to try and catch the puck. Very, very hard for him to try and play around with things like the Midnight Pulse and all that kind of stuff. Does have the Wraith Pact available now, though, so at least in these team fights, Saberlight can drop his Wraith Pact totem down. Feel happy with how the DR is going to be working for them and trying to enable Tomato as well as Brawl. And speaking of Tomato, found Stinger.
Yeah, he's in a situation where he did find Stinger. Dreamcoil will follow up onto him as well. He is out of mana, but we've seen this story before where they just lack the tool to be able to kill him. And here comes TSM. They're smoked up. They're trying to go for this pincer. Puck might be exploited, and Brawl will be able to find him. But C-Smile, the intuition to throw the Illusion Orb up the hill, but now the spell no longer available. Morty's Kiss is raining in. Gojira trying to cancel them. The Impale onto 3 heroes. C-Smile went to the left, but unfortunately he only finds Saberlight's Enigma. Brings him down with the Maleficent stun. It was a cute little attempt to try and save his life, but it doesn't succeed ultimately. As well, here in this mid lane, the TPs are coming in. They want to try and save Moon Meander's life by destroying this Bruling. They will be able to do so. And Whisper did get his Aghanim Scepter a couple minutes ago. Funnily enough, I was checking how fast it was going to be, so it turns out it's the 3rd fastest in this iteration of the patch, but that's after the changes. This item doesn't get bought nearly as much anymore. So he gets it relatively quickly. But we're gonna see how effective it's gonna be as this game goes on and on.
I like the fact that I like the idea behind it, him not having to commit the Primal Split every single time that they do see that there's a Guardian Angel, so he at least will have access to his Wind Companion that can at least try and AoE purge down the Guardian Angel. But They're going to have a little bit of time here where they're behind on the Wraith Pack timing. They've been able to utilize it not all too much just yet. They've really kind of just been walking around, and Tomato's just been trying his best to see if he can get some of these kills with this early picked up Diffuser Blade. But Gojiro's been doing a really, really good job of just mana burning everyone. Like, it feels like that he is just gravitating towards Tomato and just mana burning every single time that he sees him come anywhere near him on the map. So they're doing a good job at least slowing down the pace of this game here. Have TSM. They really want to try and get their Bloodstone rolling. They want to try and get a few more items up on their Slark. And, you know, if Saberlight gets a Blink Dagger here, then he should be able to at least try and catch out this puck, which has been a bit of a thorn in their side. And you can kind of see the way that they've watered up their jungle right now is the fact that they want to try and farm up for a little bit longer, but also while they're playing on the other side of the map, they still want to have Tomato to feel safe to be able to push out this bottom side.
Whisper and the boys, him and C-Smile, going into the dire jungle just to create an opportunity for Stinger to hookshot out to safety. The kisses rain in, but they're not going to end up killing Stinger. Young Porky Pig stays alive. Man, this pig pull item really annoys me, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like these. I don't like movement manipulating items for free. If you're gonna get one, you gotta spend the money. Mid lane, they're going on to Brawl. They have the Wind Panda on top of him, so they're gonna cyclone him up, but they do not have the follow-up with the Impale. So they just let this one go. This tier 1 tower being alive middle, man, is it a problem for Beast Coast. They're just struggling to make any plays on this side of the map just because it's constantly there, interrupting everything. On the bright side, Whisper is able to break a quick smoke move. So they'll lose a Broodling, but whatever, better than losing heroes. But nonetheless, they really wish they had more map space to play with.
I mean,
it's better than dying, bro.
Yeah, I see that, but I feel like it makes this Aghanim Scepter kind of useless for like 70 seconds, right? Like the whole point of them wanting to get this Aghanim Scepter, you can see that's the reason why they wanted to commit on it. It's like, okay, at least now we know for 50 seconds that we can try and play around our Guardian Angel. Yeah, he's still going to be able to split and all that kind of stuff, and we didn't kill an actual hero, but they understand that this kind of makes this 4200 gold item a little bit more useless. But team fight.
Initiation onto Brawl. They want to bring him down with the Primal Split and the Eclipse. And they managed to do so. Saberlight, though, finds a wonderful black hole. But where on earth is the follow-up? Where is the pain? Where is the hurt? It's just not available. So they will end up killing him as well. Moon Meander attempting to TP out, but the Cyclone from Whisper prevents that from happening. So he'll be surrounded and slowly killed off. One person trying to flee is Dubu here. Tomato trying to re-engage back in the fight. Telling C-Smile, you probably don't want to make this chase happen, fam. So they'll save Dubu's life, but he's the only one allowed to escape as that team fight won decisively by the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, that was an absolutely gnarly black hole, and unfortunately that is the duality of Enigma players, right? Sometimes you hit a 4-man black hole and your team just goes, yeah, we're not there, brother, sorry. And you just have to watch on as you've got this 4-second black hole where you've hit so many members, but you just don't have enough damage to kill anybody. And very unfortunate there for Saberlight. If Tomato was in the area, that definitely would have been, I'd imagine, multiple kills going the way of TSM. But I liked what they did there as well. They went on to the Leshrac and they found Dubu in the backlines. Chris did a really, really good job at getting the silence going down onto Dubu. He couldn't throw out the Heavenly Grace, couldn't get the GA until a little bit later on. And then you can just see the kind of issues that you have with some of these heroes where they're lacking damage when they don't have their Leshrac, and they're lacking damage when they don't have their Slark either. So TSM, they've at least shown us proof of concept. Their team fight can do a lot of work, and this Enigma can do a lot of work, but they just need to have that little bit of extra damage, and maybe they can start to bring this game back. Because right now, they're definitely feeling the hurt of this C-Smile puck.
Absolutely. It's a bit problematic, exactly how much work he's been putting in on the team. And in that team fight, they didn't have access to this Broodling, but they did have the full Primal Split.
Yeah.
And we saw how impactful Brewmaster can be in these games when he is allowed to get off his spells. Some of the games that we've seen from him where he really looks awkward are the games where he's not allowed to cast spells in the midst of these fights. But in that last one, not only were they able to get a good fight out of it, he's actually closing in on getting the Wraith Pact as well. Omni Knight, though. He has to play right next to Brawl because Brawl has the most important item you could possibly want, access to this Bloodstone. So we could actually see the side of TSM try to group up together, take advantage of having this item, use it to get more gold for the BKB, but Right now, the big play is going to be Roshan, it seems, to the side of Beast Coast. I think TSM might have some degree of awareness that a play like this is happening. But the question is if they're able to stop it. And it doesn't seem like that's an option for them right now.
Yeah, I don't think they actually know what's going on. They don't really have any vision in the area. They haven't really had any control of the area. And man, Whisper is actually just being so annoying. He's literally just tornadoing everybody off cooldown. Like, I like it when you just see these players being able to abuse certain things like that. And being able to abuse this Wind Panther here is very, very strong. So this is going to be a free Roche for Beast Coast. And they understand the amount of vision that they have and the amount of control they have over this Radiant jungle. Like, look how many sentries they have. Look at all their vision. Like, they know exactly what's going on.
Your point about vision is very well subscribed because this Observer Ward that's about to expire in the top lane gave Stinger the perfect line of sight for him to get off a hook shot. And now that they've lost Dubu, it's not just a 5 position. Dubu is the only reason why Brawl or Tomato would ever dare go to the forefront of the fight. Him being gone does mean that this push is possible. They're forced to lift it, no other option at that point. And Beast Coast starting to feel good. On the bright side though here, Fluke, you look elsewhere on the map. Yes, they're doing magic in the top side of things, but it's only Dubu dead. They're going to win the tier 2 tower. But farm is starting to go slowly but surely in the way of some of these heroes on the side of TSM FTX. Saberlight's keeping this bottom lane completely pushed out all the time. He has his Wraith Pact. He has a Blink Dagger. Getting towards getting a BKB. And Beast Coast, they're only getting this tier 2 tower now. So they're going to lose out on getting the faster outpost. So the game is still okay, unless they have to come deal with a high ground defense all of a sudden. As it seems that Beast Coast are like, alright, we're daring you, let's go. We think we're stronger. They're going to try and prove it.
This bloody Tornado Companion it's infuriating me. I can imagine how annoying this is because there's no real way to outplay it. Like, you can't do anything, you don't want to BKB too early. K1 Hector is a very, very big boy. He is 4k above the next closest core. They're at least getting the kill here on the Whisper Stinger in the back.
Tomato went in, just catches out onto Stinger with the Morty's Kisses coming through. They managed to get that kill. So now to 1-0 so far. Black Hole!
See you
Chris
later.
Luck, he went forward instead of going backwards. Oh no, and this time around, Saberlight, no hesitation with the Black Hole. I'm not going to allow you to dodge, my friend. Straight up catches him, straight up kills him. And that's going to end the Beast Coast push. That buys so much more time for the side of TSM FTX now.
Yeah.
And Tomato, look how happy he is. Finds the pounce onto K1, but K1 does have the BKB, so he should be fine. But I don't think he cares. He's more excited about the fact that I forced this BKB out. He has Aegis, and I still forced him to retreat away from me. K1 very unhappy with the last 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think TSM just kind of catching Beast Coast a little bit unawares there. I wouldn't really say unawares, but I think that was definitely a slip up from Beast Coast. You know, Chris Lucky's had a pretty untouchable game. Wanted to see if he can take down Moon Meander on the backside after they lost Stinger, but just being caught a little bit lacking, and that was definitely a hateful Black Hole there coming in from Saberlight. He said, "This time around, buddy, you are not blinking away from me. I'm going to catch you, and you are going to die." And that's exactly what happened to Chris Luck here. And Beast Coast with the Aegis, they don't have BKB either. They can at least try and force some of these heroes back, but they haven't been able to truly dominate with this Aegis.
Tomato with the game sense, man. Gets out on top. He knew that a gang squad was coming in towards him. And had he remained any longer, he would have been found out by 4 heroes. And now, with this Observer Ward in their jungle, his game sense is vindicated. But they're coming again, even despite very little duration on this Aegis now, about 100 seconds on it. They're still going to try for this. They know there's no Black Hole anymore, though. So they're gambling on the fact that they can win a team fight if TSM, FTX don't have access to Black Hole. Brawl is delaying this as much as possible by dropping down the Aghanims, but here they jump directly onto this Luna. K1 doesn't have his BKB back just yet. It literally came back as he was dying. We'll have it on life number 2. Will he cast it is the question. Do they still stick around? Goes in for the BKB. Feels like he really wants this range racks. Backdoor protection though is on. They have their own Wraith Pact plopped down. They need to get out. Brawl looking for a way to try and stop them here. Big little smoke! Tomato gets spat out by the Mortimer's Kiss. And unfortunately for them, they don't have the additional catch though, so they get out with the Beast Coast heroes. Man, if Brawl was a little bit closer with the Split Earth, that would have been so huge. But guess who was there to stop him? Whisper with this uber annoying little wind ruling. Tosses him into the air, prevents the Split Earth, and allows Beast Coast to escape. And they get the tier 3 tower, some damage on the range racks. So despite the fact that they committed an Aegis for it, it was an Aegis about to expire anyway. So Beast Coast don't feel too hard done by what just happened in that fight.
Yeah, that was almost potentially a very, very scary moment there for Beast Coast and Beast Coast fans alike. TSM coming in with the double up. The fact that Moon Meander has had such a rough time, but still being the richest of all the sports is a mean little shout for the TSM captain. Now TSM are finally starting to get their items and get their ideas about how they want to try and get these team fights. K1 has not felt like this very, very scary hero, and TSM, they want more.
They want more, but they got the silence with the stun out onto Tomato. He will be kept alive though. Dubu is right next to him, and he now finds the pounce. They leash onto this puck, but they whiff another black hole. Didn't go well for the side of Saberlight. They are fighting while through the Eclipse. Tomato, he's in danger, and Tomato, now that the Shadow Dance is over, he finds himself dead. No BKB to protect him on that one, and now Brawl isolated in the middle of this river as well. He's in danger. He's about to die as Beast Coast punch back in a pretty heavy way into the smoke from TSM. Saberlight forced into their BKB TP out. Chris Luck doesn't have any way to deal with that, so just watches him leave. But that's a huge, huge fight. Beast Coast able to find Tomato so early. They forced the fight into a defensive posture for TSM almost immediately. Power Cogs.
Oh, yeah. No. That would have been sick. He would have been able to catch the puck there with the black hole. He would have been able to catch the clockwork as well. Saberlight, you live by the Enigma, you die by the Enigma, and unfortunately sometimes this hero can be in a feast or famine, and without the black hole definitely feels like a famine hero right now. And TSM, they're in dire straits. They're going to lose a full lane of Axe here as well, and K1 can send his attention towards the mid lane, and definitely feels like right now Beast Coast are well and truly ahead. The win probability is only 66%. Seems like a Enigma plus Slark definitely feels like one of those combinations that can win out in this game. But TSM, if they aggress out onto the map like that once again, then, oh boy, it could feel oh so awkward for them.
Yep. As it stands now, Beast Coast, they're ahead. Got a lane of racks. And they've also shown yet again what can happen if you end up losing a tier 3 tower to a Lunar Draft. Your buildings will just fall in very, very fast fashion. On the bright side, there is still a tier 1 tower in this bottom lane. But Beast Coast, they're the ones in the driver's seat now. Chris Luck will come across Dubu, silences him up, kills his courier. Won't be able to kill him because he has the Aeon Disc. But you force the Aeon Disc charge. Yay! Now the cooldown even longer. For the next 2 minutes, they actually might try to regress on the map. And exactly as I say that, they smoke up here, Fluke. They know that they have an opportunity, if they can catch out this Omni, to kill him heads up, prevent him from healing his team, and potentially go for the jugular and winning this game.
Yeah, this is a rough time here for Dubu. You would love to be able to be what Siamese Cat has been in the last couple of days and just sit inside your fountain and click your R button, but you don't have the Aghanim Scepter just yet. So TSM, they have to wait another 89 seconds until this Aeon Disc is back up. But I think at this point, they're just going to forfeit the bottom lane. They're going to lose their tier 2 towers. Usually at this point in the game, this is where I like to see what kind of vision that they've got setting up here for TSM. They have literally none. There is, what, 2 wards that are up on the side of the other side of the map, but they really don't have anything else that's enabling them to get some of these team fights going, and I think it's going to be a very, very hard fight here for TSM to come into this. Looks like they will TSM fall back.
Yeah. I mean, when you're this far ahead, you're not really in a rush anymore. You're like, well, the way that they win the game, they need like BKB on Slark. They need to get BKB with Refresher, or he already has BKB, but Refresher on Enigma most likely. They need like some more items on the Omni Knight, potentially the Aghanim Scepter, but maybe just like a 4-star or something. There's just so many stops they need on the road to victory on the side of TSM that, provided that Beast Coast keep accelerating at the pace that they are, they should be A-okay. I must say, Schofield, Gojira on this Nyx Assassin has been on point. How many ravages have we practically seen out of this guy? But more importantly than that, in the midst of these team fights, Brawl has awkward decisions to make. He only now has the BKB, but every single time before this, he's just been getting mana burn, mana burn, mana burn. By the time the fight starts, he almost has nothing left in the tank, and it's so awkward for him. So now Beast Coast, they just want to wait until the Roshan is back again, give the next Aegis to K1 Hector, and allow him to play with Aegis, Butterfly, Hurricane Pike, Skadi, BKB, Manta. He's practically 6-slotted here at the 35-minute mark of this game. Once this Butterfly finishes, there's no reason not to go full steam ahead on the Beast Coast train and try and end this game.
Yeah, I think Beast Coast definitely have a lot of tools in their arsenal right now. They have the overwhelming Blink here onto C-Smile. They've got a lot of these items. I like the vision that they've got up here as well. They see perfectly exactly where the Enigma is. He blinks in. Oh, no. Saberlight.
Look how much damage he took.
Yeah.
Those are 2 hits from Illusions, Fluke. And I mean, look at this. What? You have to run from Illusions. Getting punked out by Illusions. Wow, that kind of sucks.
Alright, so now TSM, they tried to have a little bit of regression. They at least got some wards up now in their own jungle, so you might be able to see what's going to go on. All it takes is Beast Coast to walk back in towards that jungle and take it over. Now with the Roshan being done, TSM, I really don't see them being able to get anywhere towards this Rosh. Aegis as well as the Refresher, not the Refresher Shard, the Aghanim Shard is probably going to be going into K1's pocket. We've been seeing a lot of these carry players gobbling everything up. TSM are at least going to try and aggress, but they're a little bit too late here.
K1's already gotten everything. Like you said, he is a carry player. No. He's not a carry player. He's one of the carry players. So you know he's taking everything. I'm sure the reason why Beast Coast plays the style they do, because he's like, guys, I'm taking the map. I'm taking all the items. Decide how you want to play around that. They're like, okay. Alright, bro, we got you. And it's carried them pretty far in the past. They posted up some phenomenal results on the back of K1 Hector playing the way that he can. Now here they are, hoping for another top 8 finish at the CI. Or even further, they're here to lift the Aegis. Nothing less will suffice. Tomato and the crew now trying to get a tier 1 tower in the top lane, but they have to deal with this oncoming push from Beast Coast, who are looking for a tier 3. And yet again, Fluke, if a tier 3 falls against the Luna, the racks are very shortly to follow, so TSM actually have to return and defend this completely. But Whisper already cycloning up Moon Meander, proving to be an annoying little pest. So it's all on Saberlight now. Can he get this Blink Black Hole? But I don't know how. Tomato does jump in a little bit, but I don't know if they can reliably get this fight. Hookshot does not connect. It's all on Saberlight now. He has BKB, he has Blink, he has Black Hole, but he doesn't have an angle, Fluke. He has no way to get into this fight.
Yeah, it's a little hard here for Mr. Saberlight. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? You need to try and make sure that you have the lockdown and try and kill a Puck. You also need to try and make sure that you have the lockdown to kill K1, but he's sitting here with the Wraith Pact, and yeah, Whisper, I think it's just, he's done such a beautiful job of just abusing his Aghanim Scepter, and I think maybe teams will be looking towards this a little bit more, because this is so obnoxious to play around with. He's just going to send you up into the air, and it's like, what, 5-6 seconds? And look, they've had to do literally nothing. And now C-Smile's in the back line, just hitting 3 people with a Dream Coil.
3-hero coil just to hold them in position so they can finish off the tier 3. They still have this Aegis. They're still going for the Mega's push, and doesn't seem like they can stop it. Primal Split will come out here. Saberlight, where you at? Saberlight finds a Black Hole, but it only connects onto Stinger. K1 even walks into it, given that he has access to the Eclipse. It's going everywhere. He forced off Sword, it gets the right click, and he kills the Enigma. Dubu will buy back, but so will both supports from Beast Coast, who did end up dying in this game, but they still have access to this Aegis. How will K1 play around this? Getting stunned up, though, by this Aghanim Shard coming in from Bryle. Saberlight has brought back, but they're not actually able to get anybody. C-Smile just gets forced off out as well by K1 with the Hurricane Pike.
It feels good.
And they just call it, yeah. Buybacks on buybacks on buybacks. Spells committed. Everything that they thought they needed to win the game, they threw out, and it literally made no difference in this last fight. So they throw in the towel. GG is called. We have the side of Beast Coast with the game #1 victory here. South America standing strong over North America. I don't know if it's going to be 1-1 today, but Beast Coast certainly setting themselves up to stay in TI 11 right now, Fluke.
Yeah, they definitely are. And 24 pick Enigma. I felt like it was just, I don't want to say it was a bait coming in from Beast Coast, but they definitely set themselves up to have a pretty good game against Enigma. And that's why I think that maybe it was kind of one of those scenarios that was just a little bit too good to be true, right? Like you're picking this Enigma into a clockwork. You can permanently, always stop the BKB black hole. You've got a park that is very, very hard to catch. Even a lot of this time as well, like you're never going to really be able to catch out Whisper because most of the time he's going to be pre-splitting coming into these fights. And even when we saw this massive black hole that comes in from Saberlight, nobody's there. Tomato's on the bottom side of the map pushing it out, and Brow's already dead. So that's the one kind of saving grace here for TSM, is it just felt like they were almost permanently behind the 8-ball. Props to Beast Coast. So I think C-Smile played an insane game on the park. I think he really showed what happens when you play these heroes that are very, very slippery into a lot of heroes that don't have that much catch for you. They had a lot of issues with the Fire Snap cookie. They had a lot of issues with the Black Hole, and I think that's the reason why that Beast Coast felt pretty happy with the draft they had, and more than happy to give this Enigma out, because there's not quick and easy ways for them to catch the puck, and I mean, Beast Coast, they abused that.
I mean, you were mentioning it in the draft itself that C-Smile, all he has to really worry about in this game is Black Hole, Fire Snap Cookie. Yeah. There's no way he ever gets caught by Split Earth. And I think it's very telling that the only 2 deaths that he had in this game were during Black Holes. That's it. If he didn't get Black Hole 100-0, he just doesn't die in the midst of these fights. Shout out to him. Shout out to the entire squad here of Beast Coast. They played this very high tempo lineup. Made TSM feel very uncomfortable. I will say, though, Tomato on the slog, I genuinely don't understand why he didn't buy BKB in this game. There were so many spells that he had to worry about. Getting mana burned constantly by this Nyx Assassin. The Impale's always hitting him in the midst of these fights. Having to always worry about, okay, I just got silenced by this puck. I didn't get off the Dark Pact. One of his deaths, in fact, did come from him being silenced before he could get out of trouble. I have to worry about Eclipse. I have to worry about Lucent Beam. I have to worry about Whisper spells. The BKB would have ameliorated so much of this, but felt like he really had to get the Mage Slayer. Felt like he had to get the Aghanim Scepter. Had to get the shard for the Depth Shroud. None of these really ended up working out for him. And Beast Coast just walk all over the side of TSM FTX here. It started in the laning phase, and it just never really stopped for them. I really do feel now Beast Coast is putting themselves... This is the kind of win that helps you gain momentum, right? It's one thing to be playing up against international competition, but usually the narrative is that NA over SA every single time. Yeah. In this tournament, that generally hasn't been the case, and now Beast Coast is demonstrating that, we haven't played TSM FTX in official competition before. That's probably a good thing for them, because if we do, we are going to be the ones to take this W. Major shout out to the actual MVP of this game. Shout out Whisper. What a legend. What a lad. He also does the fun thing of buying a random item at the end of the game. We see him end this game with a Radiance on this Brewmaster. You love to see it, but if this Aghanim Scepter, game-winning decision coming in from the Whisper Brewmaster here.
Yeah, I think the Aghanim Scepter was a really nice addition for him, and the fact that he kind of shows the prowess of it, I wasn't 100% sold on it straight away. I understood why that you wanted to try and get this Aghanim Scepter, you want to try and have access to the Wind Panda, but it is so obnoxious, just constantly being thrown up into the air by a panda, an invisible panda, by the way, that you cannot see. And you can see there were times there where TSM understood they had to try and kill this Primal Companion. They had to make sure that the Wind Panda wasn't there available for the Brew. So definitely feel like Whisper has started to rise the Brewmaster stocks right now, but I feel like TSM, if they don't get baited into this last pick Enigma and they try and have some heroes that have some easy stuns going forward, I liked the Omni Knight for them, but it felt like there was a whole lot of pressure purely on Moon Meander. He was the only one with a low cooldown stun that was actually able to catch people. So just try and give some simple stuff for TSM, move forward. They're a really good squad. They should be able to get this going 1-1, and moving forward, I think this could be a pretty even series.
I'm hoping that it's going to be an even series, because if it isn't, that means 2 things. That means TSM is going to be at a very precarious position, sitting in one of those elimination slots. But it also means that we diminish the chances of tiebreakers happening. And I want to keep this group stages going for as long as humanly possible. Tomorrow, I want to end with ties all across the board so that we keep rolling the Dota. But for now, TSM FTX, hopefully if they can get that 1-1, they will require a better strategy, more clear execution in game number 2. We'll be finding out if they have what it takes, or if it's going to be Beast Coast utilizing the game 1 win to build momentum. We'll find out together. It's Snare and Fluke. It's day 3 of TI11, and we'll be back shortly for some more Dota action.
swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality. We're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, to game number 2 here between TSM FTX and the side of Beast Coast, as we try to determine which of these squads are going to be in the elimination danger zone. As it stands right now, it is 1-0 in favor of Beast Coast. However, TSM FTX have the capability of coming back. We've seen them in the past making these kind of inroads. Fluke, it's game 2. If they lose this, they are bottom 2 guaranteed. If they win, the situation doesn't really change. It's still going to be them and Beast Coast at the very bottom of the group competing for one of the elimination slots. So that's what sucks, right? They can't even use this game as a launching platform to say, at least it makes us safe. What do they need to do? They start by banning out this Nyx Assassin and no Shadow Fiend. Is this the start you want to see coming out from TSM FTX?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a better spot for them to be in. The Nyx Assassin has been one of those position 4 heroes that has been oh so hard for a lot of people to try and deal with. The Primal Beast has been another one of those heroes that has really been able to get a lot of people towards their kind of upper echelon when it comes to the aggression and it comes to getting a game state that you need. But Clockwork has been the response instantaneously once again from Beast Coast. Clock has been another one of those heroes that really puts the hurt down onto Primal Beast. So Beast Coast, I think they're putting themselves in a good spot to be able to really prove that they are here to be safe from elimination. And TSM, if they don't kind of pick up their socks here, this is going to be a pretty hard road for them to try and get out of groups here for TI. And I mean, this is a good start so far for Beast Coast. I really want to see TSM respond. What is even the response? Is Leshrac Clockwork?
They wanted Leshrac. There's no way they banned first the Nyx Assassin and then took out the Shadow Fiend and then not want the Leshrac for themselves. They certainly wanted the hero, and not only do they have it stolen away from them, this Clockwork pick covers the Primal Beast that they first picked for themselves. So they might now have to decide, do we demote the Primal Beast in terms of priority to make sure that he's not just instantly countered by the Clockwork, or do we just put him middle so that there's less of a chance of him meeting the Clock in lane, which we've seen just become an impossibility for Primal Beast to play there. Dubu, this is normally the spot where they pick up either the Dubu hero or the Moon hero. Let's see here. You can't go Nyx, so the biggest counter to Leshrac already gone. They're going to opt to go for the Saberlight Broodmother. This is a little bit brave into the Leshrac as well already and into the Clockwork, but as you were saying in game number 1, there are stages of the game where Clockwork just cannot play against Brood whatsoever. Makes him a very sad boy the entire time through. So I'm okay with this. It's a bit more comfort as well for the side of TSM FTX. And we know that if Saberlight's playing a comfortable hero, that's generally when they tend to win.
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't all too many other core heroes that you really could have picked there. You maybe could have gone for something along the lines of like a Beastmaster and gone for this kind of strat where you just build up Tomato to have a really good game on something along the lines of like maybe like a Morphling. But yeah, I think this is like kind of the best core hero that you could have picked right now. It means that we're probably looking towards Bryle playing this Primal Beast. We've seen Moon be able to play it before in the past as well, I think. So it isn't too bad of a shout for them to have this Primal Beast with a little bit of extra flexibility for them. They're just going to get rid of more of these heroes that are able to deal with the Broodmother. I wouldn't hate to see them ban a Spirit Breaker here as well, because I think SB in towards these two heroes is very, very hard. I saw a really cool interaction on Reddit actually between the Onslaught and the Spirit Breaker's charge. Spirit Breaker actually wins that fight, funnily enough. So Spirit Breaker, if they both charge through each other, the Spirit Breaker's charge will actually like bash the Primal Beast, and Primal Beast won't do anything to SB. So that's a nifty little interaction. So
I wonder why though. But honestly, if we were to sit here to try to ask why does this interaction work this way, in Dota we'd be here all day. So
yeah, only Ice Frog
look at the
knows,
rest of the draft. Only Ice Frog knows. Naga banned, Sven banned, Mars banned. feels like they might actually have space for a sniper deeper into the draft, potentially. So,
10 seconds remaining.
and we've just seen Nagasayan be one of the better heroes against Broodmother as well, so don't want that hero to be sad as hell. Mars, we haven't seen that much Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars bans, but after day number 1, we haven't seen that many Mars picks, funnily enough, in the group stages. What do you make of the lack of this Mars hero, especially since we've been seeing so many more snipers?
I feel like there's just a lot of other offlane heroes that you like to play. Usually when we saw a lot of Mars, he was the kind of end-all be-all for a lot of the team fight. We've seen a lot of Pangolier, which is really good against the Mars. Nyx Assassin is really good as well pre-BKB. Also, the Mars is kind of one of those heroes that you kind of can't lane into the safe lane Shadow Fiend either. Like, he kind of just gets demolished by the Raze combination, and it makes it a very, very hard time for the Mars to play. I feel like he probably will start to come up a little bit later on. I feel like once we start getting deeper and deeper into TI, these offlane players really like falling back onto these team fight kind of heroes, so I wouldn't hate to see a Mars a bit more. This Crystal Maiden pick is a little bit interesting for me, though, for Beast Coast. She's going to struggle once the Broodmother starts getting a few more of these levels and items. Same with the Primal Beast. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they have an idea in their lane. Usually when I see this Crystal Maiden, it's all about a very, very proactive safe lane. So maybe that's the idea here for Beast Coast. Oh, shattered.
I mean, it could also be the situation where they say, you know what, Leshrak's like, I need a battery. I don't want necessarily just a save anymore. And nobody wants to play IO, so you get Crystal Maiden for the Arcane Aura. TSM, though, this is entertaining. The Moon Meander Shadow Demon. A classic, potentially for... Oh, it's the Dubu Shadow Demon, rather.
Yeah,
and then Moon
Dubu,
Meander will play the Hoodwink. Okay, so they have a save. They have a way to hold the Leshrak back. They have ways to spam out waves a little bit. They have now additional cancels for the freezing field, a way to just walk up after the hookshot comes from Clockwork. You banish him, allow the hero caught inside the cogs to escape very quickly and not have to worry about stuff. And we have the Demonic Purge, some degree of BKB piercing, not necessarily disable, but a way to be able to mitigate the impact of having that item for K1.
Yeah, I think it also kind of protects them from a potential Luna pick for Beast Coast as well. As you kind of said, the Demonic Purge is good against the Leshrak. It means that he can't free the Yule Scepter in a game. He's very, very slow, and this hero relies on his move speed quite a lot. They also have a lot of setup as well, so you can kind of just disrupt somebody into an onslaught, into the pulverize, even with the combination from the Hoodwink as well. So it gives them a whole lot of tools to be able to use this game, and you can see here, you know, these Beast Coast boys are getting ready for a pick that they've got right now. It's another hero that we've seen K1 play a lot of. So they're going to go for the Ember Spirit here. This looks like the Chris Luck hero that has been one of his heroes that he has popped off before at TI in the past. So now I'm feeling like you kind of just need to get rid of these heroes that are hard for the Shadow Demon to deal with. I wouldn't hate to see if they just ban something like a Slark. The Primal Beast is generally good into the Slark at most stages of the game, but you know, Shadow Demon generally has a pretty rough time against the Slark. Same with the Hoodwink. They can't really kill the Slark if there ever is a Dark Pack that comes out. And same thing with the Broodmother. Like, it's very hard for them to try and deal with him right now. And also, I feel these K1 heroes are starting to creep up in prominence. He played the Sven throughout the entire today. He's played a whole lot of Naga Siren. He's still got this Abaddon that we've seen a few times in the past from K1. I like the Terrorblade ban for them. So they're just looking to see what K1 wants to play here in the second game.
Does have quite a few options, like you mentioned. Does feel like the lost picks on either lineup are going to be the safe laners, so we need the Tomato hero, we need the K1 hero. TSM FTX, they will be picking their hero first. I actually wonder, speaking of interesting interactions, is the new Bloodstone dispellable? I actually don't know.
Think so.
Like, if it is, I'm not sure if it is, but if it is, maybe TSM FTX have come with some new tech on the Shadow Demon to try and help deal with this Leshrak. I don't think it is either, but at some point in this game, I'm sure we'll see the interaction. I am very worried though, because...
Pretty sure he got tornadoed last game when his Bloodstone was active. I'm pretty sure Brawl got tornadoed a few times when the Bloodstone was active.
And it didn't affect it.
It didn't affect it, so... Maybe. Also, something that I haven't touched on, they have a Leshrak and an Ember Spirit. So does that mean that we're going to have a Whisper playing the Leshrak this time around? Or is it going to be like a K1 Leshrak?
I think it's K1 Leshrak in the safe lane. Unless it is Whisper Leshrak. That could be very entertaining to watch. I suppose Leshrac doesn't suit the profile of a K1 hero, to be fair. Not a right clicker, not somebody that's just gonna get super beefy and hunk you down with physical damage. So it's going to be very interesting in terms of how do they play this. It could also be them trying to expand differently, or it could just be them putting Leshrac into the mid lane, have K1 Hector play this Ember Spirit safe lane. We have seen that hero in the past occupying the safe lane. Maybe there's some new build that outlays absurd amounts of physical damage. So there's options, and I think if they do something interesting like that, it'll feel nice to have wasted some of these bans coming in from TSM FTX. And you were talking about how picking Shadow Demon sort of blocks Beast Coast being able to pick Luna. Well, it also opens up Luna for them themselves. The combo isn't as strong as it used to be, but you can still get some decent currency out of these two heroes paired together.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they have a really well-rounded draft here. TSM, they've got a lot of damage, got a lot of mixed damage, they've got tanky heroes. They have ways of starting a fight. They've got Onslaught, you know, once they get the BKB out onto the Primal Beast. Once Braal's able to pick that up, it's going to feel pretty good. They've got ways of following up. They've got saves, they've got Tower Push, they've got Roshan taking abilities as well. And also, importantly enough, they've got a Wraith Pack builder. Where on the other side of things here for Beast Coast, they don't really have a Wraith Pack builder. So this could be awkward when they start to go into these engagements. There's going to be a lot of auras for the side of TSM they have to try and deal with. We talked about the fact that K1 could be playing this Ember Spirit. So they're looking to try and have a hero that does physical damage here. I think you need something that can try and clear out a lot of these illusions, try and take towers for you. They only really have the Leshrac that's going to be taking towers for them. There's another one. There's still the sniper that's following around, so the only thing you really have to worry about is the Broodmother and the Primal Beast for the sniper. They don't really have anybody that can go in the front for the sniper either, so it's going to feel a little bit awkward.
It's a difficult last pick, actually, for the side of Beast Coast.
I would like to see a strength here, I think.
What we're going to get here. 3 seconds to make your decision on the side of Beast Coast. And the decision will come for the Faceless Void. So, alright, now that is a K1 hero, Fluke. That is a K1 hero. Faceless Void coming in at the end there. But the most exciting thing for me is that we're getting off-lane Ember Spirits, so it might seem. Well, we haven't actually seen yet. I haven't actually seen Whisper click on the hero. It could be support Ember. That's what I'm thinking. I think they might be having that deliberation right now to decide exactly where these heroes actually end up going. But Faceless Void in this game, there will come a point where this Void is actually unkillable. It will just never die again. And it's going to be a massive threat all across the map. It will take time to get there, and as the tournament has been winding on, we have seen that many of these faster tempo drafts, i.e. Broodmother Luna's drafts, have been demolishing Faceless Voids. We have not seen this hero win in quite a while, and that's part of the large reason why it's just very hard to get this hero in a position where he feels strong early. Luna, very easy to get in a position where she feels strong early. So given the contrast between these two carries, given the fact that we have an off-lane Ember Spirit starting the fights for us from the side of Beast Coast, where would you place the relative strength of these drafts for these squads?
I feel like TSM have a much easier draft to execute, but there has to be some method to the madness here for Beast Coast, right? Like the thing for me is they've got a little bit of damage inside the Chronosphere. They've got like one way of starting a team fight. The Ember Spirit should be relatively okay in a lot of these fights. They don't have, you know, super hardcore lockdown for him. Like there's not like, you know, a Blink Hex from a Lion or an Impale or anything like that that he has to worry about. So I think Whisper can do kind of okay in this game, but I don't know, man. Like this is why every single time that I look at, you know, South American Dota, these guys do some different stuff, and especially Beast Coast, these guys have been doing some different stuff throughout the entirety of TI. Now having an offline Ember Spirit, I don't think it's a massive pop-off game for them, but Beast Coast, whenever they come into these games with these weird and wacky picks, they always seem to have an idea behind it. And if they play on the front foot, if they play aggressive, if they win some of these lanes, they can look really good. But I think TSM, I think their day is just going to be so much easier. I think it's just the way they're just able to kind of walk into these team fights with a Luna. They're going to have the Wraith Pact on the Broodmother. They're always going to have the save of the Shadow Demon. I feel like TSM FTX is just going to make this game a little bit easier for themselves. So, yeah.
And unlike last game, it's not a situation where they walk into some very difficult lanes, right? Their laning phase seems pretty favorable for them. They're dealing with an Ember Spirit on the side of the map where they have this Luna farming. Broodmother has to deal with Faceless Void, not really a difficult matchup for her. And in the mid lane, of course, we're going to be seeing this Primal Beast emerging yet again for the side of TSM. So if there is ever going to be a draft that allows them to get the comeback, it's going to be this one, right? Last game, one of the issues was that it didn't really feel like they could do that many things on the map. This time, it seems like they have the ability to be much more proactive than the side of Beast Coast is going to be able to do. So I'm hoping personally that we do get this 1-1. But I will say, exactly like you reiterated just now, when they have this weird idea, Beast Coast don't just come into this from a vacuum and say, hey, it'll be kind of cool to play this Ember Spirit in the offlane. It's a very well-subscribed idea. They thought it out. They probably played a couple of games with it. Whisper's like, yeah, I can do this. We'll be able to make this one work. It does mean that we're going to be having a very interesting itemization conversation regarding this Ember Spirit. What's he going to go for first? Is this a Maelstrom game? I don't think you get Orb of Corrosion. Do you try to go for Gleipnir? When do you get your BKB? There's so many considerations from the offlane, given that you'll have a lot less farm available to you. But if there's a squad that can figure this out, it's probably going to be the side of Beast Coast. And if they do, they suddenly find themselves safe from elimination. Not safe completely, because they're still entering into that BO1 gauntlet. But until tomorrow, at the very least, they can rest a little bit easier, knowing that the road is much harder for TSM than it is for them, especially because tomorrow's games, not easy competition still coming up for the side of Beast Coast, though.
Yeah, I think this is a good shout. Beast Coast have to play against Team Spirit tomorrow and Thunder Awaken. To be fair, though, TSM have to play against Fnatic and Thunder Awaken as well. So from what we've seen so far, probably picking TSM to be able to come out on top on Fnatic. You definitely hope if they're able to beat those guys, they can look good. We're just waiting to get ourselves back into this game, ladies and gentlemen. There was an issue with Mr. Stinger. He was had to hide his face this time around because some of the boys in the chat were giving him a little bit of stick for the sticker that he had on his Crystal Maiden. I'll let you guys try and do some detective work to figure out who it was that was on the Crystal Maiden. But we're coming into it now. It is going to be an interesting tale for us to tell about this offlane Ember Spirit. I'm just trying to rack my brain, right? There's a specific player in Australia that likes to play this position for Ember Spirit a few patches ago. And it was mainly like you'd rush like a Spirit Vessel. You'd kind of do like that Magic Ember mid, right? Like you go for like a Spirit Vessel early on. You try and get like a Rod of Atos into a Gleipnir, and then hopefully you can get yourself a BKB. I'd imagine that's probably going to be what Whisper's going to subscribe to here. Get yourself an early Spirit Vessel. Try and just play like max Sleight of Fist Searing Chains build and just move around the map. You've got a lot of kill potential with a Clockwork and a Crystal Maiden and even Sea Smile as well. So they have ways at trying to commit onto a lot of these heroes and trying to get gold through kills rather than, you know, an Ember Spirit sitting back and farming. But I just don't know how this lane is going to go. Like, how does Ember Clock go into Shadow Demon Luna? That's the kind of question for me. And if Whisper comes out on top, then hey, I mean, I guess I'm going to be singing the praises of South American Dota throughout the entirety of TI, I think.
If this comes out ahead and this becomes part of the new tech, imagine the versatility where you can just pick Ember Spirit and nobody knows exactly where it's going.
Yeah.
So for the sake of drafters, I'm sure drafters everywhere are like, please let this loose. But for the sake of entertainment, I want this to at least nominally succeed. I still want TSM to win so we get tiebreakers. But either way, we're just fans of good Dota here. As the horn is about to sound. Another question that I'm going to be paying, or another thing I'm going to be paying close attention to is going to be, as per usual, where does this Primal Beast go and how is he able to affect the play on the map? Not the easiest heroes for him to immediately go onto unless he gets some support to come help him middle. But horn has now sounded. Game is underway. Yet again, look at Whisper and Stinger. They are intent on just bullying Tomorrow. And Tomorrow's like, not today, boys. This time I'm ready. I'm prepared. They might actually be able to kill this wave. This is why. All right. We're seeing it now.
This is smart.
Crystal Nova into the Flame God. Can you say cheesy, my friend?
Yeah.
Even if you can't, that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about, right? I was not 100% sure how this off-lane Ember was going to be able to play the lane, and this is how you do it. You do it a cheesy way. They've got a tri-lane down here as well. Poor little K1 is left on an island, but this is exactly how you need to start out when you have these wacky offlaners, right? You just need to try and get that first full creep wave. You can get yourself halfway towards level 2, and make it as weird as possible. You know, TSM, if this was a straight up, 2v2 lane, I feel like they would have had a massive advantage. And that's why you can see that Beast Coast come into this with an idea of, hey, can we just cut creep wave level 1, let's crystal over it and use the flame guard and see if we can get through it, just so our Ember can get towards that point where he's scary. And I think that's the thing, is you just need levels on this offlane Ember Spirit and he can start to do a lot of work. So for now, Beast Coast have started out with a smile on my face. They've definitely shown me a little bit of something in this tech today. I was talking a little bit earlier on, Snare, where I was saying, oh yeah, good old classic Dota's back, and then Beast Coast go and do this. I'm like, all right, whatever, dude.
Listen, Beast Coast is like classic Dota, fam. That doesn't exist for us. The notion of classic Dota is a misnomer. Doesn't matter. Just play however you want. So Whisper putting a smile on our faces, potentially ruining a couple of pubs with this tech that we're seeing from them, but nonetheless, looking kind of effective. Dubu and Tomato, though, are going to be going on to Gojira as the clockwork. Might have flew too close to the sun. Dubu, a couple more right clicks is all he needs with the Shadow Poison, but it's not going to be enough. More move speed available on the clock, and he's able to escape onto the high ground. Even with these Shadow Poisons, they're not going to stack up, so he should end up being fine.
Yeah, if that second Shadow Poison would have landed there for Dubu, I'd imagine he probably would have gone for the kill there, but he's trying his best. You can see that he understands that this lane needs to go back to normalcy. That's why you're having this back and forth between him and Gojira. You're going to see if they can kill the Ember Spirit here. The Flame Guard is going to be a little bit too strong. Same with the side of Fierce. So it's going to be hard for them to actually try and secure a kill onto Whisper, especially once he gets level 6. Like, the lockdown is a little bit lacking here from TSM, so that's why I think this offlane Ember Spirit can work. It's kind of like game number 1. They really don't have that much lockdown. They're going to have to try and rely on things like the Bushwhack and the Pulverize to get the kill onto the Ember Spirit. But, if he plays around and has some fancy feet, he's going to feel good.
Speaking of fancy feet, top lane. Stinger, very slow hero, not going to have many of them. Actually, fancy feet might be happening bottom as well. Dubu, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay, bro. He's cool. Nobody dead just yet, actually, anywhere on the map. Lots and lots of harass being thrown out. I was kind of worried about Dubu down bottom, just as much as I was worried about our Crystal Maiden up top, but neither of them actually end up taking a tumble in these kind of situations. And I suppose, given the offlaners in this game, right? One side has the Broodmother, one side has Ember Spirit. These are like farming offlaners. The carry heroes of Luna and Faceless Void. They just want to farm. They could actually care less about being uber aggressive at this stage of the game, so they're probably okay with yet another game that starts out a little bit more slowly than what we've been seeing here at TI 11.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's going to be item timings based for both these teams. TSM, they're looking to try and get this Wraith Pact early on to Saberlight. They're looking to try and control bits of the jungle. Oh, I missed it here. Feels bad, man. Yep, that's a little bit unfortunate for Dubu, but circling back to what I was saying before, I think TSM are really going to be looking towards trying to hit some item timings, trying to hit their Wraith Pack, trying to hit their BKB on the Primal Beast, and they can kind of go from there. I think Luna is one of those carries that kind of just needs Dragonlance +1, and she can do a lot of work with a lot of levels in Luna Blessing. So if TSM don't kind of fumble the bag here and give Whisper and Sea-Smile a relatively easy time, they can punish the Faceless Void pick here, coming in from Beast Ghost and play really fast, but they need to make sure they hit these item timings, and I think they can use those item timings as well.
We'll see how they're going to be able to progress from there. Right now, though, it's just farming. Well, the only solitary kill that's happened has been on the Dubu Shadow Demon. Not going to be that big of a deal for now. I like what they're doing in the top lane. They just try to keep K1 away from the creep wave. They're not really that concerned with actually killing him. They're just like, we're going to double down on the harass. And Stinger can't do all that much back. He can actually eat a Bushwhack himself, but it should be fine. Next to the tier 1 tower, there's no way that Saberlight wants to give up farm for this one. And I must say, whenever they do well on Saberlight, if they start well in particular, that's when TSM in my mind have looked the most dangerous. We even saw in that documentary that they released that without him, the team was a shade of itself, but with him and with him performing well, night and day. So it's been a dark time for TSM thus far in this tournament. You were mentioning it in game 1 that he hasn't lived up to his full potential, but here with the good start in the laning phase and on one of his signature heroes, should be able to get away with a good game here as bottom. His team might be able to enable him, as the more kills they get on Whisper, the easier it might be, but unfortunately it gets harder if Whisper's the one getting said kills. As he does end up picking up his second for the game. 2 kills for off-lane Ember Spirit here, Fluke. Alright, cool. No flop.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing a really good job at just understanding that they have a lot of kill threat and just kind of killing Dubu over and over and over. Right? Like, just kind of isolating him from any of the areas that he wants to be in, putting him in bad positions where he has to use the disruption defensively. And then at that point, you know, you can kind of just see the power of having these heroes that just have good spells. Ember Spirit has generally good spells. Clockwork has had generally good spells for a very, very long time. At least now, going to see if they can get the kill here on a Whisper.
Need some revenge here. Moon Meander is available, but oh my goodness, Whisper with the Sleight of Fist. Able to stay alive for now. Gojira will still end up tanking the kill. Nice little disruption from Dubu. Ensures that Whisper cannot escape, and Whisper will end up being brought down. Moon Meander with the double damage rotation ensures that they will kill this hero. Stinger's going to come in for some revenge, but Moon Meander wise enough to not walk up the hill. He's even pinging out where he thinks that there might be some danger here, so I don't think he's going to end up dying. Very well done from the side of TSM FTX to not only ensure that they get the kill that side, but also not giving up any kills in the process to the other direction.
Yeah, I think they had a ward that expired and saw Stinger come across, so Indiana be able to
Braal's coming.
TI sense. This is a big fight. Braal's here.
Comes up, he onslaughted in. It's only going to be the one kill so far, it seems, unless they can catch up to Gojira. Lucent Beam, it's there. Braal has pulverized. Push back.
Huh?
Nicely done.
What?
Okay, so the pulverize animation started, but then the Power Cox pushback came in. Could we have a replay about that, production? I need to see that again.
What? I feel like the amount of weird interactions I've seen with Pulverize is a little bit too high for my liking, Mr. Ice Frog. This is Exhibit A as to why Pulverize needs to be buffed, because I don't think Primal Beast has been picked enough in my games.
Wait. Buffed? What?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. Hit him with a buff. Make Pulverize important.
Let's see.
Oh my god, it's like frame perfect.
What? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Alright.
Dota 2, interesting game, I suppose.
We also just saw a cool
Back in
interaction
live,
there with K1. Is he was halfway through the jump, he got pulverized, and he still jumped afterwards. So, I mean, pulverized seems to be an interesting interaction in Dota 2 at least.
They're going to try and keep this interest in the spell going as they move towards in the top lane. Looking for C-Smile. They have access to the upheaval.
Onslaught here.
Not the upheaval, the onslaught coming in. Nice freeze with the frostbite coming in from Stinger to prevent him getting forward. And Braal cannot find the angle with the trample either. Very nicely done. Whilst this is happening and all these heroes are dragged towards the top lane, Tomorrow is capable with the help of Dubu of finding a quick kill onto the Clockwork in the Radiance part of the map. Alright, so they don't get the kill they wanted. Wait, what, Braal? He kept chasing in the jungle, but unfortunately, he left his support staff behind. So he gets punished for this move by the side of Beast Coast and C-Smile. He was the target, but he's like, well, I'll take your gold, fam, if you're gonna overextend. That is going to be putting a definite smile on the face of this Leshrac player.
Yeah, he had good vision in the jungle to at least try and find where C-Smile was, but just overestimating his damage, just a little bit too much there. And it was a good moment there from Stinger, just being in with his buddy. And that's a slow and sad death, unfortunately, there for the show.
Oh, that was so funny. And you just see him there being like, trying to think through what he could possibly do about this. He's like, well, just gotta watch, fam. At least I bought a smoke before I die. I'm not gonna waste gold on this Ember Spirit. Unfortunately, can't do anything about the situation. And Beast Coast. There is one bright spot here for the side of TSM FTX, as we'll talk about it in a moment, as they almost killed C-Smile in the top lane. So much damage coming in from Saberlight, and Saberlight, he's just able to chomp down on the Leshrac. He's like, you thought Primal Beast was a problem. You haven't heard about my spider. Now that will also give him access to a level 8, because he's going to clean up this creep wave and put mass amounts of pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, this is the reason why that we've seen a whole lot of people try and not deal with the Broodmother. This Broodmother hero has been doing a whole boatload of physical damage. It wins the lane. It just becomes a nuisance. It gets extremely tanky, and it's just so hard to deal with. You know, when you have a player like Saberlight, who's been able to kind of flourish on this Broodmother. I think a lot of the other heroes he's been playing just hasn't been his kind of tournament so far. And now being able to utilize the Broodmother definitely feels good for TSM, because they've got multiple heroes right now that are hard to deal with for Beast Coast. They've got the Broodmiller that's a little bit annoying. Brawl can constantly make rotations if he's able to connect up with Moon Meander. And they can get a lot of kills. They've got some good vision here, do TSM, to understand how these rotations are going. They've got this ward here in their own jungle to understand where Gojira is coming from, what Whisper's going to be doing. And they also have the ward up in the enemy jungle so that Saberlight can play safely here in the Dire side jungle. He's going to get ganked for now.
Big Chrono in the top lane. They have the follow-up as well with the Split Earth. Stinger doesn't have access to the freezing field, but certainly not necessary for them to drop that. And K1 picks up the kill. K1 is doing the Midas build, baby. He was watching that RTZ Faceless Void game. He's like, I want in on this action as well. So he's trying to get into a money bag situation. So it looks like we're not going to be having a fast game no matter what in this situation. Both squads will be happy to farm up, but we're going to see the first movement of Whisper on this map. He's the offlaner. They draw the line towards top, but there's nobody home, Fluke. They're going to get all the way there and realize, well, can't do anything about this. And instead, we're just going to maybe try to put pressure on the tower. But shout out Saberlight. He's just shown up. If he gets caught here, this could hurt so much. And they see him. He's not inside any webs right now. Gojira on him with the hook shot. Does get down a web, but the Frostbite is there to prevent an escape. And they end up bringing down Saberlight. He TP top as well, so now he has to do the walk of shame. Coming in here with the onslaught from Brow through 2 heroes. And they're able to bring down both of these supports. So 2 for 1 in exchange, but the one is one of the biggest heroes on the map. And they will not find the Split Earth because of the salvation coming in thanks to the disruption of Dubu. However, looks like he's still in danger. He's pulverizing to buy time, but that's all he's able to buy. And he dies in the process. Whisper finding 2 heroes with the Searing Chains here. Dubu will be saved by the help of Moon Meander, who finds an excellent bushwhack onto 2. Beast Coast finally dissuaded from the chase, but showing us already, Fluke, that the chase potential of this lineup is actually pretty extreme.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, especially the fact that K1 was able to kind of zone a few people out literally just by walking at them. He didn't have access to the Chronosphere. He's only got a hand on Midas. Like, he's not actually that scary of a hero. I guess kind of just walking in with the time dilation would have been the only reason why they were a little bit scared of going in there. But you can just see the amount of synergy that Beast Coast has in their lineup, right? Like, this is why I've been really enjoying seeing Crystal Maiden. It really enables a lot of these heroes like the Leshrac, like the Ember Spirit, to just constantly keep on going. And Brawl really hasn't been able to take a stranglehold of this game just yet, but this can help out. Especially if they get K1.
They just get Gojira, whatever. It's fine. I mean, this is a hero that's bottom 3 net worth on the Clockwork, right? You don't really care. Yeah. Like, cool, bro. Do what y'all need to do. There's no tier 1 tower for y'all to claim to increase your own net worth at the same time. On the bright side, though, this Luna for Tomato is at the top of the net worth charts at the moment, sitting on 6.3k. Slightly ahead of the Ember Spirit, but just making sure that he's constantly farming with this Yasha to get further and further ahead. Doesn't necessarily want to be involved in any of these fights that are happening all across the map right now.
Yeah, you can just see the vision for both these teams as well. You can understand kind of like what their objective plan is. Beast Coast really want to try and make sure that they can keep Tomato down and they don't lose it with Roche. Whereas on the other side of things, TSM, see if they can find some more of these heroes with massive pushback.
Woo! Big sharpshooter coming in from Moon Meander, but he's going to get punished as Whisper comes in from behind him. Takes him down. Chrono, it's huge. It's onto Luna as well. 2 cores caught. Oh no. There's no damage though, as you mentioned. So Gojira is going to be the one that's also targeted. They haven't been able to kill him. Brawl goes in with the onslaught to really catch up to Gojira on this Clockwork. I'm not entirely sure. He's going for him though. Tramples him down. One more right click will be enough. Back north of the fight though. Whisper able to get the cleanup onto Dubu. So we have these heroes dying, support for support, but it's 2 of them on the side of TSM FTX claimed. Even though they got the sharpshooter kill at first, it does seem like Beast Coast end up with the greater amounts of gold at the end.
Yeah, Beast Coast definitely gets a little bit more gold out of that, but I definitely feel like you're probably feeling a little bit happier if you're TSM, right? They used the Chronosphere, they didn't really get much out of it, they were only able to get the kills on your support, so now Beast Coast, they don't have their K1 Hector that they can come in towards these fights. Tomato still has hold of the Eclipse, because he hasn't even skilled it yet, now he has, so can still utilize that Eclipse, but Beast Coast, they want to keep using their vision, they want to keep using the amount of pressure they've got right now, the amount of damage they can do. Oh, Moon, you're in trouble.
Nah, Moon's not in trouble. Moon is ecstatic right now. He is so happy. He has broken the smoke, broken the initiation. allowing Brawl to live. Because if he doesn't die there, Brawl is certainly going to get taken down. And oh, no way! Gojira on the clockwork. Reads where Brawl is in the trees. Finds him with the hook shot. Cancels the TP. Cancels his life. And now Moonmeander ended up dying for nothing. Because he still ends up losing the Primal Beast and having the BKB delayed.
Yep, they just had the inkling there. They have good vision to kind of try and figure out where a lot of these heroes were. They saw that Tomato was in towards the mid lane. They've got this ward here behind the Radiant Tier 1, so they can understand if they're anywhere in this jungle area. So Gojira, nice little read from him to be able to catch out the Primal Beast. And TSM, they just haven't been able to get a stranglehold of this game just yet. We haven't really been able to see the usefulness of the Primal Beast. It feels like every single time he onslaughts in and he loses his life. And now Beast Ghost continuing on the front foot. They're
not stopping, fam. Like, they're just not stopping anyway. Whisper goes onto the high ground, gets off a Slide of Fist, kills off Dubu. He did indeed go for the Spirit Vessel build that we used to see from these mid-Ember Spirits. You were correct on that one, sir. The double damage in that situation, helping him be able to get the quick kill. This is getting scary. They look like they want to try and posture around the bottom side of the map as well. Moonmeander. Oh my goodness. He got hit with one slide chains and he practically died. Whisper. Well, offlane Ember. This is a thing. Yesterday we didn't think offlane Monkey King was a thing, but we saw it from Fnatic. But this looks even more impressive than that, honestly.
They have a smoke up now on TSM. They need Brawl to get active. Can they kill the Ember?
Doesn't have a Remnant to drop down defensively, so they actually have an option to do so. They will get the Frostbite out. Eclipse will be there, but it's not good enough. Freezing Field also comes in from the CM. Cancelled out early, though, by the silence from Saberlight, who's able to run down the CM. That's going to be the first usage of the Orchid. The Spider avoided buying the Wraith Pack this game, instead opted for the more aggressive Orchid Malevolence. I was about to ask you about this, but he finally gets to use it in a fight proper. Okay, yeah, it's alright, I guess.
I think the idea behind this for Saberlight is they realize that they actually just don't have that much catch. So they needed some way of, being able to catch out this Ember Spirit, having some way of being able to kill K1, because K1's not going to have BKB for a little while here. He's got the Hand of Mice, he's got the Maelstrom, he's going to go in towards the Manta style. I know K1 is a little bit allergic to BKB sometimes, but this might be a little bit egregious if he does just go for a Manta style instead of just going straight out BKB. But they are on the front foot here, Beast Coast, so whatever items they want to go for, they can really kind of do their own bit. It was interesting there in that last fight as well that Saberlight came in from the northern side. He got stunned up by a Centaur Conqueror, so he wasn't actually able to get in there and get the Orchid out onto the Ember Spirit when the Pulverize was going forward, and it just felt a little disconnected there from TSM. So they're trying to get themselves away, but Whisper is able to find Dubu once again.
Well, that sucks. Whisper now, just getting stronger and stronger. Building the Sanjin Kaya into the Aghanim Scepter. The magical damage output from this hero is going to be immense. They also actually found Moonmeander. Sea Smile, Bloodstone activation. You jump on the Hoodwink, and before you know it, he's dead. So 2 supports gone. They could start trying to deep push on the top wave so they can get the tier 1 tower in the side of the map. Doesn't feel super important for them, but the main thing that they want to do is start controlling the area around the Roshan. You see them plopping down the vision in the areas just around the pit to make sure that any kind of movement that TSM makes to this area, they have a read on it and they can respond accordingly.
And now, TSM, they really need this BKB on Brawl. The Primal Beast being at 6.4k net worth is really bad here for TSM. They have their mid hero who hasn't been able to have any agency in the game, and I think when Primal Beast plays from behind, you can really see the weaknesses of this hero. When he's not forcing people to run away from him with the trample, when the onslaught comes in, he kind of gets controlled and stunned up. He feels really sad. And unfortunately for Brawl, he's having a really sad time this time around. Tomato's doing really well on the Luna to stay at the top of the net worth, but they definitely need Brawl to have this BKB so they can try and link up with Saberlight here on the Brood Mama to see if they can utilize the Orchid and get some free kills. I think the best thing for them in these next couple of team fights is Brood can jump in the back and try and kill out the Crystal Maiden, maybe even try and get on top of the Ember Spirit. And they can at least have their fight going that way. But for now, it's all Beast Coast and it's all Day Baby because they are running towards the bottom side of this map, and unfortunately, no vision means no heroes to catch.
Nobody home. It was actually really funny though, because they were drawing the line towards top and then immediately turned around. You know, like, let's try and get a catch down bottom. And look, oh my gosh, their map sense. This can't work out. No, no, thank you. No one is allowed to be that good at the game sense, so good job on dodging it. So Tomato, if he gets caught there, they lose the tier 2 tower, heads up. They have a big wave coming in with the Sea Dragon as well. But because they don't, they have to retreat away from the Radiant side of the map. And they're actually starting to slowly but surely push into the top, looking for the tier 2 tower. That is the one kind of play that they can make. Since Saberlight, yes, he might not have been that effective in the midst of these team fights, but he has been very dominant in the top part of the map, keeping this lane shoved in, forcing responses, and not allowing Beast Coast to play the very aggressive style that they desperately want to with this offlane Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Beast Coast definitely want to try and get a few of these heroes. I believe they caught a glimpse of the Manta. That's why they turned around for the Luna there. They're going to try and see if they catch an Ember Spirit, but with the Illusion Rune bottled, he's going to be A-OK. Perfectly okay with how that is going. TSM now, they finally had the BKB on Brawl. Okay, so this is checkbox number 1 for TSM and TSM fans. So let's see what they can do here with the fresh picked up BKB on Brawl. He hasn't used it.
They're going to need to use it, but he can't use it because he's chain disabled. They do end up killing the Crystal Maiden, but unfortunately, Brawl pays the price as well. 2 heroes stunned up by the Ember Spirit. Smile, waiting for the Split Earth again. They get the disruption. Out onto Gojira, holding the clockwork in place. He has a jetpack, thanks to this Aghanim shot, flying around, trying to find a target. Moon Meander scouted in the trees by the rocket flare, and he'll get caught and killed as well. It's 2 heroes who go down. Saberlight desperately just trying to push the wave back so they can keep their tier 1 tower. But Beast Coast, that was supposed to be the reveal of the BKB. He gets it off, but he gets it off at the worst possible moment, already at like 100 HP. So him having BKB, not going to be good enough to save his life.
Yeah, Brawl's just being a little bit greedy there with his BKB. I think when you're this far behind, you kind of just have to pop your BKB, even if you're, getting a kill on the Crystal Maiden. If you're able to get that kill on Brawl, he's able to get himself a decent amount of gold. Maybe they're able to disengage. They can, turn back around if Tomato wants to make his way towards top. He had his own BKB freshly picked up, but when you're holding on to your BKB for that long against these heroes where most of their damage, by the way, is going to be magic damage. So most of the damage that actually comes out from Beast Coast is purely going to be from the spells that they utilize on you. So Brawl, he pays the price there for not popping his BKB early. To be fair, it was beautiful Chain Stuns that did come in from Beast Coast. They're gonna... Okay, I was going to say, surely not, Brawl. You've got 5 seconds till your BKB's back up, brother. Just chill out for a second. Get this smoke going, and now they're finally starting to link up with Tomato. I like this here from TSM. They know that they need to try and get active. They know they need to try and get some of the kills here on Beast Coast.
Kills might be coming in towards there. Brawl, he's frostbitten. Doesn't BKB just yet. Thinking about it, Z-Smile jumps onto Saberlight. Saberlight doesn't have access to a BKB, so he's just gonna die on the spider. Now they're on the run here, Fluke. BKB activated just as an escape tool for Brawl, and the jump forward from Z-Smile isolates the both supports. They kill him off. Chronosphere will prevent any kind of escape here, and he is just gonna die on Brawl. They used everything on him. Chrono, the hook shot, and all the magical damage of the Leshrac. That's 4 heroes dead. The lone survivor is Tomato, and the only reason he's not dead is just because he wasn't even there.
Oh, I love K1. He just comes in and he says, boys, I haven't used Chronosphere in a while. I don't know, does my R button still work? Dumps it directly on top of Brawl. They get the kill. I also like the fact that K1 has gone back for the BKB instead of getting the Manta style. Once again, Brawl walking forward gets frostbitten. He's not able to utilize the BKB. They catch out Saberlight, and at that point, as soon as it's already like that, you can see how quickly Tomato says no. Like, he goes directly to Nopetown and does not want to have a part of this team fight at all. He just says, see you later, boys. I'm not going to be a part of this if we're not getting a clean initiation. And that's kind of the story of this game here. It feels like that TSM just haven't been able to utilize any of the heroes they have on their map. Brawl just has had a very, very rough game. Brawl has had an unfortunate series so far here. He played really well on the last track, but the Primal Beast, you can see that he understands that his initiation needs to be really clean, and they need to try and min-max everything they have. But I think sometimes just getting caught a bit lacking, not using the BKB in the right times here, and they're really just starting to fall behind. Like, this Tricor that comes in from Beast Coast is only going to get stronger and stronger. TSM, it's going to be harder and harder for them to teamfight, that eventually they're just going to have to try and pick off people. They're going to have to try and utilize a bit of their wards, try and pick off some of these heroes and bring on the other side of the map. And just try and fight their way back into this. But, you know, at least they forced a BKB out of K1 on top side of map, so props to Saberlight.
Yep. They forced a BKB out of him, and Saberlight earned a BKB of his own. So next time he gets jumped on directly by C-Smile like he did in the top fight, he's not going to actually end up dying. Nonetheless, though, he is robbed and bereft of damage at this moment in time. It feels like there's some shades of game one where they'll find some decent initiation. I actually do believe they'll be able to find some degree of catch, but then the question will be, how do we hurt these heroes? Tomorrow still doesn't have access to the Eye of Skadi yet, trying to build into it. And these heroes of Beast Coast are starting to get tankier and tankier. This is very scary times. At the very least, they are starting to remember that, wait a second, we have some degree of cheese here. Throw in some of these illusions. Oh, lol. Unfortunately, though, they don't have a creep wave with them at the moment, so they can't necessarily dish out the damage.
Yeah, they can't use and abuse these illusions. I like the way that you know, we're seeing that Beast Coast is setting up for this bottom side of the map. They say, we've already got Roshan. It's going to be a little bit of time until the Aegis comes back up. What's the best place for us to be? Bottom side of the map. We're going to take this tier 2 tower. They're going to finally start to group up together. They have access to the Chronosphere. They've got full BKBs on all their cores. They get this tier 2 tower, and they're going to force TSM to fight them. They're saying, hey, TSM, you guys want to try and get a tier 3 tower? Let's see if you guys want to accept this trade.
You have to try and push faster than a Leshrac can, and they do have the Luna. So if they break the tier 3 tower, this could get interesting here. You see it's turned into a sort of base race as they jump onto Moon Meander. Chronosphere in the top lane, committed onto Saberlight, but he gets saved by Dubu, throws in the disruption.
Okay.
K1, Demonic perched up. He's going to be forced to jump away even during the duration of his BKB. And it looks like they succeeded on the side of TSM. They brought the tier 3 tower down to half HP. Hookshot from Gojira. Doesn't connect onto Dubu either. And Dubu will have disruption again in a moment. A couple of seconds left. Can Gojira catch up? 5 seconds until we have disruption. 3, 2, 1, and he is fine. No, he's not fine. Here comes Whisper. Okay, no mind.
Yeah, I think there was just going to be a little bit too much catch coming in there from Beast Coast. One positive thing, though, for TSM, they won the game of chicken. So that's a nice little positive note for them, is they actually won the game of chicken up against Beast Coast. So when you go for these trades and offer these trades, it gives you a little bit of an insight into how Beast Coast are thinking. Beast Coast feel like they're not actually going to be able to push faster than TSM, and they feel like they want to try and utilize their Aegis and their Chronosphere, and they really didn't get much out of it. They used the BKB onto K1. You see, you just get Demonic purged up. The disruption, beautiful save up against the face of Swoib when these solo Chronos do go out. So T1, they've got a very, very good trade. All the trades that were offered. Oh no, Saberlight. Oh, buddy. He doesn't have a TP.
It's great though. He doesn't, but he does have BKB. He shouldn't die here. Well, I say that, but once his BKB expires, Whisper's gonna keep chasing him. But Whisper doesn't have Aghanims. He can't keep chasing him. Even if he wants to, he actually can't. He finds him out though with the Sleight of Fist, and they come in with Gojira, freezing field committed as well. Alright, Whisper can't catch him, but if there's 5 heroes around him and several of them have AoE abilities, then even that hero will end up getting brought down. And Saberlight tried his best to escape, but he just couldn't do it. Now down bottom, the rest of his lineup needs to run. They know that C-Smile is chasing them. C-Smile, he's gonna go forward. I'm not sure if he's shouted this out. He has BKB, but can they kill him twice, Fluke, is the question. Life number 1 will be taken with the sharpshooter, but life number 2 has BKB Bloodstone. So I think you rather leave this one alone. Whisper, he's gonna be there, forces Tomato's BKB, and here comes C-Smile, bringing down Dubu with the split earth. Moon Meander dies with the Sleight of Fist damage coming in from Whisper as well. So they have ended up losing 2. Is a life taken away from C-Smile, but the Aegis wasn't that far away from expiring. It was like expire in like literally 4 seconds, so they're not really that inconvenienced on the side of Beast Coast to give that up in exchange for 2 support kills.
Yeah, you can see that there was a little bit of that kind of delaying trying to go on there for TSM, but I think at this point they kind of just have to take what they're given, right? Like they had to use BKBs to TP away. Beast Coast are still in a very, very commanding position where they understand that it takes them a whole lot of damage to try and catch out to TSM here. So TSM, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they still need to try and get this fight going. Ryle has picked up the rock throw, so they have a little bit of extra initiation. And here the BKB is being used here by Saberlight.
Yeah, got hooked into by Gojira, but has the BKB to save himself, but that does mean BKB has been committed. To be fair, C-Smile committed his one as well. So they'll just pop the Diabolic Edict to get the tower. Meantime, they go bottom. They're looking for K1.
Or can they kill him?
On with the sharpshooter. They have enough damage, but no, they don't. He turns around with the 3-hero Chronosphere. Dubu comes in looking for the save, but it just won't be possible. He's already gone. The Primal Beast is dead too. And now that they've brought down the Luna, it's an ultra kill for K1. Come on, Beast Coast, give the man a rampage. Somebody buy back or something to give him more kills. Nobody's going to be kind enough on the side of TSM. So he'll take his ultra kill. Beast Coast will take these buildings. And they've taken full control of the game here, Fluke. We're moments away from TSM potentially calling GG, because what options do they have to fight back against this on the side of Beast Coast?
I don't think they have any options at all. They caught K1 with a rock throw, they caught K1 with the pulverize, and they just didn't have the damage. Tomato couldn't get in close enough to utilize the Eclipse, didn't have the BKB, didn't want to use the Manta style either, and it's just gotten to a point now where I think Beast Coast, this is a very, very confident win for them, albeit the Gs haven't been dropped just yet, but this has been one of those games where I don't think they got outdrafted. I think they actually just outplayed TSM. I think that's the biggest thing here for me and Beast Coast is they just outplayed TSM. And for the remainder of these group stages, that puts them in good stead because they are still on the cusp of being eliminated, same with TSM. But if they're playing confidently and they're playing well like this, then it's going to put them in good stead.
Not to spoil results that have happened elsewhere, but the way it's looking right now, TSM is currently at the bottom of group number B. Absolute bottom. So they need to try and find some way to recover in this game. There's still a lane of racks available in the top lane and a tier 2 tower to protect it. So there's some options here. Bryle on his Primal Beast, it has really not worked out in this game. What do they do here? Like, Luna, she can't afford to buy a Divine Rapier, and I don't think she'll get to that degree of gold anytime soon. So is there any kind of play that they can make before the next Roshan comes in with a push with the Aegis on the Leshrac or the Faceless Void or something? What can they do to try and stall that out, or at the very least, when it does come, to be ready for that fight?
Maybe an Ags build up for Tomato. I wouldn't hate to see. Like, I think the biggest thing for me is they're just lacking gold on their other cores. I don't think Tomato's like the issue here. I think he's going to be the end all and be all for them. But it's just you see the weakness of Primal Beast when he isn't able to be the one that's controlling the game, right? Like, it's been a long time, and all he has is BKB and the shard. Yeah, he's got a Kaya now as well, but at this point in the game, like, you're a level 16 Primal Beast. You're so far behind on the gold. You haven't really been able to kill people, solo kill people. Your trample doesn't really hurt too much because everybody's got BKBs. Leshrac has almost 4,000 HP, and see what happens here to Saberlight.
Trying to run away. Saberlight though will still be kept alive for now, but here's the jump in. K1 drops the bubble. Will be able to connect onto this young Broodmother. She's dead. No buyback. K1 just on a tear right now. Before this game ends, we finally have it here. 100% win probability, but thanks to Dota Plus, Tomato, his BKB is over, so his life is going to be forfeit as well. As C-Smile brings him down, the chase is still on. Gojira finds the hook shot, pushes some heroes away, and Whisper cleaving through all of them with the sleight of fist as K1 beats them down with the hammer. It's a triple kill for the Leshrac, a double kill for the off-lane Ember Spirit, and a 2-0 win for the side of Beast Coast. GG, well played is called. As Beast Coast take TSM down, send them to the bottom of group number B, and keep their TI-11 dreams alive. Fluke, why were you disrespecting South America? This region is here to play.
I feel like this is every single time people ask for, you know, when we're talking about these South American teams, every single time I say that they, you know, might not be able to show up, they come here and they show up and they show us the reason why that these guys are very, very mechanically gifted. Yeah, they might not have the most in-depth strategies, you know, the strongest region, but when these guys come here to party and they come here to party confidently, they are a very, very scary region. They are a very, very scary team in Beast Coast, Thunder Awaken, even Hokori. Like, these guys have started to look insane throughout the entirety of TI. It's just ridiculous when you come into a game like this and you go, haha, we've picked off-lane Ember Spirit. What are we going to do? Oh no, our draft is much worse than yours. And then you just outplay them. I think that's just the biggest thing here is all of these lanes just felt like they were going far too well for Beast Coast. The offlane Ember Spirit just got far too many kills onto Dubu. There was just a moment where they just couldn't really deal with the Ember Spirit. It was just running out of disables, running out of damage, and Bryle didn't really have a game this game, and you can see here in this final bit of replay that this was the perfect initiation for them. They got a full duration sharpshooter, they got the pulverize, they got everything they needed on K1, and they couldn't kill him. And he just walks out, gets the reverse time walk, comes in, gets a 3-man chronosphere, and everybody dies. So, I mean, Beast Coast, they're looking good. They're looking really good to come in towards the end here. I'm not quite sure how they're going to play up against the upper echelon of teams. They've still got some hard games to go here in the group stages, but this is the first step for them to not be sent home at TI, and this is a first big step for Beast Coast as well.
They've certainly looked like they're resurgent here. As the time has waned on, we have seen some of these squads that have picked up the pace rather than dropping off a level, and Beast Coast certainly one of those teams. They made this game much more entertaining than I thought it would be with the offlane Ember Spirit. I thought it was not going to work out for them, but it absolutely did. And it started working very early on. We started to see the ideas and why they went for that particular strategy. And as time went on, TSM FTX just didn't feel like they could do anything. And half the games that we see, Fluke, where these squads end up losing is games under these conditions where the losing team, it feels like even if they go for a full 5-hero smoke gag, even if they use all their ultimates in a fight, nothing actually ends up happening. We saw that happening time and time again in this one. Does come largely down, I think, to the inability of Bryle to be able to keep progressing on this Primal Beast. We've seen this hero look dominant when it gets that good start going, but here we see some of its weaknesses, like you mentioned, in the game. And unfortunately now, TSM in elimination territory. They still have 2 more series to go, but this is the kind of loss that also rocks your confidence, right? You went for the first 2 Primal Beast with the Broodmother, with the anticipation that we're going to win this game. Then you follow that up with some comfort picks for your supports. You give Tomato not just Luna in tandem with the Dubu Shadow Demon. And not only does it not work out, it's very far off the mark. This doesn't look good, Fluke. This doesn't look good for the side of TSM.
Yeah, I really hope that TSM can get into a good huddle, get that fear out of their hearts, because this definitely has been the TSM that I expected at this TI, and I'm not quite sure what it is, whether it's the meta that hasn't really been able to play towards them, the fact that they didn't really have any of that extra LAN experience that came in from the PGL Arlington Major, or whether or not they're just kind of, just not really hitting their groove or whatever. It just feels like that this isn't the same TSM that we saw come, top 2 at Stockholm. We saw a team that were able to qualify extremely early to TI, and now coming into the group stages, they've unfortunately looked relatively weak. And as you said, I think this is a big confidence smasher. This is one where Beast Coast kind of came in, where Whisper came in and had his free reign. I think that was the scariest thing, is Whisper had complete free reign of this game. He could build whatever he wanted, he could play however he wanted, he could do whatever he wanted on this map, and there really wasn't much the TSM could do. And I don't know, these last couple of series are very, very important for TSM, and I think they're going to have some big wins, and they're going to have to dig deep to make sure they don't get eliminated here from TI.
Their journey isn't over just yet here at TI11, but like you say, they have to dig extremely deep. Their next 2 opponents in the form of Fnatic and Thunder Awaken have taken some very interesting paths to the last day. Thunder Awaken started about the same level that they're at right now. Fnatic looked awful day 1. They've been getting better and better. TSM sort of in the opposite trajectory. So they need to change something, and they need to change it quickly. Of course, this game, as we mentioned earlier, was practically a game that could set up who's being eliminated. And now TSM are at the bottom of our Group B. Group A, however, is another group that we still have to pay attention to, as we have one final series of the day here, Fluke, where we'll be seeing the side of OG taking on BetBoom. And that series as well had some prospects for elimination, because BetBoom are at the bottom of their group, and if they lose 2-0 as well, that's probably going to be the first team confirmed to be going home from the International 11 group stages. We'll be finding out what's going to be happening, though, when that series does come underway after a short break. So in the meantime, go get some water, go breathe some fresh air, and be back to join us for the next bout of incredible Dota action with myself, Snare, the God King of the Australian region, Fluke, and we'll see you shortly for some Dota 2 action.
With our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to TI11. Day number 3, group stages continues with their series that I really can't wait to watch because it's going to be the side of OG versus the side of BetBoom. We've already seen a game which might have a very, very big influence on which team gets eliminated, as TSM went down 2-0 against the side of Beast Coast. This one, though, the stakes are even higher. Where BetBoom are in their group is 3-11 in the scoreline. If they lose even one game, even one, against the side of OG, they are done, dusted, and guaranteed to be eliminated from the group stages of TI. This is a rough position to be in here, Fluke, where you know that this one game is the difference between continuing in the tournament and watching the entire year of effort suddenly be for naught.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here because when we were having a look at these groups, I put BetBoom as a team that was a little bit of a dark horse. I felt like that these guys should be able to do a little bit of extra damage. They just feel like they've just been a little bit disconnected from each other. They haven't really been able to recover from that first series that we saw, that we casted on day number 1. That was a very, very hard day for them, a very, very hard pill for them to swallow because they were up by like 20,000 net worth in game number 1. It looked like that game was done and dusted. Dahak was playing Weaver. He was absolutely untouched. And then they lose that game, 20, 30 minutes later. And then they go in towards that next series up against Gladiators as well. They lose another game too. And it was kind of all downhill from there. Really haven't seen all too much coming out of BetBoom. But this OG team, another team that really hasn't kind of dominated as much as I thought they were going to. To be fair, they're in a very, very hard group. And this is a very, very young squad of players as well for OG. So I wouldn't be too surprised if these guys do just kind of eke themselves in towards that upper bracket. But from what we've seen from OG as of late, they're able to stand toe-to-toe with the very big heavy hitters in their group. But they're also starting to pick a lot of weird stuff as well, and I think that can kind of be their undoing sometimes. They've been picking a whole lot of weird things like Arc Ward, and they've had a whole lot of Alchemist that's been floating through, and haven't really been able to kind of land on their identity just yet. When we saw OG dominating previous tournaments with Amar, he was playing a whole lot of these carry offlaners, things like his Timbersaw, his Razors were doing so much work. But now that the meta has kind of changed a little bit, I think that's kind of playing against OG because Amar definitely wants to be one of those players that is standing tall in the offlane and carrying from the offlane. But a lot of those heroes really have kind of fallen out of the meta. So if OG can just kind of outskill BetBoom this time around, I think they should have a 2-0. And as you said, BetBoom, if they lose one game here, they're kind of done for the entirety of TI, and it's going to be a little bit sad. So respect ban from Amar. I think that's been one of the best heroes they've looked on so far for OG, has been Amar playing that Razor, and he has been able to pull games back from the brink as well.
One thing that I do think that is interesting about OG's performance at this tournament, the pressure might just be getting to them. The fact that it's TI. With the sole exception of Tiger on the squad, none of these other players have actually played a TI themselves before. Of course, Misha was helping to coach the previous iteration of OG last year, but playing at a tournament like TI, markedly different than simply coaching within it. But now we are getting to see what these bans are going to look like. The respect, like you said, being shown towards Amar by removing his Razor. They take out this Clockwork as well, which seems to suggest that they want this opening pick on the Primal Beast, but they've also left in Enigma. They've also left in the Leshrac. They've left in Nyx Assassin, and they've also left in the Amar Timber. This is the hero that he sort of came to prominence playing, and they pick it up almost instantly in tandem with the Shadow Demon as well. So they have the save, they have a Dispel coming in, and they just have the terrifying Amar Timbersaw.
Yeah, and I think this is what I touched on, right? Like, OG have just been kind of picking their own stuff, and they haven't really cared all too much about the meta. They've really just trying to get themselves back in towards that comfortable identity that they had at previous tournaments. Amar has been playing really, really well on the Timbersaw. It's been another one of his standout heroes, and I think this could be the response to Primal Beast. We really haven't seen many Timbersaws across the entirety of the tournament, but you do, on paper, really well against the Primal Beast. Yeah, he does have a lot of magic damage to try and burst you down, but also at the same time, you can lane really, really well in towards the Primal Beast, and if OG are able to get those lane spots going, then they can really kind of abuse that. And now with the Shadow Demon as well, you've got save for the Pulverize, you've got a way to try and set up with the Demonic Purge as well, so some good little openers here for OG, and I think this is kind of thrown off BetBoom as well, because who opens up with Timber Shadow Demon? Like, what?
So far, this is only the 6th Timbersaw in this tournament. It will not surprise you to learn that 3 of the previous ones did come from OG, where Amar is now 2-1 on the hero. So not an opener that anybody else really favors at the moment. Kind of why OG is prepared to pick it up, right? They know these heroes in and out. They like the back of their hands, and they have strategies to be able to utilize them in these games. We did not see any kind of ban on the Nyx Assassin just yet for BetBoom, but they still go in for this Leshrac pick here. We've seen how effective this hero can be just overall. And in general, every time that BetBoom looks strong is when they have, to be frank, cheesy push, right? When they were looking incredible a couple of months ago, it was with Dahak playing these Visages. Every now and then he'd whip out his Nature's Prophet, or he'd play Visage while Notice would play Nature's Prophet. Every now and then he'd just make sure that the push and the game ends in like 20 minutes. So if BetBoom can try to find that identity for themselves once again, I think they can still be in for a decent shot at remaining in TI. But as mentioned, they're not allowed to lose a single game, so this draft is all important for them. And I'm glad they banned out the Morphling. Even before the Morphling started gaining currency, Yuragi Morph was already terrorizing the world. So remove it from play. I don't want to see it. Make this a much more even game. I hope it becomes between the two teams.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see a competitive game. I think OG really haven't been looking all too dominant, so this is a pretty good shout here for BetBoom. Yes, they are sitting at the bottom of their group, and they are playing against OG, who have been dominant throughout the year, especially picking their own stuff. But if BetBoom, I mean, I like their opener. You know, Leshrac in the Primal Beast is always nice. Silencer being banned leads me towards an Enigma being picked. I think OG is one of the only teams in this tournament right now that is happy to play a position for Enigma. Tiger, I mean, what else can you say when you talk about Enigma for this team? He has always been the Enigma player for them. So I think you really need to make sure you keep that in mind for BetBoom.
It almost felt like he was winking at you when you brought him up. So, shout out Tiger. He can sense that, yes, there's still an Enigma in this draft, ready for me to try to be able to pick up. And BetBoom haven't chosen to ban that out just yet. They will remove this Batrider. Still, yet again, a hero that is much more banned than he is picked. Interestingly enough, though, we also see that the Shadow Fiend has been completely ignored for the most part. And unlike the Morphling, who we do see banned in the second phase, generally in the games that we see the SF, he is in the first phase. So one of these teams could have the option of trying to pick him up, but it could also be like what we saw in the previous series between TSM and Beast Coast, where they leave this hero in to try and bait you into picking it because they have a strategy directly against it.
Yeah. And I think that's something that we might be seeing a little bit more is a lot of these kind of baits, right? And we saw it in the previous series with TSM kind of get baited by the Enigma. The Nyx Assassin gets banned as well. Surprising that... I guess it's something I talked about a little bit before, right? Getting Nyx and Leshrac feels like it's kind of like the god hand. Like, I think at that point, like, if you have Nyx Assassin and Leshrac, two heroes that look really, really good together, they can supplement each other really well with the Impale as well as the Split Earth, and also means that you don't have a Nyx against your own Leshrac. So that's definitely going to feel really good. I really want to see BetBoom ban out the Enigma here. Because if they don't, then I'd imagine they probably want to try and pick it up for themselves. I haven't seen whether or not Roger wants to play a position for Enigma. I know he has done that in the past, but whether or not they're feeling like that is the way they want to go. He has picked up the Primal Beast as well, so maybe it's just going to be noticed. It's going to pick up the Enigma here.
It's possible. I hope so, if they do have the space for it. But the difficulty is that if you leave it, there's a very high likelihood that OG will just snag it up themselves. And because, like you said, they are willing to just play their own style, they're not going to be admonished from doing so by being like, well, nobody plays Enigma 4. And we just saw Beast Coast succeeding with off-lane Ember Spirit. So you can pretty much do what you want in this current iteration of Dota. This is a wonderful patch. Like, honestly, no cap, real talk, this is one of my favorite patches in a long, long time. I'm very much enjoying where Dota is at the moment and how many different strategies are capable of working. And I'm also glad that people have figured out how to stop some of these death ball pushes so we don't have a reiteration of TI4, thank God.
Yeah, TI snore more like it. It was a very, very boring TI, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of crazy that there's, I think I was looking at that Dota and I think there's only like 10 or 12 heroes that haven't been picked nor banned, so... There's a lot of heroes that are viable right now. Unfortunately, my one true king hasn't been picked just yet. It was picked in the last chance qualifier, so I'm waiting for the day that Wraith King is able to grace us with his presence here. Maybe we might get it before the end of group stages. Maybe that's the final present to me here, Snare, is a Wraith King being picked. I mean, OG could definitely pick it. I feel like that's something that they'll pick something random out of that. What's their ban gonna be here though?
I think they're thinking about whether it's worth banning. Do we want to ban Enigma or are we picking Enigma?
Yeah.
That has to be part of the conversation, right? There's this Enigma hero, leaving it completely ignored if you don't have an answer is just not allowed. And right now they don't have a BKB piercing answer, so why take the risk? They're burning through a lot of their reserve time here and they ban out the Tusk instead. So Tusk is going to be the save hero that they remove that Leshrac normally likes to play around with. And they'll go back here for the Misha Enchantress, putting more pressure in the early part of the game. So Tiger will be occupying the Shadow Demon, it seems, this game. So we don't know what the lane partner is going to be for the Enchantress, but we do know that Timbersaw Shadow Demon does not sound at all fun to play into. So good luck, Dahak, and whatever hero you're going to be playing, my friend.
I think I wouldn't hate to see if you just go like Ursa plus Enigma here. I feel like that would be pretty good. They don't really have a good way of stopping the Black Hole. They've got a good lane up in towards the Timbersaw. It deals really well with the Enchantress. Yeah, you might have some issues being kited by the Demonic Purge, but you've also got a Leshrac who's going to be your secondary core to do a lot of damage. So if you're able to soak up the Demonic Purge and enable your Leshrac to run around these team fights with your Primal Beast, move Primal Beast onto Roger, then I guess they might be, you know, kind of awkward the fact that you're going to, you know, looking for your Seneko hero. Maybe they just go Ursa plus their Seneko hero here and be okay with like Ursa Disruptor. We can go Faceless Voids. They want a little bit more team fight than they do out of the Ursa. They've got a lot of damage inside of the Chronosphere right now. They've got good ways of being able to catch out some of these heroes. So yeah, I wouldn't hate to see them. Yeah, I think Faceless Void Disruptor here is really, really good.
10 seconds.
Raptor, always one of these heroes that you love playing into the Timbersaw. Not just for the clips, but Static Storm can be pretty damn huge. So I wouldn't be opposed to seeing that. And it's going to be the Crystal Maiden instead. We just saw this in the previous game. It's actually a very similar draft to what Beast Coast just did. Leshrac, Faceless Void, and the Crystal Maiden. The Maiden's going to be providing mana battery to the Leshrac. Frostbite going to be very effective against the Timbersaw. Of course, we will have access to the Freezing Field during the Chronosphere, as well as during Pulverize, as well as during Split Earth. An absurd amount of magical damage coming in from Bedboom. No BKB bias just yet from OG. Timbersaw can go back and build a Pipe of Insight, but doesn't like doing it uber early on. So this is going to be a fairly well-subscribed draft, I think, from Bedboom. This seems like it synergizes together quite well. I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing in this all-important, literally elimination game for them.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me right now is they've got a really good draft and really well-rounded draft to at least try and get this dub here up against OG. So you're going to open up with the Puck themselves. Puck, a really good spot right now. They don't really have all too many ways of catching out. I think the big thing for me with the Puck Crystal Maiden interaction is Frostbite. You can still phase shift, so it's going to be pretty easy for BZM to be able to play around with this. They're starting to look towards a Yuragi hero now, though. Wouldn't have hated to see a Naga Siren if there wasn't a Leshrac coming in from Betboom. The only real AoE that they do have is going to be the Primal Beast here. So it's going to ban out the Templar Assassin, another one of those high-tempo kind of heroes that Yuragi doesn't mind playing. The Morphling's already been banned. Maybe something along the lines of like a Terror Blade wouldn't be a bad shout either. Makes it pretty hard for the Leshrac to be able to play around. Makes it hard for these other heroes. So that Night Stalker ban leads me towards a Slark.
Maybe a SF, because it's somehow still in the pool at the very end of this phase here. We need something that can go toe-to-toe with the Faceless Void at some point in the game. Something that just doesn't die heads up early on. Some AoE would be nice as well to... I mean, if they go Shadow Fiend, then you have the Shadow Fiend Puck combination. Anybody that gets caught in Dream Coil is dead. Guaranteed. Every single time. No matter what you do. You just Requiem them, they snap the coil, then you get the Mass Razors out. I wouldn't be too opposed to seeing that. And it doesn't feel like Bedboom has any lanes that can deal with the Shadow Fiend the way that they're stacked up right now.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if you go the SF here, does Betboom have the last overall pick? No, they don't. So Betboom have to pick out of this phase here. So Shadow Fiend is still a pretty decent shout. I think for Betboom, though, they definitely want to try and have a noticed hero. Enigma is still in the pool. We've seen the issues of Enigma going in towards the Puck. OG, they can try and find their own way into this. So I think Betboom, they need to make the decision now whether or not they want to have Roger playing this Primal Beast or whether or not it's going to be a noticed Primal Beast, and you're just picking something up here for Roger. I would like to see them have a little bit more instant disable against the Puck. So I wouldn't hate to see them send this Primal Beast onto Notice and they just pick something along the lines of like a Lion or a Shadow Shaman. They're going to go Visage.
Okay. Aura carrying from Bedboom here in the off lane. I mean, this is a Bedboom space staple hero, this Visage.
Yeah.
Played across multiple roles. So Notice has played it, Law has played it, Notice has watched the Hawk school folk with it. So it does feel like if you're going to be going out or if you're going to be playing a game that has potential to send you home, should better be on your very most comfortable hero. But the Ursa shot that you made earlier for the side of Bedboom comes out for OG instead. They have this hero, incredible pace. This game seems very fast from OG. This is terrifying me, honestly, Flute, because I'm seeing these rafts. I'm seeing no cooldowns. I'm seeing very high tempo with levels. I'm seeing not a lot of need for items to really get online and try forcing the game. And from Bedboom, I'm seeing big cooldown on the Chronosphere. If Bubble is down, how are you really going to fight? If Freezing Field is down, well, actually, they don't need to care about Freezing Field being down. They can shut it down themselves between Puck or the Shadow Demon or just BKB Ursa jumps on your face and rips you to pieces. The one bright spot about how this draft has ended is that if Bedboom do come out of the lanes in a decent position, they can knock over many more towers than OG can. OG have to win fights quite decisively in order to be able to push down any of these structures. But which draft do you like? Do you prefer the aggression of OG or the team play into pushing of BetBoom?
I haven't really been all too impressed with these, these late stage Visages. I feel like Visage really just hasn't been as dominant as we expect. Like, you're able to walk around with a few of your auras and feel pretty strong, but what we got from OG right now, I think Amar's going to have a relatively okay lane, faces Void, and Crystal Maiden shouldn't really be able to trouble him all too much. Leshrac is going to be his biggest issue, same with the Primal Beast, but it's a position 4 Primal Beast, and they're not going to get that BKB early on. They're still going to have ways of being able to cancel it out. They've always got Tiger with the save on the Shadow Demon. Iragi on the Ursa is the big question mark for me, though. I'm not sure how this Ursa is going to go in this game. He doesn't hard counter any of these other heroes. He is good up against the Leshrac once you get BKB, and obviously with the Enrage, you can kind of try and stand there and man fight onto the Leshrac, but I don't know, man. I'm going to give BetBoom a slight advantage. I'm going to give them a very slight advantage here, just because I think that they have good answers for what OG is going for, but that's the only slight advantage is because of the OG factor. I think OG are just one of those teams where when they get confidence in themselves, when they play their own kind of style, play their own kind of heroes, then I don't see many people standing in front of them. So very slight advantage for BetBoom. Very slight.
Well, for BetBoom, I'm going to give them a slight advantage. I do kind of like the balance of their draft a little bit more like the balance of the OG draft. OG draft requires you to just come out the gate swinging. You pretty much foot on the pedal the entire time. But also, BetBoom have the anime power-up. They have back against the wall. Literally one game loss sends us out of the tournament. We worked so hard to get here. They rinsed through the initial qualifiers in Eastern Europe, looking like one of the best squads. Like, just in general, once you saw their performance there, you would think, yeah, this squad's going to go pretty deep into the tournament. Hasn't worked out for them in the months since the qualifier. So I think right now is the time for them to try and rally, come back. And when we looked at their player cams just now, they didn't look like a defeated squad. They looked like a squad that has experienced many, many defeats, but they were still prepping. They were still in it. They were still engaged. How many times in the past, Fluke, have we seen these squads that are on the cusp of elimination already look just defeated? Look like they're done. And after today, they lost a 17-minute game against EG, where they called GG without even losing a tier 2 tower. Does this look like a team that was crushed mentally after that? No. They look like a team that's ready for this next game, preparing themselves for this all-important finale here at TI11.
Yeah, and I think the best thing for me as well is they've drafted themselves good heroes. They've, usually when you see these teams that are either mathematically eliminated or either, on the cusp of being eliminated, sometimes you throw all caution to the wind and you just say, hey, man, we've only got a few games left of TI. What heroes haven't you played just yet? Oh, let me play a position 1, I don't know, IO or something like that. Something weird and wacky that we haven't seen. But, BetBoom, they drafted themselves some really good heroes. They drafted themselves multiple win conditions. They drafted themselves a whole lot of mixed damage, a whole lot of team fight. They've got some good aura builders. They've got comfortable heroes. So I think for me, BetBoom have really put themselves in the best spot to be able to take this first game here up against OG. But once again, it's OG. These guys are young guns and young mechanical guns as well. I think is the scary thing for me. Like, you're looking across BZM, Amar, as well as Iragi. These guys, time and time again, have been able to stand up at big tournaments. Yes, they haven't played at TI before, but when they stand up at big tournaments like this is where these guys look really, really scary. And I think at the end of these group stages here, if they're able to get themselves in towards the upper bracket, they're going to be able to flourish. Once they get all those nerves out and have that OG spirit and that OG mantra, I think these guys can do a lot of damage here at TI.
We also shouldn't forget that throughout the year, when they have been looking quite dominant as a squad, most of the tournaments they participated in, they started a little bit cold. It's their adaptation, their ability to grow and learn throughout the tournament that has made them so dangerous. I think it should be said that many of their tournament wins have come from the lower bracket. So this is a squad that knows how to deal with disappointment. So these opening games of the group stage is not going to be a crushing blow against them at all. But we're about to get into it here, Fluke. If they lose this on BetBoom, that's it. We're done. It's over. TI is finished, but if they win, it's still close to being over. They literally have to win every single game in the group stage, and they have to hope that other results go favorably for them. Yeah. But it is possible. It can still happen. It's a lot harder to do, though, when the enemy team steals away 3 bounty runes from you at the beginning.
Yeah, as we said, there's a long road ahead here for BetBoom, but the only way you're able to complete a long road is by taking the first step. And this is exactly what they need to do here. They got themselves only one bounty rune, so that's a little bit unfortunate here. But they have some relatively good lanes. I'm interested to see how this Snake OCM as well as the Hawk faces Void goes. I think mid lane we've seen a lot of Pucks versus Leshrac, so it's going to be a lane that will probably be able to develop itself. But I think this top lane is going to be all important. I don't want to say OG live or die by Amar, but a lot of the games that they do look successful is when Amar is having a very, very good time. So if they're able to enable this Timbersaw here in the top lane, not only do they shut down, you know, like their Faceless Void and force them to play recovery, but if they're able to play fast, then, you know, we've seen what these Faceless Voids do when they're behind and have to play recovery. So looking towards top lane.
Kind of surprising to me that, kind of surprising to me that they got this first pick on the Timbersaw, but they still haven't been able to put any lane pressure onto him. Gonna have a very free time in this laning phase for Amar. And gets even easier because took out the Hawk's Courier, so gonna be a little lack of regen for the next wave or two. But either way, there's pretty much nothing they would be able to do in the top lane anyway to deal with Amar. And this is great though, right? Because it means that Tiger will be able to spend a little bit of time away from Amar without having to worry that he's just gonna get jumped on and die immediately as he makes rotations.
I think the biggest thing for me with Amar having a good time on this top lane is the fact that Tiger's going to be able to go on stacking duty. And we haven't really seen all too many stacks coming in from all too many of these teams, but when you start getting on to stacking duty here, that's when it really starts to get really fun for the Timbersaw. You can start to blow up those stacks, even if they want to give it to BZM as well, they can do that, and they just play this fast kind of tempo, which is what I think they need to do. They've got an Ursa, they've got a Timbersaw. How many couriers is Tiger going to kill? Is that 3 at the start of the game? He's going to die for it, I
think. No, it's actually fine, dude. He's not going to die. He's too fast. So
right
Nico can't catch him.
There we go.
Does have the mango. Oh, he has a mango. Okay. I didn't know he had it. Yeah, still had a mango in the pocket. Gets it off. Saneko gets this first blood. All right, that's nice. It's cool. Revenge for the dead animals. Saneko grabs it. And the first blood, this is also revenge for them taking all these bounty runes, right? You'd much rather have the first blood. Does kind of suck because that'll give the regen into BZM middle because he'll get his bottle refresh, but it'll all be okay. It'll all be okay. But while this is happening, take a quick look down bottom, Fluke. Yuragi on this Ursa. You were talking about how he's going to get to his BKB, Blink, whatever. Is this one of these games where you just go BKB, Swift, Blink immediately just to make sure he can get in on top of these heroes and kill them off?
I think I would enjoy him going something along the lines of, like, he can just go like a Diffusal Blade here. He can get kited up a little bit, but I think, you know, if he's playing the Chaos Creator for his team, he's got the Enrage. If he goes something along the lines of, like, just getting an early Diffusal Blade, then he can go in towards the BKB. Maybe he wants to get a Blink with the Basher. He's got a lot of heroes around him to be able to enable him to play a little bit more greedy. I don't think he has to rush the BKB, but he needs a BKB, if that makes sense, right? Like, he needs a BKB at some point, but I don't think he needs the BKB to be able to just play this game.
Middle lane, Tiger has made a move here. BZM is quite low. He actually went forward with the Illusion Orb, but how little HP he has is going to play a factor in him not really wanting to stick around. I wonder if Tiger's going to be able to ensure that no Water Rune is picked up. Indeed he does. Is he going to deny it or try to pick it up? Just deny it. And BZM not going to be allowed to get the Water Rune down bottom because of Roger. So both 4 positions quickly showing up to be like, well, we're going to keep this mid lane as honest as humanly possible. Just Leshrac versus Puck. And if that happens, Lawler's going to win this matchup. BZM's actually almost dead. And indeed he is. Gets solo killed by the Leshrac middle. Underestimates how much damage Lesh can deal at this stage of the game.
He had a Fairy Fire and a 7 wand. BZM, might want to go wash your face, brother. I know it's getting late over there in Singapore, but it definitely shouldn't have happened there. Either way, I do like how both the 4 positions make their way towards the middle lane, and they just say, hey, you can't get runes, because runes are oh so important towards these mid laners right now. Bottom side, though, oh, that was a sick wall stomp.
That was so sick, actually coming in from Noticed. It's not going to be good enough, ultimately, to ensure the life of the Yuragi Ursa, but Misha being able to catch out the Centaur Conqueror War Stomp on both Noticed and Roger enables them to get the kill onto the Primal Beast. And the important part about it is that they got the kill first, and then only... Wait, no, actually the other way around. They lost Yuragi first. Roger died afterwards.
Yeah. So that's actually big for Bet Boom, right? The fact that they take down Yuragi, they get the solo kill of Lyle onto BZM in that middle lane. So OG, yeah, it's definitely not the side of the game that they wanted here. They do have the better of the last instance tonight across their 3 cores, but Lyle is definitely in a really good spot right now. And this is kind of the issue that I had with this Ursa last pick. It doesn't really deal with the Visage, because the thing is with Visage in lane, we've seen a whole lot of this soul assumption spam. Yeah, you're able to kind of get rid of the Gravekeeper's Cloak really fast with the overpower, but Ursa's going to have so many issues early on, just with the amount of damage that this Visage can do. He can always get slowed up by the Grave Chill as well, so I mean, I think Yuragi is just going to really try and play the mid game really fast with this Diffusal Blade and really just kind of try and be a nuisance up against Bet Boom and kind of just say, all right, this laning phase is going to be whatever. We're going to come into the mid game, and that's when we're really going to be able to shine. Because I think that's the best part about OG is the way they team fight and the way they play around their macro movements has been something to behold.
Yeah. They're going to need to get some of those macro movements going now.
Oh, what a fat stack.
We have Laurel stealing their stacks. They're aware of this. Tigers planted the Observer Ward, and so Neko just stalling out BZM with the Frostbite. They don't really want to kill him. They just want to make sure as many of these creeps are as dead. But here comes everybody to try and stop this. And yeah, he popped the Invis rune to make most of this happen. We do have Seneko thinking about stealing the last one with the Frostbite. This might cost Seneko his life though. He gets Dream Quilled by BZM. Do they have the damage is the question. Nice onslaught coming in will prevent them from being able to get the full chase going. And Roger has threatened BZM enough that BZM forced to go to the far side of the fight. And there's the freeze Frostbite from Seneko, holding BZM in place. The Illusion Orb, it kills the Crystal Maiden. Will it allow BZM to escape? Yes, it will. He gets a bounce rune as well. Gets some additional HP into the bottle. Escaping, he kills Roger's career on the way out. The animal cruelty continues here between OG and Bet Boom. And BZM is still alive. Onslaught is back online, but there's the Waning Rift, preventing it from happening. Wait, what? The silence doesn't cancel the... Okay, cool. Alright, fine.
Yes.
Primal Beast into actions, no flop.
So I guess as soon as he's already charging the onslaught, I guess you kind of can't cancel it early. So that's maybe the thing for Primal Beast there. But the fact that BZM got out, it's got free... Oh, Tiger, you're just going to get run down, brother. Oh. That's so depressing when you're playing as a support, you just get run down. Are they going to kill Lyle though? The Dream Coil?
Oh, but they do have the onslaught and the trample that they hit the turnaround onto BZM. So Neko with the Frostbite, yet again, proving to be a thorn in BZM's side. And now Laurel can activate the Diabolic Edict. But OG, not dissuaded. They're going to keep bringing heroes middle. They refuse to lose the tower this early on. And they are out of resources on the side of Bet Boom. So they finally let this push go. The tower's down to a lot less than half HP. So Neko, he picks up a haste rune. If he picked up any other rune, he'd probably be dead. He's still gonna die anyway though. Because unfortunately for him, they have the enchant from Misha. Get the full dispel out. Cancel out the haste rune, get the kill. And Yuragi, his trip was well worth it into the river just to be able to bring down this Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it felt like it was about 3 minutes of action there. You know, Roger making his way towards the middle lane. BZM, unfortunately, is just not having a good time on this puck. He's kind of getting abused in the lane. He's getting kind of outplayed a little bit with the Primal Beast. He has to kind of overplay his hero a lot with the Illusory Orb as well as the phase shift. This is kind of one of the downsides as these cooldowns are so long. But bottom side, they're just going to be able to take down Misha. Going on to Yuragi as well. It's a big rotation.
One Tiger too, and they've already got him. Yeah. Enrage forced out of Yuragi. BZM was forced to drop down the Dream Coil just to try and bail Yuragi out. But Yuragi might still die here because Dahak has the bubble. Doesn't even need it. Wait, what? How was that a kill credited to Dahak?
Time dilation.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Did it actually connect onto him? Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Just
well, that's going to be a nice little kill.
Yeah, you see
this allows them to take the tower as well.
Yep. They've still got the Chronosphere as well here, Snare, and Bet Boom. We talked about the fact that OG can play fast. I think the one shining light for me is the fact that Amara is having a fantastic game. Completely untouched so far. They've decided to just kind of let him be, and everybody else on OG are the ones that's going to kind of run around and goon about. Roger, though, he's definitely dead.
Yep. Yeah. Lots of damage. Way too much damage, in fact.
Battle Fury? I don't know about this. I don't know about the Battle Fury on the Ursa.
Bro, it's fine. Look, Faceless Void bought Midas. It's all good, OG. It's okay. I see no problems here.
I can see the idea behind it, right? Amar's having a very, very good time, so he's going to be able to create space for you. And once you do get a little bit of space and time for the Battle Fury, you can farm really fast on the Ursa. But there's going to come a point towards this mid-game where Yuragi's just going to have a Battle Fury, and he's going to have to try and fight into some of these heroes. Maybe the fact that Amar has like a Kaya at 10 minutes into the game is completely untouchable is going to be the saving grace for OG, and they can just have Yuragi's to sit back and farm and get a few more of these items up. But yeah, I would have loved to have seen a little bit more of an aggressive build coming in from Yuragi. I really haven't seen all too many of these Battle Fury heroes work out. I think Ghost, played an Anti-Mage game at one point, and that was kind of the only Battle Fury hero that I've seen do any good. Maybe some of these Troll Warlords have come out on top, but hey, I mean, as I've always said, there's a reason why that Yuragi's here playing TI, and a reason why that I'm sitting in my bedroom talking about it.
Well, he wants aggression. It's not going to come necessarily from Yuragi, but his allies will try to make it happen as they smoke up with BZM and Misha. Let's see where they head onto the map. They know that there should be some Bedboom heroes in their jungle. It's just knowing where exactly is a difficult thing. They don't have any advanced vision for themselves, so they can't actually see the movements coming out from Lol. They're going to have to go purely by game sense. BZM and Misha. They don't have a blink on BZM either, but they do have the Dream Coil. There's three heroes situated around middle, so it's a dangerous place to go because Bedboom, they're coming for this push. I don't think OG can answer this. I think they have to sacrifice the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well, is like they don't really have any of these team fight spells just yet. They've got the Dream Coil, but it's going to be hard for them to walk into this ball that is Bedboom. And you touched on it, they just don't have any of this advanced vision either for the side of OG. To be fair, Bedboom don't either, but they're occupying a few of these areas, so it enables them to have a little bit more of this information. So OG, they tried to get something there with the smoke, but unfortunately just weren't able to connect on it. And Tiger, he's been caught out, and he is definitely dead.
Bang, 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 and bang! Well, he has a piggy pole, so Bedboom was asking, anybody want some bacon? We'll just share his body amongst all of us. He's dead down bottom. They bring down the Leshrac of Lal as well. Probably drawing the line to the tier 2 tower. Having the access to this Visage who's just about to finish the Wraith Pact is actually arriving right now. Wraith Pact plus this Leshrac push. This tier 2 tower bottom could be in danger. BZM. And Amar, the strongest hero for OG, are playing on the other side here. BZM has to drop that down the Dream Coil. It misses entirely though. So I think this was just about getting him into a safer position. I don't think he wants to fight whatsoever. OG in general feel like they just want to dodge until Yuragi gets caught. He wants to dodge but won't be allowed to do so. He's still alive for now with the Enrage, but with Frostbite, Freezing Field. Wait, damage. What? They don't have a way to kill him? Are you kidding me? Okay. They couldn't get the Visage Familiars out onto him as well. So noticed, just ends up having to watch Seneko just die instead as Amar finally gets involved in the fray. Shows his strength on the Timbersaw and saves the life of Yuragi.
Yeah, it turns out 80% damage reduction is quite a lot. Missing 80% of a lot of this damage is very, very hard to get through. So Tiger, mate, I've seen this story before. Didn't you die here just 30 seconds ago? I like what he's doing though. The reason why he's doing this is he's just constantly trying to push out this bottom lane. Like him dying on a Shadow Demon is not the worst at all. Like he's just constantly pushing out this bottom lane, trying to get himself a little bit of net worth, because if this lane is constantly being pushed in, then they're going to lose his tier 2 tower and they're going to lose more of this area for Yuragi to try and farm. I like what Amar as well as Tiger are doing. Speaking of Amar, he's caught. They have the damage to kill him, but
they do indeed, and he tries to get away with the Timber Chain. It's not going to be good enough. Lol was right there, right next to him. Didn't even need to pop the Bloodstone for that one. Just heads up, gets the kill. That's their strongest hero on the map on the side of OG. Yuragi and BZM certainly not ready to get involved just yet in full-throated fashion. And Bedboom, unfortunately, doesn't feel like they'll be able to turn this into a tier 1 tower push. They're not getting more real estate out of this, but the strength of their heroes continues to increase moment after moment. And if they keep connecting with moves like this here, Fluke, and they can keep doing this forever, what cooldowns are they waiting for? They have 8 seconds until they have Freezing Field, and then why not go for another big move like that elsewhere on the map?
Very, very true. And that's why I like this kind of 3-man gank squad they've got. And that's why I think Crystal Maiden has been one of the most surprising picks for me. Coming in towards this tournament has been the Crystal Maiden. She just enables so many of these different heroes. Yeah, she does have the mana battery and can be an enabler in that sense, but her spells are so insane. I remember when Purge did the video on Crystal Nova about how strong it is as an ability. At level 1, it's 130 damage. That can hit all 5 heroes, by the way. and it's every 11 seconds for 115 mana. So very, very good hero right now, and enables a lot of these heroes like the Primal Beast and the Leshrac, because simple setup with the Frostbite, relatively long range, and it just enables these heroes to be able to get in range and do the damage they can do as well. The fight of a vision, though.
Have a small fight. They're fighting over this vision to make sure they know who's who in the zoo. It's just sentries that they're fighting over right now, and an Observer Ward finally gets dewarded. This will mean that BetBoom have made sure that OG have a tougher approach to the situation, and they have their own ward deeper into the jungle that saw these heroes coming up the ramp. They might still end up fighting, though, as Tiger gets the vision onto Roger, finds the banish as well. That should cancel out the onslaught. When he comes back, he'll buy time with the pulverize, but absolutely no way out of this one. Amar kills him off with the chakram. Sanj and Kaya also completed on this Timbersaw. And do they want to go for Lol as well? Woo! That's a lot of damage onto this Lesh, but now here comes the counterplay. Freezing Field into the mass spell damage of Laurel. The Hawk there for a token effort. He'll drop a Chrono. He'll just connect onto this Enchantress, though. Not any real target noticed in the meantime. Also finding stuns on the right side of the fight onto BZM, and BZM is going to die at the same time as they lose Misha. BetBoom taking seriously that this is an elimination game for them and showing up in a big, big way here, Fluke. They don't want to go home just yet.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom are playing insane right now. I think the way that they're moving around the map, they're being able to abuse the over-aggression that comes in from OG. You can see that Amar felt like he was kind of untouchable. When he has his team around him, he's very hard to deal with. They've got a lot of damage they can pump into Amar, but he just overstepped his bounds. He tumble toys in, and then he chained all the way, and OG just couldn't back him up. They weren't anywhere close to him. He gets caught out by a Frostbite. Tiger once again getting caught out in the bottom side of the map as well, and it's just hard for OG to respond to any of this aggression. That's just two supports. Now they might be able to go here onto Yuragi, though.
Here comes Lol. Have to be careful about this. They don't have a BKB on the Ursa. He's went too far. He kills Roger, but he's almost certainly going to die for this one. Bloodstone activated. The Enrage was already committed earlier, and Lol now gets himself a double kill.
Amar's outie.
And they're not done just yet. Amar. And he's playing up against one of the worst heroes to play into as the Timbersaw. Once he gets time dilated at some point in this game, he is just going to be hating life. Woof.
Yeah.
This game, Fluke, it's going quite south. Tiger died in a sequel to his favorite movie down bottom. Ursa tried to chase down his killer, but immediately gets burst as well. And I feel like once Amar is forced to retreat from this because he just can't stay here, what's to stop them from just running headlong into this tier 2 tower?
Nothing. I don't think there's really anything that that OG can do out of here. They've got the Battle Fury on the Ursa, but that's it, man. And this is why I was kind of scratching my head a little bit about this. Like, they were already behind at that point. Amar was their kind of shining light, but now they've already shown that he can go down relatively easily in a lot of these fights as well. And BetBoom understand that they're at this point in the game where they're extremely strong. They can play around their Chronosphere when they have it, but they don't even need the Chronosphere in a lot of these fights now. Like, we've seen what Seneko and Roger can do together. They do so much damage together as a combination, and as soon as Lyle rocks up, it's OG at panic stations. They need to get out of there. They can't go anywhere near this Leshrac right now, and I think they just need to hold off for a little bit. I think they just need to kind of buy a bit of time. They've got a Battle Fury on their Ursa. Just let Yuragi hit some creeps. Let Yuragi get towards that next set of items. BZM should relatively be untouched in a lot of these fights unless he gets caught out by things like the Frostbite, etc., etc. So they have tools here for OG, but they just need to make sure they're not running in before they're ready. And I think that's the biggest thing for them right now is they're feeling pressured to try and get some of these fights going their way, but I mean, they should be perfectly okay. They're only 1,000 gold behind. It's not the end of the world. They haven't lost their tier 2s yet. They're not getting knocked on their door. They haven't lost an Aegis. So, OG, I feel like they're kind of just overplaying their hands just a little bit here. They just need to chill out, relax. They've got plenty of time. More than okay with this game. They've got a good draft. And just get some items.
Just try relax, OG. Just try and chill. Try to get this farm. BetBoom might not allow you, though. I think after they take this tier 2 tower down bottom, it shouldn't take them that much longer before they feel, wait a second, what's really going to stop us going high ground? They'll Dream Coil us, they'll throw a Chakram into us, and then what? Then we drop a Wraith Pack Totem, and then we watch them, and then we hit the buildings. So they can make that deliberation, but it is still in a risky part of the game. These heroes are not uber tanky just yet. Tankier than they look, though. And the thing that's quite interesting, as we see on this Faceless Void, he's building the Heaven's Halberd here, Fluke. He knows that they are going into this Ursa. And with the Ursa has built Battle Fury, so he doesn't have BKB just yet. So for the duration of these fights, if you get this early halberd, he literally does nothing. Like, you really cannot participate whatsoever if you do emerge with this Heaven's Halberd in the fight, with Lol dishing out damage from afar with his BKB active, suddenly denying BZM an effect in the fight as well. So BetBoom, I think as much as OG's game is not over just yet, I could conceivably see a world where in the next 5 to 6 minutes, BetBoom is inside the base, destroying tier 4 towers and daring OG to come and fight them to challenge for the game.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is going to be an interesting scenario, because BetBoom now at the point where, as you said, they've got a lot going their way. You know, Lyle now, he's got the boost of travel up, Heaven's Halberd. What do OG really do when these items start to come up? We see, you know, he's getting to the point now where it's really feeling like it's going to be hard for OG to try and win these next couple of team fights. I think a shining light for me, though, here, Snare, is there is going to be a few items that are going to come up on the horizon. I think once they get BKBs, they're going to be happy. BZM's getting close towards that Blink Dagger. So they definitely have ways of getting through it. Interesting enough as well, Tiger is rushing an Aghanim Scepter. So having multiple uses of the Demonic Purge, also having the Demonic Cleanse as well. So being able to get Amar away from things like Frostbite, getting Amar away from things like the Time Dilation is going to be big for them. It's a permanent purge that happens every so often. So the way that you're able to utilize that onto Amar means that he's kind of untouched. And I think that's the crazy thing, is it's going to get to a point where if they get that Aghanim Scepter and the Aghanim Shard, he's able to constantly be able to be inside these fights, and it's going to be very, very hard at that point for BetBoom to deal with him. So there's a sunny horizon. There's a sunny horizon.
Yeah. Sometimes, though, the horizon is very, very far away, and it turns out just to be a mirage. So they need to make sure that they can invoke this reality and make it a winning game for them to send BetBoom packing. At the same time, OG aren't just playing to try and send BetBoom packing. Currently, they are sitting in the middle of group number A, and they need this victory here to get closer to the upper bracket. If they end up losing this series and they go 7-9 for the day, then suddenly going into day number 4, they have an all-important game against the side of RNG, and that could really determine if they start the playoffs in the upper bracket or start in the lower bracket, dealing with the BO1 gauntlet. OG hasn't been in that situation before. And yes, the organization has done really, really well in the past from lower bracket runs, but anything can happen in the BO1. For example, if this was a BO1 and OG lose, and it was a playoff game, they'd be going home. So anything can happen. And you can see on the player cams here, OG, they do not seem like they're calm about this game. This seems like it's just as stressful as it looks, basically, because fun is not being had right now in the hands of OG.
Well, yeah, and I think it's kind of an interesting tale that we haven't really talked about all too much. Is kind of the fatigue from a lot of these players. Like, it's a long day for us here on the casting, you know, 5 best of 2s. But same thing with the players. It's not like you really get to turn off once these group stage games start. So you can kind of start out the day if you have your first series at the start of the day, and you have a series now like OG as well as BetBoom towards the end of the day. That's where you're really looking towards, you know, your mental capacity to try and stay into it. Like, you know, how focused are you going to be? You need to make sure you look after yourself throughout the day. And especially if you have some bad results, like that's when it really starts to get to you. And then I feel like, you know, when we talk about the pressures of TI, that's one of the big things, right? You guys are playing for millions of dollars. And I guess I'd imagine, maybe not so much on the players themselves, but as an organization, OG, as we said, have done really, really well at a lot of these tournaments and a lot of TIs. And maybe there might be a bit of that outward pressure that starts to get felt by everybody here, just saying, you know, OG come into this tournament, they look like they're in really, really, really a red-hot form. They've been able to do really well at international tournaments in the past. What are they going to look like at TI? And now coming into this group stage, it's the middle of the pack. I still feel like they can get upper bracket from what we've seen from them so far. They're able to pull it out of the hat and get towards the upper bracket, but there's a lot of outside factors when it comes to Dota 2. Sometimes the game is only a fifth of it, and everything on the outside of it is exactly what's starting to help and hinder these players.
Absolutely. It's a stressful environment. There's a lot happening. The game itself, you have to worry about your team members, where their personalities are like, where their mental states are at. In a different country, we don't have any, unfortunately, local Singaporeans participating in this year's TI, even though we do have several players from Southeast Asia. But so many different things go into winning these TI games. And also these pauses, let's be honest, right? The thing about Dota 2 as well, We've spoken a lot over the last few days, Fluke, about how it's a game that's based in confidence, a game that's based in mentality, but it's a game that also has a lot of momentum attached to it, not just for bracket runs, but the game itself has a feel. Playing, you say, cool, this is when the next phase of the game has to happen. This is this particular timing I'm trying to reach. This is what my opponent should be trying to do right now. Hey, they're probably playing around a ward that's probably in this area. The longer these pauses go on for, the more difficult it is for you to get that read back into your mind about what the game looks like. The feel of the game gets gone. Then you have to spend at least like a minute or two just reacclimating to the game environment. And especially when it's a losing game like this, that can be extremely difficult for the side of OG. Because you're spending the time paused talking perpetually about how do we come back, how do we come back, how do we come back. And that stuff can get to you once you actually come back into the game itself.
Yeah, exactly. I know we're having a relatively serious talk about, you know, the mental states of some of this stuff. I was looking over at the player case and I see Amar basically asleep on his head. And I was just like, I feel you, bro. I feel you. It's like getting close towards midnight here on the eastern coast of Australia. In Singapore, it's roughly about 9 p.m. for these guys as well. So it's starting to get late. It is really starting to get late. You can see outside of the windows of the hotel room, it is completely dark there over in Singapore. And they are just having a little chat with each other. Hopefully we can get the Hawk back into this game. Hopefully we can try and get this all sorted out, ladies and gentlemen, because we definitely want to see how this works out, because we talked about it. It's all important. And it's all important because it's TI, baby. Now, we've been having such a good time. I think this is kind of our recompense for the amazing games we've had so far. We've had, 70-minute bangers. Yeah. We've had, rapiers. We've had EG versus Liquid. We've had LGD coming out and rifle stomping people. So this is kind of our recompense for that. I think we've had a pretty good time so far at TI, and now we get one of the pauses.
Yep. Now we have to deal with one of these long extended pauses. To be fair, yesterday we also got a bit of punishment. We had to deal with a game that had Arc Warden, Alchemist, and Lone Druid all at once. It was complicated. It was painful. It wasn't the best thing ever, but kind of lots of cringe.
Kind of cringe.
Lots of cringe in that one.
Yeah, it was kind of cringe, and I think some of these teams picking the Arc Warden is definitely a little bit interesting. I haven't really seen it do all too much. I think it's kind of like one of those heroes that, I don't want to say it's like kind of a gacha pick, but I think Entity are playing it really, really well, playing it as like a second core and being able to utilize it that way. But hey, I mean, if we see Arc Warden at TI, we see Arc Warden at TI. We're not going to escape it. I think the beautiful thing for me is that when I was looking back at that data, I want to see if I can count these heroes that are unpicked. What are we at right now?
Isn't it like 10, I think?
1, 2, 3,
I
4,
think it's like
5, 6,
10 heroes.
It's 11. So there's 11 heroes right now. So Bounty Hunter, which I think should be picked. Clink's Terrible Hero, Dragon Knight. Yeah, whatever. Io. Whatever. I mean, maybe we might see the rest of these heroes. Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
It's going to be a long tournament. There's still a lot of group stage Dota to play, and there's still the entire playoffs to go through. But for now, as you all saw on the player cams, because we are having a bit of a technical issue with one of the computers, we've swapped in the machine. So to give them an opportunity to get back in the game proper, we're going to take those to a short break. When we return, though, Game 1 of BetBoom versus OG, a very important series, will continue. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as soon as the issue is resolved. So stick around until then. Welcome back, one and all. We are back in for game number 1 between BetBoom and OG. The technical issues have been resolved and the game can now recommence. So let us resume the action, get back into the map, and see where things stand right now. Because of how long the pause was, I think BetBoom's concentration was affected as well because they abandoned the potential push down on this bottom lane. Instead, they're thinking about focusing on this Roshan here, Fluke. I don't know if they can take it quickly, but they really are thinking about it. It's under consideration right now. Would you make this move if you were them?
Yeah, I think they had a long deliberation in that pause, and I think that's kind of something that, as you said, affected their decision-making. When you have these pauses, it gives you a little bit of time to talk about the game set and how you're going, but it's going to be an interesting tale here. They do not have Chronosphere for 10 seconds, so yeah, they're going to have to try and abandon this one. They don't want to overstay their welcome here. They want to try and make sure that they can get a few more of these kills because a lot of their cores are much stronger. That's why I like this fake back smoke. What they're going to do right now, if they can get a pick or two, they can complete this Roshan.
Tiger's the one that's showing himself through middle.
Oh, Tiger,
smoke will pop onto him. Tiger, it's a sequel to the movie that we played out in the bottom lane as he gets taken down again in this mid. That's going to be noticed on a dominating streak. Now they bounce back all the heroes on the side of OG. I mean, BZM had to go back to base because he was out of mana as well. And with Roshan being as low as he is and no access to Tiger, which means no save, I don't think they can contest this Roshan anymore. Then I have to let this one go here, Fluke. And it's always a painful decision. When you're playing the Ursa lineup and you end up losing out on the first Rosh, that just hurts more than anything right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad. That is feels bad, man, if you're an OG fan right now. They're not in a good spot. They're running 2k behind, so it's not like literally the end of the world, but losing out on the first Roshan, and now they're sending the aggression here onto Amar. They have the Chronosphere. I like this scan that came out as well. They don't want to overstand their bounds just a little bit. I like what the Hawk was doing there. They threw out their scan to see if anybody was tipping towards the tier 1 tower, because they don't have the vision behind it just yet, whereas OG are the ones that have a lot of this defensive vision. They can try and defend this tier 1 tower if they want to. Amar's going to do a good job by cutting the creep wave. What are they really going to do here? They can do a lot of work with the Leshrac, but that's about it. So right now, Dahak with this Heaven's Halberd just leads me to believe that BetBoom want to constantly fight, right? Like we talked about it a little bit before the pause happened, that having this Heaven's Halberd means that Yuragi is going to have a pretty rough time, especially pre-BKB. So if they're able to have these fights going the way that they can and constantly get on top of OG, then BetBoom can really start to take advantage of the map.
Yeah, BetBoom currently 1k gold lead. It's getting higher and higher, and especially with how much scarier Lol is becoming on his Leshrac. He's opting not to go straight in for the BKB as the Hawk. He doesn't have to go BKB either, buying Maelstrom. He's like, well, at this stage of the game, who am I really afraid of? Not afraid of much. Notice is going to protect me with this Wraith Pack. Boy! Shout out to this Visage, and noticed, with making this last pick Visage for the draft look a lot better than many Visages have looked so far in the tournament. He's been everywhere on the map, involved in a bunch of kills, was very influential in the laning phase as well, but more importantly, he was able to group up with his team very, very quickly. Some of these Visages that we've seen, even if they had good lanes, don't come out of it being able to utilize the gold gained to make their team stronger. But Notice has definitely been doing that. Now they're going to come in, they got the Aegis, and they're going to take this tier 2 tower. They might be able to also get a kill onto Misha. Pulverized by Roger, demolished by Lol and Roger. And that's going to be a tower taken down bottom, a tower defended middle, and a bonus sprinkle of an Enchantress kill.
Yeah, just getting the extra bit of gold is always nice. Defending the tower is exactly what they wanted, right? They want to try and keep a stranglehold on this map. I would like to see them get a little bit more of aggressive vision. They've got a nice little ward here up towards the dire triangle to at least see where Yuragi and the boys are headed. Speaking of Yuragi and the boys, they have a BKB now on the Ursa. So he is at least able to try and get this team fight going, and I think these next couple of fights are going to be oh so important for BetBoom. If they choke some of these team fights and Yuragi turns around and gets himself like a double, and OG come in and try and you know, clean them up, then this can start getting spicy here for BetBoom, because OG have shown in the past their prowess of team fighting, their prowess of this macro movement in the mid game. And I think BetBoom need to make sure they're clean and concise with the way that they are working through this map and the way that they are getting the rest of these kills and finishing this map off.
Will find themselves in at least a decent position. They don't get de-warded as OG are trying to reclaim control of their own jungle.
They found them all.
Vision plopped down. Found them all. But, you know, they can't kill him just yet. Not enough heroes nearby, but the Hawk has the bubble. Will he use it to stall him off? Just wait for the right clicks right now. They prefer the stone drop and the bashes for free as we get the onslaught charging into Pulverize. Isn't that supposed to be their strongest hero on the map? My god, Dahak putting rest to that idea. And now with that big kill, what are they gonna do elsewhere on the map? They already isolate that. Wait a second, we've gotten a tier 2 tower down bottom. We're gonna push through tower middle, link down with bottom, and then maybe go for a high ground siege. Lol.
Oh, BZM
just wants to kill BZM. BZM, is he gonna get bubbled? Yes, he will. Bubble! No bashes this time around though. He finished them all on Amar. He used every bash in his arsenal, so BZM will be allowed to escape unless he gets a first hit bash. No, he won't. So BZM will live.
Gaben giveth and Gaben taketh away. That was an interesting tale of a few bashes there, and he's got BZM once again. He has the time dilation on towers. It's not going to do that much damage.
Time dilated BZM. Yeah, BZM should live here. They got the towers middle though, while this was also happening. BZM trying to TP out. Still no bashes. Dahak really did finish one of his bashes on Amar.
Even our observer's getting a little bit tilted with how the time lock is working. He like quadruple bashes Amar, and then he goes and needs literally one extra bash on BZM. Doesn't get it. I don't know, man. Sometimes Faces Void is the most broken hero in the game, and sometimes you feel like your ulti doesn't even work.
Other times you're like, well, this is not the content I signed up for. As bottom, I'll be able to find a 2-hero Dream Coil onto the Crystal Maiden and Laurel.
A lot of BKBs.
Space for them to isolate Notice. BKB has been popped by Amar to go forward onto this one. They find the Demonic Purge out onto this Visage. Notice is in danger. Tries to turn around with the Solar Substance.
Oh, the Heaven's Halberd.
Chrono is not available, but they do drop the Heaven's Halberd onto Uragi. He pops BKB though to try and continue this chase. Notice somehow still alive. Where are the bashes? BKBs are expiring though. So now suddenly Dahak is becoming more dangerous. Uragi, he went around the world to try and isolate Notice. They finally kill him with the help of BZM. And now all of a sudden, we are going to see if Dahak and Lal can clean up the rest. Unfortunately, they've expended so many resources. The magic damage of Lal will be more than enough to deal with BZM. And they really went all in for those kills on the Visage and the supports, and they get them. But it doesn't come for free as BZM goes down in the process.
Amar got a lot of gold out of that fight. I think that's actually pretty good if you're OG. Yeah, you're losing your puck in a lot of these fights, but Uragi and Amar are the ones that are staying alive. We see, have a look here at the replay, that they just don't really have that much damage. And this is what I talked about beforehand with Bet Boom, is like they need to make sure that they are winning these team fights concisely, because these BKBs come out and it's very, very hard for them to deal with it. Lyle is the scariest hero on the map by far, and if they haven't been able to kite out Uragi too long, he does a lot of work with that BKB. Yeah, he, you know, eventually was able to kill out on the Visage, but at that point, they weren't able to clean up there onto Uragi, and OG, they're slowly fighting their way back into this. They're only 2k behind. I don't think they're going to have too many issues once they start getting a few more items onto Amar as well as Uragi, so OG fans, don't despair just yet.
It's a tough game, but we've seen OG make a sort of career out of winning tough and impossible games.
Yep.
Right now, they are behind it. They've lost 2 tier 2 towers, both in bottom and in middle. But there's a lot of recovery options, especially with this Ursa continuing to get farmed. With this Battle Fury, it didn't work out initially, but slowly but surely, if he stays alive throughout all these fights and keeps farming, you know, Dahak has his hand on Midas to try and make sure that he buttresses his own net worth, but he has to be constantly using it and not always fighting. We can see this Ursa try to match the net worth. In fact, he's much further ahead of him than I thought he would be. But they're going to try and fix this now. Bet Boom. Looks like they're preparing for a smoke. They have the bubble back online in the Chronosphere. They have themselves access to the level 2 Visage Familiars, and Lal just picked up a Shiva's Guard. So this would be a pretty decent time to try and make a big movement. But do they have the vision is the question, Fluke. Who are they going to go on if they do try to make a move?
Oh, man, I really think Bet Boom need to try and get another kill onto Amaro Uragi. I think at this point, BZM is just playing the park. He's still relatively high on the net worth. He's got an E-Blade. Where did BZM get this farm from? Like, I think the way that OG are being able to play the map, they've been doing a really, really good job at just finding farm across the map, even though they've been behind. That's why every single time I look up at the net worth difference, it's only been roughly about 1 to 2k. So Bet Boom felt like they were the strongest heroes on the map, but they just haven't been able to accrue that into a massive net worth lead. So if they can find Uragi here, if they can find the Amar, then they can really start to take control of this map. But Bet Boom, they're going to run into Nisha. What?
Oh, that is so satisfying. Whenever you're playing POS 5 and you run into 5 heroes ganking, oh, Misha must be smiling from ear to ear at the moment. Tells Yoragi, listen man, dish this area, go farm the jungle normally. BetBoom don't seem like they want to give up on this. They're in two minds, right? They want to go chase for more. They know that getting Misha alone isn't enough. But at the same time, they also know that Roshan is coming back soon. And they'd like to be in position to try and intercept him. Unfortunately for them, it is not an immediate spawn. Only going to be coming up in another 45 seconds. But at the same time, OG are now aware of this. They've popped the scan in the area. BetBoom controlling the triangle. They need to get some vision out here as well before they go into the Roshan pit. But Rosh might not be as easy to take as last time though, because OG are now in much better fighting shape than they were before the last Roshan push happened.
Tiger has the Aghanim Scepter and Aghanim Shard now as well, so they've got access to this demonic
Where are they getting this money?
I don't know. These guys have been doing a really, really good job at just keeping the farm up right now, and they drew the line. They knew that Roshan is the fight here. Chronosphere is available. Who wins the team fight?
I think so. Pulverize goes on to Tiger first. That's a big target, but Roger taking quite a bit of damage. And here comes the Chronosphere. It's on to 2. They burst down the Tiger Shadow Demon first, and now they're trying to put the work onto Yoragi. But Yoragi got off the BKB. He's turning onto Laurel. Laurel getting blown apart by Yoragi and Amar. But they run out of the BKB, so Yoragi will end up being soul assumptioned into the grave. In the meantime, in the north part of the fight, BZM tried to run away, but got chased down by Dahak and Roger. As the Faceless Void cleans him up. That's 4 heroes down. And without any kind of ability to stop this, Amar's gonna have to just go and farm while BetBoom claim yet another Aegis.
Yeah, massive team fight there from BetBoom. I thought Roger was dead to rights. He was oh so low. The Chronosphere came in there from Dahak, and look at the win ability. Rocketed ahead for BetBoom. They're doing a beautiful job right now at just playing these team fights perfectly. There was so much damage to come in from Amar. He has the Aghanim Scepter as well here on the Timbersaw. And he's actually so hard to deal with in these fights, but they understand that. They just kite around Yoragi, they try and take him down, they get him stuck in the Chronosphere. The Ursa doesn't have time to stick on top of people, and OG stuck between a rock and a hard place here. They've got a lot of items, and they've got a lot of gold that's been able to accrue in towards this game, but it's just so much extra experience going the side of BetBoom. Their team fight's just a little bit stronger as well, and just getting caught out by the Chronosphere, just not really being able to have the team fight on their own terms.
He sort of budgets the point about, oh gosh, Misha, but he's buying space for Yoragi to jump in on the backline, but Yoragi can't blow up the Visage. Misha will die to the magic damage of Lal. Lal trying to chase down Tiger as a second. Yoragi forced to hold him in place, and Dahak with the double damage rune beats him to death. 3 heroes gone. Did cost the life of the Visage, who was the initial target, but who the hell cares? Dahak and the gang, man. They're actually going to go and chase for Amar. They fight him inside the dire jungle here. Roger has the onslaught, goes in onto him. BKB activated by Amar, just going to try and buy space in time. But unfortunately for him, BKBs are not permanent in this game. He will be able to dodge the split earth, but can do nothing about the pulverize. At the very least, kills off Roger. But probably not worth it as he loses his life. On the bright side here, Law was trying to push through in the tier 3 tower in middle, and him coming back to kill Amar does mean that more time is bought in the game, but that's still not what you want to see as a fan of OG. But if you're a fan of BetBoom, you're ecstatic right now, because at the moment, Fluke, they're still in TI.
Yeah, they're playing really, really well. They're team fighting really, really well. They're utilizing a lot of their spells in good succession. I think the biggest thing for me is the target priority is really, really good here. Every time Yoragi is kind of isolated by himself, we saw what happens when BZM... Oh no, Tiger. It's always sad when you don't have like a way of dealing with a hero that just gets on top of you. It definitely does feel very depressing. But kind of back to my point, when BetBoom understood that they went on notice. So BZM as well as Amar jumped in towards the backline to take down the Visage. He bought so much time with his own stone form, and they just isolated Yoragi. This Ursa by himself feels very, very lackluster because he gets Chronosphered, he gets, halberted. Like, it's nothing against Yoragi. He's just going to have a rough time here because the amount of tools they've decided to build and use. Oh my god, the Hex.
Hex, but Aeon Disc just gets reassembled here. We did see Dahak considering dropping the Chronosphere onto his head. Decides against it, as their primary objective is complete. The first lane of Rax gets taken in the top side of the map. And BetBoom, they still have this Aegis for a significant portion of time on Laurel. He's out here chilling with another 2 minutes to go, and just picked up a BKB on this Leshrac as well. So they might not actually be done just yet. Look where they're going. They smoke 2 bottom, and they are ready to try and catch anybody out who's trying to force a push onto the bottom tier 2 tower.
They don't have vision of this. They're just going to go up raw. They haven't been able to find anybody just yet for OG.
Time is money.
And now Bet Boom. They both smoked up, and the vision for the side of Bet Boom, the real vision that they have for OG is they've seen what Logic's been able to do, but now they get privy to the information.
Feels good, man. So Neko dies for the cause. Always nice. Also, did you say up row on purpose because of the Primal Beast in this game?
I feel like I've done that on purpose, not on purpose, like 3 times today. Someone did tweet at me that they did find my mucking about with spiders joke pretty funny, so shout out to that guy. I do appreciate when people find my cringe jokes funny. Always warms me up inside.
OG. Their fans were warmed up by the kill onto the Soneko Crystal Maiden, but not warmed up enough to start feeling positive about the game. It's still a 10k net worth lead. It's still a massive experience lead. It's still a 98% win probability and climbing in favor of Bet Boom. So what's the biggest comeback we saw? We had a 96, right? That was the Gaming Gladiators comeback.
Yeah. I would be interested to see what the 74-minute game that Moxie and Waga casted, what the kind of win probability was for that, because I'd imagine if it's a game that's like 74 minutes, I imagine there's going to be some pretty big swings in that game. But yeah, 96 has been the best that we've had so far here. Between you and I, so 98%. Might be a bit out of the wheelhouse here, but I'm never ready to count out OG, especially with the heroes they've got. They've got Ramar Timbasori, who can do a lot of work. We've seen what Pucks can do late game as well. So I'm not ready to say that OG are out of this just yet.
I've spent many years betting against OG. It's not been a good experience for me, as they finished the Scotty for Tahak, with the BKB for Roger as well. This was the one item that they were lacking that you don't get from the support early on, and this will give them the confidence to smoke up here, Fluke. Gonna go look for a fight. As you mentioned before, they don't have that much vision on the other side of the map, so they are going into this one with very few ideas of where OG are at. Laurel, happy to go in the forefront of this. Doesn't have Aegis anymore. He jumps up. He gets caught in with the Chrono because they're buying him space and time. Uragi in the BKB. It's about to expire though. Laurel popped the Bloodstone as well, so he gets back all the HP and lost initially. And there's a Split Earth onto so many heroes. They've killed BZM. Amar's gonna follow him into the grave as well. Tiger brought back with Misha almost instantly, but he might just be sent back on an express trip to the fountain. It's gonna be a dieback for the support Shadow Demon. And Bet Boom, they already have a way into the base. They're not bothering with another lane of racks. They want to end the game. Buyback from Amar, but what can Amar do here? He doesn't have his BKB anymore. Doesn't have any allies either. And OG, they've been in this position before. They've put other teams in this position before. They know the game is over. GG, well played is called. Bet Boom have another lifeline into TI-11. Their journey is not over yet. If they win one more, Fluke, they can go into tomorrow with hope of entering the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very small chance, but it is still a chance nonetheless. And I mean, what a good game coming in from, pardon me, Bet Boom. They had looked insane throughout the entirety of that game. I think their draft was really, really good. They came in with this Leshrac and Primal Beast combination. They're one of these teams that like to utilize the Primal Beast as a position 4. And as I said, I hadn't really been all too impressed with this last pick kind of visages from a lot of these teams, but I think Bet Boom played around it really, really well. They did a good job at keeping the pace up, and I think Lal, man, like, I think he ended the game 15-0 and 15 or something like that. Like, he looked insane on this Leshrac, and I think going forward into the next game, yes, I like the fact that OG are playing their own kind of style, but you need to have something to deal with this Leshrac. You need to have some kind of hero that is going to get rid of this Leshrac for you, or at least try and play the pace with the Leshrac. And unfortunately, I don't think the Puck and the Timbersaw were really what they wanted that time around.
Listen to this, fam. Leshrac so far here at TI-11 has been picked 40 times with a 60% win rate. That is absolutely insane. And here we get an example of why this hero is so good. He initially gets caught in. It feels like damage is on, but he's got Bloodstone going, Pulse Nova out, literally taking no damage. He's back to full HP before the fight is over, and that Split Earth. Wow, the execution from LoL as well. I think that's what impressed me the most. Not just the nature of this hero being a bit busted right now, but they just played so well from the side of BetBoom. They played like a team with their backs against the wall, with their own lives to play for, and I'm glad it came out in how they approached this game. I'm also really happy to see the itemization decisions that they ended up making in this one. The Hawk, for example, that early Heaven's Halberd, kind of ruined Yuragi's game for so long. Didn't really feel like this Ursa was allowed to play Dota. And normally, we see Yuragi being the one that's on the front foot. BZM will create the space. Amar will take complete advantage around the space, but Yuragi is bringing down these heroes. Didn't happen this time around. Ursa didn't really feel like he had a game. Would you have built this differently here? This Battle Fury didn't really feel like it paid off at the end there for Yuragi.
I don't know if there was going to be another item that could have really helped him. It's kind of like this catch-up Battle Fury, if that's a way to kind of think about it. To me, I think kind of the hero pick just didn't really work out for me. I like the idea going in towards a Leshrac because Ursa is one of those heroes that can kill Lesh in his own BKB timing, but Lal was just so far ahead that I don't think there was ever going to be a situation where the Ursa can kill the Leshrac. And we can see here, Lal was 15-0 and 15. He absolutely popped off this game. I think this Leshrac hero is a hero that everyone has to start to think about. It is so strong. It has some very good item combinations, some very good item timings as well. And I haven't really seen anybody be able to break this hero if this hero gets ahead. So maybe the Ursa was what they needed. Maybe they need that little bit of extra burst damage. But yeah, I mean, BetBoom fighting for their lives here. And when you want somebody to step up, you probably want your mid player to be stepping up on a hero like Leshrac. And Lal did it in spades there for BetBoom.
Did it perfectly. 37k damage being dealt out by him. Like you said, 15-0-15. Absolutely untouched throughout this game. And he just got off to a roaring start. Once we saw that kill that he had, solo kill onto the puck. Usually Leshrac wins the matchup, but he's not normally solo killing the opponent in that situation. Him being able to do so was probably a harbinger of things to come, as it buttresses his confidence, depresses the confidence of the OG side a little bit, and allows the side of BetBoom to come away with this game 1 victory. They needed it. And as they go into game number 2, hopefully this is enough of momentum to carry them into a victory there so that they don't have to be eliminated from TI-11 just yet. Somehow, we're at the end of day 3 and we still have no idea who's going home. Only EG is confirmed from the upper bracket, so there's still surprises to uncover, mysteries to be solved, and a lot of Dota to be watched and played. So stick around, join us for game 2 as we'll be right back with Team BetBoom and OG, the second and all-important game for BetBoom here on Stream D. Don't go anywhere. It's your boy Snare with the God Emperor Fluke, and we'll be right back.
to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, to the final game of the day here on Stream D between the side of BetBoom and OG. Potentially also the final game that BetBoom gets to enjoy within the TI-11 group stages, because if they lose a game here to OG, their journey is going to be done and dusted, and they'll be the first team eliminated from TI-11. Of course, they already won game number 1 in pretty exhilarating fashion. They had a very good draft. They played that draft to perfection. But more importantly, they went back to their identity, Fluke. They played quickly on the map, fighting often with the Hawk as a centerpiece of this, and Laurel be the actual carry, being the anchor of everything that they were doing on the map. It looked immaculate. It looked amazing. Yeah. Can they continue that kind of form into the second game and ensure that they stay in TI-11?
Yeah, I think if they can kind of bring the magic they had in that first game there, if they're able to get a good little draft, and they can look really, really good here. OG, though, they've been able to get themselves to this position off the back of them playing heroes that feels good for them. And I think so far when we saw in that first draft between OG as well as BetBoom, that some of these OG heroes just really didn't work out. They didn't have any answers to the Leshrac. They found it very, very hard for them to team fight. They kind of had to rely on, you know, this Dream Coil coming in from BZM. He had a rough start up against the Leshrac, and then the team fight just really couldn't beat out our Faceless Void plus a Primal Beast. So coming into this game, we have seen that the priority has gone the way of BetBoom this time around, because OG won it in the first game. So BetBoom, they get first pick, and OG choose Dire. So that leads me to believe that BetBoom really want to have this Leshrac hero, and if they aren't able to get Leshrac, then they get you know, access towards the Primal Beast again, which is what they had in game number 1. They can maybe get access to something along the lines of like a Marcy, Enigma, some of those heroes that really are able to enable them to play fast here against OG. And I think that's the biggest thing, playing fast against OG, making sure that they can't get stuff done on the map.
Can't get stuff done on them. Don't allow OG to just completely control the tempo on the map. And they tried. They really made several attempts on the side of OG to take control of the mid game. But at that point in time, it just felt like it was a little bit too late. The lanes were too good for the side of BetBoom. Their hero spikes were way too powerful. But here we go. This game matters more than any other game, potentially, that BetBoom has ever played in their lives. There might be games further down the line which matter more, but as a squad, if they lose this, that's it. The dream is done. So let us hope and pray that they can make this one happen, because I want them to stay in. I want tiebreakers. I want more Dota.
Yeah.
Let's see what they got. Look at the concentration on Roger's face, man. He's been here before. Him and Soneko are the only ones in the squad that have been to TI. They've experienced some rough times in the past, so they're like, well, we know this feeling, guys. We don't want to experience this again. Let's make sure that we draft as well as we can in game 2.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we were talking about it as well before. In previous years, making it out of the group stages has been a jump of a massive amount of money. And for, you know, some of these teams that have been hovering around that tier 2 periphery, getting a massive amount of money just kind of extends your Dota career by an extra year or 2. And at some point, maybe you might be able to win TI yourself. And it's a life-changing amount of money for these teams, and a life-changing amount of money for these players. As you guys might be privy to, OG did just get a level 1 draft penalty. They were a little bit late to the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, so they don't have as much reserve time as what BetBoom do, and that's a very, very important thing to have throughout the entirety of today, because we've seen how these drafts can go. They can go one way or another, especially now. They're looking at this first ban. What do they get rid of? Do they get rid of the Nyx Assassin? Do they get rid of the Leshrac? Do you get rid of the Primal Beast? Do you get rid of Marcy? Do you get rid of Enigma? Do you get rid of Morph? Like, there's so many heroes right now that you kind of have to just pick your poison. I would really like to see them get rid of potentially the Leshrac here. I think that hero has looked extremely strong. Because if you leave, you know, Primal Beast, Marcy, all those kind of heroes, you can kind of just go for like Leshrac plus Nyx Assassin and feel pretty strong, or Primal Beast has been another one. So they're just going to open with the Primal Beast once again, and I really hope OG go Nyx Assassin, the Leshrac here. Yeah, I think that's just a good open. They're going to go Pango instead. Go Oracle. What?
Okay. This is the specialty coming in from Amar playing this Pangolier from the off lane. We were discussing in the previous series that he's one of the few players remaining right now in the tournament who plays this hero from the off lane. I mean, we have once or twice seen BZM play it, but it's generated the Amar specialty. That means that they didn't ban out the Nyx Assassin, they didn't ban out the Leshrac. Betboom have the option to get those two heroes in the same order yet again here. I mean, maybe the rationale of picking this Oracle up is they say, you know what, we recognize that we didn't really have a save last game, so we want to make sure that we have a save. But I think more importantly, it's a Fate's Edict. That E, as soon as you put it on a hero, you don't need the False Promise to delay the damage output from a Leshrac if Betboom want to do that in the first phase. So I believe that that's probably the main reason why they went for the Oracle, sort of as a deny pick to the Leshrac without having to pick Nyx Assassin themselves.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of an awkward way to go around it, right? Like, I understand that, you know, Oracle is relatively good in towards the Primal Beast as well, because as you said, the Fate's Edict, but I think Betboom, I think you just don't care. I think you just pick the Leshrac now. It's a really good laner. You're able to play fast. Yeah, the Fate's Edict is going to be annoying for you, but I think you just play so fast tempo that it doesn't really matter. Okay, so they just go for the Bloodseeker. They want to have the counter towards the Pangolier here. So now they're going to be able to cover this Bloodseeker with a few more of these bans. I think you want to try and get rid of something along the lines of like the Sniper. It's going to be very, very hard for you as a Bloodseeker to deal with the Sniper, because you rupture Sniper and he drops a shrapnel on his own head and he doesn't care. He's going to stand and fight you through BKB. And it's going to be very, very hard for the Bloodseeker to play the video game at that point. So OG and Betboom, they're going to be drafting real weird. I mean, OG opening with Pangolier Oracle. I don't think I would have picked that in, you know, the next 10 days of TI.
They're 3-1 with it so far, so they've played it in other games as well. So they've been putting a lot of faith in the Oracle and trying to make sure that they can put more faith in it again here in this game. I'm not sure where they picked it in their other games, if it came deeper into the draft or if it was first phase, specifically to try and counter out a certain hero. But the Betboom response I like a lot with this Bloodseeker. It's not just about being able to get that rupture onto Pangolier, but if you drop down a Bloodright in front of your target and you have the space that Oracle can't really pass to get there with the False Promise, you can guarantee some kills that you wouldn't be able to achieve otherwise. So, like what I'm seeing, also combos up decently with the Primal Beast. The duration of the Pulverize is perfectly suited for the Bloodright to proc just as the stun comes out. I like what I'm seeing from Betboom. This is also an opener fluke that is fast. That's what we want from them, fast.
Yeah.
No cooldowns, no big spells. You can have one, you can have the bubble, it's fine, but play quickly, as fast as you can on the map.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout right now. Just play fast, play high tempo, play your own kind of game here. As we said, playing for the lives here are Betboom. They need to make sure that they win a single game up against OG right now. A few of the results are starting to go their way as well. So that's really big here for Betboom, and we could have potential for some tiebreakers at the end of day number 4 of the group stage here at TI11. That's kind of crazy, right? We've gone through 4 days, well, almost 3 full days right now, and we still can't separate these teams when it comes to who's going home, who's going lower bracket, who's going upper bracket. I like this Sniper ban, once again here from OG. I wouldn't hate to see another one of these heroes that doesn't care about being ruptured. For Betboom, we've seen things like Terrorblade be a little bit of an issue. It's one of those Yuragi heroes that he likes to play. Even the Naga Siren might be a little bit annoying for Betboom to try and play around with right now. And we have seen OG pick that a decent amount as well.
OG, from the Sniper ban, what are we going to be seeing removed from Betboom? Last game, Notice was able to play the Visage at the very end of the draft. So OG, I think with the Pango, they at least have some degree of clear, but they certainly need to make sure that they have this in their toolkit, given that Betboom are a team liable to pick those kind of heroes. We still don't know where this Primal Beast is going. Yes, Roger did play it to very great effect in game number 1, but if the draft doesn't look favorable for a 4 Primal Beast, they could shift this to Laurel and give Roger something else that allows them more activity as well. But Betboom banning out this Batrider. Yet another Batrider ban. Seems like second phase, every game Batrider gets banned. Never picked, just removed from the game.
Yeah, I think we've only seen a couple of games of Batrider so far, and I'm not sure if he's even had that good of a win rate, but he's always just one of those heroes that's like on the periphery. If it's a very, very good Batrider game, it can do a whole lot of work. OG, they still want to ban out another core here to try and couple up with the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker by itself as a single core can run into some issues. I still honestly wouldn't hate to see if they just ban like Leshrac here. If obviously they pick the Oracle to try and protect themselves from that, they're going to go into the Crystal Maiden. I mean, maybe I'm just going to harp on it a little bit too long. Maybe I think it's a lot better than what it actually is. But if you just go Leshrac Nyx Assassin here, surely you're going to feel pretty good. Always can stop the freezing field. You can find the Oracle in the back. It's going to be too hard for him to try and get these team fights going. And if they kill the Oracle at the start of the fight, then, you know, then the Leshrac can run around and do Leshrac things. So, I mean, bet boom, 1-2 punch, Leshrac Nyx, and I think they're in a really good spot.
Nyx Assassin, super high win rate. Leshrac, super high win rates. I would be very happy to see Nyx and the Leshrac. What's the option here? And come on, baby. Leshrac, that's the first one. Give us Nyx. Give us Nyx and Neko. And I know you're maybe talking to Roger right now, and you're like, listen, man, you had a lot of fun playing Primal Beast, but come on, bro. We need to win this game. But I suppose you could just play the Primal Beast again, and then we could have Seneko on the Nyx Assassin. We did see it earlier on today, but your favorite. I suppose Enigma is not banned and hasn't been picked just yet. And if they did go for the Nyx Assassin, they might not have had a BKB response to the BKB Black Hole. Now they do have some way to get through that. And this is also a hero that can hard counter the Oracle. If you go for an initiation, you pop the Global Silence. Oracle's entire purpose is being able to cast the R on a hero who's in danger. If you can't do that, this hero is 100% useless in the midst of these team fights. Another way to cancel out the freezing field from a very far away. I'm okay with this, actually. Weirdly enough, I'm actually okay with the Silencer pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Snare. It's a little bit unfortunate that I'm saying I like this Silencer pick, but I do like the reasoning behind it. Obviously, as you said, the Nyx Assassin could have been one of those heroes that you kind of just get countered out by the Enigma, and you go, oh damn, we don't actually have a way of dealing with the black hole. So Seneko using that big brain of his and proving why he's been one of the stalwarts of Eastern European Dota for a long time. Now the slider has been picked up here from Amar. This has been one of his heroes that he's played a lot of, so this means that the Pangolier is going to be played by BZM. Does that mean now we're looking at Bet Boom to try and have something for Lal? I actually guess he's going to be playing the Leshrac, so what are we really looking for here? Notice's hero. They last picked the Visage in the previous game. Can't really go for it this time around. I want to see...
Beastmaster. I want to see Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Primal roll into the Pango.